We know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
When I grow up, I want to be a ballerina.
Because dancing makes me happy. I get to entertain people, and nothing makes me feel more like me.
PI, a defect of the immune system, affects millions of children. Early and accurate diagnosis and treatment give children like Olivia a chance to achieve their dreams.
It takes a great team to put on a show. It also takes a great team of caring people to keep a dream alive. And now my dreams are coming true.
For more information, visit the Jeffrey Modell Foundation at info4pi.org.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs started their 4-game series with the Padres off on the right note last night in their 8-0 win. Max Kepler went deep for the first time as a Diamondback and drove in 4 runs. And Brandon Pfaadt, in his second start since coming back up from Reno, looked good again, going 5 innings, striking out 6, and gave up no earned runs in their win. And they're back at it again tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The U.S. men's national team picked the wrong time to play their worst game of the World Cup last night. Their 4-1 loss to Belgium officially ended their 2026 World Cup, and it left a lot of American fans asking a lot of questions. Tonight, Argentina and Egypt and Colombia and Switzerland, all with hopes to see the quarterfinals. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona. Big wins are waiting at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Jeep Wrangler or a share of $25,000. Join us July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m. The details are at casinoarizona.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Valley sports fans, how is everybody doing today? Our dream has been shattered.
Well, I'm never going to marry Charlize Theron.
Our dream has been shattered.
Damn it.
Yep. Not that dream.
Oh, good. It's still alive.
Yeah, that one's still alive for you. The one about us becoming a soccer power overnight, that's kind of gone.
It's done and dusted, folks.
Other things
it's a good way of putting it. Done and dusted.
Other things can happen overnight to the soccer program in the United States. There can be all kinds of doubt about it after one game.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was UGLY.
Well,
now,
not only that.
Guys, it's very early in the day. There's plenty of time for FIFA to reverse the decision.
Great point, Jared. That's
a very good
great point.
We might advance after all. You never know.
Think of that. Yeah, you're right.
It wasn't so much that they scored a second goal right after we tied it. I'm doing the us and we thing here just for effect. It wasn't so much that they immediately scored a goal after we tied it. That third goal had me running behind the couch. If you ever have been embarrassed by by Team USA in football before, not like that third goal.
No.
That was amateur hour stuff.
They look like a bunch of blundering dunderpates.
Blundering dunderpates.
If I had
that's
a
what they
nickel
were.
for every time I said that last night watching that game, I would have.
Yeah, you would have less than a nickel.
It's just, I don't know. Like Jared said, we've got a lot of time to get into it. But you want to talk about hype and hype.
Yeah. Yeah,
it was very clear from the outset.
Oh, was it ever?
From the first minute.
They were swimming.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was brutal.
Because it came on the heels of the other, up to that point, the most hyped game was Mexico versus England.
Mm-hmm.
And the atmosphere was unbelievable. The game was unbelievable and went down to the very, very end. This then became the most hyped game, obviously, because of USA. And it just never, it never really was that exciting, because the only time ever that it got close, it immediately wasn't close again.
Yeah.
What a bunch of humps.
If we ever do Mock My World of most overrated things in the world, I'm voting Christian Pulisic 4 times.
Yeah, well,
he's all 4 of my picks.
I think you would win. 2 World Cups, 1 goal.
Yeah.
Vic,
I'm glad I never
2 cups,
fully...
1 goal.
Oh, Vinny. It's too soon. Too early for that one.
There, finally, you got a reference that Sammy knew.
So you were, Jared, would you say good thing you never bought into the hype is what you were saying?
It's a good thing I never fully understood how to pronounce Pulisic's last name.
Yeah, either do I. Yeah. It doesn't matter at this point.
He got an owie last night. He kicked himself.
On the ESPN morning show, they broke out a stat that he lost possession of the ball.
Yes,
14
times in the first half.
Oh, well done, superstar. All right, we got to have some fun. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
The USMNT stay at World Cup 26 came to a disappointing end last night with an ugly 4-1 loss to Belgium at Lumen Field in Seattle. Charles de Ketelaere scored twice for the Belgians, including the go-ahead goal in the 33rd minute, less than 2 minutes after Malik Tillman tied things up for the Americans with a free kick deflection goal. Hans Vanaken put Belgium up 3-1 in the 57th minute on a goal following a massive error from American goalie Matt Freese. So the Americans ousted in the round of 16 for the 4th straight World Cup dating back to 2010. Belgium moves on to the quarterfinals. A lot of reaction on today's show about that performance. Spain moving on to the quarterfinals. 1-0 triumph over Portugal. Mikel Merino's goal in stoppage time proved to be the difference for the Spaniards. Portugal's loss means the end of the international career of superstar Cristiano Ronaldo, who earlier in this year's tournament became the first player to score goals in 6 different World Cup events. Final 2 spots in the quarters will be filled today in Tuesday's first match. Argentina facing Egypt in Atlanta. That's a game that gets underway at 9 a.m. Then at 1 p.m., Switzerland against Colombia in Vancouver. Quarterfinal action will begin on Thursday as the tournament rolls on. I have a buddy who pointed this out. Depending on today's results, and it's unlikely, but if the results go the wrong way for Argentina and Colombia, North America and South America would have no quarterfinals in this year's World Cup.
And Africa would have 2.
Yes.
Yeah, they would. They'd have Egypt and Morocco. D-back started out their pre-All-Star road trip with an 8-0 thumping of the Padres at Petco Park. Snakes jumped out to a 2-0 lead in the top of the first, then added 4 more in the third, powered by a 3-run home run by Max Kepler, his first long ball as a Diamondback. Geraldo Perdomo added a solo shot in the fourth. Nolan Arenado tacked on a solo blast in the sixth, and it was another good start for Brandon Foote, who went 5 shutout innings, allowing just 4 hits, striking out 6. Ryan Thompson, Dre Jameson combined on 4 innings of scoreless relief to keep Arizona's 4th shutout of the year intact. Diamondbacks also hand Walker Buehler his first ever loss against them in 14 career starts. The Padres are a mess.
He's lost it.
Yeah.
There's not much left in that guy.
No, and it was kind of a performance like the U.S. soccer team. Just sloppy from the outset last night for the Padres.
Yeah, go good on the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
It's the way you got to begin this series. Something authoritative. It's good on them.
San Diego 1-9 over their last 10. That 4-game series continues tonight at Petco Park. Zach Gallen throwing for Arizona is a pivotal start for him. San Diego undecided on what they're going to do with the pitching spot tonight. But we'll let you know if it comes out. First pitch, 6:40. You can hear all the action here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. Prior to Monday night's game, the D-backs reinstated catcher James McCann from the injured list and optioned Adrian Del Castillo to AAA Reno. McCann had been out since May 19th with a quad strain. Phoenix Suns have given a contract extension to CEO Josh Bartelstein. Shams Charania of ESPN reported that news yesterday. Bartelstein, Matt Ishbia's first hire when he took over as owner in February of 2023. The Suns also announced they're bringing back second-year guard Kobe Brea on a 2-way contract for the 26-27 season. They got Brea as part of the Kevin Durant draft haul, 7-team trade that went down last summer. He spent a portion of the season at the G League level with the Valley Suns, averaged 20 points over 9 games, also saw action in 12 games with the Suns and hit for a career-high 20, including 6 threes in that regular season finale win over OKC on the 12th of April. Some other news from around the NBA. The Sacramento Kings waived veteran guard DeMar DeRozan, who now becomes a free agent. DeRozan currently 5th among NBA players with 26,711 career points, trailing only LeBron James, Kevin Durant, James Harden, and Russell Westbrook on that list. Forward Rui Hachimura moving away from the Lakers but staying put in L.A. He signs a 2-year, $28 million deal with the Clippers. He had spent 3.5 years with the Lakers after they got him from the Wizards at the trade deadline in 2023. Veteran point guard Kyle Lowry announced his retirement today. Lowry spent 20 years in the league after being a first-round pick all the way in 2026. 6-time All-Star, starting point guard for the 2019 NBA champion Toronto Raptors. And he's 19th on the all-time NBA assist list. In quarterfinal action going on at Wimbledon today, top seed and defending champion Yannick Sinner currently in action against Jan-Lennard Struff of Germany. On the women's side, an all-American affair happening as we speak between Jessica Pegula and Coco Gauff at the All England Club. And of course, it's a commercial break right now. But the last I saw, Pegula was up 3-1 in the first set.
So 5-4 now.
Yeah,
5-4.
And did you guys see the kid from Wimbledon yesterday?
No.
Arthur Frey.
No.
So he's the first wild card that's from England to get to the quarterfinals. He's 23 years old. It was actually unbelievable. He's a stud. He's looking. His friends are in his box.
Yeah.
And he wins. He turns and he just looks at him and goes, "What the." It was awesome.
So I got a text from a buddy yesterday during the show, and it's a picture of his young son standing in front of the All England Club. I was like, "No way, you're there!" And he's like, "Yes." Something happened. He was in Europe. They were traveling back. Had to go through London. He said he made lemonade out of lemons.
Wow,
so they ended up going to Wimbledon, and they saw that.
How do you just end up with tickets?
Yeah,
that's generally a lottery system.
He was. I've got pictures.
No, I'm not doubting it. I just want to know what his secret was.
Yeah,
he's got a lot.
So he was at.
Well, okay. Well, there would be the answer. There would be the answer.
Yeah, but he got to see that
match. Wow.
Yeah.
A phenomenal match.
I'm going to check that out because now that Team USA has kind of gone out off exit stage left, I need a new international sporting event to focus on.
Yes, there you go.
Come on, let's go. What's his name? Arthur Frey?
Arthur Frey.
That's such a boring name for a British. Arthur's good. It could be like Arthur Featherbottom or something like that.
Yeah, because there's a lot of Brits running around with
Featherbottom. Yeah.
There you go. There's your splash for Tuesday, July 7th. Coming up, you can't spell El Succo without U and S. Yikes. We'll get into the USMNT's exit from World Cup 26 next. Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-1. Weekly hit right side. It's picked up by Pavin. Flips to Jamison at the bag in time, and the Diamondbacks just dominate the Padres here in the series opener by a final score of 8-0.
Reacting to a D-backs shutout of the Padres in San Diego on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
On Sunday, July 19th, the D-backs take on the St. Louis Cardinals. And the first 5,000 kids to the game will receive a Baxter Ears cap, courtesy of Honeywell Aerospace. Get your tickets at dbacks.com.
Rock fans, this one's for you. The Rolling Stones are back with the brand new album Foreign Tongues out July 10th. Experience powerful new songs, timeless rock and roll, and the unmistakable sound that has defined generations. From the band that helped shape rock history, don't miss your chance to pre-order today. Visit therollingstonesshop.com now and secure your copy of Foreign Tongues before the official release.
Today, we tip our wrench to Rock Auto customer Noah.
My first car was a 2001 Dodge Neon with a blue wing, and it happened to match my high school sweetheart, who's now my wife, her black 2005. So my uncle has been in the industry for well over 25 years. He recommended Rock Auto immediately to buy my first set of brakes. I would recommend Rock Auto just because it's simple, it's easy to find the parts you're looking for, it's all at a good price.
All the parts your car will ever need, Rock Auto. This July, it's time to celebrate our freedom to swim. Celebrate California Pools and Landscape, giving $1,776 off a brand new pool. Plus, buy Centennial Bucks, $250 off the most popular backyard features, barbecue, shade, water, and fire features, all to complete your oasis. That's the way at California Pools do at Casa Galdici. Now it's stars, stripes, and summer nights. Don't miss the patriotic pool deals at calpool.com/Paul. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
And now, a no-frills ad brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Here it is. You can save big when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's it. See? Just a good old-fashioned, straightforward ad. See if you can save at Progressive.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What's next for the U.S. men's national team after its round of 16 game against Belgium? We'll be talking World Cup at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I think we were not good enough. It wasn't our day. We didn't perform in the way that we supposed to perform or show it our quality. But I think all that was happening was around, but I think it wasn't a situation that affects us on the group. I think like all the team can have one day, sometimes that is you don't perform and nothing is right for you. And today was that of this type of day that you suffer because you can never connect with the game. But Belgium were better than us, and that's it. It's very clear the situation.
That's Mauricio Pochettino, manager of the USMNT. Losers 4-1 to Belgium in the round of 16. Their World Cup dreams come to an end last night in very vivid fashion. And the whole time I'm watching that game, there's just individual adjectives that are dancing through my head, Bick. And two of them, they're related, but passive and timid. That was a very scared performance by a lot of the individuals on the United States team.
Yeah, a lot of things I think went very, very poorly for this team last night. We kind of talked about it in reverse. That third goal was so embarrassing. It was so amateur hour. It was such a moment that illustrated you don't belong here. And it was everything that we had hoped we had escaped as an ascendant soccer nation. It illustrated what many people thought was the weakness of this team, and that was the person playing goal. Mm-hmm. I would say it illustrated the fact they just don't have enough big-time players. I mean, you look at the stars that are lighting up this tournament, there's nobody on Team USA close. Nobody.
Yeah, but even the one guy that was at the center of all of this heading into the game, and a guy who had a really good tournament in Balogun, the game was pretty much decided. But there was a one stretch of the second half where you're trying the whole game to get him opportunities in the box. And they finally were able to do that on a couple of occasions, and he immediately passed up on those opportunities to do something with the ball. Mm-hmm. One was the backheel pass. One was the pass that he just let through. In terms of deception, try to fake out the defense. That didn't work. It turned out to be another turnover. But I mean, those are the opportunities your best offensive player needs to step up and at least try to make something happen. And nobody seemingly wanted to do that last night.
And with all due respect to Flo Balogun, I had never heard of him before this World Cup. So I mean,
I never heard of him before this week.
Yeah. So to the point that they just don't have anybody at that level.
And I think what really fooled a lot of Americans, and I think honestly myself included, was this team collectively looked really good against Paraguay, against Australia, not so much against Turkey because that didn't matter, even against Bosnia. But listen to the teams we just said. Those teams aren't Belgium. They're not Portugal. They're not Spain. Like, the next step that everybody's talking about for the United States is to get on that level. And last night showed again just how far away from that level they are.
So and then there's one other thing that you can't get away from, and that is all the events of the reinstatement of Flo Balogun. We all talked about the what if. Now, what happens if he plays a great game? What happens if Team USA wins? Are they going to be stigmatized? Will it feel like FIFA put a thumb on the scale in favor of Team USA? The outcome that we never realized, but is very, very much real, that whether it was our president's intervention or whether it was FIFA deciding to overturn this ruling, they gave all the chip on the shoulder to the other team. The chip on the shoulder that defined Team USA, it was suddenly on the other squad. They were fired up because of what went down. It jumped off the screen.
You could tell. Yeah, the reactions after the goals. And they were going into the Lions' Den in Seattle, and credit to them. Not only did they have the chip on the shoulder, but they asserted themselves from the outset and almost completely took the crowd out of the game.
And it was the worst case scenario because they first lost in the court of public opinion with getting special treatment, and then they got blown out and lost on the actual field.
I wouldn't say they lost in the court of public opinion. I think there were a lot of people. I heard from a lot of people that, well, at least justice was served. At least our president was able to go get. Now there
not around the world.
No. Around the world, we were getting destroyed. But here there were a lot of people who said, okay, well, no matter what you think, at least they reversed a wrong. And shouldn't we be celebrating that? And lost in all that conversation was exactly what I said, the effect it had on Team Belgium. They were stoked. They came at us hard.
Yeah, and they were superior in every way.
And they were already superior in every way.
What's brutal is they didn't even start their 2 best players. You could say you could say Belgium's best player didn't even play.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to say it was like a mockery of the game, but they kind of made it. They kind of made it that.
Kind of felt like it.
It was hammer and nail all night long. Here's Carly Lloyd, U.S. women's team legend, on the performance.
I felt like they lost the game before they even stepped out onto the pitch, and I'm not sure why, and I don't know the reasons, but just from the beginning, just chasing, tentative, scared, just not confident on the ball. And I think big-time players, you wanted some of those big-time players to step up in big moments. And I got to be honest, I was a bit disappointed with Christian Pulisic. I think whether he wants to be the star of this team or not, we didn't see enough from him in this particular game and really the whole World Cup.
Look,
I agree with that.
I don't think you're speaking out of school either, because, Christian Pulisic has been now on the forefront of American soccer for a decade.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember thinking back to the 2018 World Cup that the United States missed. What a terrible outcome that was for Pulisic and his development, and a chance. You only have this guy for so many World Cups. You got to take advantage, and they couldn't qualify. He had 1 goal in the 2022 World Cup.
Yeah.
So now 2 World Cups, he's scored 1 goal as Captain America, and the guy who's force-fed down the American public's throat is the best player.
That's it.
Every commercial break is Christian Pulisic. And then last night
he's
he
not
can't
good.
Can't even finish the game.
No. And he's injury prone, and again, from what I watched, the limited amount I have, because I've been addicted to the star power of this entire tournament, he ain't it.
No, I agree.
What he needs to be, to put this in NBA terms, he's like your third option on a
That's it.
Championship winning team.
He needs to be a 3.
He cannot be a 1, and he probably shouldn't be a 2 if you have championship aspirations.
He's more like a Steph Castle for you.
I wish he was Steph Castle. Steph Castle would be a good soccer player.
Yeah, I think he'd be great, wouldn't he?
No doubt.
Yeah, very physical, up in your face.
Seriously.
So all the build-up and just
thud.
thud.
All the build-up.
I know.
And the same thing happened that always happens.
Always happens.
If this could have just been the Mexico-England game, where it was great
an
game.
Epic loss.
An epic loss. If it could have just been that.
And we're going to get into the future and how people are going to look at this now. But I will say this, with the most controversial thing that will be said probably on the radio this morning.
Oh, really?
Want a drum roll? You want a cookie?
Jarrett Carlin would have been better in goal last night than Matt Freese.
Wow. Jarrett, you were right all along. You were as good as the American goalie all along.
Redemption.
Wow. It wouldn't have made a difference. Let me say that. If I was in goalie, or it wouldn't have made a difference in the outcome.
It was a true oh no moment.
What was that third goal again? If you want PTSD, just go back and watch. What was the goalie even doing?
He was free and clear.
He was free and clear, and he almost tripped on the grass and. And then the defensive player, Ream, on the way back.
Yeah, Reamed all
El
right.
Dorco.
Yeah.
It was one of the most unathletic attempts at a save I've ever seen.
Yeah, because the
What
shot
a
by the
joke.
Belgian player wasn't all that great of a shot. It was just kind of a lollygag shot.
Right.
Yeah.
All he had to do was get a foot on the ball.
Well, they would have lost.
Look at us.
3-1.
We're all experts.
That's the lasting, the lasting legacy of this World Cup is we're all experts.
Yes. Yes, we are.
Coming up next, how did the Diamondbacks play last night? In a word, fabulous. Is that
That's
what
it.
you know?
Fabulous.
man.
Fabulous. Fabulous.
I take back my compliment.
Yeah.
It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
All this talk about character and how important that is, and then you make this move. So what was the thinking? Do you not care? Is it, okay, I know him because he went to Michigan State? Like, you got to address it. It's almost worse if you don't address it, because then everybody's mind runs. You know, like to your point with Miles Bridges, like, I believe in second chances, but that was terrible. Like, and it's all new to us. Like, I get that it was a few years ago in Charlotte, but to this fan base, it's new. You're new here. And that's the first thing people think of when they think of Miles Bridges.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Oh, summertime in Arizona, and we know the drill. With that summertime comes triple-digit temperatures, and when Phoenix turns up the heat, you can keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and AHS Home Warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems, like your AC, your plumbing, or your fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry. Be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Robert, we're heading into the hottest stretch of the year here in Phoenix, and if you don't have shade by now, what are you doing?
Hopefully, coming to Shade Week.
I knew it.
July 6th through the 10th, we're bringing it back to all pro shade concepts. Save up to 50% on like new patio shades and awnings on clearance.
That's huge because in July and August, shade isn't a luxury, it's a necessity.
And every purchase includes free installation.
So if you've been putting off shade for your patio, don't wait until the fourth quarter.
Go to shadeweek.com.
That's shadeweek.com.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs opened their series up with the Padres with an 8-0 win last night with the help of the long ball and Brandon Pfaadt. The Snakes went deep 3 times last night, the biggest being a Max Kepler 3-run shot. Geraldo Perdomo and Nolan Arenado added one as well. And Brandon Pfaadt tossed 5 innings of shutout baseball in the win. Game 2 in San Diego tonight will get going at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And with less than a month till the Cardinals-Panthers Hall of Fame game and the NBA Summer League quickly approaching, we've got you covered when it comes to the Suns and Cardinals over on ArizonaSports.com. And another World Cup and another U.S. exit before the quarterfinals. Their 4-1 loss to Belgium last night put a sour taste in American fans as their 2026 World Cup has come to an end. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group. Pay off your mortgage in 5 years or less without changing your lifestyle with the Ownership Accelerator loan from Galaxy Lending, because 30 years is optional. Just text Galaxy to 620-620.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that, is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marotta talk D-backs baseball now.
2 on, 1 out. And Buehler's first pitch. Kepler swings. There's the big fly. High and deep to right. Way back and out of here. Oh, man.
6 average.
This is hit well to right. Tatis not even giving a courtesy chase. It is out of here. Sounded loud off the bat. Perdomo reached down and smacked it out of here. There's a pitch, and there's a swing, and a ball lifted high in the air, deep down the left field line, towards the Western Metal Supply Company building, and that ball is fair and gone. It's a bank shot for Arenado.
All 3 of the home runs for the Diamondbacks last night in an 8-0 win over San Diego. Chris Garagiola on the calls, of course, on the Diamondbacks radio network. First 3-home-run game for the Diamondbacks since June 14th.
Yeah.
And in one of those calls, Chris said, sounded loud off the bat. You know what else sounded loud? All the D-backs fans at Petco last night.
It's July.
It is July.
Yes.
and they had a lot to cheer about last night. It was a good way to start the series, good way to start this road trip for the Diamondbacks.
Well, and the Padres have kind of lost their grip on San Diego. There was a time when that town and that team, there was such a great synergy behind them, and now they're just a contractual nightmare.
Oh, they are. Last year in the July road trip, I went to San Diego, a couple games there, and that was my takeaway, was like, wow, this city loves this team. You can't get enough of them. Everywhere you turn, there's brown and yellow. And
game nights are great. It's a party in the city as well as in the stadium.
Yeah, and that's not going on right now with the Padres.
They're one of those teams. They're not quite like the Mets, but they're in that category with like the Orioles and Red Sox, a very like disappointing team.
Yeah, where they keep adding big dollar players on top of one another, and the result is a lesser and lesser baseball team. It's confounding, and it's the type of team a city can turn on because a bunch of overpaid El Suckos. So the big question is, did the Diamondbacks get back to 500? Yes. Come on, Jarrett.
It's the over. I think it's over 500 is the thing I have.
That's all right. We improvised.
Let me see here.
We adapted. We overcame.
For the 15th time this year, they have landed back on 500.
Is that the number?
Mm-hmm.
That's got to be the most in the MLB.
It's got to be.
It's got to be. I don't know how to look it up, but my goodness.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I know, yes, you are wrong. Again,
we have
I
an
can't even understand how you, as producer of the show, would not have this at the forefront of your brain.
Well, because
to the show.
We have the over one as well, but we also have.
And now it's time for Did the D-backs get to 500? Yes.
Yes. All right, so I will say this. The Diamondbacks have a very unique gift this season of whenever I hit rock bottom, whenever I crash out with this baseball team, they respond with a really good game.
No doubt.
Yeah.
It's happened probably 3 or 4 times this year where I've completely lost hope.
It's because they are a mediocre team. They're not a bad team. Like, they're not going to, in my opinion, they're not going to fall like 10 games below 500. They're not going to go on like a 12-game losing streak.
Well, maybe save that feeling for the end of this week.
Well, we'll see.
I'm just saying that there's a correlation here between my lowest moments with this year's team
right there with
generally leads to a good performance. And to begin a 4-game series on the road after another kind of yucky homestand, that's as authoritative as you'd want to see from your club.
Yeah.
3 home runs and a great performance from Brandon Pfaadt.
Ketel Marte set the tone, had the triple to start things out. Sloppy defense in the first. Diamondbacks took advantage. Brandon Pfaadt took the mound with a cushion. We've talked about how big that is for these struggling pitchers. He was just good, but that didn't hurt, obviously, having the cushion. Here was Torey Lovullo on Pfaadt's performance.
He's the life on his fastball. The 2-seam sweeper combination is something that seems to really be working for him. And then he's never out of any count. He could throw any pitch seemingly where he wants to get back into counts. But for me, the sinker was a big separator for him today. I can't remember who he struck out. It was a left-handed hitter. He struck out on a down changeup. That's something that jumped out at me the last outing, that the changeup was in play against some left-handed hitters. It just gives him another weapon.
5 innings, over 70 pitches, no runs, 4 hits, struck out 6, which is a big number for this pitching staff this year. And, the big change for Brandon Pfaadt is what he's doing with his windup. And that was talked about a lot, and he talked about it after the game last night. Since he was 9 years old, he was doing the old school over the head motion in the windup. He said he didn't even know why he started doing it. It was just always part of what he did.
Yeah.
He gets sent down. He goes to Reno, decides to ditch it, and he looks like a different pitcher.
I'm curious, as somebody who is known to tinker with his golf swing, I wonder if these change.
There's a honeymoon phase.
That's it. There's always a honeymoon phase, and then suddenly there's something else will break down. And now you're searching and you're searching. I'm hoping that isn't the case with Brandon Pfaadt, because this is how emphatic last night's victory was. Their strikeout to walk ratio last night was 11-0.
Yeah.
That is an incredible number for the staff. It was their best strikeout walk ratio since September 2024, when they beat the Brewers. When they beat the Brewers with a 13-0 strikeout to walk ratio.
Wow.
Even more to the point, only 4 times in franchise history has this team posted a strikeout walk ratio of 10-0 or better while also scoring 8 or more runs.
How many times?
4 times in franchise history.
That's it?
That's it.
Wow.
Brandon Pfaadt.
Pfaadt? So that is how dominant last night's performance was historically. When you take the efficiency of the pitching plus the offense, that's a historic victory.
Yeah, but now
Brandon Pfaadt.
Yes, I'm glad Vinny said. But now
Brandon Pfaadt.
You go into
Who
the
are we
Tuesday
talking about
game
next?
with Zach Gallen on
boy.
the mound.
Oh, boy.
And this has been that 1 step forward, 2 steps back kind of season. And counting on Brandon Pfaadt to be better after that stint in Reno. And he's been better through 2 games. There's no doubt about it. He looks formidable once again. Still waiting for Zach Gallen to be formidable. And if he comes out and has a Zach Gallen type situation that he's been plagued by this season, all this good feeling about an 8-0 win over the Padres goes down the tubes.
Yeah, fair.
So,
it's definitely fair.
When you hit rock bottom and you're given that lifeline, that little temporary reprieve, it's up to him to make the reprieve delayed a little bit.
Yeah. Like you said, another explosive first inning from the Diamondbacks. Exactly what these pitchers need.
Yeah.
And look, I think that really is the only logical way to a higher plateau for this baseball team, is if their offensive production ramps up.
Well,
runs.
That's the real on the opposition standpoint. You talked about all the money that they have tied up in these contracts, and a lot of it's in the lineup. They're the worst offensive team in baseball.
They stink.
It makes absolutely no sense, and they're near the bottom. 1-9 in their last 10. This is imperative, and maybe an opportunity for Zach Gallen to be the guy who keeps their face down in it. And I have to apologize to Geraldo Perdomo, because I was asking the question, how do you hit when your batting helmet's falling off? And there was one, he fouled off last night, and his batting helmet went over his eyes again. And
Did you yell at the screen?
No, and he couldn't find but he didn't know where it went. Oh. But he hit a home run.
Yes.
On a pitch, on a swing where the batting helmet came completely off his head.
Derek's coming on Thursday, and we have to get to the bottom of this.
I don't know how he does it.
Yeah. New helmets.
I think he likes it like that. He must. Yeah. Zach Gallen on the mound today, 6:40, first pitch in the second of that 4-game series from San Diego. Of course, you could hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. Coming up next, the Suns have a lot of recognizable names on this year's Summer League roster, but how dependent will the team actually be on them when the real season starts? We'll explore next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I need Kaman Malowicz to play more than he did. I think it's imperative that Kaman Malowicz, by the end of the season, you can see it. You can start to see it happening with him. And if it hasn't happened by the end of the season, brother, it is panic time when it comes to Kaman Malowicz. It is major panic time. If by March of next year you're not seeing NBA quality minutes out of Kaman Malowicz, something went horribly wrong and a mistake was made.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Every day is like a holiday at Chapman BMW, and to prove it, the BMW Ultimate Sales Event with July 4th savings is running all month long. You can get the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, and you can get great incentives as well. Talking about 0.9% financing for 60 months. You can get those terms on the 2026 BMW X1, the X3, and the X5. All of them are gorgeous vehicles. Keep in mind, Chapman BMW, the largest dealer in Arizona, and it's way beyond that. This is a family-owned, award-winning business for nearly 6 decades. Everything they do, from Ted Chapman all the way down to the technicians in their service centers, next-level elite. You'll feel it the minute you walk into either of their locations, and those 2 locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. So if you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. That's what you'll get from Chapman BMW. You will also get the hookup as being a member of this listening audience. All you have to do, take a test drive, find what you like, then go get your huge savings by asking for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He's hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The number one complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
As America celebrates its 250th birthday, it's amazing to think of how much has changed since 1776. Take dentistry. George Washington's teeth weren't actually made from wood, but from materials like ivory, metal, and even someone else's human teeth. Fortunately, we've come a long way in 250 years, and today, dental implants from Aria Dental Implant Center can permanently replace missing and broken teeth with a solution that looks, feels, and functions like natural teeth. No more slipping dentures and hiding your smile, just the confidence to eat and laugh the way you were meant to. In honor of America's 250th, Aria Dental Implant Center is running the Wolf Red, White, and Blue Special. 10% off your dental implant procedure this month only when you mention Wolf. Celebrate your own dental independence like I did and get 10% off. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
This is Ken Goodrich with Gettle. Think your water's just H2O? Think again. It's full of minerals, chlorine, and mystery gas crashing through your pipes. Our Gettle water purity system blocks that bad stuff, so only clean water makes it through. Happier appliances, shinier hair, no more soap scum. With 85 years of Gettle know-how, it's more than a filter, it's peace of mind. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L. We'll keep your water clean, but it's hard to spell.
Hey, it's Luke. Was Brandon Pfaadt able to deliver in San Diego? We're reacting to Game 1 of D-backs Padres at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
He's a bright young man. Throwing a lot at him. A lot's coming at him really fast, and he's honestly one of the leaders already. Just as much as the other guys, he's able to pick up on the game. What we're trying to ask for of him on the floor has been great. And then just the communication piece, me and him talking back and forth like he understands it.
It's Jason Allen, Suns assistant coach, who's going to be the head coach for the Summer Suns in the Vegas Summer League, which gets underway a little bit later on this week. Actually, the league gets underway on Thursday. Suns' first game will be on Friday.
Yeah.
But there he's talking about first-round pick Koa Pete becoming one of the leaders of this group already. And going into this Summer League, Bick, there's a little bit of intrigue, unlike years past. When the Suns were, in the shiny object collection business, and they had a lot of veterans, there wasn't a whole lot of excitement about the young players on the roster.
No.
And there wasn't a whole lot of reason to watch Summer League games. There's reasons to watch these Summer League games this year. Look at me trying to justify it.
No, I know. Listen, you and I have this argument every year. I may indulge you this year and allow us to actually discuss Summer League Suns. Because every year you want to, and every year I think it's the most ridiculous thing in the world.
Like last summer, I wanted to talk daily about boo-boo.
I know you did. You always do.
Was that last year? I don't even remember.
But this year, there's 3 different things happening in Summer League basketball. Number 1, there's the Come On Malawach. Come on, Malawach! There's that, because he's gone from being Come On Malawach to Come On Malawach. So there's that. Then there's the Rasheer Fleming thing that everybody wants to believe that we've kind of drafted our next Kawhi, that this is going to be Brian Gregory's master class kind of acquisition, and he's put on a lot of muscle. You're getting all these reports that everybody looks great. Everybody is so impressive. Everybody's in such great shape.
They've put on the weight they needed.
They put on the weight they've needed. They've been so coachable. And then, of course, the Koa Pete acquisition, in which they moved into the end of the first round. When the commissioner was trying to rush off and turn off the lights and get done with the evening. So you've got 3 different little pieces, I think, at play here that are going to make the Summer Suns actually kind of interesting.
I'd throw Kobe Bryant into that mix, too.
Okay.
For a team that's seeking some shooting, and he's coming back on a 2-way. And the guy can shoot it. But, I would agree. Those 3, obviously, the biggest attractions, and the biggest, literally, of the attractions. Come on, Malawach at 7'2". He talked yesterday about the difference going to Vegas this year as opposed to last year when he was a rookie.
It's just knowing more now, more knowledge. I mean, coming in, I was 18 last year. I mean, it's more knowledge now, and it's different going to year 2. I mean, I know what it looks like. I know what the Summer League is going to be like. I know what it's going to feel like after you play, after you have a bad game or a good game. So I know the process, and I'm confident.
Yeah, and hear him say that. Look, I know what this is about now. And he got his feet wet. And if you look at his G League numbers from a year ago, he averaged a double-double, like when he played in the G League. We saw glimpses at the NBA level. We know the talent is there. We know he's still very green. I was only 18 last year. Well, now you're only 19. But still, come on, Malawach and Rasheer Fleming should have the comfort level and now kind of the lay of the land. You brought this up a couple weeks ago, to be able to dominate at times at the Vegas
At your second Summer League, you should be able to do that.
Yes.
You should be able to flex and dunk on people, metaphorically speaking, maybe even literally speaking, on kids who don't know what they're doing, what to expect, all of that stuff. And here's the other thing, too, about Koa Pete. There's a lot of people who wonder, all right, can bully ball work in the NBA? Can the way he plays basketball actually fly in the NBA? Is that shot ever going to be good enough where he can get rotational minutes? Or, more to the point, what is this winning gene that he has? What about him has made him succeed everywhere he's been? What does that look like in the NBA Summer League? So there's some elements about Koa Pete that I'm going to be interested in as well, because you would think somebody who plays the game the way he did in college, very, very physical, attacking everybody. Yes. Now, again, he was horrible against Michigan, got swallowed up in that game. Everybody was. I totally get that. But the fact of the matter is, guys like that who win everywhere don't feel uncomfortable anywhere.
True.
Right, but what we also know is that essentially every other team in the NBA decided that none of that will translate to the NBA. I know. Which is why you nearly fell out of the first round.
I know. So all of these things are going to be interesting, and again, it runs along this tangential storyline of what's it going to matter? How committed is this team to actually developing these players right here and now, or does this team think we might have something? We might have a top 5 roster.
Because of the 4 guys we just mentioned, like Rasheer Fleming is likely going to get the most minutes next year on the actual Suns roster. A, how many minutes is it actually going to be? And B, we're talking about Rasheer Fleming. He was a second-round pick. You wasted the 10th overall pick on Kaman Malawach, and we're talking about a second-round pick getting more minutes than him. I get positionally it probably makes the most sense, but Malawach is simply just going to have to play more minutes than he did last year.
Well, and I don't think there's any doubt that he will.
Right.
If health is not a factor.
But they consciously decided to bring Mark Williams back.
They did.
So in their minds, they knew at least that Kaman Malawach probably wasn't ready, at least to start, to
I think
really
that's
contribute.
a fair assumption. At least not relative to the success they think they can have. Now, they might be delusional about what the ceiling of this current team is. We're going to find out.
It's a good point.
But again, you have to note in the conscious decision to bring Mark Williams back at a very manageable figure, but also a very tradable figure.
That's true.
Mark Williams is a temporary member of the Phoenix Suns, is how I look at it.
Okay.
Unless he plays out of his mind, but I think we've seen enough from Mark Williams to see what his ceiling is in this league. I think he's a space filler and a temporary option until Malawach is ready to take things over. One thing I did hear from Koa Pete that I really like. He's going into this summer league experience with an actual goal in mind.
Trying to get better every day, get 1% better every day. One goal for me is, try to lead the summer league offense, rebound it, just trying to, be a menace on the glass.
So we'll see if that mentality can work. Yeah.
I think that's smart. Take a very small, finite thing and focus on that and show I can do this.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Look, we know the NBA used to be a make and miss league. Now it's all about possessions, Vinny. It's all
analytics, guys.
Got to win the possession game, Vinny.
Analytics. Yeah.
My analytics told me that Jaylen Brown is the 7th best player on his own team.
I loved yesterday when Bobby Marks, Bick started to bring it up. He goes, wait. Let me get ahead of this.
Yeah,
no, Bobby was just a messenger.
Yes, no doubt.
I was going to absolve. I know the story very well. I was going to absolve him of all of it, but he was at the middle of it.
Yes,
he was.
He was the one that reported that GMs around the league don't think, from an analytics standpoint, Jaylen Brown Warrant is that guy.
No, and I think.
And all he was doing was being a messenger.
And the trade market turned out that way with what they got back.
Absolutely. But
you know what they say, don't kill the messenger.
No.
I think there's a lot of stuff behind this Jaylen Brown story. I think that, he's a very headstrong individual. I think that scares some people.
I think that is a factor in all of it too, was his reaction to all of this. His need to be on Twitch constantly commenting on everything having to do with his career. A lot of teams don't want to deal with that. I think that affected the trade market too.
No, I think you're
he's
right.
a wonderful player.
No, so do I. Look, there were times when most of the NBA was turned off by how smart Kyrie Irving thought he was.
Yeah.
You remember that?
That's a good point.
It's true. It's true. A lot of the NBA was turned off by Kyrie because he was the smartest guy in the room.
Yeah. Just ask him.
Just ask him.
Coming up.
Summer Suns, baby. We're covering them this year.
Yes.
Don't go on vacation, Vinny.
Hey, we can go to Vegas, Vinny, me and you.
Oh, look at this.
I went once. I think that was enough. Coming up, are things really as bad for the Arizona Cardinals as some in the national media think? We'll get into it. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream house and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That sounds perfect, right? Okay, now what if on top of that, you could maximize the return on your old home? That's even better. See, most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That way you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Gleason Roofing. This is Jim Sharp with a reminder to get your roof inspected. And I don't mean doing it yourself from the inside of your house, because by the time the untrained eye realizes there's a problem when water's staining your ceilings or running down your walls, you're looking at major repairs to more than just your roof. Trust the pros at Gleason Roofing, like I did. Gleason Roofing's 25 plus years of doing Arizona roofs means they're experts on what the summer heat and our monsoon season can do to your roof. A Gleason Roofing no obligation roof audit now can save you thousands upon thousands later. And with Gleason Roofing's flexible financing options, including 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners, you don't have to wait until there's a big problem to get your roof repaired now. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to schedule your no obligation roof audit today, especially if your roof is more than 10 years old. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles for 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
3 o'clock hits and you're dragging. No energy, no drive. Can't remember the last time you made it to the gym? It could be low T, and it happens to most men as we get older. Vital for Men specializes in getting you back. A personalized plan, a team that actually listens. You're not just a number. Schedule your free testosterone test today. Know your numbers. Real men, real results. Visit a Vital for Men location near you and take your life back.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs started their 4-game series with the Padres off on the right note last night in their 8-0 win. Max Kepler went deep for the first time as a Diamondback and drove in 4 runs. And Brandon Pfaadt, in his second start since coming back up from Reno, looked good once again, going 5 innings, striking out 6, and gave up no runs in the Diamondbacks win, but they're right back at it again tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the U.S. men's national team picked the wrong time to play their worst game of the World Cup last night. Their 4-1 loss to Belgium officially ended their 2026 World Cup, and it left a lot of American fans asking a lot of questions. Tonight, you have Argentina and Egypt and Colombia and Switzerland, all with hopes to see the quarterfinals, and that's what's trending now.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. We'll react to Brandon Pfaadt's second start since his return to the D-backs. Get you ready for Game 2 in this big series against the Padres. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
So the Cardinals are paying Kyler Murray $35.5 million to not play for them this year. They just released him to do that. I think they could have paid down some of that by converting some of that money to a signing bonus and then found a trade partner. Would have saved them some money, maybe getting them a late round draft pick. That would have been, I think, the only way they could have done it. But the biggest problem is Jeremiah Love. This is about the position, not the player. He's a great running back prospect, but running back is one of the least important positions on the field. This is one step up from taking a punter at number 3 overall. He instantly becomes an expensive running back, and you lose. The opportunity cost is just so high. You could have taken a tackle or an edge rusher or a wide receiver, someone that's hard to find in free agency. Just a big missed opportunity for Arizona.
That's Seth Walder of ESPN. Look, and you can be critical of the Cardinals offseason, but what Seth Walder said there about this being one step above from drafting a punter in the first round is one of the dumbest things that's been uttered on ESPN in years.
Yeah, and again, I think that's a kind of criticism that is selectly reserved for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yes, absolutely.
Like, you're so bad, you don't have the flexibility to draft the best player in the draft. It's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense.
He's a great player, but they shouldn't have taken him.
It's not for you. Oh, it looks good on you.
Where'd you get this hat? Where'd you get a bowl of soup with this hat?
No, but again, you talk about low watermarks. I mean, every day it seems Cardinals, the worst offseason in football. Cardinals, the worst roster in football.
Yeah, and that's kind of... Look, we are 15 days away from the Cardinals reporting to training camp. July 22nd is the date when that happens. They get the early start because they're one of the Hall of Fame game teams. So we're in list season. We're getting all the top 10 rankings now from ESPN by position. The Cardinals won't be well represented in those by position, but a couple of things that stood out last week was a ranking of the projected starting lineups and an overall grade of the offseason for every NFL team. The first piece I referenced, the ranking of the projected starting lineups, has the Cardinals tied for 29th with the Atlanta Falcons of all teams. The only teams below them, I believe, were Miami and Cleveland.
Who is their projected starting quarterback, by the way?
For the Cardinals?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Nobody knows.
And then the offseason grade, Seth Walder was part of the panel that put together a D grade for the offseason. And NFL.com also, they were even more harsh on the Cardinals than ESPN was. They gave them a D- for their offseason grade.
Wow. What's some of the verbiage with it? What is some of the synopsis?
My low grade on this is from NFL.com. My low grade on the Cardinals is dictated heavily by my disapproval of their most notable move. Teams coming off 3-14 seasons should not draft running backs, no matter how talented they are. Love might be among the best running backs in the league from day one in Arizona, but it's a position with a low overall franchise impact and a historically short shelf life. Saquon Barkley was excellent after going second overall, and the Giants never won the division during his 6-year tenure. Elsewhere, Arizona released Kyler Murray and did next to nothing to seriously address the quarterback position in the present or future, unless you love 24-year-old rookie Carson Beck. Cardinals' most noteworthy ad in free agency was Isaac Seumalo. The possible offensive guard Chase Besantis and Caleb Proctor end up being nice draft values, but the Cards are still a long way from seeing those picks translate into wins.
Wow. All right, so a lot of these low grades are attached to or at least include the selection of Jeremiah Love, which for some reason many people have gotten offended. I understand that logic that it's a low-impact position, but it doesn't have to be. I mean, if the player's a great player, it won't be low impact. I'll tell you that much. So there's that, but I think the overarching theme here is what exactly is the plan for this football franchise? Where are they going? They've got a general manager, okay, who's entering year 4.
Yes.
And he is largely unimpressive. His record, not the man, his record, his draft record.
Which is what we have to go by.
You've got a head coach who's got all this new excitement and new energy. So that's a juxtaposition right there where you as a Cardinal fan could feel happy about one and bummed out about the other, right? And then you've got all these very, very low grades that this team is receiving. Here's the blunt truth about where the Cardinals are right now. In the last 4 years, they have lost 14, 9, 13, and 13 games. That's 49 losses in the span of 4 years. You can go back through the annals of the entire Arizona Cardinals franchise, one of the worst franchises in the history of North American sports. You can go back all past 100-plus years. You will not find 4 years that produced more than 49 losses. The closest, from 2002 to 2006, the Cardinals lost 11, 12, 10, 11, and 11 games in 5 consecutive years. That is 55 games in 5 years. The Cardinals only have to lose 7 games this year to surpass the worst 5-year stretch in franchise history.
So they could actually go 10-7 and still be in the worst 5-year stretch?
And still be part of the worst 5-year stretch in franchise history. Now, what if things go terribly wrong again this year? What if there is just another 4-13 season waiting for us? This will easily be the low point of this franchise from a competitive standpoint, which is shameful.
Look, and we started this conversation with the Seth Walder quote. And look, if you want to criticize the Cardinals for taking a running back, that's your prerogative. I just think the lengths that he took it to compare it to drafting a punter in the first round was silly. I'm not projecting great things for the Cardinals. I think your overall questions and concern about the direction of this franchise, I think they're fair because you look at now alignment and you have to look at recent history. The general manager that preceded Monty Ossenfort in that office, Steve Keim, got the opportunity to hire and work with 3 separate head coaches, which is a pretty rare thing.
Very much so.
In the NFL. Monty Ossenfort is on his 2nd head coaching hire with Mike LaFleur. Now, does Monty Ossenfort get carte blanche throughout the Mike LaFleur era? How long is that era? How good/bad does this have to be? How good does it have to be to continue it? How bad does it have to be to end it?
You're right. Without having that alignment, you've always got somebody on the hot seat.
Yes.
It's very, very odd. And then there's the team president thing, which Michael Bidwell refuses to hire, even though the team president in most NFL franchises are not in charge of football operations. It's still a standard thing in most NFL franchises. This is why the competitive appetite of this franchise has got me confuzzled the past few years. And now that they want to get out, they don't have a quarterback.
Yeah, and look, that's the biggest thing, too. I mentioned the calendar, 15 days away from reporting. There's been no movement on the quarterback situation. We have no resolution on Jacoby Brissett.
Not even whispers, rumors, negotiations.
It's just been a pause button.
Yeah.
From what the public knows, I don't know what's going on behind closed doors during this time, but the 2 stories that we talked about during OTAs and minicamp will be, I believe, very present on July 22nd. And that's the Jacoby Brissett story and the Josh Sweat story. Chance the Rapper is bringing the Coloring Book 10-year anniversary tour to Arizona Financial Theater on September 16th, and we've got your tickets. Text Chance to 620-620 or head to the contest page at arizonasports.com to enter for your chance to win. Jared's a one-trick pony today.
No, it's a little different.
All right, here we go. The USMNT was hoping for success, but instead, they were suck-o.
Success?
Suck-o.
They were, though.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Yeah.
I don't mind
Right?
that.
Yeah, you didn't have to read it.
That's a good point. That's a very good point.
Big Clay Murata mornings here on this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-1. Weekly hit right side. It's picked up by Pavin. Flips to Jameson at the bag in time, and the Diamondbacks just dominate the Padres here in the series opener by a final score of 8-0.
Reacting to a D-backs shutout of the Padres in San Diego on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
The Life Changer loan does exactly what it says it does. It changes lives. It allows people to pay off their homes in years, not decades, saves clients hundreds of thousands of dollars in interest. But there's another element that comes in very, very handy, and that's because when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer loan will help you knock it out of the park. And that's because Life Changer loan clients get to keep 24/7 access to their equity, and there is no monthly minimum payment. In fact, they once had a client go 5 years without making a payment after the market crash in 2008. Yeah, the interest went up every month, but that client never went late, never risked foreclosure. Chances are your mortgage cannot do that. More recently, another client had to fund 3 different weddings in an 18-month period and credits the Life Changer loan for allowing him the freedom to make that happen. The Life Changer loan gives you control when it comes to your mortgage. When times are good, you can pay down and pay off very quickly. In fact, 5 years is the average length of time a Life Changer loan client pays off their home. But should financial instability arise, you can manage those scenarios much easier because you have access to your equity, which gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you want it, whenever you need it. Like they say at Life Changer Loan, it is not magic, it's just math. Give them a call, find out if you're a good fit. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Ron White, live.
If your eyes go bad, you can have LASIK surgery and they can give you 20/20 vision. But let me tell you something, folks. You can't fix stupid.
Sunday, October 4th, 8 p.m., Talking Stick Resort. Ron White, live. Tickets on sale now at TalkingStickResort.com. For mature audiences.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Rock fans, this one's for you. The Rolling Stones are back with the brand new album Foreign Tongues out July 10th. Experience powerful new songs, timeless rock and roll, and the unmistakable sound that has defined generations. From the band that helped shape rock history, don't miss your chance to pre-order today. Visit therollingstoneschop.com now and secure your copy of Foreign Tongues before the official release.
Today, we tip our wrench to Rock Auto customer Noah.
My first car was a 2001 Dodge Neon with a blue wing, and it happened to match my high school sweetheart, who's now my wife, her black 2005. So my uncle has been in the industry for well over 25 years. He recommended Rock Auto immediately to buy my first set of brakes. I would recommend Rock Auto just because it's simple, it's easy to find the parts you're looking for, it's all at a good price.
All the parts your car will ever need, Rock Auto.
Hey, it's Luke. What's next for the U.S. men's national team after its round of 16 game against Belgium? We'll be talking World Cup at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Oh, Matt Freese could be in trouble here. The U.S. could be in trouble here. It's a shocker of a goal from the co-host's point of view.
Yeah. That's a good way of putting it.
One thing I do love about the World Cup and being, obviously a sport that I'm not in every day, that I don't follow every day.
Mm-hmm.
But to hear the terminology used not only in the play-by-play calls of the sport, but also from different countries around the world, different eras, like from the co-host's point of view. I love that call. That was awesome on such a miserable play.
Well, and so what people are doing now all across hot take platforms and all across sports media, they're trying to bottom line what this all meant. And I don't know if you can do it black and white, but people are trying to say Team USA got home field advantage as primary host. They received an incredibly comfortable group to get out of, and they did. They were able to play last night in the loudest outdoor stadium we have in America, in Lumen Field in Seattle, and you got an unprecedented, astonishing, favorable ruling from FIFA that reinstated one of your best players, and you still got as far as you ever get.
Yeah.
So with all the advantages gifted Team USA, do you bottom line it by saying nothing's changed? Or do you look at this year's team and say, noticeably better than most U.S. men's national teams?
I think also it was how they lost.
I know.
Because
that's part of it for me, too.
It made it look like this is how good they are.
Yep.
They're one of the 16 best teams in the world, but that's it. Because when they play a real top 10 team, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, their ranking right now, their FIFA ranking is 16. It was going into last night's match. That's exactly where they ended up going. But everything you just laid out, to me, answers the question definitively. And that is, this was much ado about nothing.
Yep.
This was business as usual. It's the same. It's a different path to get to the same result. And the path was easier to get to this result. Now, if you lost 4-1 to Argentina or France or Spain, and I'm not taking anything away from Belgium, they were superior in every way last night in that match. But maybe that even feels better. They were favored to win that game going in, all things considered. And they got their brains beat in by Belgium. And, they scored more goals than they've ever scored in a World Cup before. They won 3 matches. That tied their high for a single tournament. These are all good things. And now you got to wait 4 more years.
Well, yeah, okay, so
I don't think there's any clear progress here.
Also, this was a diluted World Cup where more teams made the World Cup and more teams advanced than ever before.
That is true. It makes it easier to get out of a group stage.
I don't know, man. Is it as easy? So you brought this up earlier that when you compare it to all the other top teams, France, Norway, Argentina, who have these super duper star players, is it as simple as if the USA got that one generational superstar player, it could make that much of a difference?
Yeah, that's what they're missing.
That's, to me...
That's what they're missing.
To me, that is the most surprising thing.
Yes.
That we can't not produce an entire team that's as good, that we can't even produce one really great, superstar player.
Instead, it's always some undersized dude who never lives up to the hype.
Landon Donovan.
Freddie Adu, or whatever the dude's name was.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah. And now Christian Pulisic.
That's a great point, Jared. I was thinking about that last night, watching Pulisic, who, for it seems like the last 10 years, when we talk about soccer in America, he's the first name you think of, right? But when you talk about soccer globally, he's probably the 50th name you think of.
That's a great point.
Well, and to Jared's point, too, it seems like the answer to that question is yes. Is it that simple, just finding that generational world-class superstar? It seems like it, but we have no idea.
Right.
The United States has never produced that guy.
I know.
And
it's shocking. It's amazing.
And to be fair, like those guys, they don't grow on trees, right? Like, we're never going to see another Lionel Messi. Kylian Mbappe doesn't come around every 15 years. Like,
Erling Haaland, isn't that weird?
But okay, I brought this up a couple of weeks ago. The USA, in general, is the best at all the sports except for soccer. Except that the best player in almost all the sports is not an American player. So it's possible for all these other countries in basketball, in tennis, and whatever, in baseball, where they're not overall the best, they can produce this one generational great player. It's amazing that in the history of soccer, USA has never been able to produce a top 10 player in the whole world.
But that's also an indication of soccer's profile in this country.
That's exactly what it stems from.
And
that level of athlete, that level of pedigreed athlete is going to get funneled to baseball, football, or basketball.
Yeah, there's more. I mean, athletes growing up, when you're that gifted and you've got choices, very few of them are going to pick soccer as their avenue.
And you hope, right, having the World Cup on American soil, you hope enough people or enough young kids or watched this World Cup and watched what the United States did. We can all agree that they probably should have done more, but you hope that narrative changes, right?
That's it.
But there's so many people in America. There's so much money in America. There's so much opportunity in America. All you need is an Austin Matthews type who, yes, is this great athlete who could have played another sport, but he chose hockey for whatever reason in Arizona.
I don't know if Austin Matthews could have played another sport.
I'm just saying, using an example.
I do know your example.
As an American being great at a sport where the Americans aren't usually
I'm
great.
going to vibe with what Sammy's saying because, for me, I've said this before. As a guy that's 90-something% British, I'm supposed to cheer now for England. That would be my default team, except I cannot cheer against Erling Haaland, isn't that fair? So I'm conflicted. Why? Because I love the star power of that one guy. So upon Sammy's premise, maybe there's a 6-year-old kid, a 7-year-old kid who is watching this year going, that's who I want to be. Yeah. I don't want to be LeBron. I don't want to be Wemby. I want to be that dude.
And Erling Haaland does not look like Messi.
No.
Erling Haaland is much more the type of athlete that you would say
he is.
That you would say well, America can produce that type of athlete.
Yeah.
And it could stand out.
And so the question becomes, will we have that guy? Will we have that team by the next World Cup in America, which might be 2038? It's 12 years from now.
I don't think they'll come back that soon.
Yeah.
They're saying that in 2038 it's either going to North America or Oceania, which is
the hell is that?
That was my reaction.
The lost city of Atlantis or something?
That was my reaction. I'm like, what stadium do they have?
They need to play it underwater.
Yes.
To even the
we're talking.
Maybe that's it.
I think other parts of the world don't count Australia as a continent. They group like Australia and New Zealand and some other islands and stuff.
Melanesia, Micronesia, and Polynesia.
Whoa. Yeah. There you go.
I see.
Yeah.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say we're more equipped to handle a World Cup.
Get your tickets now to Micronesia.
Yeah, right. Here's one thing. I would also say that last night's match was a big victory for Jared Carlin because his contention that he could play goal for a World Cup team and not have it look all that much different certainly wouldn't with Team USA last night.
I can't. I've never seen Jared on a soccer pitch before.
Well, we're gonna.
We will, but it's hard to picture anybody
being worse.
Watching that play
Thank
more
you.
than Matt Freese
Thank
did.
you.
And my point is, that's the obvious one. But if I played goal for Belgium, would things have been that different?
No.
Seriously.
Not if everything else remained the same.
Right, exactly.
He was challenged like once or twice.
Exactly. Yeah. That's my point. You losers out there.
I still disagree.
I still think you're going to get absolutely humiliated on Thursday.
Neither here nor there.
We got to hit some social studies. We'll do it next with Sammy. It's Pickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Give me your number one pitching request.
Reed Detmers.
Okay, I'll give you Reed Detmers. Give me your number one hitter. Who is the number one hitter that you want a realistic trade deadline target? You can get a little unrealistic if you want, but
Wilson
stay in
Contreras.
reality. Okay, I'll give you Wilson Contreras. I'll give you Reed Detmers. Are the Diamondbacks making the playoffs now? Yeah, that needs to be a yes, Dave Berth.
Well, no. I understand that. I mean,
you can't go when we're going to give up a lot for Wilson Contreras and Reed Detmers.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, you can feel that heavy summertime heat settling in Arizona, and if your windows are in bad condition, you know what's going to happen over the next few months? All that heat is going to pour into your home. It's going to overwhelm your air conditioning system. It's going to cost you a ton of money. I know this from personal experience. Last summer, I had a grotesque electric bill of $666. Thought it was a sign of the devil that we live in purgatory in Arizona. Truth of the matter was my windows were shot. I had them all replaced by Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows specifically for our harsh desert climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimensions of your home. Never retrofitted on site. Couldn't be more happy with the way they look. The craftsmanship was incredible, and that is because their installation crews are all full-time vetted employees, never random subcontractors, and the results are windows that will seal your home from excessive heat and monsoon conditions, windows that will literally pay you back. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. Here's my buddy Joe to tell you about a great special going on right now at Advanced Window Products.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, we are doing a free labor event. If you call today and mention Bickley, you will get $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. And this week only, we are offering free installation. Call right now, 480-676-3600. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middleman markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. You must call today to get this offer. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call right now, 480-676-3600 for that $3,000 off and the free labor, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
We've got the world's biggest soccer tournament, and it only gets better when you can trade on the outcome. Yep, get in on all the action with Kalshi, because here come the final teams from the quarterfinals, semifinals, and, of course, soccer's ultimate prize happening July 19th. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Hey, you see the latest? Messi joining Giannis, linking up with Kalshi. Remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports, one word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports, one word, on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Our new modern neighborhood butcher, Southern Steer Butcher, just opened in Chandler, and now a grand opening in Surprise. Yep, this weekend, July 11th and 12th, Southern Steer Butcher, grand opening in Surprise. Huge deals. Paul Calvise here. We're talking their famous flavor-infused marinated steak tips, only $16.99 a pound. Marinated chicken, only $3.99 a pound. Plus, save 25% on jerky and free samples. SouthernSteer.com for all the info. Or stop by in the Surprise City Center at Elm Street, SouthernSteer.com.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs opened their series up with the Padres with an 8-0 win last night with the help of the long ball and Brandon Pfaadt. The Snakes went deep 3 times, the biggest being a Max Kepler 3-run shot. Geraldo Perdomo and Nolan Arenado added one as well. And Brandon Pfaadt tossed 5 innings of shutout baseball in the win in Game 2 from San Diego. Tonight will be with Zach Gallen on the mound. First pitch at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And with less than a month till the Cardinals-Panthers Hall of Fame game and the NBA Summer League quickly approaching for the Suns, we've got you covered when it comes to everything with the Suns and Cardinals over on ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event going on now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Mulatto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
All right, good morning. It is 7:30. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. I'm Sammy Sobolka, and Brandon Pfaadt, guys. 2 starts since his call-up from Reno. 2 really good outings. What just have you noticed from him that you've liked that's been different from the Brandon Pfaadt before he went down?
He's attacking the strike zone.
Nice.
Well, that's
certainly one of them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Even though Vinny was going into his schlocky broadcaster imitation, that's pretty much what he's been doing.
Yeah.
He hasn't been walking guys.
I agree.
So he's taken that bit of advice from Mike Hazen to heart. Throw the ball over the plate. Work from ahead.
Yep. And Torrey, it's always good to hear Torrey get into the nitty-gritty of baseball talk. Like he was talking about Brandon Pfaadt's stuff last night instead of saying, I believe in him. So it sounded like Torrey was really impressed with his stuff as well. And we saw Max Kepler go deep last night. Why does this lineup need someone like him or like Nolan Arenado to be a spark aside from Corbin, Jerry, and Cattell?
Because there's a profound lack of slug in this lineup, and they knew it going in, and they thought they had kind of reverse engineered the team to kind of compensate for their lack of home run power with great defense and great pitching, and that hasn't always been the case. So that's why a game from Max Kepler last night hit the way it did.
Yeah.
It was production from somebody who wasn't Corbin Carroll, Cattell Marte, or Geraldo Perdomo.
Yeah, and I know Torrey Lovello said after the game, we knew this was coming from Max Kepler, and that's why they rolled the dice on him, because it was a low risk move. A little bit of controversy with the move too, coming off of a PED suspension. Sure. But Vic's exactly right. 5 through 9, there's not a lot of pop, and it's not even. There's just not been any production, let alone from no pop. There's nobody getting on base for a lot of the the first 90 games of this season. So that's exactly why they need it, and it'd be nice to see him stay hot.
Do again. I know. All right, so now that you've had the night to sleep on what we watched last night from the United States, what is your overall feeling about the USA team at this 2026 World Cup?
The ending was sort of like the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
It really, really was. And going into last night's game, and as we talked about on the show yesterday, part of what I was afraid of, had Balogun remained suspended, missing the game, Team USA would have had that full underdog mentality. They would have had the chip on their shoulder. The events that happened took that and gave it all to Belgium. And they took the field with extraordinary heat because they felt that they had been trifled with.
Yeah, my overall thought is this particular group did what it was expected to do.
Yeah.
Which, I don't know, in the grand scheme of things, how inspiring really is that?
Mm-hmm.
When is United States men's soccer going to do something it's not supposed to do?
Nice.
And knock off a powerhouse. I mean, if you look at their results, again, my same buddy who's a huge soccer fan, he's pointed out their lack of success against European teams. They have one win against a European team in their last 12 matches, regardless of venue or tournament. And that was the Bosnia win preceding this game. So, can it be viewed as success if you did what you were supposed to do? I guess that is all in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah, so then why should Americans still care about the World Cup then in this tournament?
Because it's been a tremendous tournament to this point. The American inclusion certainly added a layer for a lot of fans, but you want star power? If that's what you crave as a sports viewer, you're not watching the rest of this, that's on you.
Yeah.
Because this has been fantastic from that standpoint.
Vic, you feel the same?
I do. Listen, and if you're looking for the whitest soccer match in history, watch Norway-England on Saturday.
And it's in Miami. So whoever's selling sunblock.
Yeah.
Isn't that right?
Isn't that right?
No doubt. Okay, now less than a month until the Cardinals-Panthers Hall of Fame game. Is there anything more anticipated in sports than football season?
I'm glad you didn't frame that by saying, is there anything more anticipated than the Hall of Fame game?
No, the answer is no.
No.
I think especially because it's on the end of summer and baseball season and not a ton. So.
Look, every other off season, quite honestly, when the season starts back up in baseball or basketball or hockey, you're like, wow, it's time already?
Yeah.
Football off season lasts from early February to early September, and it seems like 9 years, quite honestly. And I'm talking about college football too.
Yes.
Those fall and winter months where or the weeks where you get football, I mean, what a blessing as a sports fan. But the off season just takes forever.
It's because they need that amount of time for each fan base to talk themselves into why they're making the playoffs this year, right?
I don't know.
Well,
if all
maybe
fan
it takes
bases can do
forever
that.
because most sports, when they end, you go through your off-season machinations and then you forget about it for months.
Right.
Football, it's just if you're a sports fan, you can't get away from it.
Yeah.
So the waiting feels like the hardest part because it's listen. The yo-yos at ESPN Radio, they've been talking about Lamar Jackson for 5 months.
It's also unlike other sports. They have teases of football throughout the offseason. There's no such things as off-season workouts and training camps in the other sports that come throughout the off-season. They just have the regular preseason. The NBA, the closest thing is the summer league, but that's only featuring the rookies and stuff, not your star players.
It's also the shortest of the seasons. What an NFL season, 21 weeks start to finish?
True.
Which leaves you 31 weeks of the year where there's no football.
Oh, yeah. I agree.
We're still 10 Sundays away from NFL football.
But if you say it like that, it doesn't sound that bad.
No,
right?
it doesn't.
So there you go. Happy. What is it? It's only Tuesday.
It's not a Sunday at all, either.
I know. Yeah, right.
We're all rebooted on this. What is it? Tuesday?
I guess.
Thanks, Sammy. Now my computer's fried again. Last night, Brandon Pfaadt checked a box. Can Zach Gallen be the next Diamondbacks pitcher to check a box in San Diego? We'll explore it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You are leaning on a lot of players you've drafted in the last couple years who haven't really proven it yet. Ideally, you can build your defense that way. You draft really well, and then you just develop these guys. So ideally, this could work, but if it doesn't, then people look and they say, okay, you're not drafting well, and you're putting these guys in. I mean, it's put up or shut up in the NFL anyway, but it feels especially that way for the Cardinals this year because you kept Nick Rollis. You basically kept the same defense. You're saying, okay, last year was weird. We're giving you a do-over. And I can hear the argument for that, but it just puts a lot of pressure on that side of the ball.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom. Freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision can eliminate readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata here, and Over 25 years ago, I had LASIK surgery after years of wearing contacts and glasses and being bothered by having to do so. I loved it, changed my life. But as I've gotten older, my vision has changed. It's still pretty good, but I do find myself squinting at times at trying to see something at distance, and I have had to pull out the readers from time to time. So I scheduled a consultation with Dr. King at K2 Vision. I was wondering what was going on with my vision and what options I may have. Turns out, after a thorough exam, I'm like many people who had LASIK in their younger years. I'm a candidate for a refractive lens exchange, RLE. That's a permanent solution that fixes your vision and ensures I'll never get a cataract. The surgeons, as a team at K2 Vision, have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures. So if you're wondering what's going on with your vision and you're looking for options, I know from my personal experience that they will know the best procedure for you. You can schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Make sure your family is well taken care of with life insurance. Protect your phone, laptops, and more with electronic device insurance, and cover your furry friends with pet health insurance.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
The spotlight is on Talking Stick Resort for Arizona's biggest showdown. The 20th annual Arizona State Poker Championship runs from August 13th to the 19th, celebrating 20 years of high-stakes action. This year's tournament boasts an estimated $3 million prize pool. It's a monumental week of poker right here in the Valley. Get all the championship details at TalkingStickResort.com. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marana talk D-backs baseball now.
I'm proud of these guys. We had a couple of very tough losses against the Brewers at home, and you're always curious about how they're going to respond. And Brandon Pfaadt was fantastic today. He went out there, dialed it up, gave us 5 real good innings, got to that pitch count that we were comfortable with. And the offense did a really nice job of just taking advantage of any situation. We got extra outs, and the Kepler home run was clearly the big blow of this game. It was nice to see him get off the ground, get his first home run.
It's Torey Lovello on last night's win, 8-0 to start that series in San Diego. Brandon Pfaadt on the mound. We just talked about this in the reboot, Bick, about Brandon Pfaadt. What are you seeing differently from him? And I kind of sarcastically said pounding the strike zone. But the other thing, and it's only 10 1/3 innings so far through these 2 starts since he's been back, as he works his way back up to getting fully lengthened out to be a starter. He's kept the ball in the ballpark, which is another thing that has plagued Brandon Pfaadt during his career recently, especially with the Diamondbacks, has given up the long ball, but he's only given up one home run, and that's the only run he's given up in this return to the rotation. So very, very promising performances from Brandon Pfaadt these last two outings.
Yeah, no, and last night's game, that was an emphatic victory. I'll run the stats by you one more time. In fact, in case people have not heard, the team finished last night's game with 11 strikeouts and 0 walks. That was the best strikeout-walk ratio the team has posted since September of 2024 when they beat the Brewers with 13 strikeouts and 0 walks. What made this game even more dominant is this is the 4th time in franchise history where they had the 10+ to 0 walk ratio while also scoring 8 or more runs offensively. So you were getting it done on both sides. And so that was exactly, if you were going to pencil out what kind of victory do you need to begin this 7-game road trip, I don't think last night's game could have gone any better.
Yeah, it was one of those rare wins for the Diamondbacks so far this year where it was over and you're like, well, that was easy.
Yeah.
I think that was pretty stress-free.
They made it back to 500 for the 15th time this season.
That's an amazing
It's an insane statistic. And so the question now, can they stack another victory today? Which brings us to Zach Gallen.
Yeah, because Zach Gallen, we're still waiting for him to arrive. And if you look at even his last 5 starts, there's been glimpses. I mean, the Tampa Bay loss, which was his second to last outing on June 26th, he had a stretch where he got into some trouble early, settled down, and then it just kind of fell apart again. But 6 earned runs last time out against the Giants, 5 against Tampa Bay, 9 in that disastrous game against the Twins at Chase Field where he got booed off the mound. It doesn't necessarily apply to Zach Gallen, but you were starting to wonder, okay, these pitchers that are floundering, Pfaadt, Gallen, Kelly, can they turn it around? At least Brandon Pfaadt's taken the bull by the horns and shown it's possible. I wonder if that inspires Zach Gallen at all.
Well, I don't know if he needs inspiration, but I do think he needs to have a good effort now.
Statistically, he's the worst pitcher in all of baseball.
He is.
He has the worst ERA, he has the worst WHIP, and he has the worst WAR in
not good.
All of baseball.
That's not good. Now, last start against the Giants, he went 4 clean innings to start the game.
Yep.
It was one of the better starts to a game that I've seen from Zach Gallen. And then, bam, he got. He got 5 more outs, but not before giving up 6 earned runs. And so even though he has shown glimpses in each of his last 2 games, each of the last 2 games, his ERA keeps climbing north, not south. So at some point in time, Zach Gallen is going to have the ball taken from him. Now, we're not there today. We might not be there a week from today. But, again, you can't keep throwing Zach Gallen out there when he's got the stats and he's giving you the stats that he has consistently. So I hope this is the game where it turns around for him.
Well, and I know there was talk last week, and the frustration with Zach Gallen is palpable. I think he's frustrated with what he's putting out there as well, and the talk is, you got to get rid of him. And I know Derek Hall came out and said, look, we haven't even thought about those conversations yet, and I think part of that has to do with the lack of options that they have in terms of, all right, if Zach Gallen is not the guy and you're removing him from the rotation, what do you plug in and what can you count on to plug in? It's not a great spot to be in, but Zach Gallen does have the luxury of a little bit of a safety net from that standpoint to get things right. And if you look at it as well, this could be a good opportunity for him to get pointed in the right direction too, because of what we talked about earlier in the show. This Padres lineup, the numbers are astounding when you look at the balance sheet and what the contracts and the figures owed to these guys is moving into the future up until 2030. The other thing that's astounding is how bad they've been collectively and individually. It's a bad offensive baseball team.
You don't think that they're taking the opposite approach and they're saying, okay,
absolutely,
today's the game where we get healthy, where we get back on track. Zach Gallen's coming. You know, Zach Gallen only has 56 strikeouts the entire season, 56 strikeouts in 92 innings.
Yeah,
He has 9 more earned runs that he's given up than he has strikeouts.
Yeah,
and this is a guy that used to be his thing.
Yeah, I mean, when we had Mike Hazen on last week on the show, we talked about that whole subject of the strikeout numbers being down and, swing and miss not being a huge component. But Zach Gallen's numbers on that front, I don't have the swing and miss numbers, but if you go back to 2022, which was arguably it was one of his good years. He finished 5th in the Cy Young. He led the National League in WHIP. He also led the major leagues in hits per 9 innings, 5.9, and his strikeouts per 9, 9.4. Those numbers this year, the WHIP 1.565, the hits per 9 innings is almost doubled to 11.3, by far the worst of his career, by 3 full hits. And his strikeouts are down from 9.4 to 5.5 per 9 innings. He's
in nearly the same amount of innings.
Yes.
He has 100 less strikeouts than Jacob Mizorowski.
Talk about an extreme example.
I know.
That's an extreme example, but it's still statistically across the board the worst pitcher in baseball this season, which is mind-boggling.
I know.
We thought maybe at worst he was no longer an ace, but a solid number 2 and definitely a super strong number 3.
Mm-hmm.
I never thought he would have this late into the season.
Yeah.
Right, like worst case at the beginning of the season with the skepticism of bringing back Gallen. Like worst case, we were thinking by a little after the All-Star break, Corbin Burns would come back, be your ace. Merrill Kelly would solidify himself as the number 2.
Ryan Nelson would take this step up.
Maybe Ryan Nelson and Zach Gallen would vie for that third position in the rotation. And boy, could we have been more wrong in all 3 of those things.
Yeah, but after the All-Star break, you're getting Soroka back. If Fogg can continue to do this, Eduardo Rodriguez has been solid. At least then 3/5 of your rotation is performing, is achieving to a degree. I don't know. This is a very, very important series for the Diamondbacks.
I would think so. Because I would think that if Zach Gallen makes both of his starts before the All-Star break.
No, this is it.
This is it.
Yes.
Okay. And this one might be.
Wait.
There's 7 games left.
Yeah, so
actually 6 games now.
So I think he gets one more start.
One more, yeah.
Okay. So he'll get this start and then the last game before the All-Star break, the way it pens out.
Yep.
Yeah.
I would think that if there is nothing significantly different, that you have to think alternative strategies coming out of the break.
Yeah, and that might be one of the things that they devise during the break too, is to try to come up with a plan moving forward.
Look, it's hard watching a guy that has been so accomplished and has been here so long and has been such a great Diamondback on so many different levels.
Probably on the Mount Rushmore of D-backs starting pitchers.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a shame to see him go through this because even that last start, you can take some solace that he actually got 4 strikeouts last start, but he got through 4 innings and you're thinking he's finally, and there goes your quality start.
Still very envious of your ability to
you. Really good.
The bad crack.
Yeah, well,
just on demand.
You have got a hell of a tongue.
Hey-o! Coming up next, Bick's going to use that tongue to deliver today's Bickley Blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and if you're like most people, you spend more time planning your summer vacation than you do your actual retirement, and that's why a lot of people get to a certain point in their lives and they wonder, do I have enough? Do I have the peace of mind I need? Will retirement be the reward for a lifetime of hard work the way it's meant to be? If you have any of that stress in your life, highly recommend you call the fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth, because most people, they've got a tax person here, they've got an investment advisor over here, and there's no one really talking to each other, the family office at Trajan Wealth puts it all under one roof. Your investment, your taxes, your estate planning, all on the same team, working from the same playbook. And if you've ever wondered if your existing plan could be working better, call Trajan Wealth and find out. That's what they do. They'll give you a second opinion on your current portfolio, and then they can craft an individualized plan that's actually built around you. When I visited Trajan Wealth, I came away super impressed with pretty much everything, especially their candor, all facts, no financial jargon, just the way I like it. Walked out knowing I was in really good hands. Give them a call today. Get your plan started. 855-TRAJAN-1, 855-TRAJAN-1, online at TrajanWealth.com.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've been on the radio now in Phoenix for just about 30 years. I've seen a lot of companies come and go. M-Drive didn't. In fact, I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years. Every single morning. And these days, that's probably the best endorsement I can give you. Because after you reach the age of 40, you start noticing changes. Your energy's not the same. Recovering, takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's true for a lot of men. That's why M-Drive was created. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. There's no hype. There's no shortcuts. Just a daily habit I've trusted for over a decade. I know the founder personally. I've watched the company grow right here in Phoenix, and I've continued taking M-Drive every single morning. Go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, over 10 years, every morning.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DIS. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we've built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess the word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and electrical. The D-backs started their 4-game series with the Padres off on the right note last night in their 8-0 win. Max Kepler went deep for the first time as a Diamondback and drove in 4 runs. And Brandon Pfaadt, in his second start since returning from Reno, looked good again, going 5 innings, striking out 6, and gave up no runs in the Diamondbacks win. And they'll do it again tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The U.S. men's national team picked the wrong time to play their worst World Cup game last night in their 4-1 loss to Belgium. It officially ended their 2026 World Cup, and it left a lot of American fans asking a lot of questions. And that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
We all celebrated when the Cardinals made Trey McBride the highest paid tight end in football history, but as usual with our NFL franchise, the devil is in the details. And that is because during a recent podcast, McBride revealed the Cardinals attempted to seriously lowball him during contract negotiations, offering him $12 million a year. And that's when McBride said he thought about playing elsewhere for the very first time in his professional career. Eventually, the Cardinals got to the right place financially, but these stories shake me to the core because they should not be happening. Not with an organization that was gifted a stadium, not with an organization that tells us how badly they want to win, not when this is the same team that didn't want to pay Kurt Warner fair value after he led them to the Super Bowl when Warner almost signed with the rival 49ers. That really happened, folks. You can go look it up. And this kind of regression to the dark ages wasn't supposed to happen after Michael Bidwill assumed full control. But the Cardinals have lost 49 games in the past 4 seasons, the worst 4-year stretch in franchise history. And with another terrible season in 2026, they will easily become the worst era of football in their wretched history. You can argue with the aesthetics, you can argue with my point, but you cannot argue with the numbers or the horrible feeling that it may not get better anytime soon. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Was it the first offer was 16?
No, the first offer was actually way lower, but it was like 12. You know, the Cardinals are.
Oh,
yeah. So then I was like,
were you feeling disrespected? You're like,
well, then I was like, yeah, it might not be the Cardinals. Maybe I go somewhere else. Maybe I play my last year and kind of explore my options. And then they finally, they wanted to get it done, and I knew I wanted to be the highest paid at the time. And Travis was at 17, and we got to 19, and I really wanted 20. 20 was the number I really wanted, but we couldn't get him up to 20.
Get it on the next one.
So that is the same podcast that we referenced last week for a different reason entirely.
Yep.
That's Bussin' with the Boys.
Yes.
One of the more popular sports podcasts out there.
Mm-hmm.
I got a lot of thoughts on this.
Good. Lay them on me.
Is it Trey McBride's place to tell everybody how the sausage was made? Negotiations are a thing. And I don't think any team is going to come out, and maybe I'm speaking completely out of school, but I don't think any team's going to come out with their top offer right out of the gate.
But don't you want to make your best player happy? I mean, do you really want to play that game with Trey McBride? I get negotiating, but you want to start there. You heard him admit how it made him feel.
Yeah.
You want to do that to your best player when you're the Arizona Cardinals?
I mean, if you ultimately get to where you want him to be.
Okay, I couldn't disagree with you more. It's the same thing with the Kurt Warner thing. After the Super Bowl run, the Cardinals didn't want to pay him fair value. He had to go on a free agent visit to San Francisco. He eventually came back to Arizona. Do you think he's felt the same about him ever since?
Probably not. No. Look, and I thought that, there's similarity, a lot of difference in those, where that came up after leading them to the Super Bowl in the offseason. Mm-hmm. And I remember just my jaw dropping that they allowed Kurt Warner to
How
go
could you
visit.
do that?
Yes.
When you hadn't even been in the same zip code as a Super Bowl, and you got a guy who brought you there.
This obviously didn't get close to that, and Trey McBride obviously eventually got close to what he wanted in $20 million. He got to 19. He's no longer the highest paid tight end. I don't know. I mean, I wasn't here for the discussion last week, too, when you referenced Trey McBride's comments on Arizona. And I'm not sure.
Not having any fans?
I'm not sure. And look, I'm not sure any good comes out of those comments either, quite honestly.
Do you want to hear those again? I have them right here.
Yeah, in case people missed that part of the discussion last week, like I did, and that part of the discussion on the podcast, here was Trey McBride talking about the lack of fan support in Arizona.
We crush Coop because Coop is a massive Cardinals fan.
Which is wild.
Yeah.
Because there's not even a whole lot of them in Arizona.
There's none in Arizona, so
Yeah.
the fact that we have some in Nashville is pretty cool. Yeah.
Dude, I grew up in Arizona, and like,
Right.
what was it, 07, 08, when they went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
It's the
yeah.
first time in my entire, I was like a junior in high school. It's the first time I ever saw like Arizona Cardinal hats out there ever. And then all of a sudden the Super Bowl was over and the hats just kind of went away.
Everyone left,
Yeah, it
yeah.
was like fairy dust. They'd all just kind of in the distance.
Well, it's like, living in Arizona, no one's from Arizona. Everyone kind of has moved in from another state, so they're all fans of their own team. So now you have the Arizona that sits there, and there's no Arizona fans in Arizona. So it's a tough deal, but
dude.
Hopefully we start winning some games and we can bring some of those fans back.
Look, I think this is an example of an athlete letting his hair down on a podcast, and we've had Trey McBride on the show, and Trey answers questions. Does he let his hair down like that with us? Certainly not. Much more guarded. But if I'm one of the 40 to 45,000 diehard Cardinal fans that's at State Farm Stadium every week, regardless of who's in that stadium, in terms of opposition, I hear that, and I'm a little pissed. I got to be honest with you.
Okay, I'm going to disagree with you again. I don't think any Cardinal fan who has seen what has happened in that stadium would be offended by what Trey McBride said. I think they feel as bad about what's happened in that stadium as Trey McBride does.
But to hear him, the gist of what he's saying, I agree with. But when you use exact language like "there's none," there are no Cardinal fans in
he's
Arizona.
hyperbolic. I get it. Okay. Look, Trey McBride was drafted in 2022. He wasn't here in 2015 and 2016 when there was a real home field advantage here. That was real. That existed. Why does it not exist anymore?
Well, I think
it's not because there's no fans in Arizona.
That ultimately falls on the organization and their failures to build a winning football team.
So again, why would you be negotiating like this with your best young player? I don't get it. I really don't. Would Matt Ishbia do this?
Thank goodness it worked out. Because if we're playing that soundbite on his introductory press conference to wherever, in the Minnesota Vikings or something, then it's, oh my goodness. The part of the soundbite that you don't like is that he said, like, after that initial offer, I'm thinking, well, I guess maybe I'll go somewhere else.
I'll play my last year here and forget about a contract and move on someplace else.
Which
that's what bothers me.
Even if they obviously wound up coming to an agreement that he was happy and made him the highest paid. But the fact that thought even entered in his head and is still there somewhere enough that he's saying it on a podcast.
Do you think Trey McBride will ever forget they came at him with a $12 million offer? Now, the Cardinals might think that's smart negotiating. But he may never forget that.
It's crazy that some people go on podcasts, and I think they just forget that they're being recorded. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they speak
or they're
like,
not around media. They're talking to they're talking to football
and
players.
that's the beauty of some podcasts that they can get people to do that. But
we don't have the audio, but I want to say I want to read what Trey McBride said before that part of the audio that we heard. Quote, I remember going through the whole process of getting the new contract. I kind of knew I was going to sign a big one, and I just remember I was at home and my agent called me. I ended up signing for $76 million. At the time, it was like, hey, we got 4 years for $64 million, which was $16 million a year. And I was like, blank, dude, $64 million. Oh, my God. I'm like, dude, let's lock it in. $64 million, that's life-changing. He's like, nah, bro, we're not going to do that. Blank that. Like, what? You sure you're not going to go anywhere? And it was just so cool to finally end up signing that big deal to be higher than Travis Kelce and George Kittle at the time or whoever was up there. it was pretty cool to sign that deal, is what he said prior to that. So there was a lot of agent influence as well. The first reaction
because the agent knew what his value was.
Yeah, and that's their job. But it's also, I just think that's part of normal negotiating that we don't necessarily hear a lot of the details on.
I disagree. I don't think you lowball one of your best young employees that way. You're only asking for trouble. If you're going to get to that number anyways, why are you insulting a guy with a lowball offer?
In the soundbite, he didn't say, look, I know that's just negotiation, so I didn't take it. It sounded like he thought he was lowballed, just in the soundbite we played.
Yeah, but again, that's why I read the part that preceded that. Coming up next, U.S., their dream is over. There will be no World Cup title, not even a trip to the quarterfinals after they get blasted by Belgium. More reaction to that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
All this talk about character and how important that is, and then you make this move. So what was the thinking? Do you not care? Is it, okay, I know him because he went to Michigan State? Like, you got to address it. It's almost worse if you don't address it, because then everybody's mind runs. Like to your point with Miles Bridges, like, I believe in second chances, but that was terrible. Like, and it's all new to us. Like, I get that it was a few years ago in Charlotte, but to this fan base, it's new. You're new here. And that's the first thing people think of when they think of Miles Bridges.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make those investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. That way, you don't have to worry about settling on one offer or maybe leaving money on the table without even realizing it. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. See, not only does Orchard give you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later, you still get top dollar for your home. And this is how. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com, Orchard.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run, because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jeweler for almost 100 years, we're known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. We stand behind our engagement rings with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We handpick the most beautiful diamonds, then negotiate for the best price. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 5.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and 4Runner. Or get low 3.99% financing for up to 60 months on Tacoma. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 5.99% with 1933 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 3.99% with 1841 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Luke. What's next for the U.S. men's national team after its round of 16 game against Belgium? We'll be talking World Cup at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I said it before. That's a good generation of players. But why is so much hype behind it? They're not achieved anything. Most of the time, this country went out round of 16. So now we're out of round of 16. So we have to talk about it. And like Jürgen said, you will look back and you will be like, okay, we can work on it. We can get better for the next one. But we said that already in Qatar. So, then we went out again. So, and now we go in this one. Now you have to look and you have to sit down and have real conversation.
Jermaine Jones, ESPN soccer analyst, answering the question, was progress made by this year's United States men's national team at the World Cup? He stated facts. They got back to the round of 16. They did win a knockout round game, which was different this year because of the expanded field. The knockout round began with 32 teams as opposed to 16 in the past, but they advanced no further. The last 4 World Cup appearances for the Americans have ended in this very spot. And I don't think, with all due respect to Belgium, Bick, I don't think the Americans lost to the eventual champions. They lost to a team that was certainly better than them for 90-plus minutes last night and probably overall. But it was a very, very disappointing performance on a gigantic, maybe the biggest stage this program's ever had.
Yes. Yeah.
And it was a disappointing performance.
Yeah, listen, it was bad enough that Belgium scored the first goal. Malik Tillman scored again on a free kick. This one was deflected. It was proof that the soccer gods were certainly smiling on that young man. Yeah. But you thought maybe that moment was going to be the momentum-changing moment. And 2 minutes later, they score on another header. And then that third goal, that awful atrocity, that amateur hour display from the USMNT goalie and his back line, that was something that ruined it for me. I have a hard time kind of feeling like, yeah, that was progress.
Well, yeah, even at 2-1 with the disappointment of squandering the momentum right back to Belgium, anything can happen in a 2-1 game. You can get, and Tillman had been great at free kicks. You get one of those, you convert one of them. Mm-hmm. You get a freaky play on a corner, whatever. Something can happen in a 1-goal game. When it became a 2-goal game, it was just demoralizing because even at 2-1, Belgium had dominated that contest.
Yeah, they looked by far the superior team. Well, that was really depressing to me.
Let me ask you guys this, right? So the World Cup, it expanded teams, so you get the round of 32. Normally, you just go right to the round of 16, which is where the U.S. lost last night. If that were the case and it were, quote, a normal World Cup, and the United States had just played Belgium in their first knockout stage game and lost the way they did, do you think we would be? Do you think we would be viewing this team and this experience differently?
I think that it's equally disappointing. I don't think that
really. Because they wouldn't have advanced as far as they did. First of all, and would the loss have been the same? All the ingredients.
I don't think people are viewing that knockout win versus Bosnia as any more than extended group play.
I disagree.
I don't think people think that this year's team did any better than any other team.
I agree with Jarrett.
I'm on the flip side. I think a lot of people think that the knockout stage win, it backs what they've been thinking.
Followed by a blowout versus a real team, then maybe.
That knockout win is really all they have to kind of lean on. Right. That at least we won a knockout round game.
Yeah, and that win in itself, being shorthanded for more than 30 minutes of game time, it was a gutty effort.
They've never. The problem with this team is even when they've won their last knockout win was against who? Mexico and Japan.
Yeah, in 2002. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. The problem is this team never has a miracle on ice moment. They never go and beat a powerhouse.
Yeah.
And Belgium is considered probably a B plus kind of program. They're
lower end of the top 10.
Lower end of the top 10. Yeah, they're not A plus. It's not France.
FIFA ranking 9.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then to watch the whole night kind of devolve into Fox announcer John Strong, who was getting killed for this, by the way. He started begging people to keep watching soccer. I even made a note of this. He said, quote, "If you've enjoyed what you're seeing, well, support your local team. This doesn't have to be the last soccer you watch for the next 4 years." It's like, okay, man, that's when you know that this night went very, very poorly for Team USA. Well, and everybody knows that the money, that the cash spigots have now shut. And it's been a financial windfall for the most part for Fox. Had Team USA continued to win, these matches would have gotten into Super Bowl territory in terms of audience size. And that's not going to happen. We mentioned yesterday, Nike badly underestimated how much merch to print going into this World Cup and ran out everywhere. So I think there's this kind of feeling that, oh, man, we almost had a gold mine on our hands.
Yeah, it's true.
And it's also just, in general, did you watch this game and just in general, this USA team and say, okay, they're right there. This is it. They finally did it. They finally got right there where now, from now on, they're going to be a World Cup contender every year.
The victory over Bosnia.
It feels the same as always.
The victory over Bosnia, this is where I'll side with Sammy a little bit. Even though it was just Bosnia and Herzegovina, can't select
yes.
Two countries.
You beat two countries in one.
You beat 40% of Yugoslavia.
That's it. There were things in that match that they overcame. They overcame a lot of adversity, some rough moments, losing their key guy, playing 10 on 11. And so I think a lot of us convinced ourselves that while that victory was a knockout victory and what it lacked in style points and domination, at least we got in resilience. And then you had the Malik Tillman free kick. That was the crescendo moment.
The special moment.
And we all thought, we're here. Mm-hmm. And then we're not.
Yeah. Here's Jeff Cameron from ESPN on what he thinks this program needs to do to get better.
The U.S. really need to continue to put themselves in good opportunities to play against top countries like a Belgium, whether it's England, going toe-to-toe with those guys, because that's where we gain experience. These knockout games, that's where you grow, you grow bigger in these moments and you get comfortable, be comfortable being uncomfortable. And these are the moments, the pressure, the Copa America that's going to come to the U.S. That's massive for us. And giving that experience.
Yeah, and to hear him say, be comfortable, get comfortable being uncomfortable, that was evident from the minute the first kickoff happened last night. That was an uncomfortable soccer team for whatever reason. Even that first goal when the ball's in the box, and I mentioned earlier in the tournament, in the Turkey game, playing my own little drinking game with Tim Weah, who should, was only on the field because they were, avoiding yellow card suspensions for a couple of players. Mm-hmm. Last night in the first half, it was Serginho Dest, who
he's bad.
He did nothing right. Pulisic did almost nothing right. Mm-hmm. I mean, there was just so many players who just not only weren't strong enough to stay on the big stage, they kind of fell off the stage. It was so bad.
That's a good way of putting it. And it was just a very ungainly, unseemly way to end that really undid a lot of the good that was accomplished.
And that's a good way to put it, because having this conversation, had I told you we were going to have this conversation yesterday at this time, I would have said, you're nuts. Mm-hmm. They've done so much to advance all of this. And in one contest, they undid almost all of it.
They sure did.
Yeah. And now you got to wait 4 more years.
And will people now look for soccer in the meantime? Look, it's funny because I've gone back and I've kind of checked some Erling Haaland clips with Manchester City. It just doesn't hit the same. it's a combination of playing for your nation and what it creates in the stands, right?
People don't watch a lot of gymnastics and swimming in the winter.
Yeah, that's it.
All year long.
Bite your tongue. I'm in a gymnastics fantasy league.
That's funny. So I'm listening to John Strong last night, plead with people to keep watching soccer, and it reminds me of people at the Olympics who write these stories about judo. Like, give it a chance, everybody. You saw it. Curling. If you loved in the Olympics, give it a chance. It just felt so desperate.
Find your local handball league.
Coming up next, we will talk Diamondbacks baseball. Jack Summers, D-backs on SI, will join us. It's Pickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-1. Weekly hit right side. It's picked up by Pavin. Flips to Jamison at the bag in time, and the Diamondbacks just dominate the Padres here in the series opener by a final score of 8-0.
Reacting to a D-backs shutout of the Padres in San Diego on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, so imagine buying a new television from a big box store. You lug it out to your car. You get all the way home. You bring it inside. You unpack it. You discover a small crack in the corner of the television, or it doesn't turn on when you plug it in. What do you do then? That is one of many reasons why you shop with my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance, because you will get same-day delivery 7 days a week. You will get a no-worry installation done by a professional. You will get the same prices you're going to pay at those big box stores, but you're going to get 10 times the service. At Waltz, they'll deliver it, mount it, calibrate it, program your remotes, set up your streaming apps, walk you through everything before they leave, because at Waltz, this is what they do. Their people are specialists. They'll ask about your room size, your seating distance, whether you want the sound bar or the full surround sound setup. You're not going to get those conversations at a big box store. Finally, people assume Waltz is more expensive because of that experience, because of all their great inventory. Wrong. They're as price competitive as the big box stores, and to prove it, they'll match any price you bring them. Also, when you're at Waltz, drop my name, you're going to get an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your call. And remember, Waltz has got your back from day one. You can find them off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Outstanding service. Ready Services replaced our home hot water heater with same-day service. From estimate to completed installation, which felt nothing short of miraculous.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. TRAJAN 1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks opened their series up with the Padres with an 8-0 win last night with the help of the long ball and Brandon Pfaadt. The Snakes went deep 3 times last night, the biggest being a Max Kepler 3-run shot. Geraldo Perdomo and Nolan Arenado added 1 as well. And Brandon Pfaadt tossed 5 innings of shutout baseball in the win. Game 2 from San Diego tonight will get going at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And with less than a month till the Cardinals-Panthers Hall of Fame game and the NBA Summer League quickly approaching, we've got you covered when it comes to the Suns and Cardinals over on ArizonaSports.com. And another World Cup and another U.S. exit before the quarterfinals. Their 4-1 loss to Belgium last night put a sour taste in American fans as their 2026 World Cup has come to an end. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
And D-backs start their San Diego series with a big 8-0 win over the Padres. Another big start for Zach Gallen as he tries to turn his season around. Coming up tonight, here to talk D-backs with us is a beat writer from D-backs on SI and co-host of the Snakes Territory podcast, Jack Summers, joining us here on Bickley and Murata. Mornings, Jack. Good morning. Thanks for joining us today.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good. I like the fact that we're pretty close in shirt hue today. I went with
we
the
got
pink.
it going on.
Yeah. We were talking about it earlier. That was rare in the fact that after that game last night was over, it was one of those, hey, that was easy kind of wins. How valuable is that experience for this team at this point? And in what is a crucial stretch?
Yeah, they absolutely needed a boost of confidence and a sense of, hey, we can get this done. Look, they're never going to say they're not feeling confident, but I think Corbin Carroll's comments the other night were really dialed in. Like, they know that they need to play a lot better than they have been. They need to hit a lot more. And as he said, it starts with him. Now, he wasn't the big star last night, although he had a nice double down the line. But this is what they need. I mean, they need to get going. Yes, maybe the Padres are slipping into Giants and Rockies territory. That wouldn't break my heart. But if you're talking about beating up on a weak team, but that's the way it is. That's the way it is. We'll take it.
All right. So everybody has kind of highlighted the stretch of games leading into the All-Star break as sort of the final proving ground for this group. I'm curious, as a guy that's got great instincts about this team, what do you think the consequences might be if these next 6 games go very poorly?
Well, certainly it would push them into a area where they would be unwilling to spend a lot of resources to buy. I don't think that they'll make a final decision. I think they'll still wait until after the All-Star break and 4 or 5 games in. The deadline's a little bit later this year. It's August 3rd. So if you back it out a week, you're talking July 26th or 5th. That's probably when they got to make the final call. So, they do have a few days after the break to kind of like finally hone in. But if they, only manage to win 2 more games the rest of this trip, it's not going to give Mike Hazen a lot of confidence to be a strong buyer for sure.
Jack Summers, D-backs on SI, Snakes Territory podcast, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You mentioned Corbin Carroll getting a hit last night, and that was good to see, but he is also wearing it a little bit. And if you look at the numbers recently, the production hasn't been there. The optics will tell you that there is a book on Corbin Carroll right now on how to get him out, and his propensity to swing at that high fastball. I mean, what are you seeing from Corbin Carroll right now? And is this just kind of one of those cyclical things that we see during the course of a season from still a young but very talented player?
Yeah, look, we've seen ups and downs from Corbin before like this. I mean, obviously it's concerning to see him go a full month like this, but we've seen it before. Mm-hmm. He's not infallible. He works his butt off, but he's not going to be able to avoid these types of things throughout his career. We've seen that enough to kind of get a grasp on that. Underlying, I mean, I just hope that there's no we don't find out after the season, oh, he was, playing with such and such an injury, and maybe that's what's preventing him to get to the high strike or something along those lines. There was a swing a week ago or so. It looked like he might have tweaked his shoulder. Torrey insists he's fine. Corbin insists he's fine. And they're not going to give anything away for competitive advantage. But I always worry about it.
All right, frame up Zach Gallen's next start and what it might mean for him. I don't know in sum what you thought of his previous start, but the first 4 innings looked fantastic, and then it suddenly didn't.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with James McCann coming back, the narrative is that, he's done better pitching to McCann. It's not actually provable in the playing record. As far as Zach's ERA when he pitches to James McCann actually isn't any better than has been with Gabby, over the last few years. So I don't know if that's actually going to be a factor, but hopefully just mentally it'll put him in the right place. I just think that Zach Gallen's tipping.
Really?
Just like Brandon Pfaadt was tipping before this. And everyone, all the insiders tell me, and people in and around the team, well, if he was tipping, it would have got back to us. Well, it didn't get back to you on Brandon Pfaadt. It turns out he was tipping. That's why the whole over the head thing had to change. That was a tipping issue. And so he had to stop doing the over the head thing because he was tipping when he did that. So now you look at Zach Gallen, like somewhere, somehow hitters are hitting like they know what's coming. And so how do you stop and retool everything without doing something like they just did with Brandon Pfaadt, but he doesn't have options. So what are you going to do? Give him a phantom IL? I mean, you can't really play around like that. So they're in a tough spot trying to figure out how to get him right. But I think he's tipping. I think it may not be just the typical like little glove flare or something like that. Just the tunneling of the pitches, the hitters see it and they know what's coming.
Yeah. Jack Summers, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Bick asked you earlier, Jack, about, if this stretch of games before the All-Star break goes extraordinarily bad, what that means. Let's go down that road, and if Mike Hazen has to wear the seller's hat at the deadline coming up in early August, when you look at last year the candidates were easily identifiable. It was Gino Suarez at third. It was Josh Naylor. It was obviously Merrill Kelly. They made all those deals. It's a little harder to identify where the interest is. Would you say that most of those candidates would be bullpen guys for the Diamondbacks?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, look, teams are always looking to bolster their bullpens down the stretch and heading into the postseason. D-backs have like 5 guys are signed for next year that they could trade. The problem there is they don't want to just crumble into an abyss. Last year, although they traded some marquee position players, they felt like they had good young players to step in. The second line of defense with the bullpen is not there. I mean, we've seen that. The top 6 or 7 guys have just been fabulous all year long. Hat tip Mike Hazen. He did a much better job on the bullpen than any of us dreamed of. And it's been fabulous. It really has been good. But, the second line of defense isn't there. And every time we see one of these guys come up, they get hammered. So I'm a little nervous about them selling off 3 or 4 relievers. You still got to be competitive the last 60 games of the year.
All right, so give us some of your some thoughts for optimism. Are there some trends that you're liking? Some things the team is doing well now?
The one thing that I will say is the plan to have the defense kind of support the pitching has worked. Their defense is rated really strong, and if you look at their starting pitcher ERA, bullpen ERA, and overall team ERA, they're about middle of the pack. The expected metrics are worse than that, but the defense is filling that gap. And so they're bringing them from 20 or lower up to about 15, 16 in the league. So, I think if you continue to get good pitching from Brandon Pfaadt, if Eduardo is able to kind of hold it together here the rest of the season, and you get a bit of a turnaround from Zach, even a moderate turnaround, then I'm not too worried about the pitching. It's the offense that really needs to get it in gear, and they all do mostly project better on paper than the results that they've gotten. The offense should be better. So, there's some hope there. I mean, if the offense can just hit to their projections, which aren't outstanding, but they're better than the results so far, and the pitching staff keeps doing what it's doing, they could stay in this thing.
Here's another item of optimism. You brought this up on Twitter last night, Jack, is the balance sheet screenshot of the San Diego Padres contracts.
That's right. At least we're not them.
At least we're not them. That was jaw-dropping.
Yeah, well, you know, it's funny. I mean, that franchise, they sold for $3.9 billion. You know, and as I got a response or two, like their owner was, you know, terminally ill and was going for it. Fine. But, you know, at some point, you look at it between now and 2033, between Machado, Tatis Jr., Bogarts, and Merrill, that's $850 million through 2033. And those guys are all mid to late 30s by the time that's over. So, you know, we don't know what's going to happen with the CBA, whether there's going to be a salary cap or just more stringent, mechanisms to control payroll. But that's got a hamstring on the field at some point. They've also emptied their farm system over and over again through these past 5 years to try to, get there. So it wouldn't surprise me to see the Padres kind of really hit some lean times going forward.
Yeah. Jack, as always, great stuff. Thanks so much for the time and the insight. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Jack Summers, beat writer, D-backs on SI, also co-host of the Snakes Territory podcast, joining us on video this morning here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up next, last week the Boston Celtics shook the basketball world by making a controversial trade. Yesterday, their president of basketball ops had to explain it. We'll tell you what Brad Stevens had to say next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You are leaning on a lot of players you've drafted in the last couple of years who haven't really proven it yet. Ideally, you can build your defense that way. You draft really well, and then you just develop these guys. So ideally, this could work, but if it doesn't, then people look and they say, okay, you're not drafting well, and you're putting these guys in. I mean, it's put up or shut up in the NFL anyway, but it feels especially that way for the Cardinals this year because you kept Nick Rawlis. You basically kept the same defense. You're saying, okay, last year was weird. We're giving you a do-over. And I can hear the argument for that, but it just puts a lot of pressure on that side of the ball.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics. Sports fans know the sideline is no place to be, especially when it's vacation season in Arizona, which is the worst time to be stuck with and dealing with nagging, chronic, awful joint pain. Good news is I've got a path back to normalcy for you. My friends at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. These are treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue right at the source wherever you are hurting, and the results are long-lasting relief. And folks, this stuff really works. These treatments are backed by science. They happen right in their office. There's no missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. You get your treatment, you walk back out the door, you go about your day. These treatments help the inflammation in your body calm down, and then the pain backs off, and suddenly you are feeling like your old self again. And I say this confidently because they've helped me dramatically on 2 different occasions. 6 years ago, they helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus. More recently, went through a 5-round treatment for a terrible case of tennis elbow. Got the shocking jolt of pain every time I struck a golf ball. I am markedly better, back to lifting as much weights as I ever have. And know that the patient satisfaction rate at QC Kinetics nationwide, a staggering 92%. If you're dealing with chronic joint pain, go see what these cutting-edge treatments can do for you. The consultation is free. They've got clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. All you have to do is call 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money. A lot. And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins at Galaxy Lending Group. He always tells me, Tom, when it comes to paying off your mortgage, 30 years is optional. Harold, did you know the average pro basketball career is only about 5 years? And you're telling me your clients are paying off their mortgages in about the same time?
They are. With Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator loan, our clients are paying off their mortgages in about 5 years or less, and they don't need a pro basketball contract to make it happen.
That is incredible.
It's true, Tom. The Ownership Accelerator loan puts your existing cash flow to work against your mortgage balance every single day with absolutely no lifestyle changes.
What I really like about Galaxy is you're all so easy to work with.
Thanks. We talk with our clients, not at them, and we'll answer every question until you're totally comfortable. Zero pressure.
Check it out for yourself at GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I tear and pay. Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
As Jalen and I sat down in early June and we talked about, potential future, in Boston or elsewhere, I told him that if we were to ever trade Jalen, that would be a really sad day for me personally. And certainly the emotions that all of us have felt and the consternation we've all felt have been tied a lot less to the moments of highlights in a game, but a lot more of meaningfulness to fans, meaningfulness to the people in our building, and just a meaningfulness of relationships.
That's Brad Stevens, president of basketball operations for the Celtics. The trade got finalized yesterday. Yesterday was also the first day that trades could be finalized. It had been announced.
Yep.
Last week, we saw the Jaylen Brown trade go down to Philadelphia. That shook the basketball world. And he's talking about the sadness of it. Also talked about, why now was the time to trade Jaylen Brown.
I don't know that you can perfectly predict the timing of these things. Obviously, this was not a secret. People had plenty of information, or at least had a reason to make offers, make a run, whatever the case may be. The one thing that I will say is we tried our very best to look and, again, assess not necessarily, we tried to really assess the value of what we thought a pick was worth, or at least best predict it. But it is an interesting time. The new CBA coincided, 7 years after the Supermaxes were instituted. We may not be sitting here if there was a rule in the CBA that said the guys that you drafted, that you signed to 35% Supermaxes count as 25% of the cap, because then that would allow you to build out towards the aprons with a lot less, or with a lot more flexibility.
That last part of what Brad Stevens said there about the timing of it, yes, it did seem inevitable because of the relationship had soured a bit. But that's what people are pointing to in this CBA, is that when you draft well and develop well and put a team where your players perform to the point where they're going to earn those Supermax and max deals, you're eventually going to get penalized for it. And it was time to pay the piper. for the Boston Celtics, and that to me is unfortunate.
Well, there's another kind of theory that's floating out there, because a lot of people wonder why the rush. Why did the Boston Celtics have to trade Jaylen Brown when they traded Jaylen Brown? Could they have not walked away from the table, let cooler heads prevail, try to maybe save the relationship? There's a new wave of stories saying that the decline, the massive decline of local television revenue in the NBA is causing a lot of issues. That teams thought they were going to have this much to spend, thought they were going to have this amount of cap space available, and they don't. And depending on who you have as an owner, you might be getting teams reducing payroll rather than putting it back into the product. Now, Matt Ishbia obviously has willingly put games on free television here in the Valley, and which is a very, very smart move. But I think there's a lot of people who wonder, are these new owners in Boston, is this really more financially than anything? People look at Jaylen Brown and think, tough dude to manage, not always happy, very smart guy who always thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. I mentioned the Kyrie kind of thing earlier. There's some vibes of that. The idea that he took a victory lap after a season in which they got eliminated in the first round, called it the funnest year of his career. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of things out there as to why the Celtics may have soured on Jaylen Brown. It might have been nothing more than money.
It's also which is the real Celtics. Is this the unit that won the championship, or is it the 3 of the other 4 years where they exited the playoffs very early? Which is the sustainable model? And I don't necessarily know that Paul George fixes anything, but they've obviously felt they needed to do something big.
It's a discount.
He's an expiring contract.
Yeah, he's making $3 million less. He's only making $54.1 million per year.
That's unbelievable.
Well, it's interesting that you went down that road, too, of the local television. It's an issue. The NBA had a round of layoffs last week where they laid off dozens of people from their corporate office. And part of the reason why is a restructuring, because they are focusing on a couple of things. They're focusing on growth in Europe, and they're focusing on this local TV thing. The demise of the regional sports network has been a bear for a lot of organizations and leagues to deal with. And Matt Ishbia made that decision. Yes, great public relations, great for exposure, great for building the fan base. Not good financially.
No.
But he's willing to take that hit for the good on the other fronts.
Well, exactly, and that's the most redeeming thing about Matt Ishbia is that nothing changes the pursuit of victory. The balance sheet may move this way, nothing changes the commitment to winning, which certainly doesn't happen in most markets. So, I don't look. The Diamondbacks have been dealing with the loss of regional television, and now they're part of the MLB TV umbrella, and yet they're also, and there's a lot of frustrated fans who I hear from whenever they're on, like they were Sunday, on Peacock. I wonder how many games are just going unwatched in this market, because not only do a lot of fans need the MLB TV subscription, which isn't onerous, but you know how it is. Once you pay for this, you don't want to be paying more.
Yeah.
You want it all inclusive, so you want to be able to eat every meal twice, like Jared Carlin.
You want multiple entrees and desserts.
You want to be able to say, when they come to you at dinner and say, would you like the lobster or the filet, to say both.
You just say yes.
You say, I want the surf and the turf.
Keep them coming until you have to pick me up off the ground.
That's it. So I think on a serious note, though, I know this is it's the way of the world. It's the way of the future. It's not going away. I get all that. But it's very frustrating for a lot of old school fans to not just instinctively go to a place and there's your baseball game waiting for you.
Yeah, and last weekend was that the weird weekend where Friday was Apple TV.
Yep.
Saturday was regular broadcast, and then Sunday was Peacock.
And that's why I would love to know real numbers as to how many people watched all three of those games. I would like to know exactly what kind of attrition this television audience has suffered. And back when they were Fox Sports, that information was very easy to find.
Yeah. Streaming makes that information
very difficult
to deal with, too. Coming up next, we roll into the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You've seen his face on Valley buses, Valley billboards, television commercials during Suns games. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name. It's a fun brand, but don't get it twisted. The work they do is extremely serious, and when it's go time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've even got a full in-house trial team, and all of that trial experience with a 98% winning record tells the insurance companies that Sweet James will not back down. They've got a serious rep, and when the law firm that represents you is taken seriously, that means you are taken seriously, and this is why you can expect maximum compensation when you hire Sweet James. They're the heavy-hitting firm you need in your corner if you're going to be battling those insurance companies. Do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9 million. Remember, the call is free, the consultation is free, and you pay nothing until they win your case. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-4194. 800-488-4194. That's 800-488-4194.
It's Wolf, and America's 250 years old. Independence from kings and tyrants, and today, independence from missing teeth, loose dentures, and hiding your smile. That's right, Aria Dental Implant Center gives you the freedom to eat what you love and smile with confidence without worrying about your teeth. I did it, and you can too. Aria Dental Implant Center is celebrating America's 250th birthday with the Wolf Red, White, and Blue promotion. You can get 10% off this month only. If you know someone you love who's been living with missing teeth, uncomfortable dentures, or a smile they're embarrassed by, now is the time. 10% off when you mention Wolf. Freedom to smile. Freedom to eat whatever you want. Aria Dental Implant Center is restoring smiles and changing lives. 10% off when you mention Wolf. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing.
and electrical. The Diamondbacks started their 4-game series with the Padres off on the right note last night in their 8-0 win. Max Kepler went deep for the first time as a Diamondback and drove in 4 runs. And Brandon Pfaadt, in his second start since coming back up from Reno, looked good again, going 5 innings, striking out 6, and gave up 0 runs in the win. And they're at it again tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound. First pitch from San Diego will be at 6:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The U.S. men's national team picked the wrong time to play their worst World Cup game last night. Their 4-1 loss to Belgium officially ended their 2026 World Cup, and it left a lot of American fans asking a lot of questions. Today, Argentina and Egypt and Colombia and Switzerland, all with hopes to see the quarterfinals. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the official team eye doc for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Schedule your free eye evaluation today at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, it is the 9 o'clock hour. That means it is time for some social studies this morning. You can find us on social media. We are at Bickley_Marotta on X, at Bickley and Marotta on Instagram and Facebook. And you can watch us every single morning on YouTube at Arizona Sports. All right, first question for you guys today. This is for Suns fans. Summer League's coming up, so what player are you most looking forward to see play this season and why? Come on, Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, or Koa Pete?
Yeah, for me, it's Rasheer Fleming. I think Kaman Malawach is more important, but I'm more excited to see Rasheer Fleming.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning that way too. And I think Bick hit on something that kind of resonated with me was the flashes we saw from Rasheer Fleming on both ends of the floor, or where defense would lead to offense from, in that handful of occasions. I mean, I'm stoked to see all of them play in Summer League, but I think Fleming's going to have probably the most playing time of the 3
in the regular
season.
Now, in the Summer League, I know it's Summer League, but for Vinny, which one are you most excited to see in the Summer League?
I mean, probably Koa, because we haven't seen him at the pro level in any capacity yet. And when you come out and you make claims like I want to lead the league in rebounding and offensive rebounding this week, yeah, that's a good goal to have. And I think he recognizes what he's being asked to do for this team. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Nice. Now to the responses. Sumner said all 3 potentially a good preview of what the Suns' future front court might entail. It's a good
all 3 is not an answer.
I know, but
when I give you a poll question.
To Jared's point of the response and the voting, 45% Rasheer Fleming, 29% Kaman Malawach, and 25% Koa Pete. And the voting, I think, is fixed on X, by the way, Jarrett.
I've noticed that, at least in the last couple of days, that it's been back in the hundreds of votes rather than 7.
Right. And those votes include myself. Frank, he said Fleming has had more of an impact. I'd like to see man breakthrough, of course, but I feel like Fleming will have a bigger impact and more minutes for the Suns next season. I think we can all agree on that. All right.
Las Vegas also went outside of the poll, too, and answered Rat Leon.
Oh, Rat Leon.
Wow. I didn't know he was playing for the Suns.
Rat Leon lives.
I didn't know he was playing for the Suns. All right, next question. World Cup related. Will the United States ever be a consistent national power and World Cup contender? Why or why not?
My tendency is to say no.
Tim.
Because it's 2026. Why haven't we seen it yet?
No doubt.
Yeah, I would say that the only hope would be that the momentous star power of this current World Cup would inspire a lot of young kids who are just now kind of growing into their athletic selves.
Yes.
And kind of make them go, that's the sport I want to play. That's who I want to be.
Like to Jarrett's point earlier of you're watching the World Cup with guys like Erling Haaland, Kylian Mbappe, Messi, Ronaldo. Like the United States has never had a player like of that caliber and ilk. And so hopefully...
Again, how is that possible? I'm not saying that they had to have a team as great as some of these teams. How have they never had a top 10 player in the world ever?
Such a good question. I don't know.
I don't have an answer.
It really makes you think.
Listen, people will tell you that the youth soccer programs in this country, they're a mess.
Comparatively, I think so.
Comparatively, that the system is not designed to encourage or to produce these players. And if you're a player of that level of athleticism, you see the money in the NFL, you see the adulation and the adoration to play basketball or to play baseball or football.
Right.
It's very difficult to be the dude and go, no, I'm going to play soccer.
Well, I mean, we also have to acknowledge the fact that the United States is still playing catch-up by its own fault. But if you go back to the last time the World Cup was here in 1994, again, there was criticism because there wasn't a top-flight pro league in the United States. And if Fox will run the documentary every once in a while, I DVR'd it, but they ran a documentary on the 94 World Cup team. And even then, the conditions that they were playing in and practicing in, like they were practicing at a makeshift facility at a strip mall, and it was so far behind. So they're playing catch up with the rest of the world, which is weird in any sport.
So I would say that the best hope of it happening would be 10 to 12 years from now.
Okay, agree.
My generation was maybe the first that grew up where all of us played soccer as kids. Grew up playing soccer just like we played Little League.
Yeah.
I think everybody thought my generation would turn into the generation that loves soccer. And it didn't happen. Sammy's generation and younger, I think, are actual generations that are growing up liking soccer almost as much as the other major sports.
I uncovered and spewed out some data yesterday about the growing numbers of soccer fans in America and how they're mostly English Premier fans or Mexican League fans. That's where all the numbers congregate. Also in that data, the average age of the soccer fan in America, 33 years old.
Yeah.
Way younger than baseball.
Well, I go back to my experience when I started playing at age 9. And I was a fanatic at the pro level, but we didn't have a pro league again. So what did I gravitate towards? The major indoor soccer league, which doesn't necessarily. It wasn't big globally. So there was nothing to look up to, really.
Yeah. I want to read two responses because I think both are good. James Barner said, absolutely not. I was around when the NASL was created and the New York Cosmos had the great Pele on their team. It was supposed to be the beginning of the rise of soccer in America, and 50 years later, we're still waiting.
Yeah.
And then Ross also had another good response. Our ability to be a national power is directly proportional to our ability to field players in the top leagues around the world. 1 or 3 stars is not going to cut it. We need a full team of Premier League players born in the United States.
I can tell you my 8-year-old nephew, almost 8-year-old nephew, he does not watch soccer, but he knows who Messi, Ronaldo, and Mbappe are in the same way that he knows who Steph Curry is.
Wow.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Okay, last
listen, and I know anecdotally that 2 of my 3 children have come to me with questions about soccer in the last week and a half. They're into it.
Yeah.
They were into it.
Fair. Yeah, we'll see how much.
We'll see how they are now.
Yeah. All right, last question real quick. Given the state or nature of the third Belgian goal last night, Matt Fries and Tim Ream, what's the most embarrassing thing to happen in sports history?
Ooh.
And if you want, we can think and maybe get back into it, but...
what Jean Van de Velde did at the Open Championship.
Dave Leonard.
Watching that live was one of the most excruciating things I've ever seen in my life.
I mean, he was backed up by the fact that they won handily in the Super Bowl, but Leon Lett in the Super Bowl, getting caught from behind by Don Beebe, that was pretty embarrassing.
some Bill Buckner between the legs.
Bill Buckner was
the Atlanta Falcons 28-3. Some Michigan losing to Appalachian State at home. And then Dillingham.
Hey, that App State team was good.
Yeah, come on. And then Dillingham on the course said, a wardrobe malfunction in the Super Bowl, perhaps?
I didn't find that embarrassing at all.
Well, it didn't happen to you, you know?
He was going to have her naked by the end of the show.
That's right. That's right.
We're at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And shout out to those watching on YouTube at ArizonaSports.com.
Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, more examination of what happened to the USMNT in the World Cup. Kindred D. St. Aubin, MLS soccer commentator for Apple TV, will join us next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
All this talk about character and how important that is, and then you make this move. So what was the thinking? Do you not care? Is it, okay, I know him because he went to Michigan State? Like, you got to address it. It's almost worse if you don't address it, because then everybody's mind runs. You know, like to your point with Miles Bridges, like I believe in second chances, but that was terrible. Like, and it's all new to us. Like, I get that it was a few years ago in Charlotte, but to this fan base, it's new. You're new here. And that's the first thing people think of when they think of Miles Bridges.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here. I am with Brian Griffiths, who is a captain of Moving Team 6. Brian, how are you doing?
Not too bad, Wolf. How about yourself?
I'm doing great, brother. Tell me why you got involved with Moving Team 6.
I used to be in the Navy, had gotten out, doing a couple other things. I wanted to get back into something that actually helped people again.
How did being in the Navy actually help you with Moving Team 6?
It helps out a lot. It gives you the discipline, big things, showing up on time, work ethic, show up, you get the job done, get it done the right way the first time, makes everything much smoother and easier.
How much did it matter to you that Moving Team 6, they proudly support and hire veterans?
Oh, it mattered a lot. That's one of the reasons why I started working here.
So, Brian, if there's another veteran that is listening right now, what would you tell them about Moving Team 6?
First of all, it's a great place to work. Similar kind of brotherhood you had while you were in with the guys and the other veterans that we have here.
Thank you, Brian. Go to movingteam6.com.
Where your move is our mission.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hi, how can I help?
Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
For over a century now, Ford
has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What's next for the U.S. men's national team after its round of 16 game against Belgium? We'll be talking World Cup at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, what's next for USMNT? It's not a game, not a match. It's back to their respective clubs after they got dominated by Belgium last night in Seattle. Here to talk about it with us, MLS soccer commentator for Apple TV, also does work with the NWLS, and a former co-worker of ours here at Arizona Sports, Kendra D. St. Aubin, joining us via video. Kendra, how are you?
Well, first of all, I was happy to get the call. I mean, not very often do I get called back into the Arizona Sports crew. So when Jarrett reached out yesterday, I was pleasantly surprised and excited to join you guys. So this is a treat for me.
Yeah, well,
the pleasure is all ours, Kendra. We couldn't have you at a better time.
The subject matter is not all that fun after last night's match either. And there's so much examination going on right now about the experience. Was this a positive experience? Was there progress made by the U.S. men's national team? What is your opinion on those questions?
Well, first of all, I think it's how are we ranking experience? Is this positive? Was it good? I mean, from a overall U.S. soccer culture, United States, I think it was a positive experience. But if we're talking like the United States in this performance, I think it was incredibly disappointing. I mean, this was the bar. They've already made it to this round before. This is nothing new. But when you had the talent that this team had, and you had the momentum and the energy and the culture that this team has sort of possessed, and you look at the vibe that was created around the United States, I think it's a real, I don't want to call it a failure, but I think it's a missed opportunity for them to continue to raise the bar for U.S. soccer in this country. So positive in the sense that there's a lot of eyes that are watching that weren't before, but negative in the sense that and also to go out that way. Yeah. I mean, I was not expecting that to be an absolute beatdown. I was expecting it to be a game like we've seen in every other round of 16 game, whether you're a tiny little country playing against Argentina and Messi, or whether you're a big country, going up against the big dogs. So that was embarrassing in my opinion.
Kendra, I think there's a strong case to be made that the FIFA decision, as polarizing as it was, it certainly put a chip on Team Belgium's shoulders yesterday, and you kind of saw that on the pitch, if you will. What explains the lack of energy and the flat-footedness, everything we saw from Team USA yesterday?
Well, I think that was probably the most disappointing thing for me and truth be told, I was at my daughter's soccer game because they rescheduled it from like a rain out and all the parents, nobody was actually watching the 12-year-olds. No. Everybody was watching their phones, and so you're trying to keep an eye on it. And I asked one of the dads after that goalkeeping mistake in Matt Freese, and I said, hey, what happened? He's like, kindergartner mistake. And I was like, okay, that's not good. But no, I agree with you. I think it actually had the reverse effect on the United States because Belgium had all this momentum and this energy because they felt they had been wronged by the decision. Yep. And then all of a sudden people were thinking they weren't going to be able to accomplish it because Balogun was playing. And the United States looked like the team we saw the last time they played Belgium in March when they lost 5-2. They looked lackluster. They didn't look like a cohesive group. It was like all of a sudden everybody was taking it on themselves. Christian Pulisic had 11 or 12 turnovers in 45 minutes. So I don't know. It it was sad. There was no energy in the stadium. I mean, there was to start. I think when the free kick happened and the goal happened, you felt like, okay, maybe, because Tillman had an incredible free kick, even though it took a deflection. But then it was against the run of play. There was just nothing good about that performance. And I think we're hanging our hat on the fact that this is a broader assessment we're making of the U.S. and this soccer in this country.
Soccer commentator Kendra D. St. Aubin, our guest here via video this morning on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You mentioned Christian Pulisic. He's getting a lot of flack. I'm not saying it's completely undeserved because he has been on the national forefront from a soccer standpoint for a decade. He's been the poster boy for American soccer, yet he has World Cup number 2, has yet to deliver a moment. I've seen people suggest that the U.S. MNT move on from Christian Pulisic at the national level. Are you a proponent of that?
Well, I don't think you move on from him. I mean, he still can play in another World Cup. I mean, 4 years down the road, he's still fully capable. But I do agree that you need your big players to step up in big moments. And the first half of the first game of the tournament, I think we saw that. And then he went out with the injury, and then he's never really been the same since, even though they gave him the rest and he was buying into the group and the culture and more about, you know, the name on the front of the jersey, like we always say, right, in sports, rather than the name on the back. But since that first half of the first game, I don't think he had looked the same, and he kind of reverted to his own self, or his old self, excuse me, trying to take everything himself on his own. And after he got left out of that one camp, I think there was supposed to be this realization for him, sort of a moment of like, oh shoot, I can be replaced. I am replaceable, and I got to step my game up and show up for this group. But yeah, I mean, I don't think they move on from him, but because we know his quality. But at the same time, it's disappointing when you have a star at that level.
Oh, finally froze.
Yeah.
We're gonna call it there. Some technical issues, obviously, with Kendra D. St. Aubin from Apple TV, MLS commentator. It was good to see her again.
Yeah, it was.
I wanted to. Have you seen the people clamoring for? There's been a lot of people suggesting it. Not to say that it's coming from circles. I'm talking about fan reaction about the Pulisic experience, and he irked a lot of people last summer when he took time off, didn't participate in the Gold Cup with Team USA. And it was all to get ready for the World Cup, and he was a complete non-factor outside of the Paraguay game.
There's an interview surfacing where he kind of talked about the World Cup as just another tournament. There's a lot of stuff about him now that is getting raked over the coals because he was just not he was nowhere near the star player that he has been sold to be.
No, and even last night in his post-match press conference or availability interview with Fox, he said, "Well, yeah, I'm in a lot of pain, but now I have time to rest." And people are like, "Wait, what?"
Right. So I mean, yeah. Listen, to me, I think Sammy said it best. If Christian Pulisic is your 4th best player, okay, there's context. That's probably where he slots in. But he's not an A. He's not. He can't be your driving force. That's the bottom line. And I think that what you see in the World Cup and in these matches, the magic happens from the great players.
Yeah. It wasn't by a landslide either, but the player that came in to replace him last night, Sebastian Berhalter, I thought played better than him. And I thought Berhalter had some moments that you would expect from Pulisic in this tournament that Pulisic didn't have.
Look at the stats of all the other superstars in this World Cup.
Yeah.
Compared to, I mean, they're all carrying their teams round by round by round.
Exactly. I mean, in watching that last Norway game, people were like, will you get Erling Haaland some touches? Because he was like not even involved. And then by the end of the game, he's got 2 goals.
Yeah. There was great
star power.
Great camera angles of him just kind of meandering in the middle of the field, watching the action, and then when he gets an opportunity, just cashing it in.
And there's great commentary that says that Messi is the king of that. When you're a superstar player in that sport, you generally get the equivalent of being double teamed. You get somebody who's trying to get into you physically. So how do you shake them? You walk around like you're beat, like you're tired, like you got no energy, but you know what's about to happen, and then right at that moment, then you put out your burst and
you become Barry Bonds when you have your one opportunity. Every single time
you go into the bay. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I thought that was going to happen with Pulisic last night, but he just kept limping and limping and limping. Thanks again to Kendra D. St. Aubin for joining us. Sorry that didn't work out for the duration of that interview. Coming up next, it's Tuesday. Another round of Mustache.
Not a mustache.
That is next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream house and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That sounds perfect, right? Okay, now what if on top of that, you could maximize the return on your old home? That's even better. See, most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That way you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jewelry business for almost 100 years, we are known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. Here are 3 things we never do. We never cut corners. Our engagement rings are made to high-quality standards, and we stand behind them with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We never buy diamonds without seeing them in person. We travel to the source, eliminate the middleman, and get first pick of the most beautiful stones. Then negotiate the price on your behalf. We never try to trick you on price. We don't mark up the rings just to mark them down and call it a sale. We offer true value from the start, so you get the best price every time. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs opened their series with the Padres with an 8-0 win with the help of the long ball and Brandon Pfaadt. The Snakes went deep 3 times last night, the biggest being a Max Kepler 3-run shot. Geraldo Perdomo and Nolan Arenado both added 1 as well. And Brandon Pfaadt tossed 5 innings of shutout baseball in the win in Game 2 from San Diego. Tonight, Zach Gallen will be on the mound, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And with less than a month until the Cardinals-Panthers Hall of Fame game and the NBA Summer League quickly approaching, we've got you covered when it comes to the Suns and Cardinals over on ArizonaSports.com. And another World Cup and another U.S. exit before the quarterfinals. Their 4-1 loss to Belgium last night put a sour taste in American fans as their 2026 World Cup has come to an end. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Summer road trip, start at Freeway Chevrolet. They have the lineup to handle whatever comes your way. And right now, you can save on every new Chevy. Hurry in today.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll question.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll question. What is your confidence level in Brandon Pfaadt 2 starts into his return to the Diamondbacks rotation? High, he's dealing, medium, or low?
Yeah, high.
Yeah, had he come back and been serviceable, I'd be in the medium category,
Okay.
but he looks really good.
He
in
does.
2 starts.
Solid. Yeah. Medium, 47%. High, 45%. And low, just 7%. So, yeah, Brandon Pfaadt has looked pretty dang good in just 2 starts back.
All right, that is today's poll question. You can vote on it. Homepage, ArizonaSports.com.
Mustache. Not a mustache. A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you've only got a mustache.
Here in Cloud Cuckoo Land, there are no rules. There's no government, no babysitters, no bedtimes, no frowny faces, no bushy mustaches.
No bushy mustaches? What kind of a world is that? Luckily, we do not live in Cloud Cuckoo Land. We live right here on Arizona Sports, where we'll be about to play America's fastest growing facial hair-related quiz sensation, Mustache. While we're presenting an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or a song, Bickley and Murad will have to tell me whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person. First one, the 10 points wins. And today's topic, after USA lost to Belgium. Those dirty, dirty Belgians.
Why are you disparaging Belgians?
Well, I think the average American knows only 2 things about Belgium. 1, Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Okay.
2, the Belgium waffle.
Mm-hmm.
The Belgian waffle, a delectable treat. So, today's topic is all things having to do with breakfast.
Okay.
Ooh, a breakfast-themed edition.
Your least favorite meal of the day.
It is my least favorite meal of the day, but it's still a meal.
And if it's available on the buffet, you're still going to kill it.
It's my least favorite meal of the day as well. I'm right there with you.
I ate my weight in lox at that resort. I will tell you that much. Okay. Dan Bickley.
Yes.
Would you like to go first?
I'll go first.
Still go first?
Sure.
Well, how about we start with this?
Restless breakfast table and otherwise empty room. Young girl, violins.
That's Eddie Vedder from Pearl Jam. Now, last night at the hockey game, he had the mustache and the beard, and he was chugging a beer. This is pretty early in Pearl Jam's category. I'll say no mustache.
That is correct. Yeah, he didn't have a recent years. He's had a beard, yes, but that's one of their early songs. One of my very first ever favorite songs.
Oh, okay.
Did you expect last night when the Fox cameras focused on Eddie Vedder that it was going to pan over and Todd Walsh would be sitting next to him?
Oh, man, I would have been so jealous.
That would have been fantastic.
All right, Vince Murata.
Yes, Jared Carlin.
Thinks it goes. She'll make you breakfast. She'll make you toast. But she don't use butter. She don't use cheese.
It's the 914th time I've gotten this clue.
You were going to say that.
Because
it is the third time ever in the history of this game, which has now been going on for 6 years.
I think your history is wrong.
Yeah, your record keeping
For
might be a
whatever
little bit
reason,
off.
you specifically always remember. Well, let's see. Do you always remember?
Wayne Coyne, Flaming Lips, mustache.
Okay.
And I always miss it, and he doesn't have a mustache.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's wild.
That's happened way more than 3 times.
You think it would learn. All right, Dan Bickley.
Yes, Jared Carlin.
Here you go. Breakfast-themed edition.
Yeah, Tuesday we have pancakes, maple syrup. Hey, bet your butt. Bet your butt. Of course, I don't have my toothpicks. I don't have my maple syrup either. I'm gonna be without my maple syrup and my toothpicks. Maple syrup is supposed to be on the table before the pancakes. Of course, when they bring the maple syrup after the pancakes, it'll definitely be too late.
Okay, I'm gonna guess that's Rain Man, Dustin Hoffman, no mustache.
That is correct.
Okay.
Very good movie. Excellent performance. And very quotable.
He was also an excellent driver.
Excellent driver.
His dad would let him drive slow on the driveway at Walbrook on a Sunday. Yeah, definitely an excellent driver.
All right, Vince Murata.
Yes. The Flaming Lips.
No,
Not
the
a
Flaming
mustache.
Lips this time. Here we go.
Nancy. Hey, listen, I like to have a lot of fresh fruit around and chocolate chips in my pancakes. Okay, write it down so you don't forget.
That is John C. Reilly as Dale Dobeck from Step Brothers, Not a Mustache.
That is correct. Very funny. I always thought it was very funny that they look very much alike. Like they could be real brothers, Will Ferrell and John C. Reilly, kind of in that movie, even though they're stepbrothers. All right, Dan Bickley.
Jared Carlin.
I met a strange lady. She made me nervous. She took me in and gave me breakfast. And she said, "Do you come from a land down under? Women go and men wonder."
That's Colin Hay from Men at Work, Not a Mustache.
That is correct. Wow, you knew the lead singer's name. How about that?
Can't you hear the thunder?
Yeah. Vince Murata.
Yeah, Bick's leading 6-3. I need this. I need 2 points here.
How come you're always such a fussy young man? Don't want no Captain Crunch, don't want no Raisin Bran. Well, don't you know that other kids are starving in Japan? So eat it. Just eat it.
Weird Al Yankovic mustache.
That is correct. All right. Good start.
When you first heard Weird Al Yankovic, were you like, oh, my spirit animal?
Absolutely.
I thought so.
He's extraordinary, and his band especially is very, very talented. They can mimic any song. Also, half of Weird Al's songs, half of his entire catalog for 30 years are original songs.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah. Half of every album is original songs. A lot of them are homages in the style of it, but not parodies. Original songs.
Wow, I did not know that.
See, I go back. Like I discovered him in junior high from the Dr. Demento show when he was still playing stuff on his accordion. Yeah.
That's
like when you find out that John Mayer is an incredible guitar player. It's kind of like when you find out that that Dorco from Maroon 5 is a great guitar player. Adam Levine.
Yeah.
John Mayer.
Is a phenomenal player.
He is. And recent scandal, did you see?
I didn't.
It turns out he's not an actual mayor.
Wow.
Never elected. Okay.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Vince Murata.
No, Dan Bickley.
Just got points. Tremendous. Now it's Dan Bickley's turn.
Would you like a schmoke and a pancake? A what? A schmoke and a pancake. You know, flapjack and a cigarette? All right. Sugar and a waffle? No. Pipe and a crepe? No. Bong and a blintz?
Pipe and a crepe. That's our boy Goldmember.
We'll picture him in your mind.
Yeah. There's some stuff going on. I'm voting mustache. What?
Sammy?
I
Goldmember.
think we've had this debate.
Have we?
I don't think he has a mustache. He has like blonde facial hair throughout his face, but I do not.
Gold who?
Gold.
Okay, I accept that. I accept that ruling.
Gold who? Goldmember.
I love gold.
Okay, it's open. Going into this clue here, Vince.
Hey, baby, I hear the blues are calling. Tossed salads and scrambled eggs. Quite stylish. And maybe I seem a bit confused. Yeah, maybe, but I got you pegged. But I don't know what to do with those tossed salads and scrambled eggs.
Up until very recently, the worst theme song ever for a television show.
Very odd, right?
Yeah.
For the tone of that show.
That is Kelsey Grammer, Not a Mustache.
That is correct.
All right.
See, he had a beard on Cheers in the later seasons, but never on Frasier.
Do you want to know what the worst theme song is now?
I do now, yeah.
The theme song to Your Friends and Neighbors on Apple
Oh,
TV.
it's terrible.
It is brutal.
Really? I'm not familiar.
I get angry when the singing starts. It's so bad.
Wow.
All right, final round. We are tied. Dan Bickley.
We're tied?
We're tied, yeah.
Okay, let's
Each
do it.
got one breakfast themed.
Okay.
Not a lot I can do. Could we have breakfast for breakfast? Mommy dear, we gotta have 'em in Texas, 'cause everyone's a millionaire.
That is Supertramp. The name of the singer's evading me, but I'm going to say Not a Mustache.
That is Supertramp. I can't believe you got that, but he does have a mustache. Meaning Vince can win it with this.
Is this and I think you can get this one?
I think you can get this one.
I said, what about breakfast at Tiffany? She said, I think I remember the film, and as I recall, I think we both kind of liked it. And I said, well, that's the one thing we got.
That is a band, I don't know the lead singer's name, but Deep Blue Something. Not a mustache.
That is correct. Very
listen,
well.
you're gonna. I'll concede, but I'm looking at pictures of Roger Hodgson.
I know.
I don't see a mustache in any of them.
Okay, I went by the official music video for that song. Now, in those days, as you know, they're mostly live performances that they turn into a music video. So if at the time of recording of that song he did not have a mustache,
there's no way to know.
We can put this up on the controversy. I will leave this to the people at FIFA to make a ruling tomorrow whether or not this will be suspended and overturned. But as of now, Vince Marotta wins this edition of
Mustache. Not a mustache.
It's just ripe with controversy. Some final thoughts on this Tuesday edition. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you only got a mustache.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Gamble, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, you handle retirement planning, financial planning, tax planning. How important is estate planning to somebody's overall portfolio?
Listen, I think it's one of the most overlooked things. A lot of people say they're going to get to it eventually, and they never do. Look, I mean, here's the thing. I sometimes say I'm a bit hypocritical because I've been preaching the importance of having an estate plan and a living trust for 20 years. I just got mine done a few years ago. So a lot of you out there know they need to get it done because, look, Here's the thing. Probate is not an evil process. It's just expensive and time-consuming, and it's a process you can avoid by having proper estate planning.
And especially for those of you in split families, because then you've got to divide assets among two different families. It becomes very difficult. If you want to get an estate plan as part of your portfolio, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1Garage.com. A1 from day one.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day. The song of the day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL, keeping you cool but hard to spell.
Those jog any memories for you?
Oh,
Vic?
yeah. How Can I Get You Back, right? Yeah, I remember the song.
Right on track? Is that gonna get you back?
I remember the song.
You know the name of the band?
I think I do. Hold on.
This hit number 7 on the
This
U.S.
is
Billboard.
Casey and the Sunshine Band.
This is Breakfast Club. One-hit wonders. That have a claim. They have another big claim to fame. They had a certain female percussionist who was in this band before embarking on a solo career and getting huge.
Sheila E.
Madonna.
Oh. Wow.
They survived the Madonna exodus and still became big enough to have one hit.
Did I read somewhere that Madonna's new album is actually fire?
She got a new album?
I saw it out and I was like, I'm not listening to it.
Yeah.
Who's Madonna?
We're playing commercials.
Who's this old hag?
Gold what?
Apparently, that was great. Wait, do you know how much we quote that movie on this show? Anyway.
No, I knew it was from that movie, but I...
Okay. But the
Who's
Rolling
gold
Stones,
member, Jarrett?
The Rolling Stones apparently also have a new album coming out.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, amazing.
They never know when enough is enough.
It's odd that always when a band, an all-time great band or artist like Madonna, most of their output is usually in a 10-year period, and then they go on for another 50 years. You never know.
The Cure has 2 new albums coming out.
Again, if people are always surprised, why are you still doing this? The answer is so obvious to me. When you get up in your 70s and your 80s, most people want to put you in an iceberg and have you float away, like the Eskimos used to do. You get musicians in the Rolling Stones and you're 75, you're 80, you're still beloved. You don't get that anywhere else. Ageism is a definite thing in this country, and very rarely are you celebrated as an octogenarian.
That's why the Bickley and Murata show will still be going strong in the year 2045.
I was going to say the same
Jared,
thing.
You'll still suck at running the board.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Come on, Breakfast Club. Your meal of the day is over. There we go.
I just think that Zach Gallen's tipping.
Really?
Just like Brandon Pfaadt was tipping before this. And everyone, all the insiders tell me, people in and around the team, well, if he was tipping, it would have got back to us. Well, it didn't get back to you on Brandon Pfaadt. It turns out he was tipping. That's why the whole over-the-head thing had to change. That was a tipping issue. And so he had to stop doing the over-the-head thing because he was tipping when he did that. So now you look at Zach Gallen, like somewhere, somehow, hitters are hitting like they know what's coming. And so how do you stop and retool everything without doing something like they just did with Brandon Pfaadt, but he doesn't have options. So what are you going to do? Give him a phantom IL? I mean, you can't really play around like that. So they're in a tough spot trying to figure out how to get him right. But I think he's tipping. I think it may not be just the typical like little glove flare or something like that. Just the tunneling of the pitches. The hitters see it and they know what's coming.
Jack Summers on our show earlier today from D-backs on SI talking about what he thinks is happening with Zach Gallen. Said it pretty strongly. Here's a homework assignment for all of us tonight. Mm-hmm. Let's all try to watch and see if Zach Gallen is tipping anything.
Yeah, no.
I have no eye for it at all.
Okay, all right. So listen, if this has become a recurring issue and this is a recurring belief about Zach Gallen, I think Todd Walsh also kind of forwarded his suspicions about this. Mm-hmm. Do the Diamondbacks have nobody who can see this stuff? Do they have nobody who can self-scout this? If every other team in baseball is able to crack what Zach Gallen is doing, why can't they see it?
That's a great question.
Or, I mean, if you look at Zach Gallen's last 2 starts, the Tampa Bay start, got in early trouble, set down 15 in a row, got in trouble after that. You mentioned his good start against San Francisco his last time out.
4 clean innings to start.
And the wheels came off.
Uh-huh.
Is it popping up? Is it something that people, if it's indeed happening, something that people are aware of, where it's just not being followed up on by the pitcher himself? I mean, generally speaking, tipping pitches would explain this statistical drop-off that we're seeing.
Yeah.
If hitters know what's coming, it's a hell of a lot easier to hit the ball.
Listen, that's why I've always been a big believer and a big fan of the pitchers who constantly change their throwing motion. Don't give them a standard in which to judge everything else. Just go herky-jerky all over the place. Be a submariner one time, pitch from the left side of the rubber, the third base side.
With the other hand.
Throw with the other hand every now and again.
Mix it up.
You give tip your pitch like you're throwing an off-speed pitch, but throw a fastball.
Reverse tipping.
Do the reverse tipping.
Use 2 balls sometimes.
Come on, man. This is 5 days. Used a couple of balls. Yeah, hitters never know what's coming.
I wish reverse tipping existed outside of baseball. Like if I went and had a meal and they gave me a couple bucks at the end of it.
Miss Murata, you were so impressive in the way you demolished that plate of chicken enchiladas. We are going to tip you.
It's out of control. Tipping culture is out of control.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so that is something to look for tonight. See if there's any improvement by Zach Gallen. But I wanted to go back to something we just kind of touched on. Is the number of times Goldmember gets referenced on this show. And there's another movie coming out. They did confirm that they're making another Austin Powers movie.
Is that right?
Have you seen any of the Austin Powers movies, Sam?
No.
So when you hear all these references, do you just laugh at like three old guys?
Yeah.
You have no curiosity to say, what are these guys talking about?
He admits and I did this, I remember as a kid when I watched like Saturday Night Live, and I would imitate Dana Carvey imitating George Bush or Johnny Carson. Those were not people at 8 years old that I watched. I've heard you imitate like Dennis Miller, and I guarantee you don't. No, right. or Rodney Dangerfield, or you know what I mean? Like he's just imitating us, imitating people.
Yeah, that's okay. He is under no responsibility to vibe with our culture. None. He's got his own thing, man. I'm totally down with that.
Kind of worked for it.
Yeah.
And plus, if you do stuff like that, then the generation gap doesn't work at all.
Yeah, right. See,
that's right. It's all about keeping that little segment alive.
Of course it is.
Just wait till we win like 6 in a row, and then that won't happen.
So we had something really freaky happen in the World Cup this morning.
Yeah.
I think they've reached the half.
It's halftime.
Is it still 1-0? Egypt is leading Argentina, and part of that 0 on the scoreboard for Argentina, in the 21st minute, Messi had a penalty kick, and the Egyptian goalie stoned him.
I think Messi was tipping his pitches.
Well, that's like the only way. Was it a great save, or did he just guess right?
He went right to the spot.
Made a great save.
Yeah.
Because it was well placed.
Yeah.
It was right headed for the corner.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but no team outside of Europe or South America has ever won the World Cup. Is that correct?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure.
Jared, fact?
Mexico's never won it, right?
No.
Okay, so then no North America, definitely not Australia, definitely not Africa.
By the end of halftime, FIFA will have nullified that goal from Egypt. It will be 0-0 by the time they get back on the pitch.
Here's the teams that have won: Brazil, Germany, Italy, Argentina, Uruguay, France, England, and Spain. Uruguay. That's going to do it for us. Thanks to Jack
Good
Summers
show.
and Kinder D. St. Aubin. We're back tomorrow at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Did you know the 30-year fixed mortgage was born during the Great Depression? So why are homeowners still using a Depression-era loan to build wealth in the 21st century? The Life Changer loan allows homeowners to put their money to work, reduce interest costs, accelerate principal reduction, and maintain 24/7 access to their equity and pay off in just a few short years, not decades. It's not magic. It's just math. So visit lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
If you're squinting at 30, hunting for reading glasses at 50, or dealing with cataracts at 80, your eyes don't care how old you are. They just want freedom. Hi, it's Dr. King from King LASIK and K2 Vision. From LASIK to lens replacement to cataract surgery, we have vision solutions for every stage of life.
Trust the experience of 250,000 procedures and schedule your free Zoom consult at kinglasik.com. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. kinglasik.com.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Risa can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of. And fact-check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs started their 4-game series with the Padres off on the right note last night in their 8-0 win. Max Kepler went deep for the first time as a Diamondback. He also drove in 4 runs, and Brandon Pfaadt, in his second start since returning from Reno, looked good once again. 5 innings, striking out 6 and gave up no runs in their win, and they're right back at it again tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound. First pitch from San Diego will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the U.S. men's national team picked the wrong time to play their worst game of the World Cup last night. Their 4-1 loss to Belgium officially ended their 2026 World Cup, and it left a lot of American fans asking a lot of questions. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona. Big wins are waiting at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Jeep Wrangler or a share of $25,000. Join us July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m. The details are at casinoarizona.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. What's going on, Wolf?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Having some issues over here. Now we're good.
Okay, you got some earplug issues. Yeah. Is that what you're saying?
Well, earbuds, not really earplugs.
Okay,
if I was putting in earplugs, that'd be kind of rude.
Okay, buds, plugs, whatever they may be called. What's up, my young crunk brothers? What's up, Rick? How we doing, Jamal? Good to see you. Sammy the Bull in the wedge, ladies and gentlemen. Picture. There it is, Sammy the Bull. Oh, man, I am jacked up, ready to broadcast. Are you ready, Luke?
Yeah, I was really fired up after watching that effort in that soccer game last night.
I see.
Great to see Team USA. I'm assuming the real game is tonight?
Yeah.
U.S.-Belgium at some point, 5 o'clock?
Yeah, I don't think so.
This evening? Okay.
But I saw you fumbling over there, so I was just, are you ready to
it's
go?
It's all part of a ruse. It's all an act.
Yeah. You know what? Right now, can I just say this, Basinonians? It is good to be back broadcasting, of course, here on the Wolf and Luke Show. But I just want to say this. Did you feel it? Did you feel it this morning? The dew point. Can you feel the dew point, Basinonians?
No, we are not far away.
I'm just saying right now, I can feel the dew point. Is the dew point there? No, monsoon season is not here, ladies and gentlemen. It isn't. Ron Wolfley reporting on the weather, but I'm telling you right now, the dew point.
My sources.
As it rises. Yes, as it does. Can I tell you, it just makes me think of ball. When I come back from this Amish trip, I do it every year, ladies and gentlemen. I come back from Amish country after seeing Hoopy and being back here in the basin. Are you kidding me? In a large market, broadcasting after you've been down here on the farm. It gets me all jacked up and ready to go. I am really fired up today because of the dew point, and it's rising, and that can only mean the blood sport.
Wow, this is amazing.
Somebody give me some ketchup.
Feels
That's
like we're
rude.
like a chase scene. Feels like
That's
we're
rude.
like a chase scene from the 60s or something. All right, Wolf, this is what we got. Since
Something
you
from
left,
the Stooges.
Since you left, the Diamondbacks got rained out in St. Louis. Paul Sewald got mad. They went 4-6. They're essentially, or exactly now, back to 500. Erod and Corbin Carroll are all-stars. Zach Gallen's ERA somehow went up. Brandon Pfaadt's good again. Joey Chestnut called into the show. He said, I eat like a child. The U.S. turned 250 years old. Got really good at soccer, then got really bad at soccer again. In between, Flo Balogun got a bogus red card, but then it magically disappeared. The problem is, so did the entire team against Belgium. And now the biggest story in the World Cup is if a Viking can win it all for Norway. The Cardinals training camp's 2 weeks away, but they still haven't chosen a quarterback. LeBron's a free agent, and he might be a free agent for a while, even though we all know he's going to Cleveland. The Suns signed Luke Kennard away from L.A. He makes every three he takes, but he doesn't take enough threes. They also traded for Miles Bridges, gave away an unprotected pick, dramatically altered how they look, and got another Spartan. You're caught up.
Oh my goodness, that is awesome.
That's
you
it.
know I ask you this all the time, right? What
So
did
this time I just
miss?
put it all together for
You
you.
just literally did that.
That's it.
Boy, you got to rip that, Rick. You got to rip that off right there, man, so we can do it again one more time. Maybe after the second hour, at the top of the second hour. Okay, we'll do that again just as a reset for me because I really didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything. I heard him ripping off a lot of things that actually happened. To me, the biggest thing that happened, I honestly cannot even believe some of it. But again, I'm going to save that. Okay, I'm going to save it until we actually get into it. What were we supposed to talk about?
We're going to start about soccer here. We're
Okay,
gonna
soccer.
Start with the World Cup.
Okay, there.
And you got everything I just said. It's just like Inception. You don't realize you got it yet. And then you'll be quoting it later on in the show.
Of course.
A lot of build-up for that game last night. A lot of hype, a lot of excitement. I think the excitement was legit. We're going to talk to Jake Ziven from Apple TV, who we had on the show yesterday. He was driving up to the game. He's now going to join us. I'm guessing it'll be a slightly different tone after the game. But we had legitimate build-up to that game. The U.S. looked better than they've looked in the World Cup in a long time. And yet they just did exactly what they always do. Get to the round of 16 and lose. And I'm not even sure they showed up last night. Their goalie definitely didn't show up. You've missed Jared Carlin going this kick that he could play goalie for a World Cup team, and everybody laughed at him. I think he probably could have played goalie about as well for the U.S. as our goalie did.
Yeah, you know, it was kind of a situation right from the very beginning. I don't know about anybody else, but you could see it right from the very beginning. Belgium took control of this match, and not only did they get the first shot on goal, in which Matt Freese, I believe, made his best save of the entire match.
Possibly his only, but yes.
Yeah, of course. You know, and he made a critical mistake. There's no doubt about that. We all understand that. Yet at the same time, it was a heck of a save by him on the first shot by Belgium. But, man, from that very, very first shot, Belgium dominated the action in this game. And they were clearly the better team. And what really blew my mind, they looked like the more athletic team. They looked like the more talented team, and they proved it.
Yeah.
They won the match, and it just blows my mind that in a country as large as ours, they have 12 million people, Belgium. 12 million people.
Yeah.
They went out there, and they looked more athletic, more dominant than we could.
We're halfway
That bothers me.
to 12 million people in this city at the rate we're going. We're actually literally
right.
halfway to 12 million people in this city. I don't know what finally gets the U.S. over the top. We were talking about this on the show yesterday, and I thought Belgium would be favored, but I thought the U.S. would win. The U.S. was actually favored. And I don't know if that's just because the game was here or whatever, but you know, Belgium to me was the perfect team to play, which sounds ridiculous now. But they have name recognition. They're a good team. They're a top 10 team. They're a European power. But they've also looked beatable in this World Cup. So it's not like the U.S. was going up against France or maybe even Spain, or Argentina's losing right now, but Argentina, somebody like that. It was like, this team should be beatable. You don't have to win the whole thing to be able to beat Belgium.
And to go out there and just get blown out like that and run off the field, I don't know if the chaos of the previous 24 hours led into it, if Belgium was playing with a chip on their shoulder or if the U.S. was timid because Balogun was playing. I mean, there's no excuse for that. But they looked timid. They looked like they were like, okay, well, we played really well against Paraguay, so that counts as a win today, right? They weren't even in the game.
Yeah, no, I know. It really wasn't. You think about it, the first time in the tournament when Belgium scored that first goal, it was the first time in the tournament that the U.S. did not score the first goal.
Yeah.
And, you know, when I heard that, Basinonians, I could not wait to see how Team USA was going to respond. Well, guess what? Tillman scored on a free kick, and the ball was deflected by Belgium and scored, and it's a 1-1 game. So I thought, you know, here we go. The problem was Belgium scored just seconds later, 61 to be exact.
Yeah.
61 seconds later, scored again to take a 2-1 lead. And then I was like, okay, you got down once. You haven't been down. Once again, Team USA was scoring the first goal in this tournament all the time. And now all of a sudden they don't. So I thought that really, man, I thought that was big for Belgium. They knew that coming in, and they went ahead and they scored the first goal. The U.S. came back, tied it up, and then all of a sudden went down 61 seconds later, and that seemed to break them.
Yeah, the response just, it was there the first time, like you said, but then to respond and quickly give up a goal and then just never really get going. We'll get more into this, obviously, as the show goes, because if you look at most of the teams left, they do have that pure goal scorer that just seems to be like Norway and France and Argentina, although, again, Argentina is losing right now to Egypt. But, I mean, you have this guy that you can turn to that you just know is going to get you a goal or at least a good scoring chance. But if you give up 4 goals, it doesn't really matter. Most soccer teams don't win when they give up 4 goals. All right, when we come back, the Diamondbacks won last night. How badly did they need a performance like that in San Diego? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-1. Weekly hit right side. It's picked up by Pavin. Flips to Jamison at the bag in time, and the Diamondbacks just dominate the Padres here in the series opener by a final score of 8-0.
Reacting to a D-backs shutout of the Padres in San Diego on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfliger from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, do you have some back issues? If you need to go and see somebody for a back issue or a neck issue, you need to go to DISC, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. As a football player, I've suffered a lot of damage. And, man, DISC has helped me in the past, and I love to recommend them to you. DISC treats a wide range of issues, including sciatica, herniated disc, bulging disc, spinal stenosis, neck pain, low back pain, and degenerative disc disease. DISC offers spinal fusion alternatives for patients that are suffering from back and neck pain, man. It's time for you maybe to enjoy life again. Get back to living. The way you can do that is you go to sciatica.com. Sciatica.com, or you pick up the phone and you call 602-944-2900. 602-944-2900 for DISC.
You gear up, you ride safe, you follow all the rules. Then someone crashes into you and suddenly you're guilty until proven innocent? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you're a rider, you're already fighting every day just to be seen. Distracted drivers love to blame riders, even when the facts say otherwise.
We have been promoting motorcycle safety and trusted by the riding community for nearly 30 years. Do your research after a motorcycle injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Hi, how can I help? Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager.
I see.
Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning?
Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Meet Lee Platz, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. We'll react to Brandon Pfaadt's second start since his return to the D-backs. Get you ready for Game 2 in this big series against the Padres. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM. All right, it is Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday, and it is actually Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday.
What up, Basinonians?
How's it feel to be back?
That feels really, really good. Yeah, broadcasting once again in 2026, where the dew point is rising, and you know what that means. Run.
It's always this. I think most hosts feel this way, but like even if you miss a day, you're like, wow, I feel like because sports is just a story that just keeps building on itself, right? It's
It's a
news,
soap opera.
Yeah, like news would be so much tougher, but news can be different each day. Sports just keeps building. Sports just keeps building on itself every day. I guess soap does
It was
too.
in your head.
But so when you miss one day, you're like, man, I don't know. You being in Amish country where there wasn't even electricity, let me catch you up on the D-backs specifically, Wolf.
Who's doing good and who is struggling? That's what I'd like to know right now. Who is actually balling out and who is struggling?
Nothing's really changed. They're 500 again. It's been a roller coaster ride.
It's been up.
They're 500.
It's been down. It's been 6. It's been 7.
Yeah, there you go.
6, 7.
Oh, wow. You bringing that back.
I'm just saying. It just seems like doing some research based on earnings after you just don't even look at the Diamondbacks for 8 days. You're out in Amish country. You know how scary that is? Especially at night, how dark it gets out in the country. There's no street lights or anything like that. It's very, very dark. And suddenly an Amish buggy goes by and it doesn't have a lamp on. Let me tell you something right now. What are you doing? Okay, but again,
sounds like the start of a movie.
I digress. Exactly. I do. So I'm in the dark. At least I felt like I was in the dark when I was in Amish country right now. What has happened over the last 8 days?
They weren't talking about Brandon Pfaadt in Amish country? Because Brandon Pfaadt's been doing well.
Yeah, they were not talking about Brandon Pfaadt. They were actually talking about some guys.
Okay.
Some guys that are out there, but more on this as the show unfolds.
Well, I think we're getting there next segment, actually.
Okay, good.
Erod's been great. Ketel Marte has heated up to the point where maybe he should be an all-star, but he isn't. But essentially, since you left, they got swept by Tampa, took 2 of 3 from the Giants, so they are now 8-1 against the Giants this year.
They love playing the Giants.
They do.
Or the Rockies.
Once they won the 7th game against the Giants, it's the first time the Diamondbacks ever started a season 7-0 against the team, and then they won again, so they were 8-0 against the Giants.
Okay.
They kept it close against Milwaukee, but by and large, it just sort of feels like this is a 500 team until further notice, and 500 is not going to get you in the postseason. I thought last night was much needed because Fott was really good again. So in his 2 starts since he came back, he's been really good. He's been their second best pitcher since he's come back. And
that's nice.
They got the offense going, too.
Yeah, that's good. Just looking at it right now, I was hoping that Zach Gallen was going to actually be doing better. So can you answer? How's it look? Sometimes I can look at a box score based on innings, of course, and really doesn't tell the whole story.
His last start was good for 4 innings, and then it blew up on him, and he ended up giving up 6 earned runs. So the ERA keeps going up. It did look better. There's a lot of talk now that they maybe just can't let him go more than twice through the opposing team's order, because I think what John had the stats the other day. I think the ERA is like 4.6 the first time through, 4.8 the second time through, and like 12.7 the third time through.
Oh my goodness, that is just incredible. It really is. If you mention the name Zach Gallen in Amish country, they look at you, they squint their eyes, and they say, "Use it up, wear it out, make it do, or do without." That's what they say.
That's the proverb?
As a matter of fact, that is the proverb. Use it up, wear it out, make it do, or do without. That is the proverb right now. Now, listen, I don't believe he's there yet, based on innings. I don't. The Amish do. They believe that.
He might be pitching there soon.
But I don't. In fact, I think Zach Gallen is having a reset moment in his career. I really do believe this year is going to turn out to be a reset moment in his career, much like I had when I went to play for the Cleveland Browns. I've talked about this in the past, and it is the truth. 7 years with the Cardinals and the Cardinals organization. And then all of a sudden, boom, Plan B free agency came rolling around. I was not Plan A. I was Plan B. They left me unprotected. And all of a sudden, that was a shock to me because I had been team captain 6 of the 7 years I was there. I had gone to 4 Pro Bowls as well. I was shocked that suddenly, after 7 years of playing for the organization, being a captain for 6, that I was left unprotected. And the Cleveland Browns called. And I went there, and man, you know the story. The way that really just brought out a lot of angst that I had built up inside of me, and intensity that I had inside of me as well. And that was a reset moment in my career. I'm wondering, Zach, if this is your reset moment.
I think there needs to be a reset somehow. It doesn't feel like, and Zach Gallen pitches tonight, and I think people feel pretty good after last night's win. I mean, they are still 500, so there's obviously still a lot of work to do. But the problem is when Erod goes out there, even if they're struggling, you expect them to win. They didn't win over the weekend, but he still pitched well enough for them to win. And I think they're 13-3 now in Erod's last 16 starts. But when Zach Gallen goes out there, it kills the vibe. If there's anything, he's the reverse of a stopper. Like, he goes out there and they're winning, and then they just lose when he pitches. So I've gotten to the point now with Gallen where it's hard for me to believe it's just going to turn around midseason. I don't doubt what you're saying, that it could turn around for him next year on a different team or something.
Yeah.
They're not going to be able to trade him.
He hasn't had that reset moment.
No.
Going somewhere else.
No, and he's going to have it soon. They're not going to really be able to trade him at the deadline. But even if they just skip a couple starts of his, like something, but if it's just him pitching every 5 days, it just doesn't feel like anything's going to change. And they don't have enough pitchers for him to skip starts right now, so he has to keep pitching every 5 days.
Yes. Once again, I think Zach Gallen is a competitor. I talk about it all the time, but there are people out there that don't understand what being competitive is. It doesn't mean you're good. The fact that people sometimes will email me, based on audience, and talk about, you always talk about what a competitor is. Competing in competition is not about winning. It's not about going out there and being great. It isn't. It's about not quitting. That's what competing is. No matter how much better the other guy is, not quitting is what competition is. And competing. Yeah, it blows my mind. People do not understand that. Seriously. Are you kidding me? Yeah, you haven't moistened a jock, obviously, in 25 years, YouTube. What up, bro? Not quitting is what competition and competing is, no matter if it's good or bad. Not quitting, ever. Not laying off because you're doing well, ever. Not quitting because you're doing poorly, ever. You compete, and you choose to compete. You don't quit. And Zach Gallen isn't going to quit. I just don't think at this moment, for whatever reason, it's ever going to happen here. I could be wrong on that, but I think we're at that point.
Well, to what you're saying, to the end of what you're saying, his last start, I don't want to sugarcoat it and be like, oh, he looked better. He gave up 6 runs in 5 2/3 innings. But the first 4 innings, he did look a lot better. It just, there's a real problem here, and we talked about this briefly on the show yesterday, but I think it reared its head in Sunday's game, where they're so reliant on Erod right now because Gallen just can't give them anything more than like 3 or 4 decent innings. In some games, he can't even give them that. But even when he does, he just can't go deep in games. Brandon Pfaadt's getting stretched out. Jose Cabrera is a rookie. He's only made a couple starts. Merrill, I still have some hope for Merrill, but his numbers overall aren't good. I'll acknowledge that. But by and large, like 8 of his last 11 games, he's given them a chance to win. But we saw an Erod start where it's like, I think normally Torrey would have just been like, Erod's pitching great, hasn't given up a run. Let's pull him, go to the bullpen. But the bullpen's so taxed because 3 of the times through the rotation, maybe 4, they have to lean on the bullpen so much. And a lot of that's on Gallen. He's supposed to be your ace, and instead he's like struggling to be their 5th starter. So to answer your question on Gallen, no, it hasn't gotten any better. When we come back, all right, Wolf, you didn't get to give your thoughts on this. I think this is one of the most complicated and conflicted moves the Suns have ever made.
No doubt.
So what are your thoughts on the Suns making this deal for Miles Bridges? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slash prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Plumbing problems never knock. They kick down the door at the worst possible time. A burst pipe turning your kitchen into a water park? A clogged drain bubbling like a swamp monster? Don't panic. Gettle wrestles plumbing nightmares for a living. Our perfectionist plumbers handle it all with the precision of a surgeon and the enthusiasm of a game show host. From sewer line repairs to water filtration to tankless water heaters, your home sparkles like we've never even been there, except your plumbing actually works now. Gettle, Goettl, will fix your pipes, but it's hard to spell.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
I'm Jesse Morrison with What's Trending Now. The United States men's national team was eliminated from the World Cup last night with a 4-1 loss to Belgium in the round of 16. The U.S. has still not advanced beyond the round of 16 since the 2002 World Cup. The Arizona Diamondbacks blew out the San Diego Padres last night 8-0. The D-backs will go for back-to-back wins tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury go for their fourth straight win tonight when they host the Chicago Sky at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And the Phoenix Suns have made their re-signings of center Mark Williams, guard Colin Gillespie, and guard Jordan Goodwin official. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess, cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. What do we want to see? What do we need to see from Come On Mala Watch at the Summer League starting this week? The Burns and Gambo Show starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM. All right. Probably the most significant thing you missed while you were gone, Wolf, other than Joey Chestnut saying, I eat like a child, which did happen, and they went out there and won again. Fourth, like he always does. Is
you're eating slow like a child, or somebody who's in like a or some sort of home?
Yeah, that was his assessment of
some sort of home.
I learned the hard way.
Interesting.
If you're gonna do a hot dog eating contest, you gotta dunk the bun in water.
You have to dunk it. Yeah, I could not do that. I could not do that, based on it. That is the reason why I could not be a professional eater, as we say. Somebody that is going to go ahead and Joey Chestnut a hot dog.
No, or 76.
How many?
How many did he eat this weekend?
66.
Okay.
But the conditions were tough.
Yeah. That just is unbelievable. The bread, the soft bread, I can't stand it. It's like when you have a sub. You have a sub sandwich, and all of a sudden you let that sub sit overnight in the wrapping. Oh, my goodness. You open it up, and it's just sop. Oh,
I'd rather that. Like cold. I hate cold bread.
Eat.
Cold bread, I'm just not a fan of cold bread.
Yeah, cold bread.
You had the Amish proverb. What was it again, real quick, that you sprung on us with Zach Gallen?
Oh, man. You're going to make me do that right now?
Well, while you do
I
that.
I don't have it memorized.
Okay. I have Joey Chestnut's knowledge that he dropped on us memorized, okay? It was bite, chew, breathe. So you were out there getting Amish proverbs. We got the Joey Chestnut proverb of bite, chew, breathe. That was his advice.
Bite, chew, breathe. That is awesome. Okay, the Amish proverb. Use it up, wear it out, make it do, or do without. That is...
It's kind of similar.
Think about that for a minute right there, right?
I think that's similar to bite, chew, breathe.
Let's ponder on that thing, man. We ought to have a listeners-only meeting just on that Amish proverb.
Amish proverb of
Use
the
it
week.
up, wear it out, make it do, or do without.
I didn't know they were so proficient in rhyming.
Just toughness, man. That's what it is. Toughness.
So the Suns did trade for Miles Bridges. It's not official yet. Things could start to become official yesterday. The team has not, to my knowledge, officially announced that they today are starting to announce some of the signings that they made. But the trade is Miles Bridges to the Suns for Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, and an unprotected 2033 first-round pick. Now, the Suns are also getting a 29 first-rounder and a 27 second-rounder, but that 29 first-rounder isn't as valuable because it's not going to be – it can't be like a top pick. You know what I mean? 2033
could easily be the 30th pick in the draft, but the point is it has more value right now because teams value it. So you could have, in theory, held on and traded that for something else. But don't let anything I'm saying influence you at all, Wolf. Just what was your initial reaction to that trade?
Man, you know what, Basinonians, everyone has got to make up their own mind on this one. Before we talk about the Miles Bridges acquisition, you need to know that I believe in forgiveness. You know this. I believe in forgiveness. I believe in second chances. I'm a sinner saved by grace, a failed and flawed product that deserves hell, but has promised heaven through my faith in Jesus Christ. Having said that, I was shocked at the news the Suns acquired Miles Bridges. I was. Look at it. They didn't acquire him. Brian Gregory targeted him by all accounts.
Yeah.
And has brought him into the Suns locker room. This was not an accident, was it? They went after Miles Bridges and pulled the trade off. That shocked me. And wandering around Amish country shocked is no way to go through life, okay? The Suns have a culture. They have a way of playing the game. And the Suns are going to bring in a wild card? I didn't really understand the logic at first. I was shocked.
Yeah, it's funny. Your use of the word shocked there is a good one because – there's been rumors they were going after Miles Bridges for what, like 2 years. So in theory, none of us should have been shocked. And yet when the trade was actually, again, unofficially announced, that it hasn't officially been announced yet, but it was unofficially announced now a while ago, just like every NBA trade like that, I was kind of shocked. Because of what you just said, because of so much of what they built last year being their identity and their culture and whatever you want to call it. Brian Gregory constantly talking about character and the importance of character. And I'm like you, I believe in second chances as well, but I think there's degrees of second chances. Like second chance, like you can get your life back together. You're not necessarily guaranteed a second chance you get to play for my basketball team.
That's right.
You know what I mean? And make millions of dollars, and you put the best thing the Suns have going for them potentially at risk. Now, it doesn't mean Miles Bridges, can't be a good teammate, but you're putting it potentially at risk for a guy that he isn't Anthony Edwards. He isn't, whoever you think is the best player. He's not Giannis. Whoever you think is the best player in the NBA. He's not Wemby. He's not SGA. He's a guy that you might win less games this year. He's not necessarily a game changer for you. He, in theory, makes you better on the floor, but what does that actually look like in terms of wins? Because you are shaking up the chemistry now.
Yeah, so why would the Suns do this?
I don't know.
Why would they do it? I think, Basinonians, because they know the person the way that Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia knows Miles Bridges. That's what I think, okay? I don't know that to be the case. They know the circumstances of his situation. They know the rehab process he's been through. I think the Suns have made some inside information available within the organization. This is all I'm saying.
Okay.
This is me guessing at what they have done. I mean, who coached Miles Bridges in college?
Tom Izzo.
Tom Izzo.
Yeah.
Where does Tom Izzo coach? I think we all know where we're going.
Conversation always leads back to East Lansing.
It's interesting. Do you think Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia did their due diligence on this? Do you think they consulted Tom Izzo on this?
I sure hope
As
so.
to what kind of kid are we talking about here? What happened? The circumstances? I don't know, Basinonians. I really don't. I know what the police report says, and that's bad enough.
Yeah.
But having said this, why did the Suns do this when they didn't have to? Why did they do it? Especially with a culture that they have. I don't know. But we're going to find out.
They didn't have to. That's the biggest thing. They didn't have to do this. It's not like they're one player away from the NBA title and this is that player. Even if they were one player away from the NBA title, I don't think this is that player. And Miles Bridges is a good player. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he's not a good player, but it's just how much are you willing to risk for what he potentially gives you. What you just said,
I think the Suns are better. I think the Suns are better because of Miles Bridges.
I think they're better.
On the floor.
But I just don't know if would you be shocked if they won less games, though?
Yeah, no.
I think, though, what you just said is really the crux of all this, and that's why I'm interested to hear from, when Brian Gregory speaks about this. I'll be interested to hear what he says, because it's easy for us to all make the joke of, okay, yeah, Michigan State, here we go again. And part of me does wonder if Miles Bridges played for Villanova or Colorado or something if they would be taking this risk on him. But there is also the other side of this of they do have more inside information on his general character than any of us do because of his ties to Michigan State.
Yes.
So on the surface, it kind of looks like a joke, but behind the scenes, maybe they heard something that makes them believe he really has turned his life around.
The one thing that I think every Phoenix Suns fan has the right to do is have your own opinion on this. Have your own opinion as to whether or not you're going to extend grace or not. That's up to you, Basin Audience. For me, I'm going to give this guy a chance. I'm going to give him a chance. I'll repeat what I said earlier. I'm going to make Miles Bridges prove it. Prove it. Prove that you can actually go out there and change. Prove that you can go out there and be a positive influence inside the locker room. Prove it. Prove that your probation period, your parenting classes, and domestic violence training and community service have changed you. He's getting an opportunity to prove it with people that obviously, apparently, believe in him. Boy, it's a great responsibility for Miles Bridges. Go prove it, bro.
The worst thing you probably missed when you were gone was Suns fans arguing with each other over what you just said, basically, of just if you're a Suns fan, let your fellow Suns fan have their opinion on this.
Yes.
And there was a stretch there of about 3 or 4 days where if you went online, it was just like Suns fans, brothers and sisters that love the Suns, just arguing with each other. And it's like, okay, like that's not, Suns fans have, you know.
You have the right to your opinion.
This is one of the best fan bases in all of sports. Phoenix Suns fans particular that have been waiting for a title from this team and been through thick and thin. I mean, they've had some great moments, but they've been through some rough times together. It sucked to see Suns fans arguing with other Suns fans. Just argue with Nuggets fans. That's more fun. All right, when we come back, why do the Cardinals seem unable to get out of their own way at times? We may have another example of that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Gleason Roofing. The predictions say we could be in for a really wet monsoon season. Don't be the odd person out hoping we don't get rain during a drought in the desert because you don't know if your roof can handle it. Contact Gleason Roofing and have them do what they did at my house. This is Jim Sharp, and when Gleason Roofing came to my place for a no-obligation roof audit, I knew I was going to need something done because my roof was more than 10 years old. But I was pleasantly surprised to find that I didn't need a complete roof replacement. Gleason Roofing only needed to replace my underlayment. The good news is that many roofing issues can be caught early before they turn into a full replacement. A simple inspection by Gleason Roofing now could save you thousands later during monsoon season. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to claim your no-obligation roof audit. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
On Saturday, July 18th, pick up a Geraldo Perdomo audio bobble, courtesy of Chaz Roberts. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2 Vision RLE.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered covered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and today is another start for the struggling Zach Gallen. Will he figure it out? Is he tipping his pitches? We'll talk about the Diamondbacks' latest game in San Diego. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
To the sound of a heartbeat pounding away.
All right, before I play this audio, let us all rejoice that training camp for the Cardinals really does open in 2 weeks.
Here we go, baby. The blood sport looms, does it not?
I'm going to play this cut, Wolf. You weren't here when we played the cut, Trey McBride, on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast. It was last week.
Yeah.
He mentioned something that I don't even really think people took it out of context, at least not locally. I did see a story written on some Seahawks fan blog that was like, hey, Trey McBride sounds unhappy in Arizona. Maybe he wants to come to Seattle. I didn't take it that way. I mean, if you know the Bussin' with the Boys podcast, it's a little more relaxed. Like, it's just a different vibe, right? But he did say on their show that there basically are no Cardinals fans. Like, he didn't basically say that, he said it. I mean, he was firing for effect, but he said it. This cut, though, we didn't play, and it's from the same podcast. And so let me fire this off, okay?
Was it the first offer was 16?
No, the first offer was actually way lower, but it was like 12. You know, the Cardinals are.
Oh,
yeah. So then I was like,
we feeling disrespected? You're like,
well, then I was like, yeah, it might not be the Cardinals. Maybe I go somewhere else. Maybe I play my last year and kind of explore my options. And then they finally, they wanted to get it done, and I knew I wanted to be the highest paid at the time. And Travis was at 17, and we got to 19, and I really wanted 20. 20 was the number I really wanted, but we couldn't get him up to 20.
Get it on the next one.
Get it on the next one. That's right, Trey. Hey, you know what, Trey? You might have gotten 20 if you would have blocked better.
Oh, boy.
I'm just saying right now, Trey, you don't ever give that up, brother. You know I love you, and I respect you greatly for the talent that you have. But, man, never give up the dog heart. Never give up the ability to be a blocking tight end as well. Yes, a blocking tight end. Not like Travis Kelce, ladies and gentlemen. Travis Kelce is a great receiver. There's no doubt about that. But I want my tight end to be able to block, especially at the point of attack. Trey McBride, that's where he was really, really good. I think maybe before all the receptions started coming his way, that was the best thing about Trey McBride.
Yeah.
His ability to block.
It was definitely your favorite thing. I just think they got to a point where he had to catch more to make the offense go. I still believe in Trey McBride as a blocker. I still think he's the best tight end in football. And it's not just because he's here, but I hear what you're saying. He can still get better. And I also hear what Trey McBride consistently says.
Trey says he can get better.
He says it on this show.
Yes.
He says it off this show. He says, hey, I can still get better.
That's why I love the kid.
That's why he's getting paid as much as he is. But because I know this has bothered a lot of people, what do you make of that, where it's like the Cardinals apparently, I mean, this is the headline, the Cardinals lowballed Trey McBride. Now, they ultimately paid him.
Yeah.
But there's a difference, and I wasn't there, so I don't know that this is the case. But there is a difference between negotiating with somebody and being like, okay, this guy's going to want $18 million, and we can't pay him more than $17 million, so we're going to say $16 million. There's a difference between that and insulting somebody. And I'm not saying they insulted him. I wasn't there, but he just said that publicly. That wasn't like off the record. He said that into a microphone.
Yeah, maybe they did the same thing. Maybe Monty Ossenford said, hey, we need you to block better. It's what we need. Everyone sits here and you laugh at stuff like that, okay? But to me, it's really, really important.
I agree.
Are you kidding me? We're just going to send you out there. Oh, Trey McBride now is not going to block in 11 personnel. He's just going to go out there and be a receiver. That's what he is.
It's important.
That really hurts the Arizona Cardinals when they're in 11 personnel. That really hurts them if that is the case. No. If Trey is just willing to block the way he always has been willing to block, now all of a sudden the Arizona Cardinals, especially with 11 personnel, which is the number one personnel group in the National Football League in rundown situation. So now all of a sudden they're going to be really, really good because of that. That's why we're going to pay you, Trey, the money that we ultimately are going to pay you. And they did.
They did. That's ultimately all I care about, is that they paid him. It's interesting to hear him say that because, again, it was public. That was the same podcast where he did make the joke about the Cardinals fans. I think Trey McBride he's got some equity built up. I mean, he is one of those guys where you could look and say, well, maybe more fans would show up if you were winning. You can't say that to Trey McBride. Trey McBride's doing almost everything he can do. I mean, you're one player on a football field. I hear what you're saying. You can always get better as a blocker. Trey McBride says that. But I would say Trey McBride's performing at a level where if the whole team was performing like him, they'd be in the playoffs every year.
Yeah.
So I think we're all going to give him a little bit of grace. But you know how it is right now. You know the environment. The Cardinals just won 3 games. People are saying they have the worst roster in football, or they had this horrible offseason. They don't have direction. I don't necessarily agree with all that, but I feel like this is going to be a tough season coming up. You know the vibes around this team right now. When Cardinals fans hear that, it's just another example of ways that Rams and Seahawks and Niners fans can rip their Cardinals fan friends. And I think Cardinals fans are just getting sick of it.
Yeah, listen, you'd be sick of it too if you were 3-14.
Yeah.
And the losing seasons continue to pile up right now. The Arizona Cardinals, this is going to be a rough year. I think this is going to be a rough year. This is not going to be a shock, a surprise to anybody because of the quarterback situation being what it is right now, being a bit of a question mark. Has anything happened since I've been gone 8 days on that front?
I was going to ask
you anything?
If maybe you saw Jacoby Brissett out in Amish country or something, because nobody's heard from him. And I got to think, since we're on this, let me just ask you this. Training camp really does open in 2 weeks for the Cardinals because of the Hall of Fame game. We're not exaggerating. Like, we're 2 weeks away.
2 weeks.
How deep do we get into training camp if Jacoby's holding out where he's just not the guy anymore? Because I got to be honest, I feel like it's like 24 hours. Like, if he's holding out...
I think that might be a little abrupt.
Really?
24 hours?
I mean, it's been 4 months now, essentially.
Yeah, sure. But the first couple of days, I think if you miss a couple of days in pads, I think all of a sudden, okay, maybe now.
What's the first open practice, I think, is July 24th. So that's 2 weeks from Friday.
I mean, we don't want to be rash here, do we?
If he's not out there for that one, what's going to push them to agree on something if they haven't agreed in the last couple months?
Yeah, I do not know. I really don't. This is just something that has gotten out of control as far as I'm concerned. The massive question mark at the quarterback position. I just hope more than anything else, this is what I hope for, Basinonians, in regard to the quarterback situation for the Arizona Cardinals. Make it a competition, please. Announce it. Make it a competition. Just, here we go. This is what we're going to do. We're going to open it up, and may the best man win. And truly, of course, may the best man win. I want to see that. I want to see that in the preseason.
So
make Jacoby prove it.
I don't want to oversimplify this, but why not just announce that if you're the Cardinals? I mean, any leverage that Jacoby Brissett has, and I just don't think he has much, because of the situation, not because of him or how he played or whatever. He just doesn't have a whole lot of leverage. He won 1 game last year. Why not just announce going into camp, you know what? It's an open competition. We just drafted this rookie. We brought in Gardner Minshew, who has started before.
Yeah.
Why not just announce it? Because what little leverage Jacoby Brissett has at that point is totally gone. Of like, it's an open competition. If you want to show up and compete, go ahead. But if not, if you want to negotiate a contract, you're getting passed by these 2 guys.
Yeah, not only that, too. How about this tactic? How about you go ahead and you open it up? You have a quarterback competition for the Arizona Cardinals, and all of a sudden, if he wins it, now maybe you're going to go ahead.
That's fine.
And give him some guaranteed money.
Yeah.
Make him earn it.
Yeah. I don't know how he earns it sitting and watching his team go through training camp.
I don't know.
And I'm not, maybe we get to 2 weeks from now and he's like, you know what? I made my point. They didn't respond well to it or whatever, I'm not going to miss reps in training camp. I don't know. We don't know how this is going to play out. It's all been so weird for the last few months, but I just feel like if we start to get 3, 4, 5 days a week into training camp and he's holding out, I don't know why, even if they don't announce it, why it isn't just a competition. But at that point, why not just announce it's a competition?
Listen, he played really, really well last year. Really, really well in losing games. The Cardinals lost a lot of games by a lot of points. Go back and look at it. And you have to remember, too, a lot of those yards, nothing against Jacoby. I'm not saying he did not have a good season. He did. I was all jacked up about it. Thought they were going to be in the top half of the NFL in offense. I was bullish on that they were going to be because of Jacoby and what he did. But, man, you go back and look at the tape, there's a lot of yards that came, a lot of touchdowns even that came late in games when they were down by 21.
Yeah. All right, we come back. We're going to get back into soccer. And by the way, just while we were talking there, Wolf, Egypt went from up 2-0 on Argentina to it's 2-2. And they're probably heading to extra time.
Messi!
So that flipped quickly. Messi had one of them, right? Rick?
Yes.
Okay,
Oh, my
he had the second one.
goodness. Of course he did.
Egypt had them beat. I mean, they had them 2-0 with like 10 minutes left in the game, and now it's 2-2, and they're going to extra time.
He tied it.
When we come back, we are going to talk soccer with Jake Ziven, who was on the show yesterday. He was heading up to Seattle for the U.S. game. Now that the U.S. put whatever that sort of performance was out there, we'll ask him about the ramifications overall on the sport in this country. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've been on the radio now in Phoenix for just about 30 years. I've seen a lot of companies come and go. M-Drive didn't. In fact, I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years. Every single morning. And these days, that's probably the best endorsement I can give you. Because after you reach the age of 40, you start noticing changes. Your energy's not the same. Recovering, takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's true for a lot of men. That's why M-Drive was created. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. There's no hype. There's no shortcuts. Just a daily habit I've trusted for over a decade. I know the founder personally. I've watched the company grow right here in Phoenix, and I've continued taking M-Drive every single morning. Go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, over 10 years, every morning.
I joke around and with my wife and call it my bionic knee.
But before Ernest became a patient with QC Kinetics, it was a different story.
I'd go to bed with my knee throbbing, heat, ice. I would get up in the middle of the night to get a drink or something, and I would just be hobbling.
He wasn't able to play on his rec basketball team or work in the yard. But QC Kinetics regenerative treatments turned around the situation without surgery or downtime, using Ernest's own healing properties to help restore his aching knee, now known as Ernest's bionic knee.
I am really happy because I am playing the game that I love so much, and I'm playing with my granddaughter, and I'm gardening, and I'm on my knees, and I'm jumping up. I have a 200-pound dog, and I'm playing with my dog.
Now Ernest is living his best life thanks to QC Kinetics, and so can you. Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
It's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but that's not always the case.
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite. Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now. The United States men's national team was eliminated from the World Cup last night with a 4-1 loss to Belgium in the round of 16. The U.S. has still not advanced beyond the round of 16 since the 2002 World Cup. The Arizona Diamondbacks blew out the San Diego Padres last night 8-0. The D-backs will go for back-to-back wins tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury go for their fourth straight win tonight when they host the Chicago Sky at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7. And the Phoenix Suns have made their re-signings of center Mark Williams, guard Colin Gillespie, and guard Jordan Goodwin official. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess, cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
I go on and on, can't understand how I last so long. I must have superpowers, rap 225,000 hours.
Craziness at the end of that Egypt-Argentina game. It's been 2-0 Egypt for most of the show. Now it's 3-2 Argentina with a few seconds left. So 3 goals in about 15 minutes, I think, for Argentina.
I believe Messi had the tying goal.
Yes, that's what it looked like. And now they're just handing out cards. Jake Ziven, play-by-play announcer for MLS on Apple TV, joined us yesterday on the way up to the game in Seattle, the U.S.-Belgium game. Now he is joining us again this morning. That was the plan all along, to get his reaction to what happened last night, whether it was good or bad. As it turns out, unfortunately, not very good. So, Jake, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. How's it going?
Yeah, guys, it's going well. It's going well. Disappointing day yesterday. You mentioned an extraordinary game right now between Argentina and Egypt. Egypt's literally going out fighting. Lionel Messi, the greatest of all time, just carrying Argentina back. But yeah, yesterday was disappointing, right? For all of us that were so excited for this game, and bad time for the United States and really everybody on the team to have their worst game in the tournament.
So, Jake, when you look at the match, of course, where do you begin? What went wrong for Team USA?
Everything. Yeah, begin wherever you want. It all went wrong, right? From the opening whistle. I mean, Belgium was better on the ball. The U.S. couldn't take them off the ball. The press was kind of half-hearted, not like we saw from the U.S. during most of this tournament, where they made it really difficult for the other team, for their opponents to play, right? To just hold the ball and move the ball forward through them, just at a base level. And then when the United States did get on the ball, they lost it every time. Everybody gave the ball away over and over again. You had mistakes, bad mistakes that led to goals. Yes, Matt Freese, that's going to get replayed over and over again. It's the most obvious mistake. Goalkeeper coming out of his box, misplaying the ball, and then goes into an open net. But you look at every goal, and there's mistakes. I mean, that first goal, for that ball to bounce in the box, and for 2 or 3 United States defenders to just kind of stand there and let it bounce. I mean, it's almost basic stuff, right? That in a World Cup, everybody. If you would feel better if those three guys that were standing around the ball all crashed into each other like outfielders going for a fly ball, and then it bounced to a Belgian player and they scored. But the fact that none of them even went for it, it's really frustrating. So bad mistakes and then a bad performance, and just it all went wrong, honestly, from the opening whistle.
So we're talking to Jake Ziv, and Jake, I'll use, since you brought up Messi in this game that's going on right now and how he basically just dragged Argentina back to what looks like it's going to be a win in a game they were losing 2-0 late. Look, Messi's the extreme, as you said, the greatest of all time in most people's minds. But, you see some of these teams in this tournament, whether it's Norway with Erling Haaland or England with Harry Kane or France with Mbappe. And, again, those are the extremes. I get that. But the U.S. doesn't seem to have that one game changer where even if they're down late, you still feel like they're going to create a goal or maybe a goal and a couple scoring chances. How much of a difference would that make to get over the hump finally in one of these tournaments, or is it more than just one or two players?
I think yesterday it was more than just one or two players. Okay. But in general, I do agree. I mean, I think that in soccer, in this sport, you need to have what we would call a match winner. And Lionel Messi is the ultimate match winner. Kylian Mbappe, Erling Haaland. I mean, it's in the NBA you would call it an alpha, right? I mean, you need a superstar. And the United States have never really produced that. I mean, we thought Christian Pulisic could become that with the national team. There's been times when he has been, but it's never been in a World Cup. And there's been times when he has been at the club level as well. And for AC Milan, even a year ago, he was doing that. But he certainly wasn't in this tournament. You've had guys like Clint Dempsey and Landon Donovan who have been closer to that. I think Dempsey particularly, I mean, that's a guy that just will do whatever it takes. But right, you need that superstar. Norway's the best example. That was a good game, an even game with Brazil, to be honest. Brazil was maybe a little better. They had the missed penalty. But then, boom, 2 chances for Erling Haaland, 2 goals, Norway wins. And that in this game, in a sport where 1 goal can be the difference in an otherwise even game, and 1 goal can be the difference when you're the worst team, right? I mean, soccer is kind of the only sport where you can be dominated for a whole game and still win the game. And you need the match winner. You need the superstar to do that. So, yeah, it's important. If the United States ever wants to win a World Cup, they need that. But I think we need to stop talking about the United States winning a World Cup or competing to win a World Cup and just talk about how can they make the quarterfinals of the World Cup. Yeah. Because it's been since 2002. This is where they get to every time, the round of 16, and then they lose to a, kind of more traditional soccer nation. They need to get over that hump, which they'll be able to. They should be able to, but we need to talk about getting over that hump before we keep talking about competing to win a World Cup.
So, Jake, based on the U.S. men's performance in this World Cup, what does this do for soccer? What do you think it's going to do for soccer in the United States?
Yeah, I hope that this World Cup is still a big boost. I think up until 5 o'clock Pacific time yesterday, really 5:08 when that first Belgium goal went in or whatever it was, there was just so much positivity and so much excitement around American soccer. I hope that those 2 hours didn't dampen that at all. I think that there will still be so many kids that have been watching this tournament and said, I want to be there. Mm-hmm. That the next time it comes to the United States, whatever that is, in 20 years, I want to be the one playing for the United States on that field. I hope this has inspired them. And I think it's not just the United States. I mean, it's all the games. This has been an incredible tournament. And it's seeing the fans of all these other countries come to the United States and mix together and show their passion. So I hope that it still has that really positive effect for the next generation of players. Also, as far as fans are concerned, I mean, I hope that it gets more people into the game and that they watch soccer in whatever form they want, whether that's overseas, whether that's their local team. I'm a big believer and supporter of supporting your local team. I think that's the best way to engage in this game, just like it is any other sport, whether that's watching Major League Soccer. So I think this is going to be a big boost for the game in this country. But it certainly yesterday showed us we have a long way to go. And maybe there was some kid watching that game yesterday that will be that match winner, that will be that superstar, that will turn into that game changer that we need to really get to the next level as a soccer country when the World Cup comes back to the United States, whenever that'll be.
Talking to Jake Zivin right now. Jake, the weirdness leading into that game yesterday we talked about it yesterday with Balogun getting suspended and then getting unsuspended. Now that you've seen the game play out, and maybe I'm just reading too much into it, but that was clearly the U.S.'s worst performance of the World Cup. It felt weird the whole way through. Maybe that's just Belgium is that much better, but do you feel like all of that sort of circus beforehand impacted at least their start at all, or is that just kind of the way that game was going to play out?
I really hope it didn't affect the United States. Right. It shouldn't have. I mean, these guys are professional athletes and they got to go out on the field and compete. I think it clearly motivated Belgium.
Yeah.
And when you listen to them talk, I mean, Romelu Lukaku did the Trump dance when he scored the fourth goal. It's clear that it motivated them. And that's fair play. That's kind of, I think I said it yesterday, if they lose, first of all, the whole world's probably going to be rooting for them to lose. Now we're the villains because people think it's unfair how this was overturned. And so that adds a little more pressure. And if we lose, there's going to be a little pie in the face moment from the rest of the world. And that's going to be the case going in. If the roles were reversed, Americans would be doing the exact same thing. So Belgium was motivated by it. I really hope that the United States wasn't affected by it. I wouldn't think that they would have been. I think had Balogun been suspended and Ricardo Pepi been, starting, I think that the result would have been the same. I think it was just the performance wasn't there for whatever reason. I think the team maybe was a little confident because this starting group had 3 incredible performances, and they were incredible performances, but against teams that weren't at Belgium's level, and maybe they just weren't ready for the level of Belgium, for that reason. Not that they were complacent, but they clearly just weren't ready for, again, the level of the game. And so I think that had more of an effect on it than I would hope, right, for the United States.
Jake, I'm so sorry, man. Don't have a lot of time, but I have to ask you this. Do you think that Christian Pulisic deserved the criticism that he's getting?
A little bit. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know what his injury situation is. He was incredible for the first half against Paraguay. That was the best we've ever seen him on this stage. And then he got hurt. And then since then, he wasn't good yesterday, but nobody was. So to single him out, I think, is unfair. And I think a lot of it is also just these expectations. I mean, he got called the LeBron James of soccer at a young age, and that's unfair. Mm-hmm. It's unfair to put on him. And that's what we do in the United States, right? Freddie Adu is the next Pele. It's unfair. Right? So I think it's a little unfair to single him out. But he didn't have a great World Cup other than the first 45 minutes of the World Cup before he got that calf injury.
Jake, it's been great talking to you the last couple of days. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, guys. Take care.
All right. That's Jake Zivin, play-by-play announcer for MLS on Apple TV. It was, he still brought it there, too. But anybody that heard the show yesterday, he was so fired up driving up to Seattle for that game.
Imagine.
He said something, we'll react to this more later on the show, but he said something that resonated with me as somebody who, worked for the Coyotes here, hockey in the desert, or grew up playing hockey in Seattle when it wasn't really there much of. That game last night was the game that soccer enthusiasts in the U.S. have been waiting for, this chance to finally break through and do it on home soil, and they just completely no-showed that game. Leave work early July 22nd and join us at Chase Field for Half Day Club. We're live before D-backs A's and throwing out the first pitch as well. Lower level tickets, just $9.87 before taxes and fees. Text half to 620 for details. When we come back, speaking of the Diamondbacks, is Brandon Pfaadt jump-starting their rotation right now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You gotta fight for your right to party.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-1. Weekly hit right side. It's picked up by Pavin. Flips to Jamison at the bag in time, and the Diamondbacks just dominate the Padres here in the series opener by a final score of 8-0.
Reacting to a D-backs shutout of the Padres in San Diego on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers typically only get one offer, and that offer is not usually great. It's typically somewhere between lowball and not good enough, but Orchard will change that for you with Orchard's new Orchard offers. You don't just get one offer, you get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make those investors compete for your home with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and then that way you can pick the best one on your terms. You can do it with confidence. You don't have to settle on one offer or worry about maybe leaving money on the table that you don't even know is out there. This way you see every offer side by side, and you know you're getting top dollar in that sense. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
Wow, look at those tough Toyota trucks.
Tundra is so tough.
Tacoma, nimble and tough.
Tough like me. What was that?
A teacup Pomeranian.
Wow, those little things can really project.
Get behind me, honey.
Right now, get 3.99% financing for 60 months on a rugged Toyota Tacoma. Or get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra on both gas and hybrid models. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. We'll react to Brandon Pfaadt's second start since his return to the D-backs. Get you ready for Game 2 in this big series against the Padres. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Wolf, I got a stat for you. Been over here doing math for like an hour.
Okay.
Okay. You ready
Math?
for this?
Yes,
You don't
I
have to
think
do any
so.
of the math. I did
Okay,
the math
go
for
ahead.
you. And this stat was probably readily available during the game last night. I just didn't see it. But I've been on this kick since Brandon Pfaadt came back, and maybe it is unfounded optimism or whatever. So far, he's fulfilling this, but I've been on this kick since he came back that maybe he can be the guy to jumpstart the Diamondbacks rotation. Because, yes, he lost his rotation spot earlier in the season, but it wasn't like he was so horrible that after 12 starts, they're like, dude, you're just destroying our team. He made 3 starts earlier this season. They weren't good, but that typically doesn't get you bounced out of the rotation. It was the unique circumstances that, Merrill Kelly was coming back, And Mike Soroka, who I think the plan behind the scenes was always maybe to move him to the bullpen when Merrill came back. Soroka has been pitching lights out. Like, Pfaadt got moved, and he wasn't pitching well, but it wasn't like he was so bad they were like, you're done. You know what I mean? So my thought was maybe when he comes back, he could do something like he's been doing. He's got to do it for more than 2 starts. But if you just isolate his 5 starts now this season, his ERA is 3.67. And that's with the 3 bad starts at the beginning of the year.
Really?
So as a starter, he's got a 3.67 ERA this year. He might be exactly what they needed.
Yeah. Rick, can you get the broadcast bacon ready to go right here? Because I need a little broadcast bacon right here. I heard this on the broadcast, of course, last night. The Padres have scored the fewest runs in all of baseball.
Well,
Ron Wolfley report. Oh, do you smell that? Makes me hungry.
Man, you don't have any bacon, do you?
In fact, they have the fewest hits in all of baseball. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Thank you. So, once again, I think you have to temper all of what we saw from Brandon Pfaadt, of course.
I'm here to overreact.
You have to temper it a little bit and say, okay, you know what? Consistency is what we're looking for with Brandon Pfaadt. I believe he's found that consistency. We all expected Brandon Pfaadt to be in the rotation this year and actually have a solid Brandon Pfaadt year.
Yeah.
We all expected that at the beginning of the year. We did not expect him to struggle to the degree in which he has, which is why it's shocking to me, flat out shocking, that you're telling me he's got an ERA in the 3s?
As a starter.
As a starter, yes.
His ERA for the season is 4.84, which is obviously not great. I mean, it's better than some of the other Diamondback starters. But
but as a starter.
As a starter now, you just have to look at the games. He started against Detroit in March. Wasn't great. 6 innings, 5 earned runs. Struggled against Atlanta, 4 2/3, 3 earned runs, and struggled. I mean, it's a quality start, actually, against Philly. 6 innings, 3 earned runs. But then they had to make a decision. Somebody had to get out of the rotation. And that's just the part I think we all need to kind of take a step back and look at. At the time, you certainly weren't moving Erod, and you still wouldn't now. You weren't moving Soroka because Soroka had been so good. He's just tossing immaculate innings and looking like, a great find, and he still has until the injury. Gallen was even pitching well back in April. You were going to put Merrill Kelly in there, and you weren't going to pull Ryan Nelson out. So Pfaadt was the guy who got pulled out, but it's not like he had 12 or 15 starts and his ERA was in the 6s. It's like, I don't think they're going to pull Gallen out of the rotation right now, but if they pulled Gallen now, you'd be like, look at this sample size. Your ERA is mid-6s, and you've made, 17 starts this season. That wasn't what it was for Pfaadt. He made 3 starts. 2 of them were bad. He got pulled, and now he's come back and make 2 good starts, albeit against the Giants and Padres.
Yeah, still, once again, he's out there competing against the best in the world. I get that. Somebody's got to be last in the league, and he went out and did what you would do against a team like that. He did very, very well. He started well. I think that's one of the things that, again, I'm looking for, especially when a guy is struggling. How do you start? Because, man, it's so difficult when you know you're struggling, Basinonians, and you know you're not playing as well as you should. Man, I know what this feels like. I do. I know what it feels like. You know that you're not getting the job done. You know what your coaches are saying to you. Man, and you go out and you don't start well, when you think you're ready, you're prepared, you're doing all the work you have to do to go out and actually do your job, and all of a sudden you don't do well, it doesn't go well for you, man, that is very, very difficult to get over. That's why the start, I thought, was important for him. I thought he started well, and that kind of set the tone. But he's always had that issue with the big inning.
Yeah.
He's always had it. You and I were talking about it last year, as a matter of fact.
He's had it for his
And I
whole
think
career.
you had it down to the 5th inning. If he ever got to the 5th,
Felt
here it
like
comes.
it was the 5th a lot.
It's going to be a big explosion in that 5th inning. And, it never happened. Not yesterday. And I wanted to see that.
I don't think he's going to, be the Cy Young winner of the second half of the season. He's going to give up runs. I thought the Giants start was maybe even more impressive because everybody in the stadium knew he was on about a 65 pitch count, and he still gave him 5 1/3 innings, and he only had to throw 66 pitches. I just think we have seen Brandon Pfaadt do good things in the past, and I will continue to say this. Your ERA is your ERA. You can't run from it, right?
Yeah.
But I do think it's different with different guys. Some guys just can't get outs, and every time they go out there, they're bad. Fott is more like he's good, then he's really bad. Then he's good, then he's good. But he's at least giving you a chance to win 2 of the 3 starts or whatever the number is, And if you can manage, if you can kind of be in tune to when he's starting to unravel whatever inning it is, that's more navigatable as a team, I would think, than what Gallen's doing right now.
Yeah. You know what's amazing as well? I think the key for Brandon Fott is to be aggressive. I think he's got to be aggressive. And he was definitely. You go back and you look at it. They even mentioned this on the broadcast, Basin earnings, but man, he attacked the zone, the strike zone, over and over and over again. He attacked it. He challenged the Padres. And we all know the Padres can't hit the ball. They're having a hard time scoring runs.
You've messed me up now. I can't say Padres right. Even off the air, somebody brings up the Padres. I'm like, the Padres. And people are like, we're not going to talk to you anymore.
That's right, Luke. The first 3 innings, the Padres game, the first 3 innings, he threw 48 pitches, had 35 strikes. That's pretty good. 5 innings. After 5 innings, he had 72 pitches for 54 strikes. He was attacking the zone over and over and over again, challenging the Padre hitters. And I guess maybe it's an easy thing to do when you think the other team really doesn't have the ability to score a lot of runs or hit the ball even.
Padres are weird, though, because, yes, they're not scoring runs, but they do have Manny Machado and Fernando Tatis and guys that are supposed to be hitting really well. All right, when we come back, let's get into basketball because Summer League already started for some teams, but it's starting for the Suns later this week. So what do you want to see from the Suns in this Summer League? Some of the guys that are the future of this team are going to be playing in these games. We'll get you what some of them said. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Lawyers in all 50 states. I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
I'm Jesse Morrison with what's trending now. The United States men's national team was eliminated from the World Cup last night with a 4-1 loss to Belgium in the round of 16. The U.S. has still not advanced beyond the round of 16 since the 2002 World Cup. The Arizona Diamondbacks blew out the San Diego Padres last night 8-0. The D-backs will go for back-to-back wins tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury go for their 4th straight win tonight when they host the Chicago Sky at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And the Phoenix Suns have made their re-signings of center Mark Williams, guard Colin Gillespie, and guard Jordan Goodwin official. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers' spectacular offers available right now at your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event going on now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday. Can the Diamondbacks keep it going in San Diego with Zach Gallen on the hill? We'll get into that and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
So did you not have Nirvana for the last couple of weeks?
No, Amish country. Don't believe in Nirvana.
Oh, okay. How do you do that?
Just weird, man.
What kind of music do the Amish listen to?
A lot of banjo stuff.
Okay.
A lot of banjo stuff.
Banjo stuff.
Do you know how to play the banjo after being out there? Did you start a band?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I did not. But I did think, no doubt about it, ladies and gentlemen, I did think of A.J. Puck.
How could you not?
Of course.
Do they have Amish mosh pits? That came up on the show about a week ago.
No, as a matter of fact,
No?
they don't.
Okay.
Yeah. They do gather from time to time and put up barns, of course. They do that. Snap their suspenders when they're a little angry. Sometimes they snap them.
That feels like that would only hurt yourself. Let me ask you this also, since we're going down a very important path here. I've always wondered this. Everybody knows the Coyotes left essentially because they didn't have an arena.
Yeah.
If they had just gotten the Amish to build them an arena, could they have done that in like 2 weeks? And then we wouldn't have had this problem?
Yeah, no.
No? Okay.
No.
3 weeks?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. They would not be able to do it.
All right. I feel
Although
like
they have built some big barns, there's no doubt.
Doesn't it also depend on the
able to-
type of Amish too? Because there's like more strict and less strict. Like
Yeah, there are,
Some can use like tractors with motors, and some it's horse and plow.
It's all about the generator. It's about the generator. Okay, the generator isn't plugged into the system. It's not plugged into the system.
Okay.
Because it's not plugged in, we're actually going to use that gas generator.
Okay.
We're okay to use that. That's going to be fine. It's not plugged into the system. Anything that's plugged in, like a vehicle, of course, you have to go get gas. You have to go You got to plug it in.
Yes.
Electric vehicles, you have to plug it in, literally. Yeah, they're not into that, man. Not going to do it.
First of all, a lot of times people will call a hockey arena a barn, so I don't think I'm making too big of a jump here. But secondly, you know how it is. Like, okay, well, maybe they're going to get this new arena. The shovels will go into the ground in a year. It'll take 5 years to build. Like, I just feel like if you ask the Amish, like, hey, we're going to lose our hockey team. How quickly could you build us an arena? They'd be like 3.5 weeks.
Oh, yeah. You know what they could if you were going to seat 400 guys.
Well, we tried that once. It didn't really work here. But maybe we get the number up to, like, I don't know, 10,000.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No? Okay. Summer League basketball is starting for the Phoenix Suns later this week, and some of the big names that I think a lot of diehard Suns fans want to see play more this season are going to be playing in the Summer League. So like Rasheer Fleming spoke yesterday. He was asked what he's focusing on now that he's going into year 2 as compared to last year when he was a second-round pick going into his rookie year.
Really just letting the game slow down for me. Feel like I got a little bigger, so a little stronger. So when I have the ball in my hands, just taking my time, being more patient than I was last year and making the right reads, I feel like it's something that I've been working on.
He also did bulk up in the offseason. They asked him why he felt the need to do that.
Everybody in the league is strong. So I think it'll definitely help my game too, just because I feel like I play at a fast pace a lot of times and I might speed up. So just it'll let a lot of games slow down for me.
Boy, there it is once again. You heard him say speed up. And in the first cut that Luke played, slow down. The game is going to slow down for me. And need to be more patient as well, is what he said. Man, that makes so much sense to me, doesn't it? I mean, as a rookie, you come in and what is it, Bazonians? You get your opportunity to play. And you're going out there trying to make things happen, as opposed to going out there and just doing your job. Doing your job the best that you possibly can do. Man, I understand what this feels like, especially as a rookie, to go out there and say to yourself, I've got to do something. I've got to go out there and do something. And you really don't. You just have to do your job, whatever it is, offensively or defensively. Do your job. Compete and let the game come to him. I love this because this is the road. This is the path that Rasheer Fleming must walk going forward. If he's truly going to get better, if he's going to develop into the player that I think he's going to be, man, he's got to let the game come to him. He's got to be patient. No doubt about it. Slow down. It's slowing down for him. Listen, I don't have to go out there and do something. No, I'll go out there and I'll just do whatever it is that I need to do within the scheme to do my job and do it well.
All right, let's go around the room right now. Okay, let's bring Rick and Jamal in on this too. So let's make the cutoff the draft a couple years ago. So like the Ryan Dunn, Oso Ighodaro draft. All right, so Ryan Dunn, Oso Ighodaro, Kamon Malwatch, Koa Pete, Rasheer Fleming. You can throw Kobe Bray in there too, I guess.
Yeah.
Who are you buying stock in right now out of that group? Are we all in on Rasheer Fleming, or is
Rasheer Fleming for me?
Fleming for me too.
First, then Malwatch.
Yes.
Then Malwatch. Okay.
Then Oso, then Brea, and then Ryan Dunn.
Okay. But Fleming's our number one. Jamal, you too. Okay. So wow. So the Fleming is like our guy on this show. Okay. All right. He was also asked if he deserves more playing time this year.
Yeah, I think so. I think it'll come to if that's the case. If I keep doing what I'm doing, like my time is going to come. I'm not really pressing the issue. I think if my time is my time, then it's going to happen.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. I think it's going to come to me. I think I'm going to get that opportunity to get more minutes. Yeah, I like that. That's a good approach, is it not?
Yeah, I hope he's right. If he plays well enough, he'll get the time. You can look at the roster and you can say there's some players now potentially blocking him, but I keep going back to just having faith in the fact that the best thing that everybody said about Jordan Ott when the Suns hired him, not what the Suns necessarily said about him, but just what people around the NBA said, was that he's good at developing young talent. So I do tend to believe if any of these guys take the next step, Jordan Ott's going to put them in a position to succeed and take even more steps. Kaman Malawach spoke as well, and he was asked how he's approaching his second year in the Summer League.
I'm going in with the same mentality I had last year, same mentality I had throughout the whole season. Just getting better each and every day, and just using all the reps and I just gotta use every rep and take advantage of every rep and not wasting any reps, so that by the time the season gets here, I'm really prepared.
Yeah. Man, it gets me all jacked up. It brings back memories, Basinonians, it does. But he's so right on. You know, he's so spot on. It's just a matter, you've got every rep, every opportunity that you get, you've got to focus on that and be the best that you can possibly be. I love this because he's not looking down the road, is he? He's not. He's talking about the opportunity, the rep. He's stressing the rep and how important it is that he gets in there, gets the opportunity for that rep, and yet at the same time just tries to do everything he can to get better. I love the mentality. Hyper-focused. That's what he needs.
Yeah, so much of the ceiling in front of the Suns hinges on these two guys. And the others too. I mean, Oso and...
It's amazing.
I don't want to write Ryan Dunn off, but he did not have a great year too. It doesn't mean his career's over, but the Suns, I believe, one of the things Brian Gregory has done a really good job of so far is coming in and taking this team that was starting to get older and didn't really have a ton of direction as they were trading away KD and letting Bradley Beal go. One of the things that I think Brian Gregory has done really well is given them like a youth movement that it almost seemed unattainable 14 months ago. But that doesn't mean it's done just because they have guys that have upside, right? Like these guys actually have to develop into their ceiling. But if they do, if Malawach is playing like a top 10 pick in a year or two, and Rasheer Fleming's playing and showing the upside a lot of us believe he has, then that makes this a different path for the Phoenix Suns. It's not just hypothetical at that point. It's not just us, in the Valley being like, oh, the Suns are going to be good because we like the Suns. Like they actually would have a path to being contenders. I don't know what that looks like with Oklahoma City and San Antonio, but like contenders with the other 28 teams in the league.
Yeah, it's truly amazing when you think about it, brothers, because once again, for a team that has no draft capital or not a lot of draft capital, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
They've got some young guys. I mean, Koa Pete, as you said, Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, Kobe Brea, Oso, Ryan Dunn.
There's some intrigue there.
There is.
Yeah.
It's interesting. They got about 5-6 guys that could be developing. And honestly, they need those guys to develop.
The way I try and measure this too is like if you told me some of these guys were on other teams, would I still be saying, oh yeah, there's something interesting? Yeah, Rasheer Fleming, I would absolutely be saying it. Koa Pete, I'd be saying it. Maybe it's just because I saw him play so much at U of A, so maybe that's unfair. But yeah, certainly Malawach, certainly Rasheer Fleming, and the fact that Kobe Brea is just such a good pure shooter. I feel like there's a place in the league for a guy like that, and hopefully on the Suns because they could use a pure shooter. All right, when we come back, let's get into football. Again, training camp's about 2 weeks away for the Cardinals. National publications continuing to pile on. Do they really have one of the absolute worst rosters in the NFL? Not just a question of quarterback or problems on defense, but like total roster. Is it really that bad? And if so, how do they fix it like ASAP? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Piles, I'm very worried that the minute they sign him to that contract extension, they are stuck, and that they're going to be stuck.
But they're
with
committed. They have to resign him. Like they gave up the pick. They have to.
And I know, and that's reason number 5 or 6 why I don't like the trade. By giving up that draft pick, you have to. It's terrible. I mean, it's bad enough value as it is that you got Miles Bridges for that draft pick.
Yeah.
But to only get 1 year of Miles Bridges, you can't do that.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. You got to have shade. We all know that. Listen, installation is all done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors. These shades are commercial grade, Basinonians. They're industrial strength. Hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. You can choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they have them all, man. They came out to the Wolfley compound, and I can tell you right now, they met all of our shading needs, and they will do the exact same thing for you. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available, voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades, and they have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Here's what you do. You go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins at Galaxy Lending Group. Harold, the average pro basketball career is only about 5 years, and your clients are paying off their mortgages in about the same time?
They are. Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator loan puts your existing cash flow to work against your mortgage balance so you can pay off your home in a fraction of the time with no lifestyle changes.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one. There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Come On Mala Watch is turning up the volume in year 2. A new Big 12 partnership with Monster Energy includes brand patches on football and basketball jerseys, and the Suns officially re-signed Colin Gillespie and 2 others. Those are your top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
I feel like the world's biggest idiot with these headphones, Wolf.
Really?
Because they go like over your ear, and every time we come back from break, I'm like trying to relearn how to put them in. You would think that at some point I would catch on.
Yeah.
They look good. You kind of look like a professional musician. It's very fancy.
Well, thank you, Rick, until you hear me play music or you realize I can't put them in.
Okay. You should take like one out, like, they do sometimes so they can hear the crowd.
Oh, yeah, and just kind of like get everybody to sing the song so
exactly.
I don't have to. Yeah.
Yep.
So how does it sound? How does the bass sound to you as you're broadcasting with those in?
It's better. I went out and bought these ones. These are different. Yeah.
Okay.
Assuming I put them in.
You spend some cold hard cash?
Yeah, I took from the show fund. I took your money and I went ahead and spent that. No, they gave us, when I was doing the stuff for ABC last fall, the college football stuff, they gave us like the, whatever they're called, whatever the fancy TV term is, where you put it like over your ear.
I see.
I was like, oh, I'll get one of these for radio. And now I'm sitting here like a 2-year-old that's like, hey, look, I got headphones.
When you do TV, when you do stuff for ABC.
Yeah, except I can't hear myself because I can't plug in the headphones.
Asking for a friend. Where is that show fund?
That's not bad. What do you think I've been doing every Friday for barbecue?
Oh, yeah. There's probably, I like to think there's a drawer out there in the newsroom that just has a bunch of cash in it. But then I look through, and the only thing I found in the drawers out there is the hard copy of all of Jarrett Carlin's sports kebabs for like the last 4 years.
Yeah.
He keeps putting them in my desk for some reason.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't find somebody's lunch in there as well from like 3 years ago.
I found, no joke, D-backs tickets from 2016.
Did you really?
D-backs Phillies.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
It's just crazy what people will leave around.
Yeah.
Right, Basinonians?
Yeah. Check it out.
Crazy.
I have no idea what we're going to talk about here. Oh, now I do. Now that I've actually looked at the show sheet. ESPN put out their annual roster rankings in the NFL. We're coming up on training camp.
It must be summer. I'm just saying right now. What is today's date?
July 7th.
July 7th.
Let's kill the mood with roster rankings.
Yes, right. There we go. Right there. July 7th. List broadcasting. Here we go.
I prefer to think of it as more ranking broadcasting.
Okay, ranking.
I'm gonna.
Good.
I have a legitimate question off this. Okay.
Yeah.
So I haven't looked at the whole list. They have the Rams with the best NFL roster, top to bottom. They have the Seahawks third. I'm not going to sit here and scroll for the Niners, but I'm guessing they're fairly high up. They have the Cardinals.
What's interesting is there's a direct correlation between teams that were good last year and their roster right now.
Funny,
correct?
Funny how
it's
that
funny
works.
the way that works.
Yeah, typically if you have good players.
It's funny the way that works.
The Niners are 11th, as it turns out. So 1, 3, and 11. That's the other three teams in the NFC West. They have the Cardinals, and to be honest, I just looked to see if they had them last. That's where I was going.
Yeah.
They don't. They have them 29th, tied with Atlanta, ahead of Cleveland and Miami. So take that, Cleveland and Miami. My question is not, were the Cardinals wronged? Do they really have the 26th best roster? It's not that.
I'm so glad to hear you say that, Luke.
It's more, how quickly can they fix this? And I guess now that I'm talking out loud, how quickly do they need to fix it? Because I like Monty Ossenfort, but this is year 3 of a rebuild going into year 4. They shouldn't have the 29th best roster in the NFL. Not taking this for gospel. Maybe they don't have the 20th. But I'm just saying, this should not be the ranking a year from now. That's going to be 4 years into this era.
Luke, this is exactly why I continue to say that for the Arizona Cardinals in 2026, this season, it's going to be tough, Basinonians. It's going to be hard. Red Sea, rise up. But it's going to be hard because this is going to be a very, very difficult season. There's always a wild card to it. And the wild card is this, player development. Once again, I will continue to say it. Luke, you've heard me talk about this for a long, long time.
I think that's fair.
And it is the truth, man. Player development. 2026 is about player development. And that's one of the reasons why right now I don't get all jacked up over Jacoby Brissett and the fact that he's holding out and wants a new contract. It's about player development. Jacoby has already proven who he is and what kind of quarterback he is, and I respect him greatly. I do. As a backup, he's played a long time in the league, and he's been a backup the vast majority of that time. And the Arizona Cardinals need to find a starting quarterback going forward. They took the number 65 pick overall in the draft, and they drafted a quarterback. It's one of the reasons why I want to see Carson Beck get the opportunity to play quarterback, provided he knows what he's doing, provided he understands the offense, provided Mike LaFleur can look him dead in the eye and say, do you know what you're doing? Do you know what it is that we're asking you to do? And if he does, I'm going to play him.
So I hear what you're saying about how, your roster is going to typically correlate with your record. I mean, I'm guessing most of these rankings are done based on, hey, this team wasn't good last year record-wise, and they didn't do a whole lot to improve in the offseason, so they have the 29th best roster or whatever. But I wonder, going into this season with the schedule the way it is, that shouldn't be a built-in excuse, but also let's be aware of what the schedule is for the Cardinals. Even the fourth-place part of their schedule didn't get them easy games. And some of the random games they're playing are like the Lions and the Chiefs. Like, they don't have an easy schedule. So I'm looking at this from the Monty Ossenfort side of things, the front office side of things. Is there a way where even if the record isn't good this year, we can all feel a lot more confident about the roster coming out of it? Because, again, that would be 4 years in. If the roster truly is that bad, that's not progress.
Yeah.
It can't just be like, if it's as simple as, okay, we come out of next year, hey, the Cardinals struggled, they won 5 games or whatever, but you saw promise, and you saw promise in guys you've drafted, and you're in position to draft a really good quarterback in 2027, then it's like, okay, there's a quick way to flip this. Get your franchise quarterback in 2027. Maybe you can actually do it. If the rest of the roster is good, maybe your record was bad, but it can turn quickly. If your roster is just bad, even one quarterback's not going to flip it.
Yes, I would agree. And here's the reason why I think player development is really, really important as well, because it's a wild card. How much better does Walter Nolan III actually make the Arizona Cardinals defense? How much better?
It's a great question.
It's a 3 technique that is a destructive force. How much better can he actually be? What about Will Johnson? How much better is he going to be in year 2? Because, man, he looked really, really good and capable as a rookie. Can these guys get so much better that they could play at a Pro Bowl level? Hey, I can tell you this much, Basin audience. They got the ability to do it. Will Johnson has the ability. Walter Nolan, the 3 technique, has the ability to do it. He's got the talent to be that guy. How much better can they actually be? That is the question. That's why 2026, for me and the Arizona Cardinals, is about player development. And yes, to answer your question, you might only win 5 games, but you're actually going to be able to see certain players that are developing and growing and getting better. And that's what I'm really going to focus on this season for the Arizona Cardinals. I'm sorry to say it, and if they prove me wrong, I'm going to gladly accept it. It's not this year for me. It's not about the wins. It's about guys, young guys, developing and getting better. Do they or do they not? And I honestly think it might have an impact on what the Arizona Cardinals do, what Michael Bidwell does with their GM.
Yeah, well,
and I love Monty, and you know that.
Yeah, no, it's interesting you say that. I'm sure we'll get back into this. We got to hit break. I understand that, but I'm looking at their projected starters for the Cardinals in this story, and they have 12 projected on defense. Just with how if you have a nickel corner or whatever. Right. But of their 12 projected starters, 6 are young players that Monty Ossenfort has drafted. So it really kind of feels like the defense this year, and especially sticking with Nick Rallis, when you let JG go, it really feels like the defense this year may dictate Monty's future.
Ding,
here.
ding, 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 ding.
So that's something I think we're all going to be watching. All right, when we come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
They have like crazy water slides and all that stuff.
They
at the
did.
Hotel?
3 really big water slides. 1 that was uncovered, and then 2 that were in tubes.
Yeah.
My nephew and niece only liked the ones that were open, so I had to go on with them on the other 2 that were enclosed, super hot, dark, my big old ankles and shoulders banging against the whole thing as I'm going down the water slides every time.
You feel claustrophobic.
Then you shoot out of it into the water, and it goes up water to the people. Okay, let's go ahead.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Let's talk about your smile, man. Let's go ahead and look at yourself, not if you're driving, of course, but smile real nice. Listen, if your teeth hurt and you're missing teeth and you're tired of messing with dentures, it's time to get your life back, man. You can go see Aria Dental Implant Center. My good friend, Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center, has helped over 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed well over 20,000 plus implants, man. Those are cold, hard reps. And when it comes to the all-on-4 full-mouth implants, experience, of course, is everything. Basinonians, I have had the all-on-4, man. I can tell you that right now. It truly is a game changer. You need to call Aria Dental Implant Center. You can go online right now, as a matter of fact. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Tell them Wolf sent you, by the way. That's ariadentalimplantcenter.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
All right, there's talking baseball, and there's trading baseball, not the deadliner baseball cards. Kalshi, just the largest prediction market in the world. Kalshi, regulated and live in all 50 states. Paul Calvise here. Again, you can trade every baseball game on Kalshi, even the All-Star events, futures. Hey, at last check in the American League, the Yankees trading at 32% to play in the championship this October, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $300 if they win. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. There's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in, buy out of your position, and for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use referral code AZSports. One word, AZSports, to get $10 when you trade 10. Referral code AZSports. One word on the Kalshi app. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Our new modern neighborhood butcher, Southern Steer Butcher, just opened in Chandler, and now a grand opening in Surprise. Yep, this weekend, July 11th and 12th, Southern Steer Butcher, grand opening in Surprise. Huge deals. Paul Calvise here. We're talking their famous flavor-infused marinated steak tips, only $16.99 a pound. Marinated chicken, only $3.99 a pound. Plus, save 25% on jerky and free samples. SouthernSteer.com for all the info. Or stop by in the Surprise City Center at Elm Street, SouthernSteer.com.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win. And we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with What's Trending Now. The Arizona Diamondbacks blew out the San Diego Padres last night, 8-0. The D-backs will go for back-to-back wins tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury go for their 4th straight win tonight when they host the Chicago Sky at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And the Phoenix Suns have made their re-signings of center Mark Williams, guard Colin Gillespie, and guard Jordan Goodwin official. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers July 4th event going on now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon on a Tuesday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Got everybody reunited here. Wolf is here. Ready for lunch?
I'm ready, man.
Rick is here. Rick, what do you got?
The United States men's national team was eliminated from the World Cup with a 4-1 loss to Belgium in the round of 16 last night. U.S. star Christian Pulisic, who left the game with an injury, spoke to Fox Sports after the game and said this.
Yeah, I mean, I just twisted my ankle and just sprained my ankle. I mean, it's just frustrating to end like that, of course. But, now I got time to rest, so hopefully it'll be okay.
Is that what you want to hear from the U.S.'s star player after being eliminated in the World Cup?
Not what I would have expected to hear from him. I don't want to pile on a guy that's hurt. It sucks to have your tournament end while you're hurt. Wolf, you played in the NFL. I've grown up around hockey and the NHL. Not necessarily what you would hear from an NFL or NHL player.
Yeah, but, once again, I want to be as fair as I possibly can, Basin Orleans. A sprained ankle is a sprained ankle. And if it's taking on fluid and it's swelling, you're in trouble.
No, and I'm not saying...
You can't even blue juice that thing at that point.
I'm not saying you can play soccer with a sprained ankle. I'm not even implying that. It was just... I think everybody's just miserable after the way that played out last night.
I think you're right about that. It's just the way that all of that happened. I think that quote is a little regrettable.
But, we all remember Keith Yandel basically having like 9 teeth cut out mid-game to keep a hockey streak going.
Yeah, one of the reasons, and I'm just being as honest as I possibly can, Basinonians, one of the reasons why soccer has never hit home, I think, in this country, at least with me personally, and many, many people that I know and talk to, it hasn't hit home because of the flopping that happens in the match.
Yeah.
And because of that, Americans are not into flopping. We're not.
I will say this real quick, just stick on soccer. You bring up the flopping. I agree with that. Obviously, Pulisic wasn't doing that. Like, he actually was hurt. He was hurt in and out of the whole tournament. You do notice some teams don't flop and others do. I don't know what the logic is behind it. I don't know if it's, I don't know where that comes from, but like, watch some of these teams, they really don't flop. Like but then there are some that are just like, I also hate the, hey, we're up by 1 with 47 minutes left, so we're going to try and kill as much clock as we can, like going to get water and needing a sub and laying on the ground every time somebody runs by. But none of that was Pulisic last night. I feel bad for the guy that he was in and out of this tournament as much as he was, and he's the one taking all the criticism today for sure.
Brandon Pfaadt tossed 5 scoreless innings as the Arizona Diamondbacks smacked the San Diego Padres last night 8-0 at Petco Park. This takes us to our Arizona Sports poll question, which you can vote on at arizonasports.com. It asks, what is your confidence level in Brandon Pfaadt 2 starts into his return to the D-backs rotation? High, he is dealing, medium, or low?
Is that H-I-G-H or just I? Like, hi, he's dealing.
H-I-G-H.
Okay.
I'll say medium. It's above medium for me, but it's not. Hi, he's dealing. So it's going to be a medium plus for me.
Yeah, I'm going to be true neutral on this one, Basinonians. I'm with Luke. It is going to be medium. This is a situation where Brandon Pfaadt needs to take the ball and prove it. Just like everybody else, when things go well, You need to continue to do well. You need to compete. When things go poorly, you need to fight it. You need to never accept what is happening to you, and you need to compete. That's what Brandon Pfaadt is doing right now, and he's going to have to prove it ultimately because he has had a rough go of it. Right now, I think he's in the process of proving it.
You're basically saying he has to fight for his right to party. That's what you're saying.
Indeed.
Okay.
You gotta fight
Boom.
for your right to party.
That's right, Brandon.
All right, I agree with you guys. Medium. So I will vote medium.
Okay.
And medium leads 50%.
Yay, medium.
High, he is dealing 43%, and low, 7.
Where's true neutral on that? I didn't hear that.
That sounds like a company.
Yeah.
Like a very not exciting company, and it's spelled TRU or something.
Yes.
The Big 12 the Big 12 football media days began today, and Commissioner Brett Yormark announced a multi-year agreement with Monster Energy for football and men's and women's basketball. Football will be rebranded as Monster Energy Big 12 Football, and there will be Monster Energy uniform patches on jerseys. The deal will pay member schools $1 million per year. What do you guys make of this?
Now this is something I'm going to have to remember to say. What is it now, Rick? It's the Monster Energy Big 12?
Monster Energy Big 12 Football.
Boy, that's okay. All right.
Boy, that is.
But $1 million to each school.
But not $1 million to me.
Monster Energy
Big 12
Big 12 football. You can't just say Big 12 football.
I mean, I think you can, but like when you start the broadcast, like they'll be like, "Welcome to Monster Energy Big 12 football on TNT."
So we can just say Big 12 in
Yes.
here, and like representatives from Monster aren't going to show up at the studio door.
I don't believe so.
Okay, but if we're on like the pregame show, we have to say Monster Energy Big 12 football.
Oh man.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, this is the way that it goes. This is the way that it goes when you are a professional sports league. And that's what they are.
That's not a bad logo. Like if you have to put a logo on your jersey, the Monster
Exactly.
logo is not bad.
Yeah, it's kind of big,
Could
though.
be a lot
Yeah.
worse.
Yeah.
Couldn't it?
Yeah.
That's true. Okay.
And it feels very extreme sports. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is fine. I don't mind extreme sports, but it's just kind of interesting to see it mixed with football now.
It's a whole new era.
It is. ASU head coach Kenny Dillingham was one of the coaches who met with the media today, and he was asked what he wants people to see from ASU football.
Tough. Watch us. We're physical. We respond to adversity, physically and mentally tough. Bad things happen. We respond. We don't get too high. We don't get too low. And we're a physical football team. So tough. That's the number one thing. I mean, other than the little thing, owning the ball and all that stuff that everybody has to do to win, but tough. When you turn on our tape, I want our football team to be a team that you can feel the physicality and you can see us respond.
Oh, there it is. Tough.
What do you guys want to see from the Sun Devils this season?
Can you imagine Kenny Dillingham on Monster Energy during a game? Maybe it is. I don't know. What do I want to see? I want to see wins. That's what I want to see. I want to see a clear-cut, legitimate starting quarterback. Hopefully that's Cutter Boley. But, yeah, I want to see because they have a lot of changes in their roster right now from last year to this year. So I would love to see the identity that the last 2 years teams carved out transfer over to this new team with like Amarian Miller and Cutter Boley and all these new pieces that they didn't have to replace last year that they now have to replace this year.
I agree with Kenny 100%. Tough is what I want to see. That's what I want to see from the Sun Devils. I want to see them play tough football. The only thing I would correct Kenny on is the fact that mentally and physically tough. Don't be redundant, Kenny. Why are you being so redundant? When we all know football is played from the inside out. Football is played from the inside out. Your body can't be tough unless you're tough inside. You can't take damage and withstand that damage and press through that damage unless inside your body you're tough. Physically tough, mentally tough, redundant. There is only one tough from the inside out.
I also want to specifically see them beat Texas Tech on October 17th. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, Did the chaos of the last few days ultimately impact the U.S. men's national team last night against Belgium? Or if not, then what was that last night against Belgium? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I need Kaman Malowicz to play more than he did. I think it's imperative that Kaman Malowicz, by the end of the season, you can see it. You can start to see it happening with him. And if it hasn't happened by the end of the season, brother, it is panic time when it comes to Kaman Malowicz. It is major panic time. If by March of next year, you're not seeing NBA quality minutes out of Kaman Malowicz, something went horribly wrong and a mistake was made.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Most of us spend more time planning our summer vacation than we do actually planning our retirement. Can you feel that, brothers? Well, Trajan Wealth helps you change that. So when retirement comes, it actually feels like the reward it should be. Talk to a fiduciary advisor over at Trajan Wealth today. When I sat down with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk, man, not a sales pitch. One team coordinating my investments, taxes, estate plan, all working together. I saw the difference for myself and I became a client. They're fiduciaries. Their advice is built around you, not a commission. It's the reason why you need to pick up the phone and give Trajan Wealth a call today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC. SEC, registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns
and John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Nobody pray for me. It been a day for me. Yeah.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and today is another start for the struggling Zach Gallen. Will he figure it out? Is he tipping his pitches? We'll talk about the Diamondbacks' latest game in San Diego. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. There's all this buildup for that U.S.-Belgium game last night. And it was legit build-up. Like, watching these games throughout the tournament, like, there was real build-up to that. Could they finally win and get past the round of 16 and beat a major European team to do it? Not only did they not win, the game was awful. The game was unwatchable for a good chunk of it. Real quick, around the room, you guys still watching the rest of the tournament, or are you just out?
Well, Jamal was never watching it in the first place.
Okay.
But I'm totally watching it.
Okay. Throw Jamal under the bus.
Okay, that was great.
Yeah, well, no, I've been watching it.
Okay.
But, like, it just intervenes with my basketball time.
Okay. Well, you don't really watch anything in basketball.
Yeah, it's kind of tough sometimes.
I will admit I do enjoy the World Cup when it comes to World Cup soccer. I do enjoy it, watching it. And I've already gone on record as to why that is based on earnings, but I enjoy history. I love history. I love nationalism. I love seeing, countries compete against each other that, well, they've got a history, frankly.
Yeah.
And they have history that is a little troublesome from time to time. I use the example all the time, but would you say France and England have had a long-running feud? Yeah, for the most part, yes. The 100 Years' War, the only thing that most people get wrong about it, it actually went 116 years. Oh. Okay? They just call it the 100 Years' War. That was real. That happened, and I just love it. I love the fact that, man, all of these countries compete in the game of soccer or football, as they would call it. And to me, I just love watching it unfold over a ball out on the pitch. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm still all in on it because there's been a few really great games, and the final 4 years ago, Argentina and France is the best soccer game I've ever seen. I'm guessing even most soccer purists would be like, yeah, that was actually the best game. But you talk about some of these matchups we could have, like England and France could still play in the championship.
Right.
Argentina and Colombia could be playing in like 4 days. Like some of these could get real intense. France and Morocco are playing later this week. The U.S., though, is out. This is Carly Lloyd talking about Christian Pulisic and just the entire team really not showing up for that game last night for whatever reason. We haven't seen a lot of teams just get run off the field in the knockout rounds, but the U.S. absolutely did.
I felt like they lost the game before they even stepped out onto the pitch, and I'm not sure why, and I don't know the reasons, but just from the beginning, just chasing, tentative, scared, just not confident on the ball. And I think big-time players, you wanted some of those big-time players to step up in big moments. And I got to be honest, I was a bit disappointed with Christian Pulisic. I think whether he wants to be the star of this team or not, we didn't see enough from him in this particular game and really the whole World Cup.
He's the one taking the most heat.
Yeah.
He's the face of the team to most people.
Yeah. I think it's an astute observation. It really is. Once again, based on earnings, I talk about this all the time, but it's so true, Luke. You need your best players to perform their best when it matters the most. You need that. It's so critical, especially for a lot of the role players. That was me, brothers. I was a role player as well. And when our best players, and we had some great players. You think Roy Jetstream Green was a great player?
It's pretty good.
You think that Otis Anderson was a great player? Google it, my young crunks. Stump Mitchell, of course. We had our share of great players. And when your great players went out and played great, it just kind of relaxed. It set the tone for everybody. It relaxed you, and you just concentrated on what you had to do to support these great players that go out and play great when it matters the most.
We had Jake Zivin on earlier in the show, and we asked him, how much of the whole Balogun controversy leading into that game, how much did that impact things? Because he probably shouldn't have been given the red card in the first place, or certainly not suspended. But at the same time, you talk again to soccer purists, and they'll say, look, whether you like the rule or not, that is the rule. Now, my counter to that, and it has been with quite a few of them over the last week, is why am I seeing that happen in other games and it's not getting called? And the response is just, well, officiating isn't consistent. that's a big inconsistency to take a team's best player away, because Balogun was much better than Pulisic in this tournament. Take a team's best player away in the knockout round. But whatever. However we got there, it went to he probably shouldn't have been suspended, but he was. But then magically he wasn't. And then all of a sudden Belgium, who had nothing to do with it, was going to appeal because they wanted an easier path. And then the game starts and he's playing, except the U.S. looked like they didn't realize the game started. So when we had Jake Ziven on, he was like, I hope that didn't impact the U.S., but he did say he felt like it impacted Belgium because they just came out firing.
Yeah, just watching them play, Team USA, and that's what I'm calling them, ladies and gentlemen.
Did you see him play? Because I haven't yet.
Yeah. To me, they appeared to be tiptoeing out there.
Yeah.
Really tiptoeing on the pitch. And, obviously Matt Freese made a major, major mistake on that third goal that was allowed, and that really was the backbreaker to me. That was an obvious mistake, a misplay by Freese on that. It devastated their chances, I think, for the most part. But, I have to say that looking at the fact that Flo Balogun was going to actually play when everyone thought he wasn't, I'm also wondering how that impacted the team as well.
It's
the desperation.
It's hard to ignore it.
I know, the desperation that they must have felt when they knew he got red card, he's going to be suspended for our next game. He's one of our best players. What do we have to do? The whole team collectively, when you face that kind of adversity, you bone up because you have no alternative, no other choice but to. And then when all of a sudden they got this red card rescinded.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, okay,
relax.
We're going to be okay. It's Belgium, they're really, really good. We know that, but our best player is back. And, I realize Pulisic, you can talk about him or Balogun, but Balogun has actually played better, I think.
He's been dynamic throughout this entire tournament, except last night, obviously. I find it hard to believe it had no impact on them. I mean, we'll never know. We're talking about a collective team, right?
Yeah.
But it's either what you said of like, he's not going to play. Okay, we got to get ready. And then, he is going to play. Okay. Or it almost at times looked like, okay, he's going to play, so we better win now. Because they did look so timid, which is just like the worst thing in sports, to go out there and be like, okay, let's be careful and hope everything goes perfectly.
And then when
it didn't.
And when they gave up that first goal, the U.S. team had not ever been behind.
No.
So far in this World Cup. Think about that for a minute.
Not on the first goal.
Not giving up the first goal, I mean.
And you're right. The third goal, I know they got blown out, but the third goal, even though they were getting dominated most of the game, this is another thing Jake Ziven said when he was on earlier, soccer is a game where you can get dominated but still win, because just because a team's dominating, like if you're dominating in basketball, you're going to be up 24. If you're dominating in soccer, it might still be 1-1.
Yeah.
And so even at the point where they just botched that play and Belgium got the third goal, it was only 2-1. Like, you were still one play away from tying it. And then we just saw it this morning. Like, Egypt was up on Argentina 2-0 with, 14 minutes left, and Argentina came back and won in regulation. They won the game. All right, we come back. Let's get back to baseball. Wolf, great cut from Corbin Carroll after the game on Sunday that I want to play for you when we come back, because this could be pretty hard evidence he is evolving as a leader, and I know that means a lot to you and to a lot of people. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, to get 30, to get 20, 20, 20, to get 20, 20, to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month. Sold!
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
I'm Jesse Morrison with What's Trending Now. The Arizona Diamondbacks blew out the San Diego Padres last night 8-0. The D-backs will go for back-to-back wins tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury go for their 4th straight win tonight when they host the Chicago Sky at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And the Phoenix Suns have made their re-signings of center Mark Williams, guard Colin Gillespie, and guard Jordan Goodwin official. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, the proof is in their reviews. If you have any AC or plumbing issues and need a second look, they're online at ReadyServices.com. Proud sponsors of the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. We'll react to Brandon Pfaadt's second start since his return to the D-backs. Get you ready for Game 2 in this big series against the Padres. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Wolf, this is something that you missed while you were gone, although it was just very recently. You asked earlier in the show if there was anything you had missed, and there was quite a bit. But with the Diamondbacks in particular, they went, kind of up and down as you were gone. They ended up losing on Sunday to Milwaukee, and it was kind of one of those moments where it's like, you just can't lose when Erod pitches. and they hadn't been. They were 13-2 in their previous 15, but because you're so thin in the rotation, you can't lose when he pitches. He pitched well on Sunday, but they ended up losing 3-2. And the way, and I wasn't at the game on Sunday, but the way that this has been relayed to me is that Corbin Carroll essentially called people over because he had something to say. Okay. Wow. So right out of the gate, this is
when you say people, what are you talking
reporters?
About? Reporters. Okay.
So I'm going to play the two cuts from him, but just I heard this yesterday and actually Sunday night through the context of what you've been saying for the last however many months that you want Corbin Carroll to emerge as a leader, not just a great player. And this is what he said after the loss on Sunday.
I think kind of scuffling would be the word I would use. I think that we're not playing the way that we need to play if we want to be in a position where we're gonna do something with this season. I think that just that's reflected in a number of ways, but I think at the end of the day, if you look at outside of what we did versus the Giants and the Rockies, I think our record kind of does reflect what we've done to this point, and I think it's frustrating for everyone in here because we know there's a lot more than that in this room, and we just need to play better. And I think it starts with me. I need to play better.
Right. I've got more, but just your reaction to that first.
Okay, so you're telling me that Corbin Carroll actually said something to the team?
No. I'm the way it's been told to me was that the reporters were there, and he basically called them over to say that to the reporters.
Okay,
I
cannot imagine him not saying it first to his teammates.
I'm sure he did, but I wasn't there. But I'm sure he did.
Okay, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Please, Corbin Carroll, tell me that you said that to your team. Tell me that you went ahead and you called them, hey, boys, get over here. Tell me that you did that and then said that. Not playing the way we need to play if we're going to do something this year. That to me that's what matters. I cannot, under any scenario, this is just me, Mason Orleans, I cannot see Corbin Carroll saying, hey, press, get over here. I got something I want to say. I got something I want to say publicly without him actually doing it first inside the clubhouse. Does that make sense?
And I agree, because as much as I think the perception of Corbin Carroll publicly is he speaks, he doesn't avoid the media, but he's not, I don't think it's his favorite thing in the world to do. I don't think he got into baseball to talk publicly to the media. But my understanding is he does talk a lot more openly with his teammates. So I'm guessing even if he didn't call everybody over, if just they were there after a loss like that, and he's like, I mean, that's pretty impactful stuff he's saying right there, and that's only the first cut. If he's willing to say that to the media, I'm sure they've had conversations internally.
Doubt.
And he is just by the impactful player that he is on this team, set up to be a leader.
Here's the other thing about this before you play this other cut. This is joyous to me. It's joyful. And the reason being is because this is exactly what he needs to do. He needs to lead. Corbin Carroll, he's 25 years old. He's still so young. He's 25 years old. He's still developing as a player and as a leader in that clubhouse. This is the beginning to me. This is the very beginning. Although, man, he's sowed an awful lot of seeds in the past in terms of him growing and developing as a player. But your best players, they need to grab the leadership mantle and lead. And this is what he's doing. Because when you take it to the press, when you take it publicly, what you're doing is you're telling everybody out there, what I said privately to you first, we're going to get this on the record. This is the way we're going to play baseball around this part. And guess what? I'm going to lead it.
It screams accountability, and he held himself specifically accountable at the end. I just look at his career, he's basically in year 4. He played a little bit in 2022, but he's basically in year 4. And if you set aside 2022, he played 32 games for just a second. His rookie year, he wins Rookie of the Year. He puts up absurd numbers, 54 steals to go with the 25 home runs, and they go to the World Series.
We knew he was a player.
Yeah. And so since then, if they miss the playoffs this year, like you said, he's only 25. This will be his third straight year missing the playoffs. I'm sure that doesn't sit well with Corbin Carroll. Not that it sits well with anybody, but I'm sure it especially doesn't sit well with him because this is a guy who took a long-term deal to be here. He told us on this show a couple weeks after he signed that deal, essentially that he wants it to look like such a great deal for the team by the time it's done. He wants people to say he's getting ripped off. That's I'm paraphrasing. That's essentially what he said to us I think it was a couple weeks after he signed that deal. He committed here for a long time. He is delivering. Now, I understand he's not having like an MVP season this year, but he's an all-star. It's deserved. And maybe he doesn't have the exact same stats that he had in 2023 when he really burst onto the scene. But we've seen him increase his power, consistently be probably the best triples hitter in baseball. And also just like we've seen him overcome slumps. Like the league adjusted to him. He adjusted back. He had a hard time. He got better. So he's just more, I would almost say, solid than he was flashy in that first year.
There's no doubt about it. He's one of the best players in the baseball universe, period.
And so I'm guessing he doesn't love the idea of 3 straight wasted seasons when he's only really in his 4th year. Here's more from Corbin Carroll.
It's just not enough. We need more. And, I don't want to speak for other people, but I can speak for myself. And, I know that there's more in the tank. And, I'm working to find it. I'm dedicated towards, towards working, towards getting back to that place. But, just trying to find my best.
Yeah, my best. Keeping myself accountable first. The job that I'm doing. This is him growing, man, right before our very eyes.
I figured
this has got me jacked up. This is exactly what the Predator needs to do. Grow as a leader inside that clubhouse. Because he's got the cred. Yes. He's got the cred of actually doing it. I say this all the time, Basedonians. You got to do before you can say. If you want to lead, if you want to be a leader, you have to do before you can say. You try to go out there and say before you actually do, and you're going to be a pariah inside that locker room or that clubhouse. People are going to be mocking you inside that clubhouse. You got to do before you can say. But never forget, the best leaders do and say. Those are the best because they do first and they're recognized as being one of your best players. And then they'll walk up to you and say, or maybe they'll walk up to the team and say.
I take it for what it's
critical.
Worth. He said that on Sunday. He went out and doubled and scored last night. The team had 11 hits, 8 runs, and didn't give up a run. I'm not trying to connect dots that aren't there, but maybe there is something there because, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't feel like we hear baseball players talk like this publicly a lot. There's 162 games. You hear it in football. Hey, we've lost 3 in a row. Well, that's almost a quarter of our season if we don't get this together.
I think you're right on this.
And you've mentioned this a lot, but like football is one of those sports where it's like, okay, well, figure it out. Try harder. Baseball, it's not as simple as that. You try harder, you might just go deeper into a slump. We don't hear Corbin Carroll talk like this a lot. I don't think we necessarily just hear baseball players in general talk like this a lot. And I would also say, it's not like the Diamondbacks run an 8-game losing streak. They had just won the game before, like one day before. But he's also being realistic. You're just hovering around 500. You're going to miss the playoffs.
Yes.
And you could hear the frustration in his voice, which makes me believe they're legitimately frustrated in that clubhouse too.
Man, I got to tell you, this tells me if Corbin Carroll is actually calling the press around him to say what he's going to say, he's walking up on dudes. Aren't you, Corbin?
I feel like this is Wolf's favorite audio we've ever played.
I'm just saying right now, man, look out. Look out if this guy develops once again. Because is he one of the best players in the base? Yes, he is. No doubt about it. Another all-star appearance. This is the best. If you're a Diamondback fan, get jacked up. This is exactly what needs to happen inside that clubhouse to create a chemistry and a culture going forward.
Tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see Darius Rucker live at Arizona Financial Theater Thursday, July 23rd. It's the Songs of Summer Tour 2026 with Austin Williams and Old Crow Medicine Show. Head to the contest page on arizonasports.com for more details. When we come back, NBA free agency is going. It's been going. Is LeBron James ever going to sign anywhere? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
The idea of evaluating the manager in Arizona is very, very difficult. Everybody hits him for the days off that players get. That has nothing to do with Torrey. But there are other things. There's the sternness, the approach, and whether or not a manager like Torrey, who is such a decent person and such a caring person, does a professional clubhouse eventually steamroll that guy? These are questions. This is the elephant in the room that's saying, talk about me.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Listen, they got an East Valley location that is continuing to build and serve the entire state, giving them full coverage of the basin and the state. Basinonians. They've got a new facility in Mesa. They've got one in Phoenix as well. And right now they are hiring. What an amazing opportunity for college students this summer. This summer you've got that opportunity. Earn a great wage, stay active, build relationships, brotherhood, of course, and make an impact. Very competitive pay and bonuses as well at Moving Team 6. No one wants to move in the summer. It's inevitable sometimes. New job, new home, changing schools. Let the trusted professionals take the burden and stress away so you can focus on what matters. Here's what you got to do. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey, homeowners, if you're ready to move and found the perfect home but can't buy until you sell, you're not alone. With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, unlock your equity up front by using her buy before you sell program so you can buy your next home first with a strong, non-contingent offer, move in on your timeline, then sell your original home the right way for 100% of market value, guaranteed. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler craftsman at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, not with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. What do we want to see? What do we need to see from Come On Mala Watch at the Summer League starting this week? The Burns and Gambo Show starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM. All right, well, if you're like 3 hours in, first show back, do you feel caught up?
No. No, I don't.
You don't feel
I
caught
need
up
context. You know how important it is for me to broadcast with context. And that's where, Basinonians, you are following it every day, especially when it comes to baseball. It's one of the things I love the most. It is drama. It is like a soap opera unfolding right in front of your eyes every day. There are some players that are having a good run of it. Things are going well. There are other players, things are going poorly. Days of our lives, so to speak. I love it, man.
Do you need me to recap things again, or are we good?
No, you know what? Let's do that again at, wow, it's already.
The show's almost over. Yeah.
My goodness, let's do it now. Go ahead and
You want to do it
recap.
now? All right.
Listen to this,
Okay, right.
Basinonians. This is what I have missed.
In case you've been gone the last few days. Rick, do you have the music for us? Okay, all right. Let's fire that up. All right, here we go.
Wait, do you want me to do it? Do you want me to play it, or do you want to do it again?
Just play music. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. All right. So Wolf, you left like right at the end of the St. Louis Cardinals series for the D-backs, okay?
Yeah.
That's when you were going out of time. Okay.
Right.
So let's see. Since then, the Diamondbacks got rained out in St. Louis. Paul Sewald got mad. We haven't even talked about that.
I want to talk about that.
You got to
Paul
talk about that.
Sewald got mad.
And he's still going to be mad. They've gone 4-6 since you were gone, but they're exactly back to 500. Erod and Corbin Carroll are all-stars. Zach Gallen's ERA somehow went up. Brandon Pfaadt's good again. Joey Chestnut joined the show. Said I eat like a child. That was kind of mean.
Okay.
The U.S. turned 250. I don't know if you saw that. Probably
saw
did.
that.
They got really good at soccer, and then we got really bad at soccer. And in between, Flo Balogun got a bogus red card, but then that red card magically disappeared. Problem is, so did the entire team against Belgium. Now the biggest story left is, can a Viking win it all for Norway? Meanwhile, the Cardinals still haven't chosen a quarterback in training camps in 2 weeks. LeBron is still a free agent. The Suns signed Luke Kennard away from the Lakers. He makes every three he takes, but he also doesn't take enough threes. Suns also traded for Miles Bridges, gave away an unprotected pick, dramatically altered how they look, and they got another Spartan.
You know, I wanted to say this earlier, Basinonians, but I held it back. Of everything you just said, Paul Sewald got mad.
Yeah, he did.
That, honestly, that is the thing that really just resonated with me, and it just hung in the air. Paul Sewald got mad? What are you talking about?
He got mad on
He
Twitter.
got mad.
He was not happy about the fact that fourth game against the Cardinals in St. Louis, apparently everybody knew it was going to rain that night. I mean, we even knew it was supposed to rain that night, like 2 days prior. And the Diamondbacks wanted the game moved up that day. The Cardinals were like, eh. So then it got rained out. And now the Diamondbacks have to fly to St. Louis coming out of the All-Star break, a couple weeks out of the All-Star break. And it's now a 4-city road trip just for that one game that they wanted to play. So Paul Sewald took to Twitter. Did you even know Paul Sewald had a Twitter account?
No, I didn't.
Well, apparently he does.
What did he say?
I'll pull that up.
You had that in front of you. That's okay.
Why would
Don't
I-
worry about it. He
I
got
have
mad.
Paul Sewald. He got as mad as
He
I've
was
ever
jacked
heard
up.
Paul Sewald. In fact, it might be his only tweet ever. I don't know. But he was not happy about the scheduling, and I'll see if I can pull it back. Oh no, he actually has been posting. I'll find it here during the segment.
That's good.
No, here it is. He posted. No, you're right. Thank you, Cardinals, for not moving our game up to this afternoon when we politely asked, given the whole world knew it was going to rain tonight. I actually was really hoping we could lose an off day and turn it into a 4-city road trip. Thumbs up. That's how fired up he was about that. And now, yeah, they've got a random game in St. Louis coming up here.
Oh, my goodness. Well, okay, Paul Sewald got fired up.
Yeah, he did.
Leadership, Basinonians.
LeBron is not on a team. That's also something that's happened since you left, and he still isn't on a team. The running joke we had on the show, Wolf, was that he was going to wait till the U.S. was out of the World Cup so he could have the spotlight entirely on himself.
Well, the U.S. is out of the World Cup, so now he has the spotlight entirely on himself. So where's he going?
Man, that is a great question. It really is. First of all, I just want to say that the NBA this offseason has been some of the most compelling stories that I've been around since I've been in broadcasting. I cannot believe the names that have moved this offseason.
Yeah.
And the fact that LeBron James is not going to play for the Lakers, is going to play somewhere in the association, but is not going to play for the Lakers, man, that is huge. Absolutely huge. It's just this offseason where you've had Jaylen Brown, Giannis, Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, Ja Morant, LaMelo Ball, Dusty May coming into the association.
That's true. I mean, that's
just saying.
Yeah.
There are big stories for this NBA offseason that I don't think I've ever seen since I've been in broadcasting.
It's funny you say it because we were talking earlier before the show. We're like, yeah, okay, LeBron's moving, and Giannis already moved. Jaylen Brown was an MVP finalist, essentially. He was a fifth or sixth, and for a good chunk of the season, people thought he was going to win it. I totally forgot Kawhi moved to the Raptors, too.
Yeah.
It's like there is some major shifting going on around the NBA. I'm guessing some of this, maybe not the LeBron thing, but some of this is just because Oklahoma City and San Antonio look so powerful. But at the same time, the Knicks did win the title. So you have this like slap in the face of reality of, man, you better be like on it if you're going to beat Oklahoma City or San Antonio. But then you also have the hope of, but the Knicks did.
Yeah.
The Knicks won the championship, not the Spurs or the Thunder. So I wonder how much that's fueling some of this movement. I mean, some of it is just your typical NBA, like player gets sick of his team or vice versa. The Jaylen Brown situation, it was clear he was getting moved by the week before he got moved. But LeBron in particular, he's got to know where he's going, right? He just wants to hear a pitch from every team.
Yeah, I would think so. I wrote down the top 3 NBA moves that shocked the Amish. I wrote that down based on it because, once again, number 3, Dusty May leaving Michigan. That was shocking to me, and then it was not so shocking when I really thought about it. But I'm going to leave him number 3.
Okay.
Jaylen Brown being traded to the 76ers for Paul George.
For very little.
Yeah, that's Jaylen Brown. Wow, what did you say, Jaylen? What did you say, and did you slap somebody in the face?
And whatever he said it on Twitch.
Metaphorically or literally, yes. And then LeBron James signing with another team. Where does he need to go, based on needs? Where does he need to go? I think we all know.
Just feels like it's Cleveland, doesn't it?
He needs to go home.
And he's just dragging this out now.
He needs to go home and finish his career. It's time to do it again. End your career where you started it and try to win another championship for the city of Cleveland.
Yeah, and that's like the one place where if you do drag this out and don't go to Cleveland, it almost feels like a slap in the face, doesn't it? Like if this drags on for another week and a half or something, and he's like, all right, going to Philly. See you in the playoffs, Cleveland. Like that'd be kind of mean. It'd be kind of funny, though, too. And that's sort of where we are in the NBA right now is how petty does everybody want to be?
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, it's already the final hour of the show, Wolf. What do you want to see from the Suns in the Summer League? We'll get into that, and we'll get into what some of the key Summer League players are saying. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Give me your number one pitching request.
Reed Detmers.
Okay, I'll give you Reed Detmers. Give me your number one hitter. Who is the number one hitter that you want a realistic trade deadline target? You can get a little unrealistic if you want, but
Wilson
stay in
Contreras.
reality. Okay, I'll give you Wilson Contreras. I'll give you Reed Detmers. Are the Diamondbacks making the playoffs now? Yeah, that needs to be a yes, Dave Berth.
Well, no. I understand that. I mean,
you can't go when we're going to give up a lot for Wilson Contreras and Reed Detmers.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Gleason Roofing. This is Jim Sharp with a reminder to get your roof inspected. And I don't mean doing it yourself from the inside of your house, because by the time the untrained eye realizes there's a problem when water's staining your ceilings or running down your walls, you're looking at major repairs to more than just your roof. Trust the pros at Gleason Roofing, like I did. Gleason Roofing's 25 plus years of doing Arizona roofs means they're experts on what the summer heat and our monsoon season can do to your roof. A Gleason Roofing no obligation roof audit now can save you thousands upon thousands later. And with Gleason Roofing's flexible financing options, including 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners, you don't have to wait until there's a big problem to get your roof repaired now. Go to GleasonRoofing.com to schedule your no-obligation roof audit today, especially if your roof is more than 10 years old. That's GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Buying a home comes with a lot of upfront cost. Earnest money, inspections, movers, it adds up fast. That's why Lund Mortgage is stepping in. Right now, we're covering the cost of your appraisal on every purchase loan we close. That's $600 to $800 you keep. We've got it covered. Think about it. Hundreds of dollars back in your pocket? That's a big grocery run, your first HOA payment, or just a little breathing room when you need it most. Give us a call and let's talk about your free appraisal today. Or go to lundmortgage.com.
Terms and conditions apply.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisier, my grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Our new modern neighborhood butcher, Southern Steer Butcher, just opened in Chandler, and now a grand opening in Surprise. Yep, this weekend, July 11th and 12th, Southern Steer Butcher, grand opening in Surprise. Huge deals. Paul Calvisier, we're talking their famous flavor-infused marinated steak tips, only $16.99 a pound. Marinated chicken, only $3.99 a pound. Plus, save 25% on jerky and free samples. SouthernSteer.com for all the info, or stop by in the Surprise City Center at Elm Street, SouthernSteer.com.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500 plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks blew out the San Diego Padres last night, 8-0. The D-backs will go for back-to-back wins tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury go for their 4th straight win tonight when they host the Chicago Sky at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And the Phoenix Suns have made their re-signings of center Mark Williams, guard Colin Gillespie, and guard Jordan Goodwin official. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday. Can the Diamondbacks keep it going in San Diego with Zach Gallen on the hill? We'll get into that and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
Who is this, Rick?
Turnstile.
Turnstile. Okay, Turnstile.
Probably the closest thing you're going to get to Wedge Buster music in 2026.
Really?
Well, maybe not the close, but closer.
Okay.
Then yeah, I'm sure there's
There
other
is
stuff.
Wedge Buster music. It just happened in 1995.
Same, but I'm saying, but that song's from 2025, isn't it? I think that's from. It might even be from this year. So.
Yeah, Turnstile. You got me.
All right, I got to ask you guys all this.
Oh.
You tell me if I'm off base, okay?
You're off base.
All right. Not Wolf. Wolf's not eligible to answer. Is it wrong I'm kind of excited for Suns Summer League? And not like in the typical, hey, hosting a radio show, sure do love whatever's coming up this week. Like, I'm actually kind of into it. Like, because we have an NBA team, but then you've actually got these young guys that could help out that NBA team, too.
I can't wait to watch Kobe Bryant play.
See?
Don't they wear like reversible jerseys?
And, well, there's a Debbie Downer.
Rick, of everything you just said, you're going to focus on that?
Well,
Rick's out. He just can't buy into reversible jerseys.
I mean, it just seems it's like organized rec ball, sort of, but with NBA players. But some of them aren't really NBA players. They're just like the bald guy that plays in the G League.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I'm not saying that, like, Summer League basketball should be our number one sport. I'm saying specifically for the Suns. We've had plenty of years with the Suns where all you could get excited about was the Summer League back in like 2017. Like, hey, we got Summer League, and then unfortunately the season starts.
Okay.
And then we've had the years where the Suns were good. So the Summer League was just like, here's guys that might play in the G League. And for a while, we didn't even have a G League team. But now it's like we've got an NBA team. We know we've got good players with Book and Dylan Brooks and whoever else you want to throw at Jalen. I mean, we've got good play. But then like Malwatch, Koa Pete, Kobe Brea, like Jamal just said, and Rasheer Fleming. And I actually want to see these guys too because they have a nice balance right now where these guys need to help out the vets.
But when they're having big games against the bald guy from the G League, are you like, how do you take anything away from that? It's proven in the regular season, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
I would say you would like to see them do well in the G League, wouldn't you? It sure beats the alternative. Go down and play in the G League, and suddenly you stink in the G League. It sure beats the alternative if they go out and they play well against that competition. But I'm not going to draw any conclusions from that because that is not the best our species can generate. The NBA is. It's how they're going to do when they play in games. And it's not just practice, okay? Please. We're talking about practice, man. It's games. They need to go out and do their job and be successful during NBA games. Not preseason even. NBA games. Period.
All right, so me and Jamal will go to Vegas and watch Summer League, and Rick can sit back here with his non-reversible jerseys.
Yeah, I'm not going to get jacked up about it. I am not either way. Come on, Malawatch is not shooting well. I'm not. It beats the alternative once again. If I had to choose, I'd like to see him do well in the G League.
I don't think I'm not necessarily going to sit there and like draw conclusions because Malawatch puts up 18 and 10 against, as Rick said, the bald guy from the G League. I'm not going to sit there and do that. It's just more like I feel like Malawatch is still a huge mystery, and I don't expect to get answers in the next 2 weeks. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
but I kind of want to see him play. I didn't get to see him play much last year. You know what I mean? I do want to see Koa Pete play. If he goes out there and has a great summer league, do I think the Suns knocked it out of the park with that pick? No, not yet. I'm intrigued by that pick, but I would say more so than most years. This is probably the most I'm into Suns summer league specifically.
I would say because of Koa Pete. I think you're right on that. Because of Kobe Brea as well. Mm-hmm. I want to see him develop. You know, a young guy. We really didn't talk much about him last year, and for obvious reasons.
We talked to him at Media Day.
Yeah, that's right. But Koa Pete, yeah, that is that is going to be interesting to see how he develops, because how quickly can he assimilate to the NBA game? That's what I want to know. As a rookie, as a young guy, this is a guy that I think is going to be a player. Now, what does that mean? What does that look like if you're watching compete, especially when the season starts, and suddenly he's out there against NBA players? Okay, I don't know how many minutes, how many minutes he actually gets the opportunity to do that. What does it look like? What do you expect from him?
I'm not expecting much from Koa Pete as a rookie. I mean, the dude's 19. He does have holes in his game, but they didn't draft him for this year. You know, they drafted him to be a part of what they're building beyond this year. So if you ask me if I have expectations for Rasheer Fleming, I do, and they're probably a little unrealistically high.
I think I'm with you on that
yeah,
one.
it kind of feels like it.
Yeah.
But with Koa Pete, it's like, I don't even know how much he's going to play this year, but how much is he going to get out of this year? They don't need him to play this year.
Here's the one thing they do need. They need Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming to play, and to play well.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, year 2, you're going to see something. You know, I talk about this all the time in the NFL as well. That's why, Marv, it was such a big year 2, of course, and then year 3, but year 2 was huge. Listen, if you're going to develop as a player and compete at the highest level our species can generate, you're going to show it. It's going to come out. It's going to come out on the court. It's going to come out on the diamond. It's going to come out on the gridiron. It's going to come out on the ice. It's going to come out. You're going to see you get better. That's why what happened to Ryan Dunn last year is so disconcerting to me. It's concerning to me that he had the kind of year that he had and took a step back. Clearly,
it was a reminder that just because you have all these guys doesn't mean they're just going to keep getting better each year. Ryan Dunn, unfortunately, was like, I don't think we needed that reminder, but Ryan Dunn was that reminder.
Marvin Harrison Jr.
That's another reminder.
You know, that's, man, my antenna's up on this. Again, I think he's going to be fine based on these. I do. Why? Because he's a hard worker and he cares about being good. And he's got all this talent.
It's funny when you say Marv's going into year 3, though. I had to do like a double take because it feels like he's going into like year 5, doesn't it?
It does.
And yet he hasn't.
Here's the one thing we know.
Impacted them.
If he has the same kind of year as he had last year,
he may as well be going into year 5 at that point.
Yeah.
It's basically what you are. But for the Suns, with guys like Malawach, I mean, they're just starting out. Malawach, I'll play one quick cut here. He was asked if he feels more comfortable now as he's heading into year 2 in the NBA.
It's kind of different. I mean, energy-wise, confidence-wise. I mean, I had confidence in the first year, but my confidence has grown coming in my second year because I feel like I know more stuff now. I feel like I got better from last year to now.
And then also him going back to Summer League with Rasheer Fleming and Kobe Brea, his draft classmates.
It's really great. I mean, these are my brothers. I mean, we're going through this the second time. We've been here for 6 weeks or 7 weeks now getting ready for this, and we just got to take care of the opportunity.
Confidence. How important is confidence? Man, he nailed it.
He did. When we come back, is Brandon Pfaadt really becoming a pitcher the Diamondbacks can count on when they need him most? We're going to talk to D-backs broadcaster Steve Zinsmeister. It's our second guest of the show, Wolf, that has a last name starting with Z. With Zivin and Zinsmeister. Yeah. It's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-1. Weekly hit right side. It's picked up by Pavin. Flips to Jamison at the bag in time, and the Diamondbacks just dominate the Padres here in the series opener by a final score of 8-0.
Reacting to a D-backs shutout of the Padres in San Diego on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or you can always go to Tim Hovick's Santan Ford, ladies and gentlemen, by going to santanford.com. TimHovixFord.com, man. It is about time. Time is almost up. It's the final days of employee pricing at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. Tim's going out with a boom and a bang, of course. It's July. And at Santan Ford, with select models priced below employee pricing right now, Basinonians. That's right. This is epic. How about $5,000 off MSRP on select 2025 Ford Mavericks? That's right, $5,000 off price and selection only at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. This is the reason why I say jump in your vehicle and drive on over to the Loop 202 and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. You pay what Tim pays and then save even more only at santanford.com.
Big wins are waiting this July at Casino Arizona. Join us for the final grand prize drawing on July 29th from 6 to 8 p.m., where you could take home a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler or your share of $25,000 cash. Continue earning entries now through July 29th. The countdown is on. Get all the details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Progressive presents the Museum of You.
We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Welcome back. It is Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. Diamondbacks right back at it tonight. I'd say feeling a little bit better after last night.
Yeah.
Zach Gallen is starting tonight, so we'll see. Don't mind me, Wolf. I'm still fighting with these headphones I've been fighting with for 4 hours.
The Padres.
We are going to talk to Steve
Oh,
Zinsmeister. There he is. I was buying time and not doing a good job of it. Steve Zinsmeister joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line to talk about what we saw last night and what we might see here going forward the rest of this week and beyond. Steve, thanks for the time, buddy. How's it going?
Are you guys just booking all the broadcasters with Z last names today? Is that the deal?
Is there anybody we forgot?
Luke, I think, yeah.
Is Lance Zerline coming up later in the show?
Yes, there we go. Got to get Zerline on at 1:45. Look, Steve, you do this. You do it night in and night out. You're there 162 nights, so you know the ups and the downs. And I would assume now you've done this for a couple of years. You're kind of used to navigating them. I don't want to overreact to last night. It's one game. They're 500. But how badly did this team need a game like last night where the offense was going, Brandon Pfaadt looked good, the bullpen got it done again?
Yeah, there's not a ton of examples throughout the course of the season where really like all parts were working equally at the same time. And that kind of is sort of a metaphor for this season too, where even when you think about the top three players in the lineup, it's been rare to see times where Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, and Geraldo Perdomo are all clicking at the same time, let alone the offense, defense, and pitching all at the same time. And so yeah, a game like yesterday is kind of well needed for this team, especially at a time where, we've all acknowledged how important the schedule is from here to really the trade deadline. Obviously before the break, they've got 6 more games against 2 division foes, one of which is much more daunting than the other. I'll grant you that. But, they've got a stretch coming up after the All-Star break that's equally, if not more important, because you look at what happened on that last road trip before the deadline last year. And the Diamondbacks went 1-9 in those last 10 games before they had to make a decision and ultimately sell off some players. So we've been hearing it from all sorts of different guys, whether it's Torey Lovello or his players. They're very, very aware of how important these next couple weeks are.
Zeke, who do you think needs to pick it up right now? I've been gone for 8 days, hanging out in Amish country where you've got very little contact with civilization, period. You're hanging out there. Who needs to pick it up for the Arizona Diamondbacks?
Well, I mean, not that I'm overly concerned about it, and I don't think anybody is going to call him on it, but Corbin Carroll has had a tough stretch in the last, I don't know, like 12 games or so. I think he's hitting roughly 150 with no homers and not driving guys in. So there's clearly an adjustment that the league has made to him that he just needs to adjust back. It's actually kind of reminiscent to what we saw at the beginning of 2024. Granted, it's not 2 months of struggles, but instead of that high inside pitch, now it's the high outside pitch that he's getting exploited with. So Corbin, I would put on that list. And then, there's a couple of collective groups that you could probably throw in there. Obviously, there's a lot of questions surrounding the starting rotation. So I think all eyes are going to be on Zach Gallen once again. Pretty much every start that he's made for the past couple of weeks and probably every start he makes moving forward will be highly scrutinized as the Diamondbacks try to figure out what this starting rotation is going to be able to provide for them for the rest of the season.
Talking to Steve Zinsmeister. Steve, Max Kepler gets the home run last night. He was extremely impactful last night with the 4 RBIs. So that's really the first time he's really, changed a game for the Diamondbacks. It's a weird situation because he was serving a suspension from somewhere else. If they make the postseason, they can't use him. But, how useful can he be in potentially getting them to the postseason?
Yeah, I got the chance to talk with Max the other day. I had him on the pregame show. And, man, what an awesome guy. And he emphasized to me that he was mostly concerned not with the baseball side of things, but with the jumping into a new squad mid-year. Being a free agent in the middle of the season is kind of a new thing to him and not something that a lot of players go through. And so he was concerned about just the assimilation process, but it seems to be going just fine. And he's not only hitting the ball really, really hard, but yesterday it's starting to pay off, with his first home run, as you mentioned. And I think also, too, he's played more than adequate defense in left field and kind of makes a perfect platoon out there with Lourdes Gurriel Jr., who they wanted to get off of his feet a little bit anyway with some of the lower half injuries that he's sustained. So I think he's a great fit for now. He's going to be relied upon to provide a lot of the pop from the left-handed side of the batter's box. Corbin Carroll obviously is over there, and they have some switch hitters, obviously. But as far as pure lefties go, they haven't gotten a lot of production from their guys so far this season. So it's been really good, actually, the last couple of games to see guys like Kepler. Adrian Del Castillo hit a really important home run the other day that basically won them a game against the second-best team in baseball. I know he just got sent down, but Kepler's going to be carrying a lot of that weight moving forward.
Zeke, what do you make of Corbin Carroll calling the press around him on Sunday and saying what he did? What do you make of that?
I'm sorry. He said what specifically?
Just Corbin Carroll when he called the press around him and saying not playing the way that we need to play. And if we're going to do something this year, we need to play better. What do you make of Corbin Carroll saying that?
I think you hear this from him all the time. It's accountability, right? Like, even though nobody would put all of this on Corbin Carroll, certainly, he puts it on himself. And I think that that's really telling of a leader He's not the rah-rah kind of guy that's going to rally the troops and make some motivational speech. I mean, we had the press conference the other day announcing him and Eduardo Rodriguez as all-stars. And, just like always, Corbin was very like, yeah, well, this is really cool. I'm really honored. And yeah. And that's kind of him,
Yeah.
like that's his energy. There's not much more to it than that. But I think it speaks volumes of what he does behind the scenes, because there's a reason that we don't gather around his locker all that often. It's because he's never there, because he's always in the batting cage and he's always working on something. So for him to kind of put that on himself first and foremost, but to also admit like, hey, as a squad, we have to be better. I think he said what everybody in that clubhouse is probably thinking, but he is going to shoulder a lot of that himself.
Talking to Steve Zinsmeister. Steve, it's no secret that the rotation is pretty beat up right now. And when you look at the path that Brandon Pfaadt has taken to where he was last night, or even the game against San Francisco in his first start back, we were doing the math earlier. His ERA as a starter this season is now 3.67, which I think tells a more specific story than just looking at his overall ERA, because he still has only made, 5 starts. How big can he realistically be? Like, help us set our expectations where we're not going way over the top, but also, like, I don't want to just write this off, because we've seen this guy step up in moments where the Diamondbacks have needed a starter to step up in the past.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge, mostly because of the context of what's going on with all the other starters. I mean, sure, Eduardo Rodriguez is rock solid and heading to the Midsummer Classic, but outside of that, you've got, Pfaadt's best friend, Ryan Nelson, down for a couple of months. You got Michael Soroka, who's also on the shelf, Corbin Burns, who hasn't even come back this season yet. And then you got Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly, who are still trying to find their footing. So, I mean, there really is no other cavalry coming behind him. Brandon Pfaadt was always part of this equation for the front office. They always wanted to reintegrate him to the starting rotation. Now is the time, because of the need, but also because he's ready for it. And what I'm most thankful to see and glad to see for Brandon is that he took advantage of that opportunity when they sent him to Reno. Not all guys take those demotions glowingly, and they go down there and they may sulk or whatever, but his main objective going down there was to stretch back out as a starter, get that pitch count up. But instead, he did more than that. He found confidence. He made mechanical tweaks. He's doing things now at the big league level because of what he did in that Reno stint in the middle of the season. And that's not easy for a guy who's been here for a couple of years now. He is an established major league player. Maybe he hasn't found the success he had in the 2023 postseason yet again, but this is a guy who has 2 really good abilities. One is that he is always going to be available. He makes his starts. And then the other thing is he fills up the strike zone, which since he got back, I think it's like 70% strikes he's throwing. He's ahead in the count like 80% of the time. It's crazy what he's been able to do. And I think that that's a product of him taking advantage of that time in Reno.
Steve, always great to talk to you, man. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Appreciate the invite.
Yep, for sure. Have a good one. That's Steve Zinsmeister joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. The Diamondbacks have had no shortage of storylines this season for the first, 90 games.
Yep.
All right, when we come back, let's get back into football. Darius Robinson just spoke at Cardinals headquarters. Here we are, and it's early July, but D-Rob is speaking. So the simple fact that it's him speaking, I think, is worth examining. But also, let's hear what he had to say, because he was talking while we were talking, so we haven't heard it yet. So we'll just listen to it live on the air. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Miles, I'm very worried that the minute they sign him to that contract extension, they are stuck, and that they're going to be stuck.
But they're
with
committed.
that.
They have to re-sign him. Like
I know, and that's
they gave up the pick. They have to.
And I know, and that's reason number 5 or 6 why I don't like the trade. By giving up that draft pick, you have to. It's terrible. I mean, it's bad enough value as it is that you got Miles Bridges for that draft pick.
Yeah.
But to only get 1 year of Miles Bridges, you can't do that.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
Empty slogans and cute jingles, lawyers love to act like they care. Do they back it up? Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. One study found that half of all clients were unhappy with the lawyer they hired. The #1 complaint, a total lack of communication.
We take client happiness seriously. That's why we survey all our clients and know that over 97% are happy. Do your research. Call the husband and wife law team first.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Our new modern neighborhood butcher, Southern Steer Butcher, just opened in Chandler, and now a grand opening in Surprise. Yep, this weekend, July 11th and 12th, Southern Steer Butcher, grand opening in Surprise. Huge deals. Paul Calvisier, we're talking their famous flavor-infused marinated steak tips, only $16.99 a pound. Marinated chicken, only $3.99 a pound. Plus, save 25% on jerky and free samples. SouthernSteer.com for all the info. Or stop by in the Surprise City Center at Elm Street, SouthernSteer.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with What's Trending Now. The Arizona Diamondbacks blew out the San Diego Padres last night 8-0. The D-backs will go for back-to-back wins tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury go for their 4th straight win tonight when they host the Chicago Sky at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7. And the Phoenix Suns have made their re-signings of center Mark Williams, guard Colin Gillespie, and guard Jordan Goodwin official. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with Your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at Your Valley Chevy dealers July 4th event going on now.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. We'll react to Brandon Pfaadt's second start since his return to the D-backs. Get you ready for Game 2 in this big series against the Padres. We start at 2
on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, this is one of the smart things the Cardinals have done. Kind of in this like lull before the start of training camp, but they're making certain players available to the media. Darius Robinson available to the media today. He just spoke about an hour ago while we were doing the show. Do you read anything into the fact that it's Darius Robinson, Wolf? Is that just simply he was in town, or do you read more into that?
I think he was probably in town, and he was probably willing to actually do it.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they're at a point where they can individually pick guys and tell them, we want you to do this. I think it's up to them.
So it's interesting then, because he's one of the guys that I think we're all watching this year. I mean, you talk about Marv,
No doubt.
and he's had 2 years, and we thought Marv was going to take the jump in year 2, and now it's like, I think there's optimism going into year 2, and then when it doesn't pan out, you're like, okay, now there's kind of the sense of urgency that it better work out in year 3. It's a little bit different for Darius Robinson because he missed so much time as a rookie, but he is going into year 3. So he's the same, not just the same draft class as Marv. He's the same round as Marv. He was their other first round pick. So he was asked today if he's going into this year with a prove-it mentality.
Yeah, year 3. This is my 3rd year in the NFL. I'm super excited for the opportunity. And I'm just excited to see how I can grow from my first 2 years, but I'm just excited. It's been a lot of different adversities we've had to face, but I'm really excited for this year.
They asked him if he's comfortable or more comfortable now that he has more NFL football on his resume.
Not really. I mean, it's football. I mean, that's the way I have to think about it mentally. It's just football. It's just playing a game. You're grinding. You're just getting better, and just put one foot forward each day. I feel like if you overthink it, then that's where you get all this pressure and stuff. But I'm excited.
I love this kid. You know I love this kid.
He's a likable guy.
Really, really do. And
they need him to deliver this
They
year.
need him to come through right now. It's interesting, the prove-it mentality. The prove-it mentality. Yeah, you know what? I would want Darius. This is Darius, if you're listening, I love you and you know it. I would want you to say, I need to prove it. Yes, I need to prove it. It's a prove-it mentality because, Darius, you do. You do need to prove you are the player that they thought you were when they drafted you at the end of the first round. You do need to prove it, Basin audience. My young crunk brothers, you always need to prove it. No matter what you are doing, no matter what your hand finds to do, prove it. Adopt the prove-it mentality. Every time you put the blade into the ground, so to speak, you got to plow and you got to prove it. I don't want guys to shy away from saying, no, that's exactly what I have to do. And guess what? I have to prove it to myself first. I want that mentality.
It's a funny thing because you're 2 years in. You can't be like, oh, yeah, I've arrived. Like, nobody has arrived 2 years in. But the flip side is, like, with all due respect to Darius Robinson, and you just said it, like, he's an easy guy to root for. I like this guy. I want him to have success. He did. Life wasn't fair to him as a rookie. So in a lot of ways, you could say he's just going into year 2. But the reality is he hasn't proven that he's worthy of a first-round pick yet. He still can. They really would benefit if he did. But he hasn't yet. And it's not his fault what they gave up to get that first-round pick. But again, that was the pick that when people freak out, oh, we don't have Will Anderson, instead we have Paris Johnson Jr. Well, no, the design was to get Paris Johnson Jr. and another first-round pick, which at the time might have been number 1 if C.J. Stroud didn't play out of his mind as a rookie. But Stroud did play out of his mind as a rookie, and that dropped that pick, and that pick turned into Darius Robinson, and that's got to pay off for this team because they gave up a lot to get him.
No doubt, Luke. There's no doubt about it, man. Darius Robinson, this guy, he has 2 sacks in 2 seasons. This is his 3rd year once again. Man, the fact that you pointed that out, Marvin Harrison Jr. and Darius Robinson, drafted in the same round, of course, in the same year. I got to prove it.
That's the first round of the 2024 draft is the one that people point to if they are being critical of Monty Ossenfort's ability to draft, because his 2 first-rounders that year really haven't gone off yet. Here's more from Darius Robinson. He was asked about his expectations for himself in 2026.
Man, I'm expecting to be just a good teammate, be somebody that can be accountable each and every day, and really just let the tape do the talking. Like, I really don't want to put any goals or things out there. Like, just watch the tape, and I'm excited to see what I can put on there.
I got more. You just stop me if
just keep doing it,
going.
man.
Okay.
Yeah, I love this.
They asked about his offseason process. We know he's a big process guy, but they asked if his offseason process has changed at all now that he's been in the NFL for a couple years.
Yeah, definitely just watching the tape with a magnifying glass and realize, like, okay, I'm still not getting this, or it's still not the level where it needs to be at. So working more pass rush in the offseason, using my hands, like all those different things to help me get the results I want. But it was all things that I can learn and grow from, and look in the mirror and be like, okay, I know I can do this, Now I just put in the effort and time to do it. So that's why I'm super excited for this year.
Man, that's great. He's very, very consistent in everything that he says.
Yeah, he is.
And I like that. But he needs to be more consistent when he plays.
This is totally unfair. I get that. And it would be the same way if Marv was up there talking right now. But he's one of those guys that I don't like. When I hear them talking, I just want to see them play. And he can't play. It's July 7th. There's no game.
Right.
But I'm just like, when I hear Darius Robinson talk, it's like, yeah, that's awesome. Let's see it. And I know he can't show anything on July 7th because, like I said, there are no games. But the games will be here soon enough. D-Rob has also asked if his main priority now is getting into the backfield more.
I mean, yeah, definitely. Any way you can. I know for me, like, I got to pass rush better, affect the quarterback, get some sacks, like, do all that cool stuff. But really just focusing on the small things, focus on my get off, focus on my hands, my pad level, and all that stuff. And that'll take care of, like, what I want to reach for myself.
Yeah, you know what? I love that, Darius. That is the right way to do it, man. You think about your technique. You think about the fundamentals of the game. But more than anything else, man, think about this. The lion you got in you. The warrior you have in you. Go out and let that warrior out. Try as hard as you possibly can in the desperation. Yes, you need good hands. You need good fundamentals, Luke. You need good technique when you play the game. But never forget about the inside and letting it loose and playing as hard as you possibly can. And it's okay to be desperate. It's okay. I gotta do this. It's okay to bring that intensity and that desperation to the field. Not technique and hands, not just that, but desperation, intensity. Try hard to the field.
He seems like a player that if it clicks for him, he's going to be really good because he just is so consistent in his preparation.
Oh, yeah.
It's just a matter of is it going to click for him? Like, is he going to break through this year? Because, again, sometimes you'll see guys break through and then they sort of regress and then this and then they go back and forth. If he breaks through, I think he's just going to be a consistently really good to great or whatever his ceiling ends up being player for the Cardinals. But it's just you start to get into year 2 and year 3 and maybe year 4, and that stuff feels more and more like a hypothetical than what we're actually seeing. So, again,
if you don't see it in year 2, you have to see
it in year 3.
In year 3.
Yeah. And that's not you and I talking. That's how NFL teams think. All right, when we come back, final segment of the show. Diamondbacks, real nice win last night. This is a big series against the Padres. They've now put a game between themselves and the Padres. They have a chance to put 2 between themselves and the Padres tonight. The caveat is Zach Gallen is pitching. So can he keep the good vibes going from last night, or are we going to get more of what we've gotten from him the last 2 months? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision.
If you're over 50 and you've been diagnosed with a cataract, or your vision is changing as you're developing an early cataract, you could be a perfect candidate for K2 Vision RLE.
It's inevitable. At some point, typically in your 60s or 70s, you'll have a dysfunctional lens that eventually becomes a cataract. To restore your vision, you will someday need a procedure such as refractive lens exchange.
The question is, are you done with glasses? Do you want to spend your good, active years hassling with changing prescriptions and needing readers?
K2 Vision RLE can give you great vision now, permanently, and you'll never develop that cataract. The procedure is quick and painless, and our state-of-the-art custom lens technologies give highly predictable outcomes.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
I've been able to resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, "I can't thank you enough." He'd heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and today is another start for the struggling Zach Gallen. Will he figure it out? Is he tipping his pitches? We'll talk about the Diamondbacks' latest game in San Diego. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Wolf. 3-10 in Zach Gallen's last 13 starts.
Yeah.
It's not his record. It's the team's record when he starts a game. And in quite a few of those instances, unfortunately, they were coming in on a pretty high note from their previous game, and then he's just gotten lit up consistently. He's gotten lit up. His ERA continues to go up each month. His ERA wasn't great when you left. You missed 2 starts. His ERA went up in those 2 starts. And I said this to you earlier. His last game, he actually pitched better, but then he got left in there 2 innings too long. And 2 innings too long right now is 6 runs. So he's on the mound tonight. This is, I'll continue to say this is a bigger series than the Dodgers series. Like, we all want to see him beat the Dodgers. These games are more important than the Dodgers games. And he's got a lot of responsibility out there right now, and he's taking a 6.36 ERA to the mound.
Man, it's just amazing when I think of Zach Gallen, Basinonians, and I know over the last 2 seasons specifically, he's had a rough go of it, even though last year in the second half of last season, he did very, very well, much better, I would say, kind of looked like Zach Gallen, like he was getting it right. I wonder where his head is. I do. I wonder where his head is. And you said that there was some sound, I believe, out there about Zach Gallen speaking. And or maybe it was Rick who actually said it to me. But all I know is, for me, you got a guy that is very, very talented and a guy that is underperformed this year more than any season, I think.
Yeah.
In his career, he is underperformed, especially what the Diamondbacks are paying him. And even Zach Gallen would admit that. I wonder what it's doing to his head.
This is Torey Lovello from last week. You know, you play Torey Lovello audio talking about Zach Gallen, and people get frustrated and they get upset. But I mean, these starts have been frustrating and upsetting. I'm sure they are for Torey. They certainly are for Gallen as well. The cut you were talking about, I don't know where the exact audio is because it's from a few weeks ago, but we were talking to Jody Jackson a few weeks ago. She said, one of the things Zach Gallen has said is, look, he knows he's struggling. He's not just going to give up and like disappear. It goes back to the competing thing that you were talking about this morning. The other part of this is he's got to give his team a chance to win these games. The expectations have dropped so much from, okay, can you be their number 1 starter? Can you be the number 1 starter until Corbin Burns gets back? Can you be a serviceable starter? Now it's just like, dude, when you pitch, can you not bury your team in a 6-run deficit? And they got to have this game tonight. Like, even a split with the Padres is just kind of like, okay, you can't keep splitting with these teams. You got to win this series. And I think when this 4-game series started, we all looked and said the one they're least likely to win is the one tonight, the Gallen's pitching. That's crazy.
That is, I know. It is so weird right there. I'm very, very interested to see where Zach Gallen is tonight and how he competes. You're talking about a team in the Padres, ladies and gentlemen, that they're dead last in the league in terms of scoring runs. Dead last in the league in hits, as a matter of fact. That is not good. You have to take it into consideration based on what Zach Gallen actually does tonight. Now, maybe this could be a game that Zach Gallen will go out and perform well and maybe glean a little bit of confidence from going out and performing well. My question is this. If we see Zach Gallen go out and struggle the way that we have seen him struggle against the Padres?
The Padres.
Stop
doing that.
You know what I mean?
Again, yeah.
Now all of a sudden, wow, how low can it go for Zach Gallen?
It's gone lower than I ever would have thought. I venture to guess it's gone lower than most Diamondbacks fans have thought. I know full well. I know there have been Diamondbacks fans that 2 years ago were like, it's just not the same guy. I mean, and I think some of it, like there were people saying he's not pitching like a number 1 starter during the postseason run in 2023. And at that point, I took exception with it because it's like they don't even make the postseason that year if Gallen and Merrill Kelly don't go off. There was a good stretch there where they basically had like a 2-man rotation and then just filling other guys in. But it has been a steady decline for the last 2 years. And then this season, like during the season, it's been a steady decline. I know there's other pitchers that have a bad ERA, but with Gallen, it's like it's each month it's getting worse. I have his ERA numbers from each month here, and I don't know why I'm going to do this to all of us, but I'll do it, okay? His ERA in April was 2.19. His ERA for the month of May was 7.04. His ERA for the month of June was 8.33. And his ERA so far in the month of July, it's only 1 start, is 9.53.
It's going in the wrong direction.
Getting dramatically worse. After May, didn't we all think, okay, well, it can't get worse than 7.04? And look, his ERA at the end of May was 5.16, but for the month of May, over 6 starts, it was 7.04, and it just keeps going up by a point each month.
Yeah, this is something we were talking about earlier, but it's true, Basinonians. The Amish have a saying, use it up, wear it out, make it do, or do without. Use it up, wear it out, make it do, or do without. That's what it is. That sounds where Zach Allen might be right now, honestly, in his career. I don't believe, and I know this is so stubborn of me, but that's what I believe, and because of it, I'm going to be stubborn.
Lean into being
stubborn. I'm going to lean
stubborn.
into it. I don't believe he's there yet. In fact, I think Zach Allen is having a reset moment, much like I had when I played for the Browns. I was talking about this earlier. When I went to the Browns year 8, from year 7 to year 8, went to the Cleveland Browns, I had a reset moment. No longer a team captain with the Cardinals organization for 6 years like I was. Now, all of a sudden, it was a reset moment in my NFL career. And I'll never forget what that did to me walking into that Cleveland Browns locker room. And I'm wondering right now if this is exactly what's happening to Zach Allen. Basinonians, I think we all know and understand if Zach Allen continues to pitch like this, the Diamondbacks aren't going to have Zach Allen next year.
No, they're not.
Not going to have Zach Allen. And I don't think that's going to shock anybody. Not even Zach Allen.
And he's 30. I mean, this shouldn't. Age isn't the reason.
No.
That's why it's so mystified. Like,
he should be in his prime.
He should. Like, if we sat here and rattled off all the pitchers in baseball that are age 30 or over, it's most of the good ones. I mean, yes, okay, Paul Skeens is younger, but, like, if we sat here and compiled the list, like, they would be a lot of the good pitchers in baseball. You're not done as a pitcher when you're 30, especially it's not like Zach Gallen is throwing 100 and is throwing massive innings through the postseason. Like Madison Bumgarner, when he was, 32 or something, he was basically 58 with how much he had been used up in San Francisco. Yeah. I don't get it with Gallen. I truly don't. I don't get this steep of a drop-off, but he still has a chance if he can turn it around. The Diamondbacks are still in this.
Yeah. Rando's saying as well, if you aim at nothing, you're bound to hit it. That's what the Amish say. If you aim at nothing, you're bound to hit it.
Amish wisdom going into Burns and Gambo. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
You've heard the cash offer
companies on TV and radio will buy your home fast. What they don't tell you, those offers come in below market value, loaded with hidden fees. The Carol Royce team, your home sold guaranteed realty, does just the opposite. Carol's proven systems sell your home for more money fast into a qualified buyer who will pay top dollar because Carol has the buyers, guaranteed, or she'll buy it. That's a promise. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1Garage.com. A1 from day one.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks blew out the San Diego Padres last night 8-0. The D-backs will go for back-to-back wins tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury go for their 4th straight win tonight when they host the Chicago Sky at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7. And the Phoenix Suns have made their re-signings of center Mark Williams, guard Colin Gillespie, and guard Jordan Goodwin official. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers July 4th event going on now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, the fastest man in the Valley media, Kellen Olson, filling in for Gambo here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Hi, Kellen.
What's up?
So, for just a New York minute there.
If the video listeners are wondering why I'm sweating,
For a minute there, I thought I was going to have to do the first minute of the two of the show by myself because Kellen, as is part of his responsibilities around here, our main Suns guru at ArizonaSports.com, co-host of the Empire of the Suns podcast. There was a presser today with Brian Gregory, Mark Williams, Colin Gillespie, and Jordan Goodwin that started at 1 o'clock. Which means you literally just walked in the door 30 seconds ago. Just walked in.
Just about 3 minutes ago. Yeah, made it for the update. I just wanted to make it for the straight up 2 o'clock. That was my goal, getting in the car. I made it. I had my doubter, Stacey Mitch from the Suns. Didn't think I would make it. Stacey, I'm here.
Stacey, come on.
Come on, Stacey.
Come on, Stacey. I know you're listening to the show right now. Come on, Stacey. This is Kellen.
Come on, Stacey.
When is Kellen fail us? So,
happy to be here. A lot to talk about. A lot to yell about after last night. Oh my God.
That's a 2:15. We're gonna give you a little bit of a 2:15. Mark your calendars. It's a 2:15. Kettles. Kellen's gonna go crazy about U.S. soccer. Just real quick, it does remind me though of a story because you ran up the stairs, you ran to get in here. Reminds me a story of when I was doing updates on the old Gambo and Ash show. And I was doing updates from live at the ballpark, and they were back here at the studio. And there was some breaking news about Randy Johnson, and this is like pre-Twitter, whatever. And I run up the stairs to Chase Field, and I run into the studio at the fish tank so I can get this breaking news on the air as soon as I possibly can. And I was so winded, Kellen, I went on the air with them, and they played the breaking news sounder. I'm like, guys, live from, because you have no idea how much oxygen you use when you're doing this. It's not just talking, right?
Yeah.
It's guys, breaking news. Randy Johnson is... Oh God, he's coming out the IL, and we'll be making a start at Burnsy, calm down, you're fine, everything's fine. So you catch your breath a little bit because we're gonna weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo show, and I believe there's gonna be a little extra here on the opening to the
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
We got some really groovy tunes coming through for you and your lady on Burns and Gambo's Fat Rock.
2-2. Strike three called. Got him with the inside fastball that time. And for Fott, his fifth strikeout. Fott throws. There it is. Strike three looking. Back-to-back breaking balls. And Fott now with a half dozen strikeouts in his outing. The 1-2. Curveball swung on and missed. Oh, he just made Kim look silly.
We will not be deterred in playing Fott Rock here on the Burns and Gambo show, especially after another great performance from Brandon Fott. Well, this is some smooth yacht rock right here, right? Isn't it? 5 innings,
job,
no
guys.
runs. Yeah, fantastic.
Who was it? Who takes credit?
For Fott Rock?
Mitch and I. It's a true team effort.
It's a true...
I just meant for this one specifically today.
Oh.
Right here. You're looking at it.
Yeah, Lauren.
Come on, kid.
Yeah, absolutely.
Taking all the credit.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Any logins, any day of the week.
I feel soothed. I feel very relaxed right now.
Honestly, yacht rock is a good way to relax.
And not just the fact that we had a Diamondback starting pitcher pitch effectively in a baseball game, and his name was not Eduardo or Michael.
Did you see the stat that I sent you about Brandon Fott?
Sure did.
I got to bring this up. This is so funny. This comes from our good friends over at Diamondback Stats and Info, though I got to tell you, to the best of my knowledge, I don't think I've met anybody who actually runs this account. I consider them my good friends because they're always giving us good information. Brandon Fott last night did not allow an earned run over 5 innings pitched last night against the Padres. Over 33 combined starts in 2026, neither Zach Gallen or Merrill Kelly have posted a start like we saw out of Brandon Fott last night. 5 innings or more, 0 runs, 5+ strikeouts. 33 starts. Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly have failed to do what Brandon Fott did last night. Your reaction to Fott Rock and what he did to the Padres last night?
Nice to see some swing and miss. For one, I think the main thing eluding those guys in there is the strikeout total. So it's really nice to see that in the rotation just coming from someone, again, not named Michael, because Soroka has been responsible for so much of their strikeout ability as a rotation as well. This was the first time since April 2025 when Brandon Fott had an outing, back-to-back outings with 1 earned run or fewer. That was terrific to see from him, and we've only seen it 2 other times from him, July 2024 and October 2023. So every year he has had this level of great pitching in him. He was fantastic, and in such a calming way where this season hasn't been not so much like hyper stressful, but just like kind of like we're waiting. It was nice like after the fourth inning to be like, oh, we're done here.
Yeah,
like we're good.
How many?
Let me get the chores around the house done while I played in the background. We're done here.
I'll have to go back and look. I can't imagine I need more than one hand to count the number of games that the Diamondbacks have played this year where it was truly stress-free. I mean, it was their first shutout since I think May 11th. It's only their fourth of the year where they shut out the opposition. They've played so many close ball games and have been involved in so many tight contests that I bet if I go back and look through their season schedule, I'm not going to find many games like last night where it was just easy peasy, lemon squeezy, just eased right on, like you say, start getting some chores done around the 6th or the 7th inning, put away the laundry, empty the dishwasher, whatever it is that you needed. It was nice. And I don't know what it means for the future. I don't know what it means for Brandon Pfaadt's future. I don't know what it means for the season's future, but I do know that he had a very calming effect. And I do know this too, Kellen, I'm a big believer in a phrase that I've come up with over the years called accidental brilliance, where you just kind of accidentally stumble on something that works out really great. The Diamondbacks playing with Brandon Pfaadt, I didn't love from the jump. I didn't love the fact they didn't send him down to the minors right away to keep him stretched out. But by shortening him up as a reliever and then sending him down to stretch him out, it would appear that, at least for now, he's worked on a flaw to his delivery that might have been tipping his pitches by getting rid of the whole, I'm going to put my two hands together and put my hands behind my neck before I deliver the ball. He dropped it. He's not doing it. It might have been tipping his pitches. And without sending him to the minors, he or they might not have been able to make that adjustment to have made Brandon Pfaadt a more effective pitcher.
And this is not like a Jordan Lawler situation where the prospect has been hyped up for many years, and like Jordan's had some good signs that he's shown this year before getting injured, don't get me wrong, but we know like a top 3 guy in your staff is there because we saw it in the biggest moments possible in the 2023 postseason. And once you do that, even just over a couple of outings, like that's not any like Linsanity type of stuff. That is real, legitimate things that you can build off of and build an entire career out of. And that's what we were expecting from him. Like, how soon were we to write off some of the numbers from even like 2024, maybe even 2025 with him? Because it's just, we had so much faith in him as a guy, which is where I want to ask you, like, how quickly is your trust going to build back up with him? Or are you going to need more time? Because again, we already know this guy's in there. Like, we know a sub 3.5 ERA starting pitcher is in there because we've seen it against the Dodgers and the Phillies. Like we've seen it.
I'm gonna need a little more time, but not much more time because I'm desperate for a sign. You know, I'm like, I think a lot of Diamondback fans, I'm eager for something to show me that this has a chance of working. I even went so far, we recorded our Ain't No Fang podcast today, and I apologized for it when I said it on the podcast, and I'm gonna apologize for saying it now. But understand, this is about the time of year that we thought the Diamondbacks rotation was going to get an infusion of Corbin Burnes. And they're not. That's not happening until September at the earliest. Now, I'm not saying Brandon Pfaadt is Corbin Burnes. He is not. But we are looking for some kind of an injection of, you know, fortifying of the troops, right? Like, hey, here comes Brandon Pfaadt, and he just made you a better baseball team by his arrival. It's what we were hoping that Corbin Burnes was going to bring. I felt that a little bit last night. I felt like, okay, this kind of slots everybody in because you have him, and then you got Soroka, and if Kelly has maybe figured something out with his last start, with the way that he pitched, now you have the makings of a rotation that at least takes one of your perceived weaknesses away. Trust, I need to see it a few more times before I feel like box checked, problem solved, everything's going to be okay. But clearly they like Brandon Pfaadt. They would have given him that contract extension a couple of years ago if they didn't. They believe he's got a long-term place in this organization, and I want to believe that these last 2 starts are a sign that he can be and be good at it. You?
Just refreshing the lack of traffic that was on the base paths. 4 hits, no walks for the Padres, and then the Giants in the previous outing for Pfaadt, which is also strong. 3 hits and 1 walk. There is elements of like, okay, this was against the Giants and the Padres, who were 2 reeling teams offensively, and honestly, so little trepidation.
That's where my lack of trust comes from.
Yeah.
You know, it's the Padres, we chronicled it yesterday. They're the worst team batting average in baseball, the worst OPS in baseball, the fewest runs scored in baseball. There's something to be said for that too. When are you going to trust them?
Next outing. I think if next outing is relatively smooth, like I'm not saying like he has to shut him out again and only give up 3 hits, but if he looks like, didn't he just look confident in a way that he hasn't in a while? Again, I can't tell if that's confirmation bias, but there was like confidence in the way that he was pitching that has been missing for him for a while.
It'll be against the Dodgers on Saturday, I believe.
Okay, that's what I want to see. I don't want to see him against the Rockies. Like I want to see him against that team or the Phillies or the Cubs or whoever, the Brewers. Yeah, I want to see him against the best.
I believe it'll be against the Dodgers. We are in the peak of summer and water safety matters. We're in the peak of summer, I should say, and water safety matters more than ever. And Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes remind you 2 seconds is too long to look away from your kids around water. Please text the word SWIM to 620-620 to learn about the 5 layers of protection. Speaking of the heat, boy, the USA suffered a meltdown of epic proportions last night on the national stage. We'll talk about it and try and keep Kellen nice and calm when we do next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-1. Weekly hit right side. It's picked up by Pavin. Flips to Jamison at the bag in time, and the Diamondbacks just dominate the Padres here in the series opener by a final score of 8-0.
Reacting to a D-backs shutout of the Padres in San Diego on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins, president of Galaxy Lending Group. If he told you you could pay off your mortgage decades faster without changing your lifestyle, you'd think he was crazy.
I've heard worse, Tom. Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan does exactly that, and it helps most of our clients to pay off their mortgages in 5 years or less without changing their lifestyle. Let us sit down and show you exactly how it works.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
We are entering the off-season. Your weekends just opened up. So before you turn that closet project into a DIY disaster, call the pros. Space Solutions has been building custom cabinetry for Arizona homes for years with luxury quality, affordable options, and expert care from start to finish. We're a local family business, not a franchise, and we actually show up when we say we will. It's the last call for summer installs. Book your free consultation now. Visit SpaceSolutionsAZ.com or call 602-298-6956.
This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey, it's Wolf. How big is the quarterback position for Arizona State this season? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, in the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Kellen, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I am soccer neutral. I neither love it nor hate it. I certainly was getting caught up in the wave like everybody else was the last few weeks, and I could not help but to think of you last night, to think of my very good friend Scott last night, who is decidedly not soccer neutral. You're not soccer neutral. Thinking about all the people in my life whose very happiness was invested in last night's outcome, and how bad I felt for people whose very happiness was invested in last night's game. For me, I could just okay, soccer never really had that much of a place in my life as a fan, and so I can kind of move on and be okay with it and not get that upset about it. Man, I can't imagine if you're not soccer neutral, how hard that must have been to deal with last night's.
Well, this is where, if Lauren will allow me, she'll allow me to pick her out here for a second, because Lauren was on yesterday's game. She wasn't confident, and she cited her disdain for Chicago sports and how they continue to punish her and ruin her when she gets her hopes up. And this is a valuable lesson as to why Lauren is right and we're all wrong. We shouldn't have hope for our teams. Why should we ever have hope that things are going to be different when they've been the same over and over and over again? My entire existence as an adult has been this team getting cute little advancements to the round of 16, and then once a real team shows up, we lose. It looked like, things are going to be different. We beat Paraguay 4-1, who, by the way, beat Germany, who, by the way, nearly advanced past France, held the most explosive, offensive, dynamic, talented team in the tournament to 1 goal. We scored 4 on them. God forbid I get my hopes up off of that. And I get a little excited against a Belgium team that looks cooked, looks washed. Kevin De Bruyne's coming off the bench. Romelu Lukaku's coming off the bench. All their golden generation world-class players can't play for them anymore. And we get washed. We get boat raced. We look completely outclassed in a way where everyone that was laughing at me a week ago and saying, look at this guy getting all excited because his team beat Australia and Paraguay. Like he's not just going to lose the first time he plays a real side. Like all the European Suns fans coming at me. They were right. She was right. I was wrong. I am done getting my hopes up for this team until they prove otherwise, until they get a legitimate win in the World Cup against a world-class soccer country. I refuse to get my hopes up again. I'm not going to be burned again. This is the last time.
I'm sure that you were making some really good points, Kellen, but all I heard is Lauren is always right. That's the newest drop on the Burns and Gambo show. Done. We're cutting that. We're isolating that.
We're just gonna play it over and over again on a loop. Lauren is always right.
That
Lauren
was
is
my
always
biggest
right.
Instead of saying I'm always wrong, do you want me to hear? I'll go again. Lauren is always right. Her hosts are always wrong.
That's perfect.
There you go.
Oh my
There's your
God,
cut.
Kellen, thank you.
How did I get lumped into this? How did I get lumped into this? Lauren is always right. Her hosts are always wrong. So now it's not just an anti-Kellen thing. It's an anti-me thing. It's an anti-Gambo thing. Ringer when he's filling in.
And the best thing will be is it can be used at any time, and Gambo has no idea this happened.
Burnsy, we looked completely on another level than Australia, who nearly beat Egypt, who nearly beat Argentina, who was one of the favorites in the tournament. I know that it can get dangerous in comparing teams like that, like when they don't directly play against each other. But my point is, Belgium looked like they were on a step down and we were on a step up, and that's the perfect time as the team that we are, which is not one of the 10 or 15 best soccer countries in the world. I wasn't going that far, but this is a time in a tournament where a momentum can lead to that. And instead, these guys looked spooked. They looked scared. Yeah. They didn't look ready for it at all. Christian Pulisic, who took his sweet time during the Gold Cup saying, I'm going to get ready for the real matches. Where was he during the real match yesterday? He was invisible. He was nowhere to be seen. I love Tyler Adams. I've been calling him the real captain of the team, not the guy who looked like an absolute fool on 2 goals yesterday in Tim Ream. He was invisible. Weston McKennie was not good. Like, Malik Tillman was really the only guy that played well for them at all. And, so whether it's karma, whether it's bad juju, whether it was playing at home, whether it was the expectations getting too high for them, the moment getting too big for them, it was just so disappointing. And really, I know it's such a nihilistic entrance that I took into talking about this, but I can't emphasize enough how much hope was built over these 3 weeks. And that's it. Now I sound silly. Like 3 weeks? I got excited about 3 weeks when I've seen this for 20 years? What kind of idiot am I?
Okay,
What did I do?
Well, I mean, first of all, you're a smart idiot because I think you're the first person in the history of the Burns and Gambo show to use the word nihilistic in a sentence. So I'll give you credit for that.
Thank you.
All right. Congratulations on your command of the English language. I mean, look, like we've talked about many times, you know 100 times more about this than I do. But it seemed like, from my perspective, watching that match last night, that everything, to your point and to justify your excitement level about this, all right, everything about last night was in favor of the Americans. I like everything. The crowd, the advantage, the atmosphere, even the president calling in a favor.
Did you see Lukaku?
Yeah.
When Lukaku scored, he pointed up to where I believe this is what he did. It hasn't been confirmed. I think he pointed at the FIFA president, and he said, "Bleep you." That's what he said.
Okay, that I didn't see. I saw the Trump dance afterwards, and I saw what the official Twitter account of Belgium soccer tweeted out last night.
Low, pathetic standing as a soccer country factored into this, where Belgium was like, "You're going to give the United States men's national team a leg up on us for free? Why are you doing this for them? They haven't earned anything. We're Belgium. We just finished third in the World Cup a couple World Cups ago, and they punked us in our own house. Seattle, the one place I wanted the game to be. And they punked us.
And that's the hard part I'm having a hard time processing here, is that everything about that match last night was set up for the United States to win and advance to someplace they hadn't advanced since 2002. By not doing so, it really does make you wonder, will they ever do it? You know, like will they?
I'm not talking about winning the World Cup.
No, I'm
like
just
making
talking
a
about,
run.
just talking like advancing beyond this round, which has been this impenetrable fortress for them for the better part of the last quarter
like the Final
century.
Four with my Wildcats, it's the same thing. Like, I wasn't talking about winning a national championship. I don't care about that. I just want to make the Final Four. Then we'll get there.
I mean, sorry to say this, Suns fans, but it does sort of remind me of that moment when you were up 2-0 against the Milwaukee Bucks, and you're like, okay, here it is. Here it is. You've never had a better shot. The lane has never been cleared for you like it is now. You've never been set up better to do things that you haven't accomplished before. And I felt that way going into that match last night, including the advantage of getting your player back when you weren't expected to. Everything, and the fact that you failed. Not only failed,
I did not account
but you
for
failed so spectacularly. Yeah. Like, it was just such a flop. Makes me think that the whole system of how they're doing this is broken and wrong,
It is,
and they
yeah.
can't figure it out.
It has
right?
been for a long
They're
time,
not
and
going to be
I
able
don't
to
know
figure this
how
out.
they're going to be able to do it.
You can't squander an advantage. All of the.
No.
When is the next time you're going to have a World Cup on your soil with a team as talented as this one is, with the generation that you're talking about, with the corruption that happened behind the scene to make sure one of your best players was able to play? When is the next time the stars are going to align for you the way they align for the U.S.? And if you can't take advantage of it then, when are you going to take advantage of it? When are you going to be better prepared to take advantage of it if you couldn't last night?
So this is just like one example of something, but there's a site called transfermarket.com, and what it does is equate the value of players based on like their transfer fee. Because if you're not familiar in soccer, they don't have like free agency per se. They do in some elements, but you buy a player from a club and you buy him for $50 million or $75 million or whatever. Again, Egypt, who probably should have beat Argentina. There was some nonsense there that we might get to later in the show. That team is seen as worth as 120 million euros. This site equates the United States team to be worth 385 million euros. Like, we've got a ton of talent. We've got a lot of guys that play in the best leagues, that play at a really high level. England is 4 times the side that Belgium is, and Mexico put up a triumphant fight against them. Like, that Mexico team is nowhere near in quality and comparable to England, kind of like we are with that kind of team as well. And I mean, they just put up a hell of a fight, at least. Like, they really didn't play that well, but you could see these guys were just fumbling the ball every time they touched them. Freeze was on Mars when he made that decision. I don't know what happened, but clearly we talked about it enough yesterday, but probably should have emphasized enough how much of a motivating factor this was going to be for Belgium, because I think they came out and said, wait, you're going to do this to us? Their keeper, Thibaut Courtois, who's one of the best goalkeepers of his generation, came out and said, we were aghast by this because the U.S. team is getting that advantage. We just beat Senegal, who is much better than the U.S. Their keeper said that about us. They're punking us. They're talking about us in our own yard.
There is zero debate, that the decision that came down by FIFA over the weekend benefited Belgium in ways that could not have even possibly been fathomed until we saw it unfold in real time last night. No question. When we come back, an all-star from the Diamondbacks and a most surprising and pleasant one at that, Eduardo Rodriguez. He's going to join us next, live on the Burns and Gambo Show. Kellen filling in here on Arizona Sports.
Lauren is right and we're all wrong.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-4194. 800-488-4194. That's 800-488-4194.
I'm I'm Jesse Morrison with What's Trending Now. The Arizona Diamondbacks blew out the San Diego Padres last night 8-0. The D-backs will go for back-to-back wins tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury go for their fourth straight win tonight when they host the Chicago Sky at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7. And the Phoenix Suns have made their re-signings of center Mark Williams, guard Colin Gillespie, and guard Jordan Goodwin official. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers July 4th event going on now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday. Can the Diamondbacks keep it going in San Diego with Zach Gallen on the hill? We'll get into that and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, scheduled to be joined by Eduardo Rodriguez any minute. We expect he's going to be calling into the show. 2 All-Stars for the Diamondbacks. Eduardo is one of them. And, of course, he's coming off a very good start over the weekend against the Milwaukee Brewers. Unfortunately, one in which he took the loss due to that home run that he gave up later in the game. But we're looking forward to chatting with Eduardo Rodriguez. Always a very positive guy. And, obviously, he's got a lot to be positive about with his first ever selection into the All-Star game. So we look forward to talking to him there. Since we were talking about World Cup just a second ago, Kellen, I will tell you, there was a real good test case for me today with the match between Argentina and Egypt today. Yeah. Thank you. I blanked on it for a second. Wondering, would I still be interested even after the U.S. was bounced? I'm here to tell you, I was actually still, you look pleasantly surprised. It's good. I was actually still interested. And, of course, it was epic. I mean, it was absolutely, I don't know what happened. You mentioned that there was stuff that went on behind the scenes that kind of made that one uncertain, but it was absolutely epic to watch Argentina come back the way they did in that match. It was, I was in. I can't believe to say this. I was in.
And more VAR controversy as well.
Oh, is that what it was?
More of that there too. Egypt had Egypt had a goal disallowed because there was a foul like 12 seconds before they scored, and they were able to rewind it all the way. We'll get into it as the show goes on.
We will. In the meantime, Lauren's got to hit the open because we have an all-star waiting on the line right now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo.
Our weekly visit with a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks, and joining us right now, a first-time All-Star in the middle of a very good season for the Arizona Diamondbacks. We offer our congratulations and a welcome to Eduardo Rodriguez as he joins us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Eduardo, I'm Dave. This is Kellen. He's filling in for Gambo today. Thanks for coming on today, and congratulations on the All-Star bid. That's pretty cool.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
So tell me where you were when you found out, and what was the first thing you did when you found out you got the bid?
I was in actually normally, since I've been here, Corey used to do like a meeting before the announcement to let us know before like they're really doing them on the TV, you know. So for like 10 minutes before they announce it to the world, like we know already in the clubhouse. So that's what it was.
So the moment.
And the first thing that I said.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're fine. Go ahead.
No, when I said just when I found out, like he normally do a meeting like that, and you guys probably see the videos, and like the main things that I say was thank you to the infield and the catcher, because like they are the one who told me to be in the All-Star game, you know.
Yeah. So
our defense is just great, you know.
So when Torrey announces it in front of the team, that's the first time you knew? You hadn't heard about it before that? That was the first time?
Yeah, that's the first time like everybody knew, probably like around the league too. That's the way that they do it.
Eduardo, you've pitched at a high level at various points of your career, but do you think this is the best you've ever been in the majors as a pitcher?
I mean, I go to the All-Star game. That's probably say more than anything, you know. Like I've never really been an All-Star, so I will say yes, 100%.
In what ways do you think that you're better now than some of your better seasons? Like your last season in Detroit was fantastic. Those middle years with Boston were great as well. In what ways are you better since then?
I will say number one, and as we can say it again, like number one has been, like I say, my defense and the catchers. Especially with Moreno back there, we have a really good relation, and we know already we have a really good plan and everything every day. And the defense that I have, man, like that's been a huge change for the year that I've been having. And the second one, I will say, it has been like we have a really good plan every time we go out there and we execute it. We never run away from the plan, and we had a good result out of it.
Eduardo Rodriguez is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. And of course, any conversation about you, Eduardo, and it always goes back to the World Baseball Classic, what you did for your home country. For you, how did that serve as a Kickstarter for the season that you had? What confidence did you inspire from what you were able to do in the World Baseball Classic that was able to carry over to the D-backs?
I will say that's kind of like what I literally just said a couple minutes ago, but it's just that. Like when I'm pitching my first game against Team DR, they had a great lineup and all that, but like one thing that I do bad was running away from the plan because I will say when I had that bat against Soto, they hit the homer. I run away from the plan because I was feeling good and all that, and I throw 3 straight fastballs, and I ended up paying for it because in the third one, I hit the ball out of the ballpark, So that's what I say. Like after that, I talked to Johan Santana, who was our pitching coach, and he's like my idol too, growing up. And he just told me that's why you never run away from the plan, and that's what I do now. I never really run away from the plan. Never let my feelings get on my mind in the mound, and just follow the plan and execute pitches. That's it. That's what I think is going to change all this season.
I loved you mentioning Johan there. He was someone growing up as a baseball fan who I loved to watch pitch. What was it about him that gravitated you towards him and just trying to pick little things from him as a fellow southpaw?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, he's from my country. He's like, I will say, like the best pitcher that come out of my country. Second, he's lefty. Third one, he's throwing a changeup. And the fourth one, because I met him before I met him, like I really idolized him a lot. And then I met him when I was in Baltimore. And after that, we started having a really good relation, and besides that, like he's always been like my favorite player all time.
Eduardo Rodriguez is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show, named to his first All-Star appearance over the weekend. He'll be pitching in the Midsummer's Classic coming up in a week from tonight, if I'm not mistaken, is when that game is going to be. So what were you going to do All-Star weekend? Like what plans did you have to cancel and what things did you have to rearrange once you found out you were going to Philly, Eduardo?
I mean, it's funny because every year I had a really good plan. So the last 10 years I've been having a really good plan on the helps in the All-Star break, but I think we was planning to stay around here, around between San Diego and LA because that's what we're going to end up before the break, but now that I got to go to Philly, for me, it's just something new because I've never been part of it, so I'm going to enjoy every part of it. And if it is the only time that happens, I'm just going to enjoy every minute of it.
You mentioned your relationship with.
I mean, I don't know the plans over there. So I don't know what really the plans are going to be over there because it's my first time. So,
but you're gonna soak it all up and enjoy the heck out of it. I bet, right?
Yeah, for sure, every minute.
Is there anything about the experience that you're looking forward to, like any of the events that you're looking forward to watching, or is it just pitching in the game itself?
I will, like I say, every minute. As soon as that's a landing in Philly until the time that I come out of Philly, like I'm gonna enjoy every minute.
How important is this stretch that you guys are in right now? You obviously rose to the occasion with how you pitched against Milwaukee on Sunday. That didn't go in your favor, but and you've been here in this spot with this team before. Just last year, you were in a very similar spot. How important is this moment right now, and how much do you guys understand that in the clubhouse in terms of your season kind of being at a very crucial moment right now?
I mean, like you say, we got experience from last year, so we just got to go up there and keep playing baseball and keep winning games because that's the only way that we're gonna make the front office to change their approach of it. It's in our hands, It's in our hands to go up there and win every game and win the most game we can before July 31st,
You mentioned your relationship with Gabby. How much has it grown over the last couple of years, and how much do you attribute your current success to having that bond with him and the way you guys pitch through games?
Yeah, every catcher that I have here is really good. I like Mac, Del Castillo, but I've been pitching more with Gabby the last stars, and every start is growing more because, like I said, it takes time for you as a starter to the catchers know you very well, and them. So, every time you go on the mound, the first pitch they call is the one that you want to throw. In some points you're going to get to that. And I feel that we're on the point that when the pitch that he called is the one that I want, and when I shake, he goes right to the pitch that I want. So that takes time, but we're on that pace right now. When you get on that pace with a catcher, everything is just execution. When you get on that pace with a catcher, you just go up there and just dancing. It's like a dancing salsa, and he's your partner.
Exactly. I've never heard it put that way, but yeah, I'll remember that the next time I see it happening in front of my face. Eduardo, truly congratulations on the All-Star bid. We're so excited that you get to go and experience all this. Can't wait to watch next Tuesday to see what happens when you get into the game. Well deserved. Congratulations. Thanks for spending a few minutes with us.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You got it. Eduardo Rodriguez, All-Star from the Arizona Diamondbacks, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. And salsa dance. I never really thought of it. You do the salsa?
Yeah.
Do you? Do you now? You do the salsa?
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the kind on a chip either.
You don't get to see it, though. The video feed doesn't get to see it either.
No, it doesn't? Okay.
Behind closed doors, brother.
Fine. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show with Kellen filling in, officially the weirdest story you will hear today if you haven't heard it already. I don't even know if Kellen's heard it. Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
This has been the Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
They have like crazy water slides and all that stuff
They
at the
did.
hotel?
3 really big water slides. One that was uncovered, and then 2 that were in tubes.
Yeah.
My nephew and niece only liked the ones that were open, so I had to go on with them on the other 2 that were enclosed, super hot, dark. My big old ankles and shoulders banging against the whole thing as I'm going down the water slides every time.
You feel claustrophobic.
Then you shoot out of it into the water, and it goes up water to the
and you have a wedgie.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union. I am a very, very happy member, and I think you should be a very happy member, too, of Global Credit Union. It feels great, truly great to have a financial partner that actually has your back and is actually working to your end. And what I mean by that, with my checking account that I have with Global, my savings account that I have with Global, with my loan that I have with Global, I know that Global's commitment to saving me money on all of those accounts is real, and they're working hard every day to make sure the things that I'm saving for is a priority for them just as much as it is for me, whether it's a new house, a big vacation, the kids' college fund, for me, the grandkids' college fund, whatever it is, Global Credit Union understands that the goal of real hardworking Americans every single day is to save their money for big things like that, and that's why they approach it with no fees, low fees, better rates. It's everything that Global Credit Union is about, and I appreciate that. You will too. Joining is simple. Sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches to experience it for yourself. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
We watch these lawyers get on TV and say they're going to treat their clients like family, when we know they put secret mandatory quotas on their lawyers. That means your own lawyer pressures you into a premature, terrible result. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. We don't set settlement quotas. We measure success by achieving each client's best outcome and by each client's happiness.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
The Lovebird Lowdown with Tom and Tawny.
You know, flying's overrated.
Bold statement for a bird.
Constant flapping, wind in your face. Much rather be in a Toyota.
Hey, you're right. Smooth ride, comfortable, quiet.
Just cruising along.
20 people dream of flying.
Give it a week.
Bird brains.
Right now, get 5.99% financing for 60 months on our most popular models, including Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and 4Runner. Or get low 3.99% financing for up to 60 months on Tacoma. With great deals like these, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 5.99% with $19.33 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 3.99% with $18.41 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/3/26 and exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models. See dealer for details.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane, third-generation owner at Shane Company. As a family jeweler for almost 100 years, we're known for doing right by our customers. Our legacy of integrity depends on it. We stand behind our engagement rings with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We handpick the most beautiful diamonds, then negotiate for the best price. At Shane Company, we put you first because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll.
All right, Lauren, the self-described smartest person in the room. Actually, that's not self-described.
It was not self-described.
Callum, but you're taking that ball and you are running with that.
Well,
Yeah, you're
it
like,
was handed to me on a silver
it
platter.
was. Now you're running with it.
Mhm.
You're gonna play that every chance you get. I'm
Not
sure.
necessarily the smartest, but just always correct. So I guess those two do
kind of go hand in hand.
interwoven.
Yeah, they are
If
interwoven.
you say so.
Oh, I didn't say so.
I did.
Oh.
That was
Kelly
me.
did. I mean, I'm not going to dispute
Learned
it.
a valuable lesson.
Until you say something.
Don't
which
get your
was-
hopes up about your sports teams, everyone.
Well, really, that's Lauren's lesson here.
Yeah.
Is just
I've been saying it for years.
come into this stuff with really low expectations and you'll never be disappointed. Key to life. Just don't expect a whole lot.
And
Anything
then,
or anybody and you'll never be disappointed.
when the boys make the Final Four, Caleb hits the walk-off
It's all
touchdown.
gravy.
It's even better.
It's all gravy.
Oh,
that's why Lauren is
what a
always at
life.
the low end every time we have predictions on seasons. How many games the Sun's going to win? How many games the Diamondbacks going to win?
And who has been right the most times in those
You
predictions?
know what?
Oh,
Maybe you are the smartest person in the room. Maybe you are.
being the biggest pessimist has made me the smartest person in the room.
Sometimes
All right.
they go hand in hand. Our poll question is up at ArizonaSports.com. Couldn't even tell you what it is. What is it?
It's got to do with Brandon Pfaadt. And
Okay.
we're asking, what is your confidence level in Brandon Pfaadt 2 starts into his return to the D-backs rotation? High. He is dealing. Medium. Low.
Oh, so medium or low, don't get a little sidebar with it. It's just
Well, it was high! Exclamation point. He is dealing! Exclamation point. So I really went to sell that on air.
and then medium is just medium and low is low.
Yeah.
Medium.
It would have been funny if Low was self-described too. Low, he's a fraud. They just really sold Low as much as they sold High. Just abuse me, maybe. I don't know. Medium.
You know what?
What?
I say high.
Really?
I say high.
You're just trying to buck your own trend. aren't
I'm
you?
not.
No, this is a
I'm
heat check.
not.
This is a heat check. That's what this is.
I'm not.
Is that what this is?
I really.
This is a heat check.
You
I
really-
watched last night and I went, he's got it.
It's just because you want to play more Fought Rock rejoins.
Sue me
No,
for
she-
trying to put more yacht rock on the
She
show.
hit
Okay.
2 threes in the first 2 minutes of the game, and she's walking down the court open from 28 feet with 18 left on the shot clock and throwing it up.
I do have to say, yeah, I got enough music on this end. I'm gonna shout out my mother. Okay.
Shout out.
Cause she texted me. This is the most beautiful thing I've ever heard on the radio when I was playing Kenny Loggins. She loves Kenny Loggins.
that's sweet.
Has given me my love of Kenny Loggins. I take credit. Kellen's giving you credit. It's my credit. Me. I want some on-air credit.
It's on me, Jenny. My fault.
And you know what?
My
Here
fault.
it is, Mom.
My
Here's
fault.
your on-air credit.
All right, there you go.
Mhm.
I thought she was going to say the most beautiful thing she heard on the air was when we told you that you were the smartest person in the room. And it's like,
Yeah, we
that's what
shouldn't-
I've been waiting to hear.
No,
all
Mama
my
Cole
life.
was
No?
right. We shouldn't lose sight of like the most valuable lesson here. Like you're always right, yes, but like there is always a good mother behind.
Yeah, there's a
whatever
good woman
brilliance.
who raised
yeah,
me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Good job,
that
Malkovel.
is-
Good
that is
job.
where
Good
the
job.
credit should go.
All right, so
51% going with media.
okay.
43% going with high, he is dealing, and 7% going with low.
That is the poll question. Thank you, Kenny Loggins, bringer and smartest person in the room, Lauren Koval on the other side of the class. So the weirdest story you're going to hear all day. I think this is the weirdest. And I don't know if any other show, I'm sure one of the other shows brought this up at some point. There was a long story this morning, Killen, on ESPN.com. And we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about this because we don't have a lot of time, but this is just a perfect sized amount here to get into this. Long story today, behind the scenes about Sean Payton and his process in running the Denver Broncos. It was from Seth Wickersham on ESPN.com. And I clicked on the story, and I'm not going to sit here and say I read the whole thing. I kind of scrolled until I found the part that I was made aware of. When Bill Belichick and this is word for word out of his report. When Bill Belichick and the Patriots divorced in 2024, Sean Payton considered presenting Broncos owner Greg Penner a proposal for the ages. Hire Belichick as the head coach until he reached 15 wins, enough to break Don Shula's career record of 347. Payton would temporarily step down to assistant head coach and run the offense, then move back into the head coaching role after Belichick became the all-time leader. In the end, it was too complicated and maybe too fanciful. Close quote. What do you make of that?
What?
Yeah.
Can you read it again?
He considered going to his boss, the owner of the Broncos, with a proposal. You hire Bill Belichick and make him the head coach.
Okay.
I'll step aside, be the offensive coordinator, the assistant head coach to Belichick. Belichick gets his 15 wins, breaks Don Shula's record, and the minute he does it, I'll step back into the head coaching job. Bill Belichick will retire as the all-time leader in head coaching wins in NFL history. He considered going to ownership with that proposal. Weirdest thing I've seen all day. Now, according to the story, he never went to the owner. I don't know if this was just an idea in Sean Payton's head at 3:30 in the morning when he couldn't sleep. And he went, hey, you know what? That'd be a good idea. I should do that for my old buddy Bill Belichick and get him the all-time wins. But the fact that this is out there now, I mean, it's no big deal. It's like Belichick's not coming back to the NFL. He's not going to.
Why?
But isn't that weird?
Why
isn't
does
that
Sean Payton care about this so much?
Apparently,
So if Bill Belichick would have been the coach of the Patriots and Sean Payton was the coach of the Broncos, would he have not tried to win? To get him the wins?
I mean,
what is this?
I don't think
this is like if the guy's at 699 home runs and we're throwing up softballs to him to make sure he gets to 700, so he lands on 700.
Well, there's precedent. This is, who was it who kneeled down for Strahan? Was it Favre?
Yeah.
Right? Was it Favre who,
Oh, my
who
God.
took a dive so that Strahan could have the
Football
all-time
guys
record?
are so freaking weird, man. They are the weirdest of all the athletes by far. They're just a bunch of
and
weirdos.
I just thought of this now. There is actually some weird precedence on this one because he's not. Well, I mean, I don't know. Is he hurting himself by doing it? Is Sean Payton doing himself a disservice by stepping aside? Is he? He's clearly not
What if
worried.
you win 6 games that year?
Well,
What if you win 10 games in 2 years? How long are we going to go pull out this charade just so we can have one more number than someone else?
And that's the thing. It takes a remarkable amount of self-confidence to think my job is so secure. My role here at the Broncos is so secure that we could absolutely be garbage for 2 years. And it could take us that long to get Belichick his 15 wins. And I'm fine. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going to get fired. They're not going to let me go. I mean, like your fan base, how do they rate? It's weird. It's weird. And it never happened, obviously.
I'm stunned. Like it's just like such a perplexing, odd, yet incredibly kind gesture. Obviously, that's a very nice thing to do for your bud. But we're in the NFL. This isn't some.
It's not some charity.
There's a real season happening.
Can
you imagine?
It's not some. Can you imagine?
When did this happen? So 2024.
2024.
So that was Russell Wilson.
Well, yeah, right.
I think so. The one Damage is in here. Come on, unbelievable.
Was it? No, wait. 2023 was Peyton's first year there. wasn't it? Because wasn't 2023 Gannon's first year, and weren't Gannon and Payton on the same timeline? Right? Because it was the whole thing was go get Sean Payton, and they hired Gannon instead, right?
2024 was Bo Nix's first year.
Was his first? Yeah, okay. So his
first year.
So it was not the Russell Wilson, Sean Payton year, right? It was the first Bo Nix year. Because wasn't 2023 Sean Payton's first year there? Did you? Okay, yeah. Just want to make sure.
It was 2023 was his first year. Like, can you imagine being the quarterback and just going in that meeting?
Can you imagine being a player on that team? And you're like, okay, wait, I appreciate that your employment is secure, Sean Payton. What about mine? Like, what if I have a bad season because you're giving this charitable gift to Bill Belichick? What does that mean for me? What are you doing for me? Like all of this sacrifice for one guy? It's odd.
I kind of wish this would have happened because then it would have been the easiest team to root against in the history, just to watch how awkward it would have gotten when they lost football games. They went 10-7 that year, and then they of course went 14-3. Last year, but yeah, would have had to roll over into like multiple seasons and like wait. So like, okay, I know we got to go to break because I could just like keep asking questions. Like, what is Belichick doing? Is he just like sitting at home while Payton's actually coaching the team? Like, is Bill Belichick actually coaching the team still, or
right.
is
Belichick in charge of the defense? Is he? Would Belichick even have accepted this charity? Would he have said, yeah, sure, sign me up. I'll do it.
Just a bunch of weirdos, bro.
I'll do it and give the team back to you as soon as I get to 15. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, 5 players for the Arizona Diamondbacks who need to do just a little bit better, and they might be fine. Who is their king, and who are the 5? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Bunker to Bunker's annual Summer Throwback Golf Tournament presented by Shady Rays Sunglasses is coming up Sunday, July 26th at McCormick Ranch Golf Club in Scottsdale. The popular 2-person scramble is loaded with team competitions, the big raffle, special prizes, and breakfast. It even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Proceeds benefit St. Mary's Food Bank. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so grab your partner and register today at bunkergolf.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lovello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Our new modern neighborhood butcher, Southern Steer Butcher, just opened in Chandler, and now a grand opening in Surprise. Yep, this weekend, July 11th and 12th, Southern Steer Butcher, grand opening in Surprise. Huge deals. Paul Calvisi here. We're talking their famous flavor-infused marinated steak tips, only $16.99 a pound. Marinated chicken, only $3.99 a pound. Plus, save 25% on jerky and free samples. SouthernSteer.com for all the info. Or stop by in the Surprise City Center at Elm Street, SouthernSteer.com.
Two different companies can install exactly the same air conditioner, and it will perform entirely differently in your home. If not installed correctly, that system will break down often and die an agonizingly expensive death. At Gettle, we install air conditioners the right way, not the easy way. From measuring and adjusting the static pressure in the ducts to cleaning out the pre-existing copper lines, because it doesn't make any sense to install a new heart without cleaning out the arteries. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L, will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks blew out the San Diego Padres last night 8-0. The D-backs will go for back-to-back wins tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury go for their fourth straight win tonight when they host the Chicago Sky at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7. And the Phoenix Suns have made their re-signings of center Mark Williams, guard Colin Gillespie, and guard Jordan Goodwin official. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers July 4th event going on now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and today is another start for the struggling Zach Gallen. Will he figure it out? Is he tipping his pitches? We'll talk about the Diamondbacks' latest game in San Diego. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
In honor of the world traveler, I'll tip jar Chicago for Gambo. Long distance from Ireland. Shout out to you, Gambo.
I do have a shout for Gambo, actually. So Gambo today posted a video of the cannons going off at Edinburgh Castle.
Yes.
And I really wanted to tweet out my video of the cannons going off from when I was there 2 years ago and just caption it, been there, done that, period. I opted against it, but I just need someone to know.
You just said you were going to do a heat check 15. You did a heat check 15 minutes ago. Keep heat checking away. Come on.
Am I still making them?
So far.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
I'll stick with it.
But you don't feel
you get a little favorite boost from saying this on the air. Like, people are going to see it now as they're listening to the show. They're going to go and like it.
Well, I'm not going to put it out on Twitter because then Gambo will see it. But Gambo doesn't listen to the show when he's on vacation. So now I've got the opportunity to say what I want.
So you said it. You don't need to put it on social media. You've said it. Now you, yeah.
Just know that went through my head. I decided to be the bigger person and then have just opened it up.
I have not been there and I have not done that. So I've got nothing to say about it. I know they're my people. That's where I'm from. That's my background. That's my heritage. Geraldo Perdomo last night.
This is hit well to right. Tatis not even given a courtesy chase. It is out of here. Sounded loud off the bat. Perdomo reached down and smacked it out of here. And that's his 6th home run to make it a 7-0 Diamondback lead.
Kellen's filling in for Gambo today and for the rest of the week. And, of course, the Diamondbacks, Kell coming off that 8-0 win over the San Diego Padres. One of the easiest feeling wins of the year for the D-backs in terms of everything worked very well. San Diego looked completely overmatched. And Geraldo Perdomo was certainly a big part of what happened last night. I mean, Max Kepler was a big part. We'll talk about the home runs a little bit later. This is not your homework today. Your homework is coming up a little later on in the show. But I read today a power ranking, and I don't care about the numbers for power ranking. I won't even tell you where the Diamondbacks were ranked. It doesn't matter. But they called Geraldo Perdomo the king of players on the Diamondbacks who should be playing a little bit better than they are right now. That they said the Diamondbacks top to bottom, if you look at their roster, the roster is littered with guys who should just be a little bit better than they are right now, and Perdomo is their king. So first of all, before we go through who some of those guys might be, would you agree that the Diamondbacks roster is filled with guys who should be a little or a lot better than they are right now?
Yeah, another way of putting it, a lot of guys underachieving, right? Their expectations and like what we have come to know from them as players, which is, again, ironic is maybe the wrong word to use, but you look at the bullpen where we had no expectations. We had the lowest of expectations, and they have superseded those expectations. Like, look, it was an 8-0 game, but like Ryan Thompson just comes in, strikes out 4 of the 6, like nice and easy. Like they've just been exceeding every expectation, to use that phrase again. So if you would have just got moderately, like we're like a C+, great. C+ for you. That's great. If we would have gotten more C+ on this team in other parts, we'd be talking about a pretty good baseball team right now. And instead we're talking about a middling one.
The 5 names that I came up with off the top of my head that if they were just doing a little bit better, everything would be fine. Everything would be more than fine for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And I felt like this was fairly easy to do. Geraldo Perdomo, though more on him in a second. Geraldo Perdomo, Merrill Kelly, Zach Gallen, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Pavin Smith. Those are the 5.
Mm-hmm.
Did I miss anybody?
Yeah, the guy that's supposed to be the guy that is supposed to be the best second baseman in baseball, Ketel Marte.
Oh, you'd put Ketel on your list?
Yeah, I put him. I just need a little more. Just a little more. It's okay.
Just a little more?
It's okay, everyone. I can
know?
criticize Ketel Marte. It's okay. It's fine. I'm criticizing his on-field performance. That's it.
You're wading into dangerous territory there, Cal. Careful. What more do you want out of Ketel?
I want him to be an all-star. I want him to be a silver slugger at his position. I want him to be a guy that gets MVP votes because that's what he did each of the last 2 seasons. We're talking about guys who maybe a little bit, and this is not like I'm not saying he has to be much better, but he has to be a little bit better than what he has been right now. Because if you look across, and I don't think it's like quantifiable exactly to look at the other second baseman in baseball, but it's certainly much more of a conversation now, whereas when we would talk about that position in 24 or 2025, there was no doubt in your mind that Ketel was the best guy at his position, and it wasn't even close. That's not the case anymore. His numbers are still pretty darn good, like the 807 OPS, 17 homers, 54 runs batted in compared to just 72 last year in 126 games at 86 right now. He's been on the field a lot more as well. That's something that Torey talked about recently too. There's been things to like here, but in terms of him being, in my opinion, entering the season, he's one of the 10 best players in baseball, and he has not been that this year, so I need a little more.
There's no question that if you look at his OPS, his OPS plus, I don't know how deep we want to get into that side of the numbers. There's no question that his numbers are not where they usually are. You know, last year he was 893. The year before that he was 932. Just looking at the OPS, it's down. It's like 807, which is still good, but it's not elite. It's not the level that we're used to. And then I go over to ESPN.com, and it tells me that right now he is on pace to have 30. This is just very traditional numbers. 31 homers, 97 RBIs, 90 runs scored, 621 at-bats, 155 games played, which is, you know, again, not to delve into that Ketel stuff, but that is a big number for him based off of where he's been recently. That's interesting because I feel, and maybe the argument, maybe the conversation is the same for Perdomo. I feel like lately, when I watch Ketel Marte, I feel like over the last month or so, I'm seeing Ketel Marte. I'm seeing, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I'm seeing every time he's up at the dish, I feel like he's a threat to hit the ball 110 miles per hour. He looks very hitterish to me right now. And I'll give Perdomo, even though I think he could be a little bit better, maybe a lot better, I'll give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. I went and looked at Perdomo's numbers over the last like 25, 26 games.
On track with last year.
Yeah. In terms of his triple slash, he is right on pace with the numbers that he put up last year.
What did Torey say to us last week? It was some of like the decisions with like he didn't want to get into hyper specifics, but it was like the swing decisions he was calling them, I think.
Yeah. Just wanted him to be a little more, I can't remember now. What exactly did he say?
It rang to me like he was saying there were certain pitches in certain parts of the plate where like lay off of those or swing more aggressively at those. It was one of those two directions that he was going with Jerry's. Well, to be clear, Ketel's not top 3 on this list for me. Like Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly have to be 1, 2 on this list.
I like the discourse. I like the conversation. I mean, because I
it's just what happens when we criticize Ketel Marte on the station. We have to put up like armor and be like, it's okay if like just like the best second baseman in baseball, one of the 10 best players in baseball who hasn't been that this year, just needs to be a little better. It's okay. It's all right. I'm not calling him lazy. I'm not calling him a prima donna or anything like that. I'm not saying any of that stuff. I am not saying any of that stuff.
We have made that abundantly clear that you're not. Look, I think we have high standards for Ketel Marte. We have high standards for.
He should be starting in the All-Star game.
Geraldo Perdomo. Yeah. Well, like I had somebody, I can't remember. I had a conversation with somebody. And it was based along the lines of why not Ketel Marte for the All-Star game? You know, now you're getting into a comparative process with him and other second basemen. But I mean, I'll tell you, relatively speaking, his number compared to other second basemen, he's close. You know, he's close. Maybe it was Gambo that I was having that conversation with. I don't know. But if he's, I guess I'm looking for more outside of the big 3 because I just feel like they've been so thin. We're going to talk later about 5 through 9 and how, you know, Max Kepler is kind of the latest guy to throw his name in the hat for somebody who should be producing on that. But I would think that those guys that we just mentioned, the 6 that we just mentioned, including Ketel, if they are all even just a little bit better, we would not be worried at all about the Arizona Diamondbacks and whether they were going to be a playoff team.
I had one more shout. By the way, on Zach, just to differentiate again the level of like criticism we're talking about, Zach's ERA before the 2025 season to that point in his MLB career was 3.29. In 2025 and 2026, his ERA is 5.32. 2 whole points his ERA has jumped. Like he's just a completely different pitcher now. My other shout, insert center fielder here. It has just been absolutely zero offensive production. They're last in pretty much every single number when it comes to what the Diamondbacks are getting from their center fielder. So that's Alec Thomas, that's Ryan Waldschmidt, that's Tommy Troy. It's not fair to look at like the young guys and be like, we need more out of the rookie. But I'm saying, if you're asking me to do the exercise and be like, identify the points of this team where if I got a little bit more out of these 3 or 4 places, this team would be much better. Center field is one of them, undeniably.
I'll give you that. I just felt like it was not right to include the young players on the list because they just come in with, I don't know what to expect out of the young players.
Mike Hazen should have gotten a center fielder in the offseason.
Well, that's another conversation. And when we have time to have it, we'll do it. When we come back, though, how much time with Mark Williams, how much time is he going to get in the center rotation this season? You'll hear from the newly minted member of the Phoenix Suns after he re-signs his contract. You'll hear what he had to say next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The idea of evaluating the manager in Arizona is very, very difficult. Everybody hits him for the days off that players get. That has nothing to do with Torey. But there are other things. There's the sternness, the approach, and whether or not a manager like Torey, who is such a decent person and such a caring person, does a professional clubhouse eventually steamroll that guy? These are questions. This is the elephant in the room that's saying, talk about me.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust, Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves. erased in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman's stainless steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Hey, homeowners, if you're ready to move and found the perfect home but can't buy until you sell, you're not alone. With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, unlock your equity up front by using her buy before you sell program so you can buy your next home first with a strong, non-contingent offer, move in on your timeline, then sell your original home the right way for 100% of market value, guaranteed. Call Carol Royce today or visit CarolHasTheBuyers.com. That's CarolHasTheBuyers.com. Carol and sell Mr. Grand Price and possession.
If you don't have gas in your home, but something doesn't smell good. Ew, what's that smell? If it smells like rotten eggs, there could be a leak in your neighborhood. Now what do I do? If you suspect a leak, move fast, call 911 and Southwest Gas. From a safe location. But I don't have natural gas in my home. Gas lines are buried all around, so even if you don't have gas. I know, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
Hey, it's Luke. Did Zach Gallen show us something against the Padres, or did the slide continue? We'll be reacting to Game 2 of D-backs Padres tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. So if you missed it at the top of the show, as we welcome you back to Burns and Gambo. Kellen filling in for Gambo this week. Also, our lead Suns writer at ArizonaSports.com, our Suns guru, co-host of the Empire of the Suns podcast, came in hot. Really, really hot. Like 30 seconds before the show started. There was a press conference today for the 3 members of the Phoenix Suns that re-signed: Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin, and Mark Williams. You were there for all of it. We're going to play back some of the sound from Gillespie and Goodwin a little later on in the show. We're going to focus on Mark Williams here, only because I think of the 3, no disrespect to the other 2, that was the one that probably created the most questions, right? Like, okay, Mark Williams is back. What does it mean? How's this going to work? Should they have brought him back at the cost? Things like that. So I'll, as a Kickstarter, and then I'll get into the sound, what was your general reaction to what he had to say and kind of how did you perceive everything that was said by Mark?
Just same old business, same old stuff. Like this phrase, or like a phrase like it was used a couple of times throughout the day. It's totally right. Like, that's a life-changing moment, because when you're on your rookie kind of scaled deal or something similar to that, you are making a good amount of money. Don't get me wrong. You're going to be fine. But when you get to this contract and 3 years, $38 million, or 4 years and 48 for Colin, like, that's like life-changing money for those guys as well. So he was really grateful. His sister was able to be there. She's going to be playing against the Mercury tonight. So a great moment for him, and obviously one where I asked him about it. I can't really remember exactly what he said, but you have to imagine this was a bit of relief for him after the uncertainty around his availability the last couple of years, and wondering if he was going to be able to kind of get to this moment and not have all these non-guarantees in his salary and just having to keep proving that he has to keep playing over and over again. And like, now he's got it cemented.
I'm guessing it was this one right here.
Definitely nice to have kind of that off your shoulders. I guess relief in a sense. But at the same time, it's just more time to prove. And I just have the opportunity to do that here. Obviously, I'm thankful for Matt, Josh, BG, training staff, teammates, everybody, anybody I didn't name. I'm excited to be here, be back, and I appreciate everybody for making that happen.
It's crazy to me. It seems so cynical and almost negative to say it, and I'm not trying to be cynical or negative when I say this, but that's great. Now go do it again, right? Like when you reach that milestone, you want to know, and by milestone I mean for him games played, and for him to just be able to get over that hump. It's great that he did it. It really only has value if you can repeat it again and again and again. And to that end, and I doubt he was asked this because it maybe not even is a him question. It's more of a Jordan Ott question. Will they take the same lengths next year to continue to protect Mark Williams, right? Like how far will they go? Okay, they stumbled on something last year. It worked. Are they going to do it again, or are they going to trust that he's turned a corner when it comes to his health?
I did ask Gregory about Mark's health and how it factored into their decision. Is it in there? Do we have the Gregory sound in there yet? I
don't have the Gregory sound yet. Lauren's working on it.
It's all good. I sprinted in here. I got the audio uploaded 45 minutes ago, so it's totally fine. I asked Gregory
what did he say?
Well, I think that my main takeaway from what he said was that the strength that they felt that Mark built up in order to be as healthy as he was compared to his last seasons is now there for him to build off of this season. Does that make sense? He doesn't have to spend this whole summer building up what he built up last summer. Now it's built up, now it's there, and now he can focus on improving in other ways and also just work together. He referenced the medical staff a few different times. He mentioned the team, the performance team a couple of different times, those elements and how Mark worked with those guys, and I'm assuming how those guys felt about how Mark worked through everything made them confident in this kind of thing. Because what I asked Gregory was this is the type of thing where Robert Williams, who's a few years older, who's gone through a few more injuries, signed a deal with the Portland Trailblazers that is laced with non-guarantees. It's all over the place just because of how little he plays sometimes. Mm-hmm. And the Suns did not do that here. The reason why is because they could have done 3 years for $50 million, but they could have done a bunch of non-guarantees, but I'm assuming at least. But instead, it was 3 years, 38, all guaranteed, and now he just has to stay healthy. There's no other way for this to go. He has to stay healthy.
He talked about the strides he's made with the medical team.
Just continuing to build my body, continuing to, build on the court, expand my game, both sides of the ball, and, just continuing to be out on the floor. With each year I play more and more games. I want to continue to keep that trend going. And obviously, being available at the end of the year is just unfortunate timing on that part. But, no, I'm excited. I think, having a good plan in place, continuing to build, modify, and go from there, just being able to play meaningful minutes every single night.
Because for his perspective, that's the unfortunate part, is that just when you thought you had figured out the injury stuff, it all comes back at the end, right? Especially with the chronic foot stuff that led to a lot of his missed games at the end of the season. It's kind of like the way the season ended for the Suns in general. Everything about the last couple of months gave us a little bit of pause about the plan, at least it did for me. And for Williams, in his injury history, it was all great until it wasn't, and that kind of gave us that moment of pause with him.
Yeah, and I asked Gregory too. Okay, Mark is re-signed now for 3 years. Oso played super well for you guys last year. This is year 2 for Kaman. How do you get him minutes? And I think that he was very calm in his answer and just he didn't feel he didn't come across as someone who feels like it's going to be difficult in order to get Kaman minutes, which is not where you have to galaxy brain and be are they going to play two bigs, all this kind of stuff. I just think that he sees over a full season the opportunities are going to come for Kaman, but that's not what people like you and I want to hear. We want to hear that he's going to play 15 minutes a game the entire year, and that's just not going to be possible right now. It's just not going to be possible. Unless Mark plays 20 minutes a game, which is not going to happen, unless Oso plays 12 minutes a game, which is just not going to happen. They're going to have to get creative in order to find ways for him to consistently play, and I don't think they're going to be able to do it unless injuries come up.
Yeah, and he was asked about the other centers and how excited he is for the development of those guys.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've all been here pretty much all summer. All of us are making strides in the weight room and on the court, so I'm excited for the year. I think all of us can do great things whenever we're on the court, and I'm excited to see that.
And look, the reason why guys like you and I look at it and see the difficulty of it. It just becomes a math problem more than anything. You take the given number of minutes per game per night in the NBA that's allotted to any team, 240, and you try to divvy it up the right way, and you run into a math problem in terms of the centers and making sure they get the minutes they need and making sure they get the minutes they earn too. You know, like it does. If Kaman Malawach, and we talked about him a little bit yesterday, I saw the clip that we put on social about Kaman. It's on him to make it so that Jordan Ott has to play him, you know? And if he doesn't, if he makes it easy for Jordan Ott to not play him because he's not developing at the pace that he needs to, the decision kind of gets made for Jordan Ott in terms of what he's going to do at the center position. It's not just on Jordan Ott to figure it out. It's on these guys to make it as difficult as they can for Ott to make the decision. And if they don't make it difficult, there's not much to think about here if you're him.
It's a really good point, because if Kaman is not playing on night one and the team is fully healthy, we can say like, oh, well, like they re-signed Mark Williams. Like what else was supposed to happen? What was supposed to happen was Kaman was supposed to force his way into the rotation and be like this dynamic talent because he was a top 10 selection in the draft a year ago. Like that's what needs to happen.
Yeah. You play me because you have to play me. One last one from Mark Williams, because Devin Booker just went and took his number in the offseason.
Yeah, he brought it up during the year, actually. At one point, he kind of said it in passing. And then at the end of the year, like, it was like, yeah, it's really going to happen. So, yeah.
You guys came to an agreement?
Yeah, you know, we're in negotiations, yeah. You know, think of it as, you know, going upstairs and talking. But we'll agree on something here soon. I mean, I'm not worried about that. You know, he said he got me, and I'm taking his word for that. So, for sure.
Kind of sounded awkward.
Yeah, I tried to weave us out of there, but you know, it just kind of happens.
Was it me, or did that kind of sound a little unsettled?
Still needs to get done, yeah.
In terms of
they'll see each other in camp.
Compensation and fair compensation.
Books up north, his phone's on airplane mode. Like, the guy's relaxing.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, a daily segment when Kellen fills in for Gambo here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Kellen's homework, and we've assigned him, I think, a pretty easy one. I think it's right in his wheelhouse. Kellen's not going to struggle with this one at all, I hope. Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-1. Weekly hit right side. It's picked up by Pavin. Flips to Jamison at the bag in time, and the Diamondbacks just dominate the Padres here in the series opener by a final score of 8-0.
Reacting to a D-backs shutout of the Padres in San Diego on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
This July, it's time to celebrate our freedom to swim. Celebrate California Pools and Landscape, giving $1,776 off a brand new pool. Plus, buy Centennial Bucks, $250 off the most popular backyard features, barbecue, shade, water, and fire features, all to complete your oasis. That's the way at California Pools do at Casa Galvisi. Now it's stars, stripes, and summer nights. Don't miss the patriotic pool deals at calpool.com/Paul.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
Tired all the time? Gaining weight? Lost your edge? Those aren't just signs of getting older that could be low testosterone. Vital for Men is Arizona's original men's health clinic. Not a franchise, not a side hustle for some med spa. We're open Monday through Friday. We accept most insurance, and right now your first testosterone test is free. Find out where you stand. Call Vital for Men or go to vitalformen.com. It's time to stop guessing and start living.
Robert, we're heading into the hottest stretch of the year here in Phoenix, and if you don't have shade by now, what are you doing?
Hopefully, coming to Shade Week.
I knew it.
July 6th through the 10th, we're bringing it back to all pro shade concepts. Save up to 50% on like new patio shades and awnings on clearance.
That's huge because in July and August, shade isn't a luxury, it's a necessity.
And every purchase includes free installation.
So if you've been putting off shade for your patio, don't wait until the fourth quarter.
Go to shadeweek.com.
That's shadeweek.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
On BritBox, there is a place where stories twist like cobblestone roads, grand manners hide secrets, and stakes are higher than seaside cliffs. Find places worth getting lost in on BritBox. Watch new series like The Other Bennett Sister from the world of Jane Austen and A Woman of Substance starring Golden Globe winner Brenda Blethyn. If you want to get away, you're in the right place. Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Free trial at BritBox.com.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with What's Trending Now. The Arizona Diamondbacks blew out the San Diego Padres last night 8-0. The D-backs will go for back-to-back wins tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury go for their fourth straight win tonight when they host the Chicago Sky at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7. And the Phoenix Suns have made their re-signings of center Mark Williams, guard Colin Gillespie, and guard Jordan Goodwin official. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers July 4th event going on now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and today is another start for the struggling Zach Gallen. Will he figure it out? Is he tipping his pitches? We'll talk about the Diamondbacks' latest game in San Diego. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Okay, admittedly, I didn't like Darren Peterson that much coming out of college. I thought there was just a lot of issues.
Baggage.
A lot of baggage. Did you?
Yes.
Okay. Baggage aside, didn't bother you?
It bothered me, but I thought the ceiling was worth the risk. I had the unpopular opinion that he was in his own tier at the top.
That was an unpopular opinion?
Yes. Just about everyone believes that if you have like Peterson number one, which isn't as unpopular, like he's right next to DeBonsa or Wilson or Boozer. I think he's a step above.
But you had him by himself completely. Yes. Yeah, I mean, it was my own hang up. I couldn't get over that 1 year at Kansas and just how awkward it was and how uncoachable he seemed and how leaderless he seemed. Like he was just an island onto himself. 1 summer league game, 2 summer league games doesn't change any of that. But in the midst of the U.S. losing last night to Belgium and in the midst of the D-backs crushing the San Diego Padres, while all that was going on, everybody on social media was like, holy crap, you see the game that Darren Peterson is having right now in the summer league? Like everybody was buzzing about it because he was, again, just summer league, 25 points, 12 assists, 2 rebounds,
just
2
the way
stealers.
He
just looked apparently. I didn't watch a minute of it. I don't know if you did.
I watched a bit of it. It looked like he was out for a stroll. Like it looked like so easy and effortless for him in the ways that it did in college when he was able to stay on the floor. And that's the whole thing about his game. Like we're talking about the footwork, like his ability to get up into his shot, some of the decisions that he makes as a dribble guy. It's like year 4, year 5, year 6 stuff with him. He is incredibly advanced for his age from like a skill and like preparation standpoint, and that stuff just comes from like super hard work. So again, like we can talk about the cramping, we can talk about him checking himself out of games and stuff. It's totally warranted there, but when you watch him in the way that he moves on the floor, that's like gifted stuff, sure, but that could just comes from hard work. So you can tell when guys and how skillful guys are if they work hard, and to me it was there with the way he plays.
So it inspired today's edition of Kellen's homework. Now we're still working on our open for this. I'm hoping our crew comes through. Not you, Lauren, because I never have any lack of faith in you or your ability or trust in you.
Our
on the other
motto
side
of
the
today's
glass.
show, of course.
Of course. I mean, it really is National Lauren Day here on the Burns and Gamble Show. But she is not responsible for coming up with the open to Kellen's homework. So this is Kellen's homework for this Tuesday, July 7th.
Mm-hmm.
Kellen's homework is to tell me and us the 5 rookies in the NBA this year, based off of them and the team that drafted them, are in the best position to have immediate success in year one. Darren Peterson inspired this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Kellen, your homework is to tell me the 5 rookies, based off of where they were drafted, are poised to have the best success. Go.
I'll start with apologies to Lauren that her boy Keaton Wagler out of Illinois will not be making the list. It's a funky fit on the Clippers. She doesn't want that level of, again, expectation. She doesn't want it. She's shaking her head right now behind the glass. Darius Garland, Brandon Ingram, Rui Hachimura. It's a lot of, like, not mouths to feed per se, but not necessarily guys that are going to make Wagler better in the way that Wagler makes those guys better, and that's probably just what he's going to be more focused on as rookie. 2 other guys I like, Kingston Flemings in Atlanta. Wasn't the biggest fan of him coming out of the draft, but he is a guy that fits in with what they do super well, should be able to focus on defense first. And then Merez Johnson Jr. on Dallas as well is going to be a really fun energy bench big for a deep Dallas team in the front court as well. Number 5 for me, and you know how Kellen's homework works here. I get a little spicy here. I'm not afraid to tell you how I really feel. I've got A.J. DeBonta number 5.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to make that noise.
I don't mean to make him laugh every time
that noise was completely involuntary. But it is spicy. The number 1 pick overall in the draft. You got number 5. Okay.
I have DeBonta as the second best player in this class, to be clear. But if we're talking about what you assigned me, which is like immediate impact right away, you're going to help your team win basketball games. I think AJ has the skill set for that. But he is going to have to unlock that, and kind of like in the way that I talk about Wagler making his teammates better, Trae Young is going to have the ball all the time. And then you've got Trey Johnson, who was a top 6 pick last year. You've got Keyshawn George, who is best used as a point forward. Anthony Davis is here. Alex Sarr was a top 2 pick from 2 years ago, who's going to want some post touches, some mid-post stuff going on. Will Riley had a really nice rookie year for them. They've still got Bub Carrington, the guard out of Pittsburgh. They've got a ton of mouths to feed. Now they're going to prioritize DeBonta because he was the number 1 pick in the draft, and rightfully so. But it's just a clunky fit for like a score first, at times tunnel vision-y type of score. I say this, and he's going to probably average 22 points per game right away, but in terms of helping the Wizards be like a surprise 47-win team, I don't really see it in year 1, but see it in the future for him as well. He's going to be an excellent player, but just not right away, I think.
Okay, number 4 for your homework.
Number 4 was one of my favorite guys in the draft, and I absolutely loved the fit, so he cracks the top 5 here. It's Christian Anderson, the guard out of Texas Tech. He's the best pull-up shooter in this draft, and that is the most valuable skill in the NBA right now, is hitting pull-up threes. It completely changes how you defend a guy. Let's say you're playing the Lakers and Walker Kessler is the center, or you're playing the Wolves and Rudy Gobert is the center. We know what the standard is, a drop. They're going to be 10 to 15 feet away from the basket. Maybe if I can come around the screen and hit a 3 off the dribble, that changes the way that you defend, and by proxy, your anchor defends differently. Now your whole defense defends differently. Anderson is a really, really good pull-up shooter. I think he got underrated as a passer a little bit. And what does Charlotte do, Burnsy? They shoot a whole lot of threes, and they just got rid of a guy in LaMelo who is not going to have the ball as much. So it's going to be some Kobe White. It's going to be some Con Knippel engaging and playmaking, and Anderson's going to have some, I think, an ability to play right away too.
In real time, there was some speculation in the moment that LaMelo Ball might be on his way out when they traded Christian Anderson. Like in the moment, there was very much this, oh, okay, they might actually do this because they just drafted a guy who very much has the skill set which could potentially replace him. Number 3 on your list.
Number 3, and this is where I will loop in college basketball extraordinaire Lauren Koval on Yaxel Lendeborg, one of her least favorite players because he plays for Michigan. But when you look at the way that he played at Michigan, Lauren, and was looked at as one of the best players in the country. It wasn't because he scored 25 points per game. It's because he did just absolutely everything for Michigan, and that sounds like a Golden State Warrior, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, he got in hot water right away with Golden State Warrior fans because during his introductory presser, he said, yeah, I know Steve Kerr doesn't like to play rookies a lot. I'm going to make him play me, essentially. And everybody was like, who is this guy with the ego coming in right away? Also, he's way older than anybody else drafted around him in this draft class. He's got a lot of experience because of that. He's kind of the perfect bridge in between the old guard there at Golden State, but ushering in somebody who has experience and has skill and what they need in that kind of like bulldog mentality. You just have to hope that you can reel that in with him.
Jalen Green is 7 months older than him.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And Jalen Green is going into his fourth year in the NBA?
His sixth year.
His sixth year,
in the
NBA?
Yeah, and Yaxel's into his first. Yaxel
that's
took a
nuts.
long road
That's nuts.
to get here, but also speaks to how ready he is going to be to play right away. Like, Lauren, they had him guard everyone. Like, they had him guard your boy Keaton Wagler. They had him guard Braden Smith, and then he scaled up as well to guard some bigs as well. He can guard anyone.
And his shooting ability is what really stands out. I mean, in the Big Ten semifinal game there, he steps back with about this much clearance space and drills a three.
Tough for you to say that about a Michigan guy, I'm sure. Very difficult, yeah.
Diplomatic and professional upper
absolutely. Number two on your list.
Cameron Boozer. This is just right into how Memphis has played for several years. And if you are a fan of post play, mid post play, and you've been yearning for it instead of all these threes and all that nonsense of just chucking up 45 threes, watch the Memphis Grizzlies on League Pass. They're going to have Zach Edey and Cameron Boozer, and they're just going to look to out physical and outmatch people on the interior. I just love the way that he plays. It reminds me, and it's not a direct comparison, but just you remember Boris Diaw and how how comfortable he looked in uncomfortable situations. Like when there were three players around him 12 feet from the basket, he would make like this super silky pass and just never look like he was bothered. And there was like an elegance to the way that he would kind of move.
Yeah.
Boozer's really physical, but he also uses playmaking in that kind of way as a bigger, stockier guy in the way that Boris did as well. And Boris was a good player, but I think Cameron's going to be much better than him as well. He has a chance to be really good right away. And if he is really good right away, Memphis could be a play-in team for sure.
I never had thought of that word to describe Boris Diaw, but yeah, you're right. He did have a certain elegance with how he played. Number
just
one is
way too good a footwork for like his size and like how unathletic you think he is. Yeah.
Yeah. Number one is Koa Pete and the Suns, right?
No, number one is Darren Peterson on Utah. I think that there's just a huge opening here. Keontae George is more of a combo guard than a point guard. So Darren and Keontae can do the combo guard, kind of like the way Devin Booker runs point for the Suns in ways they can trade off with that kind of stuff as well. And you're pairing him with guys like Lauri Markkanen, Jaren Jackson Jr., who are going to not only space the floor for him in a way that no one on Kansas could come close to doing as well. How did you feel, Lauren, about him going to Utah? Because the fit was super clunky at Kansas, but you were also really low on some of like the cramping stuff, right?
Yeah, I think the cramping stuff by the end of the season, they came out and said that it was basically them overdosing him with creatine. And that's what was causing the cramping. That seems like an easy excuse to
Sure
me
does.
for a way bigger problem.
Sure does.
Which is why I was happy to see him not go number one overall, because somebody with the on and off the court issues that he's been having doesn't seem necessarily like a team player who flows in. That being said, when he is healthy, he is one of the, if not the best player in that NBA draft, strictly because of how versatile he is.
Yeah, I mean, somebody, I don't recall who, had already mentioned he might be a top 5 shooting guard the minute he walks into an NBA roster.
He can do everything.
He can do everything.
He is a very good on-ball defender. Like he's getting known for his scoring, but he can really shoot the ball as well. We've seen the assists already flash with his playmaking. Like I think he's just a complete player. And I think Utah is going to be the only reason Utah won't be a top 8 seed in the West this year is if it's too difficult for them to go from purposefully losing for a couple of years to building a culture of winning. That's the only thing that's going to hold them back, because I think he's going to be really great right away.
Good job on the homework. I appreciate it.
Thank you. That was fun.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, what is next for the U.S. men's national team now that they are out of the World Cup? That, and we'll give you an update on what's going on right now between Switzerland and Colombia, because it's getting fun. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You are leaning on a lot of players you've drafted in the last couple years who haven't really proven it yet. Ideally, you can build your defense that way. You draft really well, and then you just develop these guys. So ideally, this could work. But if it doesn't, then people look and they say, okay, you're not drafting well, and you're putting these guys in. I mean, it's put up or shut up in the NFL anyway, but it feels especially that way for the Cardinals this year because you kept Nick Rawlins. You basically kept the same defense. You're saying, okay, last year was weird. We're giving you a do-over. And I can hear the argument for that, but it just puts a lot of pressure on that side of the ball.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-572-3344. That's 800-572-3344.
Cardinals, D-backs, starting July 17th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler craftsman at Shane Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, not with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. All right, Matt, estate planning. People know they need it. Most never do it. What is the cost of waiting?
Well, their family pays for it. Probate, legal fees, delays, sometimes conflicts between people who love each other, all because there was no clear plan.
And a will isn't enough?
Usually not, and here's what most people miss. Beneficiary designations override everything. Wrong name, outdated info, and the money doesn't go where you think. Unfortunately, we've seen it happen.
So what does the right plan look like?
A funded trust, updated beneficiaries, powers of attorney, all aligned with your financial picture. A plan your family can actually use when they need it most.
And you walk people through all that.
Step by step. Call 844-726-9116 and schedule your legacy review. Protect the people you care about today. 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey, it's Luke. Did Zach Gallen show us something against the Padres, or did the slide continue? We'll be reacting to Game 2 of D-backs Padres tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Switzerland and Colombia coming down to
PK finish here for the last quarterfinal spot in the World Cup. It's fun.
Can I say one thing that really bothers me about this?
Sure.
The amount of guys that don't want to take penalties. I understand the amount of pressure, but there are a couple of guys on each team who were asked to take penalties, I guarantee, and they told their coach, no, I do not want to take the penalties. I understand it's highly stressful and the amount of pressure, and if you miss, it comes with all this horrible stuff from your fans as well. But by being on that team, you're one of the 25 best players in your country at this sport.
Yeah.
This is what you've been building up to your entire life of playing this sport, is stepping up for the biggest moments. Isn't that what you want in that moment?
Should be, but there are some guys who, even whether it's the NBA and free throws or the NFL and field goal, right? There are some guys who just don't want that pressure and don't want that smoke. But yeah, you would think to your point, if you've gotten to this level where you're here now, you should absolutely want it and embrace it and not be afraid of it. But yeah, it's a weird dynamic.
Can't remember who it was. It might have been someone for Germany. It was a defender for Germany, Jonathan Tah, a center back, who took the first penalty of his professional career in that match because a handful of German players were like, I don't want to take the penalty. And he was like, I've never taken a penalty, but I'll take it, guys, if no one else is going to do it. And then he sent it to Saturn. He hit it 15 rows up, and they lost because of that, and everyone was so mad at him. And then they were like, wait, no, now we're mad at the other guys who should have taken it, the guys who were used to doing that.
So with the U.S. team losing last night to Belgium in a horrific, embarrassing fashion, this big moment on the stage, and clearly the stage was way too big for them. I think we can all kind of come to that realization as this match might be over here in just a second, potentially. So we're probably going to hold our breath until it does become... Then we have some knowledge on how it's going to turn out. There it goes. Switzerland is advancing to the World Cup
Pretty big upset.
Finals. Yeah,
pretty big upset.
Bit, right?
Colombia was playing some of the best soccer in the tournament so far. They weren't seen as one of maybe the 5 or 7 best teams in the tournament, but right after that group of the Frances, the Spains, the Englands, the Argentinas, they were right there. So our quarterfinals are set. France and Morocco, Spain, Belgium, Norway, England, and Argentina versus Switzerland, which is an awesome moment for the Swiss.
Not the United States. And after watching what we all collectively watched last night, and I haven't seen the TV numbers, I'm assuming they did really big business last night, at least until that game was over. The question is, where do we go from here? And it's kind of a two-pronged question, Kellen. I think because there's where does U.S. soccer go from here to continue to try to get through this wall that they just can't get through? But I also mean the question, and it's kind of aimed at myself and for casual soccer fans like myself or neutral fans like myself. They had me for about 3 weeks. I mean, they really did. I was really in on this, and I'm down, and let's go. And I watched every minute of last night's match. And with it ending the way it did, I got to admit, I don't know when I'm going to be as into it as I was this summer. Will I ever be into it again the way I was this summer? So when I say where do we go from here, I mean for them, and I mean for the sport trying to appeal itself to people like me. Where do we go from here after they failed so poorly on a national level like they did last night?
I won't bore people with the details, but there is a foundational failure that continues to occur with this program and just how we develop our young talent. There is a clear differentiation from when we see a player develop here as opposed to when we see a player develop in Europe, like Flo Balogun and the turn of fates that had him get American eligibility. There's a reason that he looks so much more different than these other guys, or someone like Malik Tillman, who was in Germany for a lot of his life as well. There are core differences there. The good news here for the Americans is that this quote-unquote golden generation, which I'm no longer going to call these guys that because they have not earned that, but the amount of talent that they have. Our problem 4 to 8 years ago, maybe as soon as 4 to 8 years ago, but definitely before that, Burnsy, was we didn't have guys playing in the best competitions all year. We didn't have guys playing in the Prem. We didn't have guys playing in Bundesliga. We didn't have guys playing in La Liga. We didn't have them playing in Liga. And we didn't have anyone playing for Monaco or Bayer Leverkusen or AC Milan. And we have those guys now who are getting those reps throughout the years. And it just didn't really amount to anything. We thought that was one of the biggest problems. And it turns out that we're just right back where we started. Malik Tillman's going to be 28. In 2028. Flo Balogun is going to be 29. Chris Richards will be 30. Tyler Adams, Weston McKennie, and Christian Pulisic will be 31. So these guys have another run in them. But it's another thing to see what the situation will be with the team. Mauricio Pochettino hasn't come out and said whether he's going to come back. And usually a guy lasting more than a World Cup together with the team comes from some level of success. And instead, this was just the same exact thing that we've seen. We probably should just bring Pochettino back because we're not going to do any better with him. But you do look at the mundane results for the 2 years coming into the World Cup and wonder if that factors into the decision-making process at all for them.
Yeah, and that's I understand. I'm glad you mentioned that about all the players and all their ages and how there's probably, if you look at this window that you've liked to talk about, there is at least another go 4 years from now with this window the way they've got. There's absolutely no evidence, none whatsoever, to lead me as a soccer neutral guy to believe that anything's going to be any different 4 years from now. And if anything, to lead me to believe that anything has the potential to be any better, because as I said earlier, things were never set up as well for the U.S. as they were set up this time around. You were at home. You were at Seattle. There was a controversial decision that went your way over the weekend. Everything broke just the way you would have wanted it to for last night to be this magical night. And if you can't make it happen under those circumstances, I think it's fair to wonder if it's ever going to happen. If it's one of those things where you're going to have to wait until the next generation comes through before you really have a reset of how this thing works.
Yeah, because like Christian Pulisic was playing in the Champions League and the Europa League, like the best teams in Europe he was playing against when he was at Chelsea or Milan. And there were other players on the team that were having these instances too. Like the Prem is the best league in the best league in the world, hands down. And Chris Richards was a huge part of a great Crystal Palace squad as well that played against the best teams in the world week in and week out. And we thought all of this was going to have them ready for these big moments that weren't going to feel too big for them. The pressure, they clearly folded in such like a miraculously disastrous way.
Yeah. 4 o'clock reset time. Lauren's going to tell us what's what in the world of sports next. Stay tuned for that here on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. Get a free oil filter and more during the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone, now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. directly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and May.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks blew out the San Diego Padres last night 8-0. The D-backs will go for back-to-back wins tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury go for their fourth straight win tonight when they host the Chicago Sky at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7. And the Phoenix Suns have made their re-signings of center Mark Williams, guard Colin Gillespie, and guard Jordan Goodwin official. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers July 4th event going on now. Galaxy Lending Group. Paying off your mortgage in 5 years sounds crazy, but Galaxy Lending Group clients are doing it every day. Text Galaxy to 620-620 to find out how, because 30 years is optional. In MLS 1.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset.
If it's not one thing, it's another here on the Burns and Gambo show. That's all right. We're all rowing in the same direction.
Are we?
Yeah, we're all rowing in this. We're like Team Norway. And their post little boom, 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 and everybody rows. Yeah, yep. That's us right now. Lauren is here. 4 o'clock reset time.
I'm just happy to be here with you guys, man.
You know what? We're all just happy to be here.
That's all it is. That's all it is.
Just smile. Everything's smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
One of the best animated movies.
It is pretty.
Just period.
It is pretty good. I'll give you that. 4 o'clock reset time. Lauren, hit it. What's going on?
All right, we're going to start with the D-backs because they beat the Padres last night 8-0. Brandon Pfaadt rocked it on the mound for the D-backs. Here is Torey Lovello post-game on Brandon Pfaadt.
He's the life of his fastball. The two-seam sweeper combination is something that seems to really be working for him. And then he's never out of any count. He could throw any pitch seemingly where he wants to get back into counts. But for me, the sinker was a big separator for him today. I can't remember who he struck out. It was a left-handed hitter. He struck out on a down changeup. That's something that jumped out at me the last outing, that the changeup was in play against some left-handed hitters. It just gives him another weapon.
And tonight, game 2 of that series against the Padres, Zach Gallen is on the mound.
We're going to talk about him in the next segment. This is not me, Kellen, in any way, shape, or form trying to compare Brandon Pfaadt to Corbin Burns, because there is no comp. But I will say this. It was just about this part of the season where we were expecting Corbin Burns to come back and inject the Diamondbacks rotation with a little bit of life and a little bit of hope. Wouldn't it be funny if Brandon Pfaadt is the one who does that instead of Corbin Burns? So wouldn't it be funny if Brandon Pfaadt is the one who plays that role that we expected Corbin Burns to play when we expected him to come back around this time.
Yeah, when we were trying to qualify the 10-game stretch and like what we want to see 6-4, 7-3, 6-4, but with a combination of Fott or Gallen or both of them pitching well. Gallen will go tonight, and then the last 2 games before the break, Fott and Gallen in LA against the Dodgers. Now that would really be a big boost of momentum going into the break.
Amen to that, brother.
And 2 updates around baseball, sort of bigger wild card trade deadline picture. The Twins have put Byron Buxton on the 10-day IL. He's had a lingering hip issue for the past few months. And the Pirates have lost their star shortstop Connor Griffin for 8 to 10 weeks.
Oh, wow. Is that what they said for him?
Yeah. Just came out.
Initially,
Knew he had a finger injury.
Okay, yeah.
They said he might not have to go on the IL. Then they said, okay, he's going to have to rehab it, but we might be able to stall it. 8 to 10 weeks.
They were thinking a month for him, and now they're thinking 2.5 months. Pittsburgh Pirates are one of the teams Diamondbacks are chasing in the NL wildcard race. That is, now they've been without him for a while. He missed most of June, if memory serves. So it's
along with O'Neal Cruz.
Yeah, so it's nothing new them playing and winning without him, but that is a long time to be without one of their star players.
And also, like, how dare Paul Skeens be normal and pedestrian, like a 3.62 ERA? Who do you think you are? Like, you're supposed to have like a 1.45. Like, he's been pretty okay this year, and not good to his standard at all yet. Pittsburgh is 46-45. Their offense, like Brandon Lau's been awesome. For them, their other pitching has stepped up in a way, but they're definitely one of those teams, Lauren, where like next 3 weeks we're keeping an eye on them and seeing if they buy or sell or what they choose to do.
They've lost their last 9 straight Paul Skeens starts, if I remember right.
Skeens numbers, statistically, the first inning of the game versus any other inning, crazy discrepancies there.
One of the best offensive teams in the league and like a mediocre pitching staff, which is a complete reversal of what we've known for them for so many years.
And then real quick, the Buxton thing, only noteworthy in that some wonder if eventually he'll be on the trade block for the Minnesota Twins because they could just get a haul and a half for him. So if he's hurt, then that calls that into question whether he'd even be available to be traded if he's healthy enough to go. So that is definitely something worth watching because he would obviously be an impactful player to acquire at the deadline for anybody.
Especially because it's been a lingering issue for him.
It's always a lingering issue with Byron Buxton. Always.
All right, NBA news. The Cleveland Cavaliers and Donovan Mitchell have agreed to a 4-year, $273 million maximum contract extension that includes a player option for 2030 to 2031 season with a full trade kicker.
I wonder how this one's going to age.
$75.5 million is that player option as well. This is right in the line we were talking about with Jaylen Brown and Devin Booker, where is Donovan Mitchell a top 5 player in the league? No. Is he in the MVP conversation? No. Is he awesome at basketball? Would I like to keep him and have him be a Cav for the rest of his career? Of course I would.
Yeah.
But this is the price that comes with it for guys in his range and of his caliber.
I was thinking of our exact Devin Booker conversation from yesterday when I saw that contract extension. How is that contract going to age by year 3? What are we going to be saying about it then? Who knows? But what choice did the Cleveland Cavaliers had? None.
And the Knicks star point guard Jalen Brunson underwent surgery on his left wrist today. He's expected to return for full basketball activities later this summer.
He did all that while he was hurt? Dang.
He is of that now in that group, I think. I think he's proven that he deserves to be in that conversation where if you're talking about the 5-6 best players in the league, you should at least mention him. He was unbelievable, man. He was unbelievable.
Without question.
And on to the World Cup. The U.S. men's national team is out after their 4-1 loss to Belgium last night. But another story coming out about the U.S. men's national team today. 2 staff members from the United States men's soccer team were suspended by FIFA last night. FIFA did not explain why it imposed the discipline on team manager and U.S. Soccer Federation Vice President of Security for the U.S.
I would love to speculate on why. I don't have the first idea why.
I don't even know where to start.
Could it get any worse? Gosh. We lose that match, and now these guys are getting suspended too. The hits keep on coming, Lauren.
And the games today have delivered in the World Cup. Argentina won a thriller over Egypt 3-2, and Switzerland and Colombia that just ended a few minutes ago ended in penalty kicks in which Switzerland won.
Okay, I'm looking something up real quick. Did Tom Brady tweet about today's?
Yes. About the Argentina match being worse than 28-3. He did.
Yeah, he said something like, boy, and I thought 28-3 was bad or something along those lines.
Yeah, it happened in Atlanta, and Egypt doesn't have like too similar Falcons colors, but you can kind of see it if you talk about it a little bit as well.
The factoid on this one, the first time in World Cup history a team had won a knockout match in regulation time after trailing by 2 goals in the 75th minute. It was truly 28-3. I mean, it was that version of that.
I think the stat Rebecca Lowe had on the broadcast, that was the 31st goal that has happened in second half stoppage time in the tournament, which is just insane. It's almost as insane as Lionel Messi now scoring in 9 straight World Cup matches, and that's never happened before either. He's unbelievable.
It's not going to make up for the U.S. being out, and it's certainly not going to make up for it in my mind. But to Kellen's point, what he just said a second ago, it's been a hell of a tournament. I mean, it's a shame, actually, that maybe some U.S. fans are going to be like, nope, click, I'm out, never mind.
A shame that our lead broadcast team was like, please keep watching our sport. Don't go anywhere, please.
Seriously. Did you hear that too?
Yeah. Please support your local soccer program, please.
I saw that, and then I read a story about that today on Awful Announcing, and in real time, I'm like, did that just happen?
Yeah.
Did the Fox Sports crew just beg me to keep watching soccer? I thought it was the biggest tell of the night for soccer and how we consume soccer that Fox Sports is begging people not to leave the sport because of what happened in the U.S. last night. Such a tell. It's like, you're scared to death. That's exactly what, we're just going to stop watching. That's it. We're out. We're done. Never mind. U.S. isn't in it. Forget it. Screw it. We don't care. Crazy.
Yeah, don't worry, because you've got Kellen and I still here to support you. All right, and we will end this reset with a Wimbledon tennis update.
Da-da-da-da!
Because don't forget, the tennis is still going on, even though the World Cup is happening. Okay, Coco Gauff has advanced to her first Wimbledon semifinals after beating fellow American Jess Pegula in 3 sets today. Taylor Fritz is also advancing. He will face Alexander Zverev in their match. Yep, well said, Kellen.
Thank you.
Well said.
Thank you.
And Novak Djokovic will advance to play Jannik Sinner after Djokovic won a 5-set thriller. It lasted 5 hours and 15 minutes.
It's crazy.
He called a medic in the first set during a tiebreak, and it went that long.
There is a now kind of desire from longtime tennis fans, potentially like your producer here, that maybe weren't the biggest fans of Djokovic when he was going through his prime, but just see him win one more. They just want to see him maybe get one last major win. The trouble is he's going after this incredibly grueling match, is going to go against the number 1 player in the world, Jannik Sinner, coming up as well. But it has been, admittedly, as someone who wasn't a huge fan of him before this either over the last year or so, it has been cool to see him keep pushing to try and just get one more major win before his career's done.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Between the combination of athleticism, stamina, hand-eye coordination, skill, I don't think there are any better athletes walking our planet than tennis players. I think 5 hours? 5 hours. Nobody else but him. Nobody to tap in. No line change. No, you. It's just you on an. I think it's incredible what the best tennis players in the world can do in terms of the package of an athlete and what makes an athlete. I think it's the most athletic thing you can do in this world.
Kind of some parallels to what happened with Naomi Osaka and the U.S. men's national team as well. It was like, oh, she's back, and it was pretty sad. I'm a huge Naomi Osaka fan who looked like one of the future superstars of the sport. She's gone through injuries and other stuff the last couple of years. Beat Sabalenka, so we're like, okay, she's back. Here we go, and then loses in back-to-back sets here in the 4th round, quarterfinals. Yeah.
Yes. So there is your Wimbledon update for the day, and with that is your 4 o'clock reset.
Thanks, Lauren Colville with the 4 o'clock reset. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the last time Kellen and I had a conversation about Zach Gallen, one of us wanted him DFA'd, and the other took the cowardly way out, which puts a lot of interest into what's going to happen tonight in Zach Gallen's start. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 0-1.
Weekly hit right side. It's picked up by Pavin. Flips to Jamison at the bag in time, and the Diamondbacks just dominate the Padres here in the series opener by a final score of 8-0.
Reacting to a D-backs shutout of the Padres in San Diego on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Gambo. I've been on the radio now in Phoenix for just about 30 years. I've seen a lot of companies come and go. M-Drive didn't. In fact, I've been taking M-Drive for over 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years. Every single morning. And these days, that's probably the best endorsement I can give you. Because after you reach the age of 40, you start noticing changes. Your energy's not the same. Recovering, takes longer. Staying in shape takes more work than it used to. That's true for a lot of men. That's why M-Drive was created. It's designed to support healthy testosterone, energy, metabolism, and recovery with clinically tested ingredients. There's no hype. There's no shortcuts. Just a daily habit I've trusted for over a decade. I know the founder personally. I've watched the company grow right here in Phoenix, and I've continued taking M-Drive every single morning. Go to mdriveformen.com and use the code GAMBO for 20% off your first order. That's mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, over 10 years, every morning.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602-BLUE-SKY for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday. Can the Diamondbacks keep it going in San Diego with Zach Gallen on the hill? We'll get into that and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Last time Zach Gallen pitched was against the San Francisco Giants. Kellen was filling in for Gambo then. Kellen is filling in for Gambo now on today's show, in which we're going into Zach Gallen's start, and tomorrow's show, in which we'll be coming out of it. So it does give us an opportunity to kind of have a continuous conversation about it. he was really good against San Francisco until he wasn't. First 4 innings, he was painting, and then it all fell apart. And in the aftermath, Kellen, you'll recall we had a conversation about what do you do if you're the D-backs. And I'll admit, I took the coward's way out, and I said I'm keeping him around, but I'm shortening the leash, and I'm not letting him face a lineup 3 times. You were much bolder, spicier, said I'm DFAing him right now. Done. It's over. It's finished. Obviously, they didn't do that, and I don't know when/if they're going to, but I think we can all agree that once again we go into a start on high alert in terms of what we're watching for out of Zach Gallen, how Torey Lovello manages Zach Gallen, and what results they get. Because I just can't imagine he's got too many more left in the chamber the way he's been pitching so far this season. He is up against it.
I think the main problem here that we're talking about when it comes to like the game-to-game wear down of having him in the rotation right now is just the uncompetitive outings, right? Like we had a discussion about the stat quality start, which is, what is it, 6 innings and 3 earned runs, or is it 5 innings and
6?
3
A quality start is 6 or more innings, 3 or fewer runs.
And your slight disdain for the statistic is that it's just kind of giving someone a pass for being acceptable. It's like that's what you should do every time you are getting the ball as a starting pitcher in Major League Baseball. That is the minimum that we sort of expect out of you. And Gallen has been able to do that minimum so little, and he's just had so many explosive outings where it just feels like the game is over by the 5th or the 6th or the 7th inning. And that speaks to some of the offensive troubles, of course, for this team, but just also the amount of runs that he continues to give up and really the amount of traffic that he continues to give up. Because, yes, the 6.36 ERA is the worst in baseball. So is his 1.57 whip as well. Like, he is giving up a lot of traffic in these games as well. Like that was part of the encouraging part about that previous start for portions of it, like you said, at the start of the game in which he was cruising. But then you look at it and he exits with 7 hits and a walk. And it's like, where did that come from?
How did that happen? It happened so quickly.
It happened so quickly in there as well. So you just hope that he can have some version of that. Like I'm not asking for a lot here. Can he just allow like 3 to 4 earned runs and keep his team in it? Or if it does get out of hand for him, can he at least limit the amount of traffic that he's allowing? Like something's got to improve here.
Something has to give. And I think it's especially acute tonight because, as we've talked about with this Padres team, at least they were as of yesterday, and a shutout didn't improve this, dead last in team batting average, dead last in team OPS, dead last in runs scored. This isn't just in the National League. This is in Major League Baseball. So this is very much a kind of a lowest common denominator start for Zach Gallen. One of those, if you can't do it against them kind of moments, when are you ever going to do it? Now, since his last start, Torey Lovello that night said, we're not going to quit on Zach. The next day, Derek Hall on these radio waves said, we haven't had any conversations about moving on from Zach. Nothing's come up like that. A lot of it, I'm sure, is due to a lack of options that they've got to replace Zach. And I don't know how much that's going to change. Brandon pitched obviously very well last night. He might be moving up the charts as we speak. Michael Soroka could be back, if not any day, certainly by the first week after the All-Star break, which isn't that far off. The rotation might be, but even still, if you wanted to move on from Zach Gallen, you would have a rotation of Erod, Soroka when he's healthy, Fott as long as we trust him, Kelly if he's turned a corner, and who knows whether he has or not, and then either Zach Gallen, Jose Cabrera, or Mitch Bratt, right? Those are your options. And so when you say, how are you going to replace Zach Gallen if he doesn't pitch well, then your other 2 options either are Jose Cabrera, who has not pitched well outside of his debut, or Mitch Bratt, who isn't getting very deep into games down in Reno. He's still pitching very well. You don't have a lot of choices here still if you're the Diamondbacks. Even with Soroka coming back, you don't have a lot of options.
It's just crazy to look at Zach's numbers. So, like, if you go by pitch tracking and look at, like, the type of pitch and you wonder, like, okay, are the struggles to the degree where it's, like, a specific pitch that guys are really, like, hammering him with, and he doesn't have, like, his go-to stuff with one specific pitch? They're hitting 328 off his four-seam fastball. They're hitting 300 off his slider, and they're hitting 348 off his knuckle curve. His changeup has been great still. They're only hitting 164 off that with a 213 slug. He's given up 0 doubles, 0 triples, and 1 homer off that changeup that he primarily uses against left-handed pitchers. But in terms of left-handed batters, but the pitches that he uses with pretty consistent reliability against both types of batters, those 3 pitches, the slug, 526, 522, and 576, like nothing is working for him at all. Like a lot of the time when I've talked about him, I've talked about the lack of swing and miss, the lack of four-seam swing and miss, the chase rate, all that kind of stuff. But it's everything that's not working for him, and why I felt the need to say that last week.
I'm not attacking you for saying that. There's a lot of people who agree with you that it's just time to move on. And every time I hear that, I think, okay, tell me how that works. Now, there's another side to this coin. And I'm going to play a cut from Jack Summers, who's covered the team for almost as long as I can remember. He works for Sports Illustrated. He was a guest on Bickley and Murata today, and he is of the opinion that Zach Gallen is tipping his pitches.
I just think that Zach Gallen's tipping. Really? Just like Brandon Pfaadt was tipping before this. And everyone, all the insiders tell me, people in and around the team, well, if he was tipping, it would have got back to us. Well, it didn't get back to you on Brandon Pfaadt. It turns out he was tipping. That's why the whole over-the-head thing had to change. That was a tipping issue.
The whole over-the-head thing that he's talking about is Brandon Pfaadt, since he was 9 years old, would go up over his head with his hand in his glove and the ball. When he got sent down to the minors to stretch his pitch count back out, he dropped that because they believed that he might have been tipping his pitches when he was doing this. Something about his motion was kind of letting everybody know what was coming. I don't know if Zach is tipping his pitches or not. I have absolutely no idea. I know he might be.
Don't you kind of hope he is? Because then that would explain this.
Yeah. When you phrase it that way, yes. I do have to kind of hope he is.
It's like, okay, you're tipping it. We'll work on this in the offseason, or we can work on it in like July or something.
But that's the problem is like if he is tipping, really your only window to fix it if you're the Diamondbacks is the All-Star break, right? Like Brandon Pfaadt can go down to the minors and work on whether he's tipping pitches or not by changing his routine. You can't really do that on the fly at the major league level. So the only window for you to fix that if you're Zach Gallen is going to be, you got still 2 starts before you get to the All-Star break. I just don't know if there's enough time for him to recognize it and make the changes that need to be made.
2 combined earned runs tonight and against the Dodgers. Are you ready to trust him going into the break or no? How does that relate to what we talked about with Pfaadt?
If he has 2 earned runs allowed combined in his next 2 starts.
Yeah. Like, let's say he looks like Zach Gallen for 2 starts. Maybe not the strikeouts are up, maybe not that, but just in terms of, like, not letting guys score.
I'll give you the same answer that I gave you with Brandon Pfaadt. Trust? No. Relieved to see it happen? Yeah. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Like, I don't... Trust is hard. Trust is one of my favorite lines from one of my favorite old movies. If there was any logic to our language, trust would be a 4-letter word. And I believe that trust is a really hard word to just randomly assign because trust is very complicated.
Zach took the keys when you weren't home.
He did.
He went out for a little joyride.
The movie, it's funny you mentioned that. The movie was risky business. The movie was risky, but Tom Cruise, if there were any logic to our language, trust would be a 4-letter word. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Suns were busy today making official almost all of their off-season business, and that includes the re-signings of Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin. We'll hear from both of them next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
All this talk about character and how important that is, and then you make this move. So what was the thinking? Do you not care? Is it, okay, I know him because he went to Michigan State? Like, you got to address it. It's almost worse if you don't address it because then everybody's mind runs. Like to your point with Miles Bridges, like I believe in second chances, but that was terrible. Like, and it's all new to us. Like, I get that it was a few years ago in Charlotte, but to this fan base, it's new. You're new here. And that's the first thing people think of when they think of Miles Bridges.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. Liberty GMC. AZ.com. The red, white, and blue sale is going on, whether it's trucks, whether it's SUVs. Liberty GMC is the place to go because they are doing something that they have not done in 8 years. It's a really big deal, and it is a really great time for you to go get a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500. Awesome truck. All the tech, all the towing, all the power, everything you'd want for work or play. And right now at Liberty GMC, you will pay what they pay with employee pricing on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500. I can assure you this is substantial savings on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500. You pay what they pay with employee pricing, or you can take advantage of 0% financing for 36 months. Now is the time. Take advantage. Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Paul Calise here with Matt Dagus, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people have a 401k and a CPA, but no real plan tying it together?
Right. They have accounts, not a strategy. And without a coordinated plan, your income, taxes, and investments can actually work against each other.
So where do people start?
With a conversation. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116. We'll show you exactly where you stand and what to fix. BrightWM.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. But Orchard changes that. With Orchard's new Orchard offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors who are all competing for your home. That's right. Make those investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and you pick the best one on your terms. That way, you don't have to worry about settling on one offer or maybe leaving money on the table without even realizing it. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process. Before you accept any offer, see them all first. See, not only does Orchard give you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later, you still get top dollar for your home. And this is how. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com, Orchard.com.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
I'm Jesse Morrison with What's Trending Now. The Arizona Diamondbacks blew out the San Diego Padres last night 8-0. The D-backs will go for back-to-back wins tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury go for their fourth straight win tonight when they host the Chicago Sky at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7. And the Phoenix Suns have made their re-signings of center Mark Williams, guard Colin Gillespie, and guard Jordan Goodwin official. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save with Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers July 4th event going on now.
Hey, it's Wolf. How big is the quarterback position for Arizona State this season? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, welcome back. Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, whether you're listening on 98.7 FM, watching us on the YouTube feed. Hello, YouTube. We haven't shouted out YouTube in a while. That's our bad. Hello, YouTube. Thank you for hanging out with us. The Suns today announced most of their offseason moves, the re-signing of Colin Gillespie, the re-signing of Jordan Goodwin, the re-signing of Mark Williams. They did not announce anything with Miles Bridges just yet. I don't believe there's anything suspicious to think about that other than they just haven't done it yet. Obviously, it's going to be the most controversial move that they're going to be talking about whenever it comes about. And I know you were there today. Did Miles Bridges come up? Was it?
No, Brian Gregory was not allowed to or going to talk about it until it becomes official.
Okay.
So that will happen in the next few days. And then we're going to hear from Brian Gregory and Miles Bridges, potentially from Las Vegas at Summer League. And whenever that audio comes in, we'll be sure to share it with you on the show, I would assume at some point next week.
Yeah, and I don't want to hype it into to make it an event or like put it on any kind of a pedestal or anything.
Oh, it has. No, you can. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm getting at, right? Like, I think we're all very curious to hear what Brian Gregory and or Matt Ishbia and or Jordan Ott have to say about the Miles Bridges acquisition, just given how polarizing it has been from the minute we learned about it, right?
And what he has to say, too. What he has to say as well. Yeah, with all due respect to Mark, Jordan, Colin, today was a great day for them. It was a great day for the Suns to get done everything that they got done, and a good day to celebrate and a good day of relief for everyone involved there to bring some continuity to the team via two guys in Colin and Jordan, who play exactly the way that they want to play, and a guy in Mark who played that way for stretches of the season and could do it a lot more next year as well. But with all of that said, like the amount of intrigue in terms of like hearing from someone this summer from the Suns angle of it, like a lot of people want to hear what the Suns leadership has to say about the trade, and then what Miles Bridges has to say as well, with the questions that are inevitably going to come up for him, not only whenever he talks here in the next week or two, but at media day as well, for his off-the-court incidents, to put it incredibly lightly, with the domestic abuse allegations.
No doubt about it. And so when that day comes, but today was not that day. And for the Suns, today was the day to talk about Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin and Mark Williams. And Jordan Goodwin, who got the 3-year, $19 million deal, talked about his career in the NBA and what today means to him.
It's a blessing, especially me coming in like Exhibit 10. Really wasn't on no draft boards and nothing like that. So it's kind of crazy you think about it just being here. But it just shows just the hard work I put in to stay with it. Like I said, I battled through a lot in my little 5 years in the league. So just having that mindset, just stay with it and just keep going every day.
And I know plenty of words have been spoken and plenty ink has been spilled about Jordan Goodwin and what he meant for the Phoenix Suns. I'm so happy to see him get a 3-year contract extension worth this much money. He was so important to them last year. Not that there was ever going to be any choice to not bring him back, but you do. This is they're both feel-good stories. This is a feel-good story for Jordan Goodwin, given how much he bounced around and how he was looking for a home, and he really found one under Jordan Ott and the Suns.
He tremendously, you look at everything that they are going to do as an organization and everything that they kind of want to do, like the word culture driver kind of comes to mind, right? Like he's right there alongside it. How do you think that this season is going to change for these two guys specifically going into next year? Because Jordan Goodwin was like non-guaranteed deal. It was the Jared Butler versus Jordan Goodwin roster spot. And then for Colin, we knew nothing about him as an NBA player, at least going into next year. How does this change their roles going into next year? You think not so much with them getting paid and getting this moment, but the confidence that they can build off of last year after securing these spots?
Yeah, I mean, I think with Colin, I think the biggest thing for me with Colin Gillespie is going to be, aside from the confidence that he can gain from what he did last year and being the franchise all-time leader in three-pointers made, I think the biggest thing is going to be physically making sure he's able to hold up over the course of the season. Now, he didn't get hurt at the end, but I think he was pretty clearly worn down by the end of the year. And I didn't feel like he really had his legs and that he played a ridiculous amount of basketball last year compared to basically every other stop in his career, college or otherwise. So I think for him, it's just more, now that he's gone through that, will he be physically better prepared to handle it again? Because I would assume he's going to be asked to do that again. I think with Jordan, it's to the point now where, hey man, they just gave you 3 years, $19 million. He better get his minutes, right? Like when we talk about minutes and the pie and how you divvy up the pieces of the pie, I think Jordan Goodwin has evolved to the point where you have to play him 22 minutes a game, 24 minutes a game. Now, what the fallout is of that and what the ramifications are for other guys when you do give Jordan Goodwin those minutes, I don't know. That's kind of the problem the Suns are going to be looking at in terms of how to divvy this all up. But based off of the culture driver stuff, the money, the way, the rebounding that he provided last year, as long as his shot is still there and he's still making just a passable amount of three-pointers to justify him being on the floor, you have to play him 20 to 24 minutes a game, don't you?
Well, we've talked about the shooting piece with Kennard and Gillespie and how they're going to be such a necessary part of their rotation because of how much they need shooting. They need on-ball defenders, too. This lineup is not filled with them. I think that Devin Booker and Jalen Green have a lot to prove defensively next year with this current alignment that they're going to have as a starting lineup. Obviously, it goes with Miles Bridges as well. And then I think Dylan, who has taken a step or two back compared to his all-defense days back with Memphis and such, is going to have a big year defensively. Jordan is their best overall defender. He's their best on-ball defender in general. But I think Colin is underrated as a defender as well. I thought he had some really good moments in the playoffs defending SGA when Goody was out. And I think they're going to need more from him defensively. I think it's really unfair sometimes when guys like Gillespie or Jamal Shed get looked at for their size and they're like, oh, that's a one-position defender. We hear that phrase a lot, one-position defender, for a guy who's 6'1 or 6'2 or shorter than that. But he can defend that one position pretty well. And I think Colin's been a good irritant for the team in that role sort of as well. So I do wonder how necessary both of those guys become for defense as well.
I also think the two of them played so well together. And I'll even expand that to the three of them with Oso. Colin's two-man game with Oso was exceptional all season long. They just had this weird, almost supernatural connection with each other. That I wonder, you've talked about the best bench in the NBA, and I think at the core of that is Gillespie and Goodwin. But I wonder, too, if the fit with Booker and Green isn't working real well, if at any point is there going to be the low-hanging fruit of putting Colin in the starting lineup to see how that works with Book and if that does the thing of unlocking things the way things need to be unlocked. And I understand you don't want to take away from the best bench in the NBA or one of them, and the pairing of Gillespie and Goodwin worked really well. But I do wonder if things don't fit great when they have that in case of emergency break glass moment, and if they have to put Colin in the starting lineup, when and how that would work.
They're in trouble if they get there. If they get there, they're in trouble. Just like when it eventually got to Brad coming off of the bench, like that is a real signal that things are going pretty wrong for your team and the dynamic as a whole is not working, let alone like the on-the-court stuff as well. That would be a signal that things are not gelling well in all aspects.
Because of what it says about Jalen, or because Colin in the starting lineup is desperation?
What if it's not even Jalen? What if it's Miles?
Well, then that's don't tell me you gave up the 2033 first round pick. Kellen, don't tell me you did that for a player that you have to wonder about whether he's going to fit or not. You're not. Yeah, you are. Okay. Yeah, I see it. I see it on your face.
Sorry.
No. You don't need to be sorry. That's why we love having you fill in. You say things that make us think a little bit here, Kellen. That's what you do. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, Big 12 Media Day today. And when you think of the Big 12 and you think of, what's that big news-making thing that happened in the Big 12 over the last 6 weeks or so? Yeah, what did they have to say about that today at Big 12 Media Day? We'll tell you next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Did they have like crazy water slides and all that stuff?
They did.
Hotel?
3 really big water slides. 1 that was uncovered, and then 2 that were in tubes.
Yeah.
My nephew and niece only liked the ones that were open, so I had to go on with them on the other 2 that were enclosed, super hot, dark. My big old ankles and shoulders banging against the whole thing as I'm going down the water slides every time.
You feel claustrophobic.
Then you shoot out of it into the water, and it goes up water to the people. Okay, let's go ahead.
Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. He's done a great job for me. Financial plan, retirement plan, estate plan, and a tax plan. If you've got a financial advisor that is not talking to you about those 4 things and just making sure you're investing and growing your money, you might have the wrong financial advisor. Your financial advisor needs to have a tax plan for you. Most of us are putting money away tax deferred, and at some point that tax bill is due. What Stuart told me from the beginning when I started working with him, it's not about how much money you've been able to make and save. It's about how much of that are you going to be able to keep. So if you've got a financial advisor that is not talking to you about the implications of taxes down the road, you got the wrong guy. Call Stuart Willis right now. Get a free portfolio review at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review. Or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Outstanding service. Ready Services replaced our home hot water heater with same-day service. From estimate to completed installation, which felt nothing short of miraculous.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
Most companies send you a catalog. Space Solutions built a showroom. Walk in, open the drawers, feel the finishes, and see what custom cabinetry actually looks like before installation begins. Custom cabinets, closets, garages, any room, and it's all built right here in Arizona by a local family-owned team, not a franchise. Can't make it in? Follow us on social this month. We're walking you through every room, and when you're ready, we'll come to your home with a free design consultation. Call or visit us online at spacesolutionsaz.com or call 602-298-6956.
I joke around and with my wife and call it my bionic knee.
But before Ernest became a patient with QC Kinetics, it was a different story.
I'd go to bed with my knee throbbing, heat, ice. I would get up in the middle of the night to get a drink or something, and I would just be hobbling.
He wasn't able to play on his rec basketball team or work in the yard. But QC Kinetics regenerative treatments turned around the situation without surgery or downtime, using Ernest's own healing properties to help restore his aching knee, now known as Ernest's bionic knee.
I am really happy because I am playing the game that I love so much, and I'm playing with my granddaughter, and I'm gardening, and I'm on my knees, and I'm jumping up. I have a 200-pound dog, and I'm playing with my dog.
Now Ernest is living his best life thanks to QC Kinetics, and so can you. Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Wolf here, and if neck or back pain is slowing you down, you need the team that the teams trust. Desert Institute for Spine Care. These guys are the undisputed leaders in minimally invasive and endoscopic spine surgery, recognized across Arizona and around the world for their expertise. They helped me get back to life, and I believe they can do the same for you. So if you're having neck or back pain, go see my friends at DISC. Desert Institute for Spine Care, online at sciatica.com.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll Update.
Updating our social poll question of the day. It's over at our main website, arizonasports.com. Our main website, like we have, alternative websites or something. That sounded weird the minute it came out of my mouth.
I was saying, is there a second website I should be visiting? Because I'm not.
There's a dark website that we're
on the dark. We're on the dark.
We're on the dark web. On our main 1A website, arizonasports.com. This is our poll question that we're asking today, and it is
related to Brandon Pfaadt, and we're asking, what is your confidence level in Brandon Pfaadt 2 starts into his return to the D-backs rotation? Is it high, he is dealing, medium, or low?
If he does what he did last night against the Dodgers on Saturday, I will gladly elevate him right? Because it'd be Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. I'll gladly elevate it to high. As of right now, I'm a solid medium.
Medium, but I'm more optimistic about my medium choice with Lauren's just steadfast confidence at high, which alarming whenever you're that confident about anything positive in sports.
Which means it's not going to happen.
Or.
There's one thing we've learned about today's show is that Lauren's pessimism has guarded her from a lot of heartbreak in her life.
Yep. And made the highs even higher.
Trust the process over there. Trust that process.
What's the audience say on this one?
49% going with medium level of confidence, 44% going with high, and 7% going with low.
I do. It is just another reminder, and this I think back to. Not to like bring this home and make this about me or anything, but the 10 years that I was covering the Diamondbacks every single day as Diamond Talk host, man, the baseball season, Kellen, it really is. It's like a soap opera. I mean, it's this own living, breathing kind of thing where things that were storylines in April, now we get to now different storylines in May, and we get to June. It never ceases to amaze me how here we are on the 7th of July, and we're having a conversation about our trust level in Brandon Pfaadt and what that means moving forward. That wasn't on anybody's radar a month ago, a month and a half. Because baseball is so cool that way. I don't know if any other sport quite has that the way baseball does, I think.
There's a uniqueness to how each day sort of develops. Like in the next segment, we're going to be talking about like Max Kepler and his breakthrough last night and the slight breakthrough of power for this team and just how quickly things can change. You're totally right, because like we didn't really necessarily anticipate the offensive dominance for this team the last 2 years, and we kind of just anticipated that it would kind of come with us this year. It hasn't, and there's just a new subplot every single week. You're totally right.
So the top story in the Big 12, obviously, was Brendan Sorsby over the last few months, last several weeks especially. Today at Big 12 Media Day, Brett Yormark was given an opportunity to comment on it, and he punted.
Let me start off by saying I appreciate the question. I appreciate other questions that are probably going to come forth today. Today is not the time to address that issue. Today is about celebrating the upcoming football season and celebrating our 16 schools. But I appreciate the question, so thank you.
If not today, when? If
yeah,
it's
you
not
lame-o? What do you mean?
If it's not today, when is the day?
Like 3 years from now? Like, what are you talking about?
It's not Big 12 Celebration Day. It's Big 12 Media Day. I mean, it's not. It doesn't. You might be throwing a party, but it's not a party. It's an opportunity to ask questions and try to get some answers. Kenny Dillingham will probably at some point talk tomorrow about some of the things that Dilly had to say because he met with the media today. But you're not going to address it today? Like when this controversy maybe almost is the wrong word to use, ripped a hole in college football, opened up the messiest can of worms that maybe has ever been opened up in college football history. And I don't think that's hyperbole to say that. And today's not the day to talk about it?
Yeah, it's really soft. It's really soft stuff. And I know I'm like the reporter who goes out there and asks the questions and stuff, so it might be coming across as a bit sensitive for me when I say something like that, but it's soft. Like this was the storyline in your sport for the summer for the offseason that you were directly involved in. There are countless layers to follow up with him on this. Like, how far did you guys get with working with Tech? How far did you guys get with working with these other teams that said we're not going to schedule Tech anymore? Like, there's a lot of things here, and as usual, I think the reason why he's not doing it is because there's some logistical things to still figure out. Like Sorsby's camp is still, there's still like, I still get Brendan Sorsby alerts somehow. Like the story is still continuing to not evolve per se, but just like the next steps for Sorsby and like legal action and all that kind of stuff. So I think logistically, maybe there's a few things that he can't say. But to your point, his entire conference in football was about to unravel in a really dangerous way. Like your big breadwinner, your defining program right now through 2 years of this new format has been Texas Tech, and they were about to get effectively blacklisted by college sports. So how did that process unfold? How did you guys handle it? It would also just allow you to have like a new perspective on how he goes about his stuff as a leader. Like, how did you address this problem? How did you go through this in a way where we can trust you to make all these decisions going forward? Instead, he just took a soft way out, which is like, I'm not going to talk about this. I'll talk about it later instead. And I'm sure when people ask about it in the future, he's going to say the same thing over and over again and just avoid talking about it at all.
And I guess ultimately that's what I want to know is, okay, if not today, when? When is later? When is the right time for you to, because I know the answer is never. I know the answer is that if you had your way, it never comes up and you never answer the question. And I maybe he's big enough and powerful enough that he can get away with never having to answer the question and just being able to punt on this until people stop asking because they just get tired of being told the same answer. I think everything you said, it's not overstating the problem. The Texas Tech was in real danger of nobody wanting to play them, of essentially not getting kicked out of the league, but a lawsuit basically allowing the Big 12 to be able to do what they wanted to do to Texas Tech, and an attorney general in the state of Texas who preemptively made a threat to every other school and every other attorney general, don't come after us, don't come after us. We'll come get you if you do that. I mean, it just suggests a level of chaos that I just think has to be addressed. You can't just wash your hands and say, nope, everything's good, everything's fine. It doesn't make any, but it's his conference. He can do what he wants, I guess.
Loser.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show. The Arizona Diamondbacks temporarily solved their home run problem last night. Is that the fix to their problems? That's coming up. Burns and Gambo, Kellen filling in.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins, president of Galaxy Lending Group. If he told you could pay off your mortgage decades faster without changing your lifestyle, you'd think he was crazy.
I've heard worse, Tom. Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan does exactly that, and it helps most of our clients to pay off their mortgages in 5 years or less without changing their lifestyle.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
This July, it's time to celebrate our freedom to swim. Celebrate California Pools and Landscape, giving $1,776 off a brand new pool. Plus, buy Centennial Bucks, $250 off the most popular backyard features, barbecue, shade, water, and fire features, all to complete your oasis. That's the way at California Pools do at Casa Galdici. Now it's stars, stripes, and summer nights. Don't miss the patriotic pool deals at calpool.com/Paul.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with What's Trending Now. The Arizona Diamondbacks blew out the San Diego Padres last night 8-0. The D-backs will go for back-to-back wins tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury go for their 4th straight win tonight when they host the Chicago Sky at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7. And the Phoenix Suns have made their re-signings of center Mark Williams, guard Colin Gillespie, and guard Jordan Goodwin official. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group. Paying off your mortgage in 5 years sounds crazy, but Galaxy Lending Group clients are doing it every day. Text Galaxy to 620-620 to find out how, because 30 years is optional. NMLS 142766, Equal Housing Lender.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Alex Weiner. Suns officially re-signed Colin Gillespie and 2 others. Trey McBride thought of exploring his options after the Cardinals' initial contract offer. And Cardinals edge rusher Josh Sweat is moving up the NFL 100 rankings. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Oh, she missed it. He tip-jarred it.
Thank you.
You're doing great there, Lauren.
Who doesn't love Low De La Soul? Come on now. You guys all right?
Oh, everything's fine. Yeah, no, everything's fine. Everything's all good.
2 on, 1 out. And Buehler's first pitch. Kepler swings. There's the big fly. High and deep to right. Way back and out of here. Oh, man. It's his first as a Diamondback. That baby had a vapor trail on it. And it's now a 6-0 Diamondback lead.
I really thought you had seen him do the thing, so that's what that was about. Max Kepler, his 3-run homer first as a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks, made it 6-0. It was good to see. He ended up with 4 RBI on the night. And as Kellen pointed out in his email earlier, if 5 through 9 in the lineup is American Idol, Max Kepler is he's the guy right now. He survived the cut. All right, you can go on to the next round. in terms of 5 through 9 in the lineup and somebody who's going to be able to contribute to this team on a nightly basis. Congratulations. You made the next round, Max.
We continue to have open auditions for who will be our consistent hitter in the 5 through 9 position. Like Nolan Arenado had like a really strong showing in the fan voting for like 6 weeks. Jose Fernandez had a really good couple of weeks. Ildemaro Vargas had a great month.
Yeah.
Where it looked like he was going to win the competition, but it's still open. Anyone can take it.
Lourdes Gurriel Jr.'s had a week or two where you go, okay, yeah,
Walt
you
Schmidt,
too.
First 2 weeks
Walt
he was
Schmidt for, not Tawa, but Troy for a little bit
Pavin
there.
Smith hit a homer that one time. That was great.
Hey, remember that one time?
Yeah.
Remember that one time when Pavin Smith just smoked one at the second baseman that would have been the game-tying run? Yeah, I remember that moment. It is... The search continues, and honestly, and we talked about this, and I'm not trying to be like self-promoting here or anything, but when we were recording the podcast with Alex today, the Ain't No Fang podcast, we talked about how truly the answer to the 5 through 9 question might not be discovered until we get to the trade deadline, and that is only dependent on whether the Diamondbacks are able to be a buyer at the trade deadline. Max Kepler, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Ryan Waldschmidt, Pavin Smith, Nolan Arenado. I mean, this constant, who is it going to be? Who is it going to be? I don't know if that question really, truly, Kellen, gets answered until they make a move at the deadline and get a guy like Luis Arraez or a Wilson Contreras, if he's even available and they're willing to pay the price. I don't want to take anything away from Max Kepler's big moment. It was a big moment, and he needed to have it. But to sit here and think that the problem has been solved because Max Kepler hit a 3-run homer, I don't think anybody's really thinking that about the D-backs.
We just kind of knew this moment was coming over the last couple of weeks. And what I mean by that is, like, we eventually knew regression to the mean was coming for the likes of Ildemaro Vargas or Jose Fernandez or Nolan Arenado. Like, we just knew that moment was coming. So it's like, okay, when that inevitably happens and everyone else kind of stagnates, is someone else going to be able to be that version? And can they keep having this luck, in my opinion, of just having someone break out in that part of the order through every patch of the season? And we're in a dry patch of that right now for the last couple of weeks. Like you mentioned, like Lourdes Gurriel Jr. put together a couple of good games, but outside of that, for that part of the lineup for the last 2 to 3 weeks, it's been pretty dry. And it's where, okay, if that's happening, you need Ketel Marte to be unbelievable. You need Corbin Carroll to be unbelievable, and you need Geraldo Perdomo to be unbelievable in order to be like a manageable offense in baseball. And none of those 3 guys are playing at that level right now. They're playing pretty darn good right now, but none of them are playing at that level, and that is why we're seeing this offense lull in a really significant way.
That's exactly what Alex asked me today when we were recording the podcast. Is it good enough that, and I'll throw Gabby Moreno in there too, because he's been pretty steady and he's been pretty good for the last month. Is it good enough, and can you get where you want to go if your top 4 hitters are consistently excellent and everything else 5 through 9 is a crapshoot? Is that good enough? I don't think it is, but I'm asking you the same question. If Ketel, Carroll, Perdomo, and Gabby Moreno are available and consistently producing the way, give or take, they mostly have for the last month or so, is that good enough? Can they get where they need to be?
Yes, if this was the Arizona Diamondbacks team that Mike Hazen and Torey Lovullo want it to be. And what I mean by that is like the working good at bats, the patient approaches, all that kind of stuff, like doing the little things well at the plate. That's the type of stuff that they were able to do so consistently over the years, where you could trust those guys to work the right at bat in the situation if things aren't working out for them in other ways, right? Like we can talk about batting average on base, OPS, slug, all that kind of stuff. We can just watch the quality of the at-bat is just greatly diminished, especially when those guys start to get up in the order as well. So I think that's where you could make up for it. And again, like, this is not supposed to be an offense-driven team. This is supposed to be pitching and defense. That is what is always supposed to been. For this leadership group, that's what it's always been about. It was an unexpected surprise for them, I'm guessing, that they were led by offense the last 2 years, but we were expecting the things to kind of flip back in that order this year, where if they were going to be led by anything this year, it was going to be their pitching and it was going to be their defense. Instead, their defense has been pretty great. It's still been one of the best in baseball for sure. Their pitching and the starting pitching has not been good. Their bullpen has been fantastic. So the offense just doesn't have enough juice right now to carry those other elements of the team that are lagging behind.
Yeah, I a couple things. I think, and I'd have to go back and research this to see if I'm right or if I'm wrong. It feels anecdotally like as Nolan Arenado has gone, so too has gone their basic win-loss record. You know, like when he's hit those pockets of despair, and we talk about the runners in scoring position. God, Arenado was terrible at that in June. He was like the chief offender in that regard, and I think he was a big reason why they struggled to score runs the way they did. When he has been going right this season, I feel like the success has mostly followed because he has been that guy who's kind of anchored that back end. And when he hasn't been going well, that's when they've largely struggled because the back end has just been so inconsistent. Now, something else that happened last night, bunch of long balls, bunch of home runs, Max Kepler, Arenado, Geraldo Perdomo. I just looked on Fangraphs. The Arizona Diamondbacks second to last in Major League Baseball in home runs hit this year. The runners in scoring position gets a lot of attention, Kellen, and the lack of walks and the impatient at-bats get a lot of attention. Boy, there is something to say about hitting the ball over a fence just to give your team a little oomph. And I'm wondering if that's something this team, if they can get to the trade deadline and look to add, if they should be looking for a guy who's got pure power who can change a game the way we saw it get changed last night.
Only the 8th game this year in which the Diamondbacks have hit 3+ home runs. Guess what? They're 7-1 in those games. When they get enough thump in their order, and look, you can't expect 3 home runs a game every single game, but every now and then you need to have a power surge like that, and you need to win when it happens. They win when it happens. It hasn't been happening nearly enough, and I think the big problem for them is they're getting like little to no power production in a lot of key areas where we're used to seeing like a first baseman be
no question
a power hitter. They have 7 home runs from their first baseman this year. 4 of those were from Ildemaro Vargas, 1 from Tim Towell, 1 from Pavin Smith, 1 from Lou James Groover. That's the second least in baseball. Center field maybe is not a place you think of, but that's 3 home runs, and 2 of those were Alek Thomas. So since Alek Thomas has left, they've gotten 1 home run from a center fielder so far.
Give me the designated hitter numbers if you have them in front.
Tied for last, it's 5.
That has been it's DH in first base. That's if you're gonna juice up your lineup and put a little thump in it, that's where it needs to be.
2 of those are Cattell. So I don't even know if you should count those honestly. If like Cattell's
2 of the 5 were when Cattell played DH. Yeah, no, I almost don't think you should either.
Adrian Del Castillo had 1 in 94 plate appearances.
Yeah,
at DH.
Yeah, it's just look, it's a fine line. You don't want to be an offense that's home run dependent. We've seen that experiment fail miserably too. So you don't want to lean into it too far. But man, there is just something to be said for the offense is scuffling, the spirits are low, and bang, somebody hits one over the fence, and suddenly everyone's like, okay, we're back in it. We got this. We can do this. Max Kepler's home run last night was a huge one. I think it's impossible to ask the roster you've got now to suddenly be more home run prolific. They're just not built that way. But I don't think it's asking too much if you are able to be a buyer to target somebody who can just park some on the other side of the fence and add that to your lineup a little bit. Maybe that's what Max Kepler can do. I don't know.
And don't get me wrong, some of these answers are individually based, like the Atlanta Braves being second in homers among first basemen. Yeah, Matt Olson has 24 of the 25. That checks out. Like the Phillies being first in DH home runs, 28 of those 30 being from Schwarber. But the Yankees kind of work through different guys in their DH system, and they're third in the league, with 22 home runs from their DH, 10 from Ben Rice, 5 from Paul Goldschmidt, who would have been kind of nice to be here this year with the year that he's having. My goodness. 3 for Giancarlo Stanton, 2 for Aaron Judge, and then 1 each for 2 other guys who kind of rotate and platoon in and out of their system as well. So, like, yes, you could have the Kyle Schwarbers of the world or whatever, but you can platoon your way into power in this league. You can do it.
Leave work early on July 22nd because Wolf and Luke are live at Chase Field for half-day club before the Diamondbacks versus the A's. They're also throwing out the first pitch before the D-backs and the A's. Lower level seats to catch the show, just $9.87 before taxes and fees. Text the word half to 620-620 for details. We go on the road. Chris Garagiola, play-by-play announcer extraordinaire on the radio side. He'll preview Game 2 between the Padres and the D-backs next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You are leaning on a lot of players you've drafted in the last couple years who haven't really proven it yet. Ideally, you can build your defense that way. You draft really well, and then you just develop these guys. So ideally, this could work. But if it doesn't, then people look and they say, okay, you're not drafting well, and you're putting these guys in. I mean, it's put up or shut up in the NFL anyway, but it feels especially that way for the Cardinals this year because you kept Nick Rollis. You basically kept the same defense. You're saying, okay, last year was weird. We're giving you a do-over. And I can hear the argument for that, but it just puts a lot of pressure on that side of the ball.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo. Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson Ford has been doing business the right way, putting customers first and giving back to the community they call home. From online shopping to convenient delivery options, buying your next vehicle has never been simpler. When it comes to service, Sanderson Ford makes maintenance a breeze with mobile service plus pickup and delivery. Your vehicle gets the care it needs without disrupting your day. At Sanderson Ford, it's not just about selling, it's about honest pricing. It's about real value and helping you find the best deal for your budget and your family's needs. Check out the Ford Escape. Check out the Bronco Sport, the F-150. Always a great selection when you deal with Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, or you can go online at sandersonford.com. When you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose Sanderson Ford. Again, 51st Avenue in Glendale, or online at sandersonford.com.
Ron White, live.
If your eyes go bad, you can have LASIK surgery and they can give you 20/20 vision. But let me tell you something, folks. You can't fix stupid.
Sunday, October 4th, 8 p.m., Talking Stick Resort. Ron White, live. Tickets on sale now at TalkingStickResort.com. For mature audiences.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
Have you noticed all of a sudden there's a bunch of lawyers saying they're going to fight for you? Yeah, until you read the fine print below them. Hi, I'm Mark Breyer.
And I'm Alexis Breyer. We're the husband and wife law team. If you look closely at that fine print, you'll see not an attorney in this state or not a law firm.
You never trust your future in the hands of someone other than a serious, experienced trial lawyer. And you definitely can't trust someone who won't even tell you who they are.
Do your research after a serious injury. Call the husband and wife law team first.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. The home of the D-backs. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It's D-backs on the road with Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Reason number I don't know, 5 or 6 while why I am jealous of our next guest. Not only does he get to call play-by-play games for a living, calling baseball games for the Diamondbacks, but he gets to do it from San Diego. Maybe the best office in the world, Chris, where you're sitting right now, right? Chris Garagiola, D-backs radio play-by-play announcer, joining us here for our broadcaster segment that we do every single road trip for the D-backs. I imagine the view is quite spectacular right now, isn't it?
Yeah, can't complain, Bernsey. We got boots on the ground here and can confirm your reports that San Diego is lovely right now in July. Breaking news.
How many? The Arizona folks do very well in San Diego this time of year, so it was no surprise to see the Diamondbacks do well there last night. We just take that place over in early July, don't we?
I'll tell you what, for at times it feels like opposing fans come into Chase Field. You go to San Diego, if we ever matched up early August, late July in San Diego, there's going to be like 10,000 Diamondback fans here, either in the stands or walking around. It's an awesome sight to see all that Sedona red.
Chris, what did you see working for Brandon Pfaadt, and just how much of this can you see him building off of? I think that's the main question here, right? If he can build off of these 2 starts going forward.
I mean, I think he's thrown a lot of strikes, but to be fair, that's something that even in the rough stretches he'd done a lot of. And then, the one big inning I think is something a lot of us have talked about. But one thing that he was doing a lot yesterday and in his first start, he was going back to the sweeper. And I just wonder a little bit how much the changes in some of those mechanics are hiding the baseball. I don't think we necessarily realize how much technology is being used by all 30 teams to try and get tape of pitchers, tight shots, look at the glove placement, look at the tendencies to see if you can kind of glean any information, whether it's tipping pitches or tendencies or whatever. So the fact that Pfaadt was able to get swing and miss with the sweeper, that allowed the fastball to play a little bit better. Once those 2 pitches were kind of in tandem, then you could introduce the changeup. So it was just good to see him being out in front early, attacking, and then getting swing and miss, which I've said on a few broadcasts. You look at the starting rotation, that's one thing that is a little concerning compared to other teams. You just don't miss a lot of bats, but Pfaadt was doing a great job of that yesterday.
It blows my mind. Chris Garagiola joining us here on the Burns and Gambo show for our D-backs broadcaster segment. It blows my mind sometimes how in this modern age, how hard you probably have to work as a pitcher to stay ahead of that, right? To monitor the tipping issue at all times, because it can be so subtle. It can be so slight. You can not even know you're doing it. And I know this problem has existed in baseball for decades. It's nothing new. But the technology is, and it's exhausting to me almost thinking about how hard a pitcher has to work to make sure he's not tipping his pitches.
Your comment makes me think of a conversation I had with Gallen about, I want to say it was about 3 years ago, right when they were cracking down hard on the sticky stuff. And I was just saying how it's like a throwaway comment. It really seems like these guys always, pick on pitchers. And Zach very seriously said, when have they ever made a rule change that specifically helped pitchers? I was like, well, yeah, that's fair. Everyone likes offense. So, I mean, it's the squeezing of the strike zone. It's the limiting how many times you can step off the mound. It's the introduction of the pitch clock, right? Like, on top of how much information and preparation is required. Granted, you get 4 days in between each start. But, yeah, Bernsey, to your point, like, it's really hard. And now, like, the way you've probably pitched most of your life, can definitely say your professional life, all of a sudden someone comes to you and say, hey, you're going to have to change physically how you either come set or how you start to grip the baseball, or how you do these sorts of things. And I imagine that can't be easy when we're talking about these, these creatures of habit, these routines that have been instilled for years. So, yeah, man. And then it just makes you wonder, like, in 2 years, what new wrinkle is going to be added that's going to make life harder for pitchers and going to allow us to see more runs on the board?
With Zach Gallen getting the ball tonight, where has he been the most uncharacteristic to you in a way that you feel like he can correct over the next couple of starts? Like, what are some of the details you're noticing that are so off with him that they seem pretty correctable in a way?
Oh, man, that's a really good question. Put it on my resume when I apply for a pitching coach job. But I would probably say that the thing that's uncharacteristic to me is, like, it just looks like sometimes when there's hard contact, there's nibbling that follows that, right? And that is just not – that is not Zach Gallen. And we're talking about a pitcher who has shown for a pretty significant period of time that he's got the juice, man. He's high-caliber stuff. And so to see someone then react almost in timid fashion – that just doesn't look like him. And I think that's something that you can correct, right? Like, you're going to give up home runs. You're going to give up runs. You're going to give up hard contact. Like, these hitters are getting better and better every year. They're catching up. and they're closing the gap on what pitchers had going back to like 2014. So, you just have to accept that might happen and then not be afraid of the next result. And I think if he's able to do that, and we saw a little bit in his last start, like he had a plan. And he was missing some bats early on, and he was getting some swing and miss against the Giants, and I was really, really encouraged with what we were seeing.
Chris Garagiola, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. I want to stick with the Zach Gallen topic here for just a minute because we've seen a myriad of stuff when it comes to Zach this year. Earlier on in the season, it was struggles early in the game before being able to settle in. Then his last time out, he was dominant for the first 4 and then got in trouble when he got a little later in the game and the lineup repeating and turning over and things like that. Do you think, given the struggles, do you suspect that Torrey will manage Zach any differently tonight in terms of trying to get him out of the game earlier if he's having success so that he does have some sort of a confidence-building moment to go off of going into his next start?
Burnsy, how often do you get definitive answers when you get questions like this from guests on your show?
All the time, Chris.
Is it all the time?
I have a very high standard on this one. I expect a definitive answer from you on this one.
Because you're going to get one, and I think the answer is yes. I think the answer is absolutely yes. I think that he will pull him back a little bit in an attempt to try and get him some momentum moving forward, something that is like a physical signpost of your stuff is working, things are trending in the right direction. Look, I don't know exactly what their plan is. I'm not in meetings for, what the trade deadline might look like or, what roster moves are going to be made. The feeling that I have is this. They're going to stick with him for the rest of the year, right? And I think the consensus is that if they can fix him, so to speak, for lack of better words, that the payoff for this team will be huge in the second half. That is just the feeling that I have. So any fan that's hoping that, the next update you get is some sort of DFA, I don't think that's going to happen. So I think that, they're making some progress. I think we're starting to see some results. I think the next step in this plan is to actually get a solid outing where it's a handshake from the manager after whatever inning it is, and hopefully a win next to his name in the box score when it's all said and done. And then you just take it from there. But I really think that they believe that we can get Gallen back on track. And if we do that, it will be better than any acquisition we could possibly make at the trade deadline.
Yeah, I was curious about that too. Wondering if the leash is just going to be a little tighter so that he can walk off that mound with his head held high, knowing that he had done, even if it's a shorter outing, even if it's something less than what we're expecting in terms of pitch count or things like that. Chris, good job with all the answers, definitive and otherwise. we appreciate it. Enjoy the fine weather in San Diego, and we'll see you when you guys get back. And enjoy the All-Star break if we don't get a chance to talk to you before then.
Thank you very much, guys. Always enjoy talking to you.
You got it. Chris Garagiola from the Arizona Diamondbacks broadcast team, D-backs play-by-play announcer on the radio side, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. When we come back, the key pieces for the U.S. men's national team in 2030. Can they get this team past the point that they just aren't able to get past, the round of 16? That's next. Burns and Gambo.
The home of the D-backs. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. D-backs on the road with Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, renters, it's Gambo, and I'm going to do some math for you really quick. If you're paying $2,200 a month in rent, that's $26,400 a year going straight to your landlord. 5 years of that, and you've handed somebody else $132,000, and you own nothing. A mortgage payment in that same range builds equity every single month. That's your money in your house working for you. So here's what I want you to do. Call the Lund Mortgage team today at 623-889-0130. Tell them you want to get a house, you want to get out of renting, and within a few hours, they'll give you a yes or a no and all the information you need. And here's why Lund. Great pricing you can trust. Lund Mortgage is not a company looking to mark you up. They're a company that genuinely wants you to win. They're in your corner from day one. Right now, they're also covering the appraisal on every purchase loan they close. So give them a call today at 623-889.
4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save at your Valley Chevy dealers. July 4th event going on now. Choose from popular models like Silverado, strong, dependable, and impressive towing capability, and 4 powerful engine choices. Or the road trip ready Equinox and Traverse, blending style, versatility, and roomy interior loaded with first-class comfort. No matter how you celebrate the 4th, it's always better in a Chevy. Don't miss out. Visit a Valley Chevy dealer near you during the July 4th event.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. You've heard the cash offer companies on TV and radio. We'll buy your home fast. What they don't tell you, those offers come in below market value, loaded with hidden fees. The Carol Royce team, Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, does just the opposite. Carol's proven systems sell your home for more money fast into a qualified buyer who will pay top dollar because Carol has the buyers, guaranteed, or she'll buy it. That's a promise. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carolyn Seller must grant price and possession.
Dan Bickley here for Walt's TV and Appliance, where you'll find everything you need to take your viewing experience to the next level. Great selection, inventory you won't find anywhere else, super knowledgeable staff, and great pricing just like you'd get from the big box stores, but with 10 times the service. And if you really want the hookup, head on down to Walt's off the I-10 in Warner and ask for my guy Bear. You will not be disappointed. Online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
I'm Jesse Morrison with what's trending now. The Arizona Diamondbacks blew out the San Diego Padres last night 8-0. The D-backs will go for back-to-back wins tonight with Zach Gallen on the mound. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury go for their 4th straight win tonight when they host the Chicago Sky at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7. And the Phoenix Suns have made their re-signings of center Mark Williams, guard Colin Gillespie, and guard Jordan Goodwin official. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group. Paying off your mortgage in 5 years sounds crazy, but Galaxy Lending Group clients are doing it every day. Text Galaxy to 620-620 to find out how, because 30 years is optional. NMLS 142766, Equal Housing Lender.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? Games that we're going to watch this evening is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. D-backs taking on the Padres tonight at 6:40. We'll preview that game coming up in just a few minutes. The Sky are at the Mercury tonight. Tip time on that one is 7 o'clock.
Nearly 48 hours without a World Cup match. This is devastating.
You going to be all right?
I'll be okay. Tomorrow's just going to be weird because you're always tuning into the tournament. It's been every day now for nearly a month where we've had a match, but day off tomorrow and then France-Morocco at 1 o'clock on Thursday. Very excited for the quarterfinals to get underway.
Level of distraction when it's not U.S.?
Low. Really low. Yeah.
You'll be fine?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
I don't need to worry about you?
I'll be good. A little bit of my own interest as a diehard did flutter from this, I'm not going to lie, after the way that happened.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It shook you to the core, eh?
I wouldn't say to the core, but it still really stings, and it's going to sting for at least a couple of more days, and then whenever we get back to Gold Cup action or CONCACAF action or World Cup action with this team, it's going to come up again. Like that was brutal. It was brutal.
All right, that's what's on tonight, the games that we are going to watch this evening. And yeah, the performance last night by the U.S. men's national team is still resonating all over the place. And to the point where you mentioned it during the 4 o'clock reset, the almost tragically accidental comic moment last night happened at the end of the game when Fox and their broadcasting team basically begging people to please keep watching soccer even though the U.S. is out, right? Like I don't have the exact words in front of me, but it was basically akin to, hey, don't let this be the last soccer match you watch for the next 4 years. It's a beautiful sport. It really did kind of, I think on a much bigger level, speak to the fear that they might have that now that this great story is done, and boy, what a short shelf life it had, about 3 weeks. Now that it's done, that people, unlike you, the real true soccer diehards, will just not really care anymore now that the U.S. is out.
Or the people that were really invested in the U.S. side of this, but were kind of tuning in for the other stuff too. And they were kind of like starting to get to know the Mbappes and the Haalands and the Messis of the world and started to be like, yeah, I like watching when Haaland plays. Like, are those people still going to be tuning in this weekend now that there is no primary motivation with the U.S. involved and instead it's like to the side? Like, did people love the game enough, love the individuals enough, the storylines and narratives? Did they love them enough over the last couple of weeks to still come back this weekend? To be clear, this is only a problem for us. The rest of the world is going to be just fine. They are going to be absolutely locked in and dialed to what has been an absolutely incredible tournament that continues to deliver every freaking day that it's on our television screens. It's just here locally in our country, there is a desire to, and will always be a desire to see the game expand. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that it would become not this mainstream per se, but this accessible and this easy to watch. Like I remember after 02, the 06 World Cup is the one that I really wanted to tune in for. And I believe it was one of the first ones where like almost every match was on ESPN. Like you were able to watch all of them actually live as they were happening. And like before, when you wanted to watch the Premier League over here, it was like maybe like one match or whatever, and then you had to find some illegal sketchy stream from England or the UK to watch this stuff. So it is accessible in that kind of way, and I think that benefits the tournament a lot going forward and has clearly benefited a lot going forward. But I do think there's going to be a lot of people that disconnect, and those who love the game as much as John Strong does, like felt the need to, hey, you've been so great about our game, like please don't go anywhere. It doesn't just end here. There's an incredible tournament happening in the background. But for those people who were just there to watch the U.S. team, I can't blame them if they're going to turn it off, because this just isn't their sport of choice or one of their many sports of choices. And we've just learned that as we go on.
Quote, if you've enjoyed what you're seeing, well, support your local team. This doesn't have to be the last soccer you watch for the next 4 years. It's a beautiful sport. This is what Strong said last night on the broadcast. I want to fast forward, I guess in typical soccer neutral me kind of fashion. I want to fast forward 4 years from now. And I want to know why or how they, being the U.S. men's national team, could convince us that anything is going to be different 4 years from now. Is there anything they could do 4 years from now to say, yep, we fixed it, we figured it out, we know what it is, we know why we can't get past the round of 16, and we're actually in a better position to do it now than we were 4 years ago in the Americas? What could they say? What could they do?
They need to have a moment at that World Cup to kind of break through, because there just isn't going to be, like, we can all sit here and say, like, wouldn't it be amazing? Like, LeBron James would be an incredible goalkeeper and all this. Like, it's just not going to happen. We all need to realize that and be okay with it, that our best athletes are not going to be playing soccer, and that's totally fine. And we should still have more than enough at our disposal to still field one of the best teams in the world in terms of the athletes out there. Like, that's a totally separate, different conversation. What we have to accept is that when it comes to, like, the world-class players that you need to be a quarterfinalist, to be a semifinalist, to be a finalist, we're just never going to have them. I've kind of accepted that at this point, because to be clear, like Christian Pulisic in the year that he was having at AC Milan prior to this season was just about the highest top of what we have seen from a nearly world-class player playing in one of the best leagues in the world and playing at a high level. Like the season he had in Italy 2 years ago. So there needs to be a breakthrough to build a foundation that this is possible and that there's more hope for the future. So if we go through the 8 teams left in the tournament, right now, France, it goes without saying, like they're hyper talented. They're always going to be hyper talented. Morocco made a shocking run to the semifinals last World Cup, and this team that they have right now is probably less talented than the one that they had 4 years ago, but they were able to build off of that surprise appearance, and a lot of success for them in the African tournaments as well, to build up a foundation and build up a success and build up a real play style, because Mauricio Pochettino runs a really not unique style, but a recognizable style of play. But they've only been running this thing for like 2 years. Is that what like U.S. soccer is going to be known as? And that's where you get to Spain, where like sure they have like every wonder kid from Barcelona, like Lamine Yamal, like anyone else that you want to mention, like Pedri in their midfield. But we know what Spanish soccer is and what it looks like and how they want to play. Belgium finished third a couple of World Cups ago, so they had recent success to build off of. Norway, this is their moment right now with a once-in-a-generation player, once-in-a-lifetime player for Norway specifically, in Erling Haaland. England goes without saying. Argentina goes without saying. And then Switzerland is in one of their moments right now, too. So can you be one of these teams like Morocco last World Cup, like Norway or Switzerland this World Cup, where you can be the surprise quarterfinalist, the surprise semifinalist, and then really build off of that into the next couple of tournaments and build up that foundation as not one of the best teams in the world at this sport, but building up a respectable amount? Because it's clear that Belgium was disrespected by not so much the break that they were given for Balogun specifically, but that the U.S. were the team that got it. It was like, really? Like, you're going to give this team that's not even top 10, top 15 in the world, you're going to give them all this corruption and give all of them this advantage? Like, they were insulted by it, clearly, with what the Belgian players said after the match and before the match, too.
Overturn this was the message from the official social media team for Belgian soccer. They were impersonating the president and his dance when they were celebrating after the match. I mean, it's if there's one thing, I mean, it's all very murky right now. If there's one thing that was very, very clear, at least to me, boy, the reversal and the controversy from over the weekend, and this is easy to say this now, and it's like a duh moment. Boy, it really benefited Belgium yesterday. I mean, they just were clearly, that was a chip, and that was a chip that they put right there on their shoulder, and they played with it. And I don't know how much it had to do with the United States losing. It seemed to have an awful lot to do with Belgium winning. You know, like just in terms of the motivation and the fire and what it provided for that team.
Their goalkeeper said, "We have punished the disrespect that the Americans have shown us in the last few days." To be honest with you, Senegal are better than the USA. It was proven today. In the end, I understand they want to give a lot of publicity to the United States, but today I felt with much more certainty than we were going to win against Senegal, who they also beat as well.
Is Pochettino back?
I don't know. It's a very interesting moment in his managerial career, because the last couple of high-profile spots haven't worked for him. And what happens with these high-profile managers is they'll go and have some international success and then get back in to the best clubs in the world. Kind of like when we see like Billy Donovan going to be the #1 assistant for the Spurs right now. That's kind of like the turn that those guys will take. I think that he will be back, but I'd be surprised if he was back for the next World Cup, because I think this is just going to be the same old thing we always do. It's going to be the same kind of mid-team that's always been. It's going to be that way for the next 2 years, and he's going to be like, dude, I can't fix this. I'm out of here.
Yeah, and that's what makes me concerned, that nothing's going to be different. Not that it's all about the coach, but that nothing's going to be any different in the next time we go around with this 4 years from now, when we go into it with expectations and hopes and dreams and just remembering how it all went the last time it went down. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, Kellen filling in. Big night tonight for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Game 2 of their 4-game series against the San Diego Padres, with Zach Gallen on the bump. We'll preview the matchup next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and joint pain is awful when you're the person who's fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. For instance, it's July, the days are long and hot, it's time to be in the pool, moving, living, and you're on the sidelines sitting it out. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who were stuck in that cycle of pain are finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office. No surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold. Just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and you suddenly feel like your old self again. Go find out what's possible with a free consultation. They have clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Every great summer road trip starts somewhere. Start yours at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, you can get a new 2026 Silverado 1500 for up to 0% APR for 60 months. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. 0% APR for 60 months. Must finance with GM Financial. Some customers may not qualify. Not available with lease and some other offers. Take new retail delivery by July 7th, 2026.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Take your taste buds on vacation this summer at Sonic. Heat things up with the Tropical Heat Sonic Smasher. 2 hand smash patties made with Angus beef drizzled with jalapeno pineapple glaze. Then, cool down with a tropical cream slush with coconut, pineapple, and creamy vanilla soft serve. It's like a tropical vacation, minus the flight delays. Try the Tropical Duo for a limited time this summer at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
D-backs and the Padres coming up. Game 2 of the 4-game series. This is D-backs on deck. Our opportunity to preview tonight's game. That's a big one for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Every game until the All-Star break is going to be a big one. Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Go to thewindowdepot.com for the Diamondbacks. Much talked about right-handed pitcher Zach Gallen, 3-8, 6.36 ERA on the season. He gets the start for Arizona. Kellen Herman Marquez, 31-year-old right-hander, 3-2, 5.79 ERA gets the start tonight for San Diego.
Yeah, Marquez is a guy that we know well, right, from his time in this division over the course of his career. Started in Colorado, had many years in Colorado, had one of those years where like, oh, look, a Colorado starting pitcher is having a half-decent year when he made the All-Star team in 2021, which was still with a 4.4 ERA because pitching in Coors is impossible. It's impossible for the Rockies to get quality pitching. Nonetheless, that's who they will be facing. All eyes, of course, will be on Brandon Pfaadt and how he performs in this type of situation where Zach Gallen, Zach Gallen, and how he performs today in this type of situation where we're not looking for much. Like, I know that there's a ton of pressure on him, and rightfully so, because those three letters DFA are hovering over him. I think that within the organization, they're not thinking that way, and I think that what Chris Garagiola has had to say, even though he's not involved in those meetings, certainly, and doesn't know what's going on in those types of meetings, there is just a steadfast level of belief that they're going to have in Zach, just based on all the precedent that he's built up. It's just, at what cost is it ultimately going to come, and how much he is going to damage what you are trying to do for the next couple of weeks, which is just kind of sort of remain in the hunt as much as you possibly can.
When I asked Chris that question, I really wasn't asking him the big picture Zach Gallen question in terms of this season or DFAs or anything like that. And maybe I didn't phrase the question properly. I really was trying to ask him the question about tonight specifically. And will Torey Lovullo have a really, really quick hook on Zach and a really short leash? And in a perfect world, if Zach can even give them 5 innings upon which he and they can build some confidence and give him something good to work off of, even if the pitch count is relatively low, I have to think Torey Lovullo will want to get Zach out of there when Zach has something to feel good about. And that might be a little earlier than we're accustomed to seeing with Zach Gallen, but that might be necessary. The big picture questions about him and the rest of the season, I don't know if anybody knows the answer to that at this point, because there's still, if not him, then who? And who do you move into the starting rotation? And do you believe in the guys that you would put in that spot because they're all relatively unproven or unsure? It's just a big moment for Zach more than anything. This is a Padres team, last in team batting average, last in team OPS. They are last in runs scored in Major League Baseball. It's a good opportunity for him to feel good about himself against an offense that hasn't shown a lot, especially recently.
They were awful last night. They had 8 hits. They were all singles. They had 1 at-bat with a runner in scoring position, and it was an over there. They had 0 walks. They had 11 strikeouts as well. So, again, I know you can look at this lineup and see Tatis. You can see Machado. You can see Cronenworth, Jackson Merrill, and think that these guys can turn around any second, and certainly they could. But the vibes around the Padres have been rough for the last couple of months, and this is an opportune prime moment for Zach to really get going, because if he doesn't get going tonight, Burnsy, how in the world can you look at him with confidence going against the Dodgers on the road? You just can't. There's no way.
German Marquez, you mentioned him. He does have a history with the Arizona Diamondbacks. His last 5 starts against them. Granted, this is dating back to his time with Colorado. 7.62 ERA when he pitches against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Now, granted, some of those starts are from several years ago in a different roster, but still, you mentioned familiarity. There is a great deal of familiarity between the Diamondbacks and German Marquez. Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. No new injuries of which to speak for the Arizona Diamondbacks, at least not since last night's game. But they are rolling into tonight's game with a lineup that does feature James McCann, who was just recently activated off the injured list. He is handling the catching duties tonight. And again, to make this conversation about Zach Gallen, there is, dating back to last year, some pattern of success. Now, maybe it's faded a little bit over time, of McCann and how he handled Zach when Zach was at his best. And I do wonder if that's deliberate in starting him in this game tonight with Zach Gallen.
Did you see the pregame note for San Diego? What happened in BP for them? Jake Cronenworth took a grounder off the face during batting practice, hit him below the nose. As of now, he remains in the lineup. That's according to Kevin Acee of the San Diego Union Tribune right now, but Cronenworth has been one of the few guys that has been productive for them, is always a dangerous at-bat in that kind of situation. So just like you talk about a rough year for the Padres, and now they just have grounders going off the face of some of their best players. Brutal.
That is brutal. For what it's worth, Gabby Moreno is in the lineup tonight. He's batting cleanup playing designated hitter. So with McCann getting the start at catcher, Moreno is still in there. Pavin Smith is at first base. Kepler is back in left field, batting fifth for the D-backs tonight. Time now for the standings, and they are brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run, and nowhere can you buy a new GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Looking at the wild card standings right now, Diamondbacks 45-45. 3.5 games back of the final wild card spot in the NL. San Diego Padres a game back, 44-46, 4.5 out of the last wild card spot. And with that, Kellen has a key to tonight's game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master.
I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Corbin Carroll loves playing at Petco Park. He has a .314 batting average at Petco, .933 OPS. He's had a hit in 13 of his last 15 appearances at Petco, 7 doubles, a triple, and 4 homers for him. That is the second highest OPS by the main ballparks he visits. Number one, of course, is Coors, because it's for everyone, it's going to be Coors, but loves playing in San Diego. Let's see if this is like the big Corbin Carroll performance to get him out of this like mini funk, if you want to call it that.
No doubt about it. That is going to do it for us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Diamondbacks baseball is coming up next. As Steve Zinsmeister coming in with the D-backs BP Show. Have no fear. We will be back tomorrow at straight up 2 o'clock here on Burns and Gambo with Kellen filling in once again. So for everybody on the show, we appreciate you hanging out with us. D-backs baseball is next. We'll see you tomorrow at 2 o'clock here on Burns and Gambo. Have a good night.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
You've been listening to D-backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The idea of evaluating the manager in Arizona is very, very difficult. Everybody hits him for the days off that players get. That has nothing to do with Torey. But there are other things. There's the sternness, the approach, and whether or not a manager like Torey, who is such a decent person and such a caring person, does a professional clubhouse eventually steamroll that guy?